Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Day one of the Western Shield certainly was a thriller minute, wasn't it, for top-level teams here, all hoping to have that coveted shield in their grasp on Sunday night. Well, a bit of continental drift with the Asian invasion coming. They're 3-0. They dominated yesterday. I think there's some other teams that want to make their mark today. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Western Shield, Day 2, and it starts right now. Buenos dias, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It's day 2 of this Western Shield. We have 4 really high quality teams here on the Costa del Sol in Spain, and can't wait to see what the day holds. 5 matches on the way. Each of the teams, there's a lot of emerging players that are either already in professional cricket or kind of breaking in to professional cricket and want to make a name for themselves. And obviously good performances this week can get people taking some notice. Now we're going to start with match number 6, a rematch of last night's thriller. And it's going to be the World 11 taking on the Asian 11. Let's see what happened at the coin toss when Ian Ramage had the giant coin and the 2 captains.
Okay, World 11, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Asian 11 as the away team, you'll call.
Europe.
It's being called European cricket. It's come down Ria, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss won by World 11, you will bat first.
So the World 11 have won the toss and elected to bat. So it's the first time we've seen a captain electing to bat first. All 5 times yesterday, teams wanted to bowl. But I kind of think it makes sense when you think they do have a couple of wrist spinners in their squad, and with the early morning dew, that it takes a bit of time for it to kind of burn away, and so maybe gripping the ball will be easier for those bowlers in the second innings. I think the catching's probably a bit more difficult if you field first. So yeah, World 11, they choose to bat. Of course, they have Ross Taylor as their icon player. But it was Jack Wood that stole the show yesterday, 85 not out, the day-high score. But I think they're going to be a very, very interesting proposition against an Asian 11 that really dominated yesterday, even without their icon, Syed Ajmal. They kind of brought the heat. I think they played well as a side. I thought they batted technically very well, but also with a lot of intelligence given the game situation. I think Andrula's done a great job with the captain's armband as well. So, yeah, Asia 11, 3-0 yesterday. They're hoping to make it 4 in a row. Don't forget we have these 2 teams, but also we have the European 11 and the British and Irish 11 coming up a little bit later on. Weather-wise, sun's out, that's good news. We're expecting 19 degrees already. It's about 14 or 15, so beautiful conditions here, given that we are still in February in Spain. But let's get ready for the first ball. And Rico Full is standing by. Big thanks to Tina. She will be here later in the day, but she's having a bit of a sleep in. She probably deserves it. Rico's not going to sleep, though. We're not going to sleep. We've got 5 games coming your way, starting with match 6. Rico, over to you with the World 11 electing to bat after winning the toss.
Buenos dias al mundo, good morning world, and welcome to day 2 of the Western Shield. I can't wait, and it's great to be here. Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu for giving us a rundown of what we expect to see today. The World 11 taking on the Asian 11. A quick look at the 2 sides and a couple of players there that I'm interested to see. Jack Wood, I think he had a good performance yesterday. Remember, he scored a sensational 85 not out against the British and Irish 11. And then also in this this fixture last night, he did take a 3 for 3 for 34. A couple of ins there for the Asian 11. Salman Safi and Shahan Agha is going to be behind the stumps, and you can see what the win predictor thinks. It's going to be another close one. 51% to 49, so I think all the matches are going to be close. And what a day we had yesterday. Quite unbelievable. Scores averaging per innings around 150, and 15 maximums per innings is unheard of. But that's what you're seeing. That's when you get the best of the best coming together. We're ready to go. Official timekeeper Rado will give the umpires the little nod. Let's see which player, which team will rise and shine today. First ball of day 2. And it's been crunched. That will go all the way. Bolle. Ginna Sona. Shaka Lagya. Well, it's not quite the same sort of start we had yesterday. Remember yesterday it was Sebastian Allison with the ball who took a wicket off the first 2 balls. We had a royal start to the Western Shield, but not now. Today we have a boom Shaka Lagya start. Just talked about the number of 6s. Well, there you go. What a hit that is from Trump. And now he gets a short one, and I think this one will go all the way as well. Manos arriba arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Joshua Trump, 2 in a row. Of course, actually they haven't looking to keep their 100% record in attack. Remember they had wins. Got to win against the World 11. They've got to win against the British and Irish 11, and then finish with also a win. So they'll be looking to keep up the good form. They've got the 100% record at the moment. And gone, bowls him. What a comeback from the bowler. As Khan says, we'll have some of this. He said, I'm not going for 3 on the spin. Gets it full, gets it straight, knocks the timber over. Salman Khan gets the wicket, and Joshua Trump, 2 6s, and he's on his way. Credit to the bowler here. Holds his nerve, holds his composure, gets it full, gets it straight, on top of the stumps, knocking the bells over. And 2 6s and out. That'll be the end of Trump. Gonna make his way back now. Did had a good day yesterday with the bat as well. Did score some valuable runs, but not in this case. 71 not out in this fixture yesterday of 25 deliveries, but he's on his way back. And he's the first wicket to fall on day 2 as Rashawn Williams now comes in at number 3. Good morning to our umpires. Shub Navjot Singh is out there. They're at the bowler's end. And, just stops need to be put together. It's never a good sign when the batter comes in. I wonder if that bail had to be replaced. You could have had a broken bail. Then that's Stefan Gooch who gets the new bail on. Batter taking guard, Williams. 12 for 1. Sensational start. 3 balls, 6 and a wicket. More of that to come, I'm sure. Bowler takes his time. Williams. Taking that guard outside that leg stick. And gets a good spicy delivery. Good heavy ball. Bit of pace. That's one thing that H11 did do yesterday. They bowled with speed, didn't they? Bowlers came in, charging in, bowling that heavy length delivery. Just a little woofed at this one. To get this one away, trying to guide it away maybe into that third area. But that's been packed out pretty well. Genuine catches in position as well. First and second slip really, and a short backward point. And a cover on the offside. And that's going to be whipped away quite nicely. Just strays a little onto the pads, and Williams is onto it straight away. It's another 6. That's the third. 3 6s and a wicket in the over so far. Good quick hands there from Williams. Gets onto that pretty quickly, but just straying onto the pads. Goes a little bit fuller. Williams gets it away. Very good bowling to everyone that's been tuning in from around the world, enjoying the action. What's the reply going to be here from Salman Khan? He strays onto those pads again. This is clipped away. Fielder will do the fielding though. No issues there on the boundary. That's up Manan Ali. He's doing the work. Beautiful day here in Andalusia as the first over comes to an end, and then it's 19 for 1 off the first. As Khan does take a wicket, and does also get hit for 3 6s in the over. This probably seems to be the pattern. Talking about the pattern, this was the pattern yesterday. Have a look at some of the stats there. Thanks to Ravi and our stats gun. Some of the stats batting first. So Wynn's batting first. Well, 2 to 6. So had a quick look at that, and this is the total number. Have a look at this, though. I mean, this is quite amazing, particularly when you look at the run rate. Run rate per over 15, so we're going at 150s, and maximum rate 15 per over. That is humongous, and you can see why. We've already had 3 in this one. Top players come together. That's the sort of statistics you're looking at. He goes for this one, and it's going to be a hit-me ball. It's going to go a long way. 6 more as Williams continues. A little bit of a short one, that from Adnan Guas. Doesn't get it right. Williams is onto it like a flash. Yeah, too short. The ball holds up nicely, just in the hit-me zone. Powerful hit in front of the body. Adnan has to go back to his mark and get that ball, I think, just a little bit fuller here. Must be so difficult, though, for a bowler. You know what you're up against. You're going to be attacked by every batter. And that's a really good shot. He gives himself a little bit of room, and that's going to be 2 in a row, 6 more. And it's that banged in a little bit shorter, but a bit closer to the body this time of Weston Williams. But he gives himself a bit of room, and he plays a delightful uppercut. And that will also go all the way. 6 more. So, 6 carreras más. So we have a look at that. Look at that, beautifully executed. And it clears that boundary quite comfortably. Back to the live action. And he looks to do it again, and this one will just bounce short of the boundary. I think the umpires will want to check this one as well. But that's going to be 4 carreras. Yeah, same sort of shot this time. Maybe a slightly slower delivery there. But still, a bit of width on offer. And he's powerful off that back foot, isn't he? And just bounces before the rope. 4 more. So 6, 6 and 4. World 11, remember they fell short yesterday in this contest, and it was quite an outstanding match. The Asian 11 put 147 on the board. Once again, another good performance. It was from Furkan Shafiq, 40 of 14. He's got 124 in the day, your leading run scorer. World 11, they looked like they were going to pull it off. And this time just casually played. No run. And a dot ball, which gets applauded. Just the second dot that we've seen. This guy sat down to that backward point. Yeah, needed 28 off the last, did the World 11, and 17 came off the first 3 balls, so needed 10 off 3, and then we had the hat-trick, and it's going to be no runs again this time, so it seems to have got his line right here now, does Guas. Yeah, Hone Ashad took 3 and 3, finished with 4 for 39 with a hat-trick, the first hat-trick that we've had on the Western Shield. So well done to him. Adnan, great comeback. Can he finish an over which started badly? Well, it gets worked away. This field is not going to get that. The Cardamom Oval, one thing that you'll see is that this outfield is like lightning. As well, that one races away to the boundary. There's going to be 4 runs of the last ball of that over, and it goes with 20. It's a magical over. I think we're going to see plenty of magical overs. As at the end of 2 overs, it's 39 for the 1 wicket. Jack Wood hasn't faced a ball yet. And he's been watching and maybe admiring some of the hitting from the non-striker's end. An opportunity for him. It's 85 he scored. A very good 85 in 1 match, but then he went without scoring any second. We saw a fair bit of that yesterday. So it was a good battle between good batters and good bowlers. Khan comes in again. Just a good delivery. Has Jack Wood on the back foot. He places out, will take the single. I think if it's just singles, he will take that. I started saying earlier, beautiful start to the day here in Andalusia in Spain. We're in the province of Andalusia in the region of Malaga at the Cardamom Oval. And a little bit of early dew, which I think will soon clear away. That's not a good delivery down the leg side. That's going to be a wide ball, and I think Williams will gladly take the wide, but I think he knows he's probably missed out on some runs there. He's not often going to get loose deliveries, and when you do, I think you're going to be looking to put them away. So Khan, though he concedes a wide, I think you might feel that he got a little bit lucky there. Again, he angles this one. It might have been slightly slower delivery. I think you might have just been a little cutter here. Didn't seem to come through with the same amount of pace, which may be a reason why Williams misses out on that one. So by one more to go onto the score. So the onslaught of boundaries has come to a halt for the moment anyway. It's short, but there is a man who's been placed out there, but he just can't get there. It's probably a few inches away from Manan Ali. And I think that's why that ball was dug in to Jack Wood. They set the trap, didn't they? But unfortunately, Ali not able to get there. There's going to be 4 runs. Let's see how far away he was from it. Not that far, you see. A good effort. Kafi कोशिश की थी फील्ड ने, but चौका लग गया. 4 runs. And, that one will have to be found as it goes underneath the beautiful branding here of the boundary fence. Stronger together. Which one of these 4 teams will be stronger together? We'll have to wait and see. Lovely colours, the vibrant blues and purples combining together, and loving the colours of the teams as well. First time that I'm seeing them up close, and like you want to see a lot of detail on those shirts, and I like the way that even the stumps are holding that vibrant, colourful theme of the old purple and the lilas. 46 for 1. Khan just starting to stray into the pads, and he continues to, and that's going to be whipped away as well. Just hasn't got that line right as he started. Remember the first over, he was sort of very much outside the off, and did get a good wicket when he got one to come back in and got the dangerous Joshua Trump for 12. But here he's just been straying. He's just dragging that ball onto the pads. That one was a little bit shorter, and Jack Wood is onto it like a flash. Gets his second boundary. 6 more to him. Khan's gone for 31. 2 to come in his over, in his spell. He'll be disappointed with the last few deliveries. Let's see if he can get this one right. And that one will go all the way as well. And that's going to be muscled, and it goes over the European cricket giant ball. 6 more runs. That's clobbered away. 6 carreras más. Qué guay. Qué genial. Qué grande. Eso es una máximo. Right out of the middle. That's 6 more. And what a way to bring the 50 up. 50 on the board now. So World 11 looking to get to a big score. Definitely on course at the moment to go beyond that 150. That's been about the par. They're on about 175 pace at the moment. As this one will go all the way as well. Balle, quinta zona. Manos arriba, Midro. But against over 6 más. And Suman Khan, his spell will not finish well. That over goes for plenty. 25 coming off the over. 19 came off his first. And World 11 at the end of the power play, a 64 for 1. A quick look at how they've progressed, going upwards all the time. Another man who's always going upwards. There's no holding him down. He's the one, the only, the legendary Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandy. Buenos dias.
Yeah, buenos dias. Morning, everyone. Great to be in the box for the first time today, and kind of start you'd expect. First team to win the toss and bat. So all teams yesterday chose to field. I can understand that, but I just think there's a couple of reasons that it makes sense that the world want to get runs on the board, and they have quite a few already. Here's Anjula, the captain, who's coming on to bowl over number 4. He was really good yesterday. Nice guy. He's had a lot of high-level cricket experience in Sri Lanka. He's been asked to captain the side, and I think he's done a really good job. I think he's been able to give opportunities to a number of players. He's a guy with over 100 first-class wickets, and you know he has 4 5-wicket hauls in first-class cricket. So he knows how to think. I think playing that much high-level cricket.
It's a good heavy ball. At that time, the difference between that one, Vinny, no room for the batter.
Yeah.
Doesn't have room to guide away. But you're right about it. I mean, not only did he bowl well, but coming in a bit lower down in the batting order, but the last 2 matches he played, scoring in the 30s, so he's a good all-rounder.
I think, I had to compare him to a cricketer of the past, Michael Bevan. He just really handled the chase well. Took calculated risks, summed up the game well.
A little bit of width on offer here, but that's going to be quick hands onto it quickly. It's going to be 6 more as Williams this time goes over that backward point area. He gets given the width, he takes it on, and he gets good bat on ball. 6 more.
Yeah, well, one thing about Ryshawn Williams, I did miss him in last night's game because he made way in the lineup, but he's got the swagger factor. He's a swashbuckler. I love the way he's able to kind of go through point, cover point off the back foot and stay in control of the shot. This one he decides to go over the top, but he's just got that flair. It's really, really exciting to watch.
Slower delivery. It's guided into the pads. Looking at that, I'm guessing there's a fair bit of swing out there early on, Vinny, because a number of the bowlers, you saw that Simon Khan had that issue a lot where he was getting that ball into the pads. I think that ball is coming in. There is swing there. But varying the pace, that's got to be the key here.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you've got to go quite into your bag of tricks, don't you, as a bowler? But the thing is, it's one thing to have the strategies, but another thing to execute them. So there's kind of 2 parts to it. Just going back to the toss, why I thought it was a good toss to win bat. We tend to notice that the batting doesn't seem much more difficult when it's a little bit damp. And first up in the morning here, there's a little bit of the dew still hanging around. But the other thing is, so catching's a bit tough because obviously you've got a slippery ball potentially. Bowling, kind of the footing and the footing and also the grip on the ball. Just checking this. I don't think this was a chance. For me, I thought it was into the ground, but the slow-mo tells us everything we need to know. Don't know, though. It's one of those ones that we'll never know. It might have been a drop catch, but this one shouldn't be, and it isn't. Well, there you go. It doesn't cost him anything at all if it was a drop. It's one of those ambiguous ones, but Wood is going to hole out for 24. Well taken out there, Suleiman Shafi. Prowling around at deep mid-wicket. And Anjula, once again, he delivers for his team with a big wicket. Wood, top score individually of yesterday. With his 85 not out, but now he's got to go, and it's 73 for 1.
Yeah, once again, good work there from Anjula. As I was saying, it's about varying the pace he does. I think that's slightly slower. It doesn't come off the bat the way Wood would have liked. It doesn't ping off. Offers a chance to the fielder, and I think at this level, we're going to see most of these taken. So catch gets taken, even though, as you said, Vinny, a little bit dewy out there, but at this level, the standard that these guys have played, they're not going to put that down. 24 of 8 then for Jack Wood as he makes his way back.
Yeah, didn't quite get all of that, did Jack? And this will bring Ross Taylor to the crease. He's batting for, he probably had the highest degree of difficulty when he came out last night. Came out under lights with the Asian bowlers breathing fire. It was great also in the commentary box yesterday, Ross. Took a great one-handed catch. It was our play of the day on our social media. Just a one-handed pluck. And he's captain of the world. And I'll tell you about his decision to bat as well, which I think makes sense. Here's Najib. Najib, by the way, fastest to 50 T20I wickets placed for Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
And he took a wicket with his first ball in each of the first 2 matches he played yesterday. So, and then he actually started in the third game they played, didn't take a wicket but only conceded 1 off his first 4. So he's just seems very, very comfortable. Is coming in, just getting in his groove straight away. Once again, that's another good first ball.
Tucks him up in the air, should be taken, and it will be taken. Well, there you go. It's not a wicket of his first this time, but maybe just a little bit quicker, perhaps, than the likes of Khan when Khan was going for the shorter stuff. And Usman Najib gets the big wicket. Russian Williams was looking good while he was out there, but he gets tested with a short delivery, and it's a good short ball. Doesn't give him too much room, and this time the plan works, and Manan Ali is there to hold on to the catch.
Yeah, and well done to Najib again. Yeah, he's got an argument for bowler of the tournament so far, just in the first 5 and a bit games, because he just seems to have this knack hurrying good players up. And you can see there, Raishan doesn't get his head inside the line of the ball. He has to go fetch it from outside his eye line, doesn't get the contact. So yeah, second comes right after first, as Buzz Aldrin used to say, and a wicket's a wicket. But I love, Najib. We'd love to get Ross Taylor, who we haven't seen face the ball yet. That's one thing about the Icons. It's a great opportunity for them. Ross is genuine in his desire to develop young cricketers and to develop them into the professional game. But also, I think for the Icons, they've got a bit of a target on their back every time they go out there. So everyone wants to get their wicket. We saw William Singh Nalisa get Kevin O'Brien yesterday, the Nii Vanuatu getting the Irishman. Anyway, this is Baisley coming out. It'll be a wide first up. Baisley is built for power. This guy's played a lot of big bash cricket. It's big Queenslander. They're burly, the Queenslanders.
Gets tested with one that's going across his body there. They've got the third bat, but they have removed now the close catches that they had. Remember, at one point, they did have a first and a second slip. Understandable, as we are outside of that power play now. Here comes Jeeban. He goes for the same area again, and once again, he just misses his line, but only just.
But you know what? He got out twice nicking, chasing some wider balls yesterday, Baisley, and I think that's a bit of a tactic to see if you can just get him to get a feather on early. They don't mind if it's a wide necessarily. You know who he reminds me of? Baisley's probably a bit more of a batting all-rounder than the man I'm going to talk about, but Michael Kasparovich, another Queenslander, just kind of tall, imposing physically. And Baisley, I don't think we've seen the best of him with a bat just yet. Found a way to get out yesterday.
Once again, you're right, they're targeting that area outside the off stump. At the moment, it just looks a little bit uncomfortable with the ball in that area. I wonder if it's worth, would you gamble and put like a first or a second slip in there?
Yeah, don't know if it's coincidence or not, but he has been a bit of a nicker so far. And sometimes the cricket gods aren't with you and you nick a couple in a row. But, Baisley, yet to get off the mark.
And, he does get that snick. Oh, Vinny.
Rico.
Vinny.
Oh, gee whiz. Well, Rico's the new captain of the world. Move over Ross Taylor. Well, I suppose Zanjula could have put it in, but yeah, not using the middle of the bat just yet, Baisley. Lucky one. It wasn't too far from the keeper. It was just out of his range, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably just dipping a little as well. I don't know if you get a good look at this. Yeah, you can see it's on the way down, but can't get there. But first slip would have had it, Vin.
Yeah, you called it.
No, what an over this has been so far, by the way. Incredible. And it looks like he's going to finish it well as well. So I know there was a couple of wides there, but he knew what he was doing, didn't he? That's what it was all about. Knew what he was doing, he knew what the plan was, and he did get that snick, wouldn't take the wicket, but just a 3 of this over so far.
And Ross Taylor just boxed his first ball out. Still got the quite fine third, and that's something I thought would come into vogue, and I think a lot of the captains have learned that already, that these nicks need to be protected.
No is the shout. There's a fantastic over, comes to an end. Quite incredible. Well, Usman Najib, well bowled, 1 for 3 in that one. And at the halfway point, 111, they've slowed down a little, 76 for 3.
Yeah, and well, it gives us a chance to welcome you up to the Dream Box, where we'll be spending a lot of time over the next few weeks. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Max Moset. My pleasure to welcome Rico Full to the Western Shield in 2025. We missed you yesterday, but I know you had duties in Multi, had a long commute as well to get here yesterday, but I know you were catching up with the action, and it was next level stuff, wasn't it? Can you believe right now, we're calling Ross Taylor, Kevin O'Brien, these kinds of players. Max O'Dowd, of course, is here as well.
It's sensational. It really is. here at the Cardamom Oval, we've together had so many firsts, so many amazing moments. And I think yesterday and this week is the start of another. This is just the talent that we're seeing at the moment is quite outstanding.
This is going to be up and over the top from Baisley, and he's going to get 6. Well, he's slowly working his way towards the middle of the bat. Again, that's kind of off the outside half, but it's good enough. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, well, Anjula, his first ball off, his second will go over the offside. I've got a fielder out there, and that's a good shot. I mean, you've got to get that absolutely right. And Baisley, who's been, you can say he's been in a bit of trouble, comes out with a pressure releasing hit. Now he gets wrapped on the pad, taking this on, in comes the throw.
Ooh.
Ooh, this one would have been close. I think he probably would have got there, Ross Taylor, but he was being well tested.
I'd hate to see Ross Taylor be victim of the infamous Cartama bat plug. If you try and slide your bat on the grass surrounding the pitch, sometimes it just jams in. And we've seen many, we've even seen like a pole vault run out dismissal once. Amy Brown Carrera.
We've seen some good ones.
I just think he would have been out here. Let's have a look. Yeah, I don't think that bat was down just yet.
Yeah, he wasn't able to get the bat in front. He sort of went sideways, didn't he? So, yeah, I think if that hit, that was a chance. Jula making some changes in the field.
Quality to quality. Over 100 first-class wickets for Anjula, running into Ross Taylor, the icon.
That's a great shot. Really quick hands. He's onto that very quickly. Whips it away. And it'll be 6 runs. Interesting, just before that ball, they did bring third up. And I think that was to push another fielder back on the boundary leg side. But it doesn't stop Taylor playing the shot. That was an outstanding hit.
Well, this is how we got out last night. It's such a brilliantly timed flick. And he's just got these magical wrists. Ross Taylor, it was a feature of his international career. And that was just a little tap. But I suppose, you know, if he hits on the bat in a less than optimum position, maybe it does go to a fielder. So I think that might have been a bit of a plan. The fielder was lurking, but he had to watch it go over his head.
Jula, back he comes again. This time Fuller. It's almost a full toss. Just check the height on this one as well. I think it gets called straight away. So no ball for over the waist high. And Jula will now have to bowl the free hit delivery. So the batters will be looking to capitalise on this.
Yeah, Baisley, just what he needs at this stage of his innings as well. Get the freebie. I wonder if he maybe takes a little sneak step across. Free hit coming up.
He hits it pretty well. Fielders should stop that, and they do very well. Brilliant fielding. Acrobatically done out there. Standards are going to be so high here, Vinny. Sensational.
And they have been.
He hits it well, but what a stop.
Very few twos out there. Very, very few. And you see these players are so good at throwing from any position as well. Throw from their knees, throw from the seat of their pants if they need to. That was very, very well done.
A slightly slower delivery, but he does drag onto the leg side, and that gets put away as well. So Ross Taylor, he certainly is eyeing up the leg side. Maybe doesn't get this as well as he would have liked, especially when there's a little bit of pace of it, but it's still enough to get it over those fielders.
Yeah, slower ball, but he picks it. Brilliant timing once again. I mentioned it was like a real tough live net session almost last night. The Taylor's getting a real, you know, getting all the fire under lights. We know it's slightly different as well, these lights at the Cardamom Oval, but yeah, he just comes and looks in complete control so far, doesn't he, here? Great work. I think it might have been Danny that's found that ball, one of the ball retrievers here.
It was like a little ferret in there.
Maybe it's not actually. Got a couple of new ball retrievers here. It's been nice to get to know them. Well, there's Team Europe turned up with Corey Rutgers at the helm, of course. Rasmus Shigwell didn't get a go yesterday. Hopefully we see him in the tide today. Hey, I was just thinking quickly as we get to the end of the over, and Jula will finish with a pretty respectable 1 for 30. I think if you 30s, you kind of target you're trying to beat. I think if you're a bowler, try to go 20s or less, but I think 1 for 30 is a pretty good effort. 99 for 3 after 6. But I think with Ross Taylor deciding to bat first, another factor in that with his 2 wrist spinners. They've got 2 wrist spinners in Peter Hatsoglu and Jack Wood that I think with an extra kind of hour or so of sunshine, the field dries out, the ball becomes a little bit easier to grip. So I think it's a pretty intelligent move to bat first. So there's one issue you have sometimes with the ball getting a little bit heavier as it's harder to hit further, but I just don't think that's a problem for these players. And we know these Grizzly balls, they don't take on as much water as the other brand we used to use. So.
I think I agree with you. I think we've noticed that certainly most of last year when we used the Grizzly balls, and they don't get heavier. You know, some balls the leather tends to soak up the moisture. I don't think you find that with these. And of course, the other thing is, Vinny, that it's not very often you use the same ball for 10 overs.
Yeah.
We lose a few.
Yeah, that's right. I've got a random question for you then early, as we'll see Haroon Ashad coming back, and Haroon has...
He's the hat-trick
hero.
hero.
He took the hat-trick of the last 3 balls, so I suppose that could have been for 4 in a row. I was going to say, though, if you're trying to find a replacement ball, should the referees have a little kind of bowl of water that they put the ball in and before they throw it out there?
Yeah, just put a damp
Or they
rag
have to roll,
over it. So
they have to roll it on the ground.
Like for like.
Just dip it. How many dips has it had? It's 4 overs old. Dip it 4 times.
In comes a shot again, and he gets this one, and is there a snick on it? It is. The umpire gives it out, and he's going to have to depart. And, well, James basically doesn't look too happy about it, but I think it's more disappointment on his part than anything else, because, I mean, it's a pretty short delivery, isn't it? Short, but again, tucks him up a little, doesn't give him the room that he wants, and it's another wicket for the hat-trick hero of yesterday. Haroon Ashad gets the wicket.
Good effort from Haroon. And again, Baisley, the feet don't really go anywhere. It's a definite noise. It was pretty big noise, actually. I heard it in the effects mic, and it's hard to think it could be anything but the bat. Let's have a look on the replay. See, it was just shortish. It just tries to kind of flay it away over point. That's excellent.
Yeah, no doubt there from the bowler. I mean, Ashad, he wants it straight away. The wicketkeeper does well, and a good work also there for Shahan Agha. Holds on to the catch, and, well, Baisley does go, and Baisley hasn't been able to go blazingly at the moment. He's having a few issues out there at the moment. 8 for 6 with the score on 100. The 4th wicket goes down. And, well, it's a bit of a miscue from the new batter. And this is Ben Kalitz, who comes out and gets off the mark straight away. He scored 29 of 12 yesterday.
Ben is one of the few players in this World 11 that have Cardimer Oval experience. He's Canadian, but he has played a lot in Ireland, and he played for CIYMS. He actually came in for Championship Week in the ECL a couple of years ago. So good to see him back, and he played a quite important role in getting his team close last night.
Ashad now to Ross Taylor. This is a wicket that he'd love to have. And get it with that ball. That's been hit so well. The timing of this, I mean, the power. That's what this is here. You can see he's got this in between 2 fielders on that boundary. Square leg mid-wicket. Haven't got too much to do to try and get there, but he's timed this so well that look at how quickly it ends up to the fence.
The thing with Ross Taylor, he kind of did it before it was cool, being able to play this shot, picking up the length of the ball. And it's almost like he was targeting that gap, that he knew where that gap was, and he knew no matter what the line of it, that he was good enough to find it. And that was a brilliant piece of batting. He's 19 off 8. 100's up now as well in this over.
One should go to the fielder, and once again, good standards in the field. Excellent work. He's been good out there, hasn't he, Manan Allen? And Ali making sure that he stops this one as well. He makes the stop. And shades go flying off. There might be just a bit of a boundary check here, but I think from where I was watching, he manages to get the hand onto the ball and then clear the legs from hitting the rope. So well done from him. Has to pick up the pieces of his shades there, though.
I think there's no issue there with the stop. But yeah, almost, again, Taylor knows where that gap is, and he almost gets it past the field. He knew he had to get it backward, so more behind him.
It's good running as well. That's the other thing you've got to focus on. These guys, they run well. And it goes wider and too wide. I like the idea, though, from Haroon Ashad. I mean, up until that delivery, he's really attacked. He's gone full to Taylor. And this time around, he wants to just go a little bit wide outside the off. He wants to get him playing a different shot. He's got the catchers in now as well. See, third has come up into a catching position. But he just goes a little bit too wide on this occasion. Ashad looking to finish the over well. Just a 9 from it so far. 1 for 9. Well, his balls are wide. Oh, that was a big wide, Vinny. And
He knows it, I think.
yeah, look at it. The expression says it all. He should have left that one alone. It's the end of the over, and it ends up being a very good over from Hoon Arshad, who continues with the good work that he did last night when he took the hat-trick. The only hat-trick we've seen in the Western Shield.
Hey, you know, you're a good player when you're good enough to hit those. That was really wide. But anyway, that's the end of the over. 108 for 4. And don't forget that following on from this Western Shield, we have 3 more days after today. And then, after 4 more sleeps, we are into ECL, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. It was the original tournament that put ECN on the map back in 2019. It's the 5th edition. We're wondering this year maybe we'll have our first repeat champions with 3 of the 4 previous champions qualified. And this is only for champion teams of European countries.
Yeah.
We have 35 clubs from 33 countries, and they're grouped into 5-team groups coming up. Starting Monday, starting now, we've got Callets hooking a 4 as Gus just kind of digs it in and pays the price. Yeah, so that ECL, we've got 7 groups of 5. Each 3 days is like a mini tournament. That's why I really love it. The finals days every 3 days. It's a crazy kind of format, but you've got these players that, let's be honest, some of them it might be their only trip to the Cartamo Oval ever. If they're playing for their clubs, these aren't international players most of the time. It's a great experience.
It's a better delivery. No, it's the call here. It's a good heavy length delivery, which this occasion, Ben Kalitz can't get anything on. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think when you talk to the players and the clubs involved in that European Cricket League, we call it the Champions League of Cricket. It's their opportunity to become stars.
Yeah.
If you come out here and you perform well, anything can happen. How many players we've known that have come here and then found themselves playing in the national team? That one also well bowled. It should just be a single.
The other thing is, for example, this Western Shield, at least the teams know, all right, we've got 12 games. So if it doesn't go for me, like take a Baisley, for example, he's just got the nicking disease at the moment. He could still come good. He could still bang a big 100 somewhere along the line. But for the ECL teams, they only get 4 games. 2 days, basically. And there's no guarantees that you'll make it to day 3 in the finals. So yeah, they spend all year thinking about it, and then 2 days will decide.
And that's been crunched. Nobody's getting anywhere near that. He goes, takes him on. Das Adnan decides he's going to bang it in. But he's ready and waiting, Ross Taylor, as he fires that one away for another big 6.
Yeah, again, picks up length so quickly. Just kind of holds his weight. Clean swing of the bat. Up and into the jungle. Quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. No, it's been pretty hectic, as you'd imagine. But blanket hello to everyone. If you'd like a special hello, then you can make a comment now. We've got people watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, from all around the world.
Slow ball, well bowled, good delivery. And no goals. Probably might be a bit disappointed he wasn't able to field this himself, actually, but yeah, cleverly disguised. And you see Ross Taylor gets it. Bat pad. And we'll get the single and hands it straight back over now to the left-hander, Ben Kalitz. Round the wicket to the lefty. And yeah, good delivery. Can't do too much with the ball that's been put in that area. That's another single.
I think it's the end of the over as well, so that's 121 for 4. It's just one thing I don't think the bowlers did very well yesterday is hit that block hole. We saw a lot of kind of overcooked full tosses. Attempted Yorkers gone wrong. A few that were kind of a metre too short that were just step hit. But I think you can see it's a good tactic, even to the good players. You can see Taylor having to respect a ball that's jammed in the block hole. Didn't have any length to work with. Callets there, likewise. And yeah, 2 overs remaining, and yeah, they're pretty much on an even pace. I called 145 par. Yesterday it was 150, so I mean, yeah, probably that 150 is the minimum you're looking at scoring if you're batting first.
See the shadows as the sun here in Andalusia is making its way up in for another beautiful day. As Arshad will continue. It's hit pretty well. It's going to get in the gap there. They've got 2 men out on that leg side boundary to Kalitz, and that's quite a sort of a behind square mid-wicket, but he plays that beautifully in the gap, 4 runs.
Yeah, British and Irish 11 here as well. I've got a rematch of the first match against the European 11. They went down yesterday, only narrowly. B&I 0-3.
That was an amazing match yesterday. I mean,
the start was insane.
There were
5 wickets in 2.5 overs.
First 2 balls, 2 wickets. Slightly shorter, but he's onto it properly. A little bit of the MJ, a little bit of the oh, as he gets this away. Fabulous footwork. He's onto it like a flash. It's going to be 6 runs. And the World 11, they're looking to get a big finish in the last over and a half here to try and get them up to that 150 plus score.
Yeah, make or break kind of finish here. And I will say that some of the newer ball retrievers probably need to take a little, they need to do the introductory class. I think the introductory class should just be watching when Indy got hit in the head from 6 that hit him 100 metres away.
Yeah.
Don't try and catch him, just chase him. He's not trained for it. 10 balls to come.
Hit firmly to your fielder. That's just going to be a single. You'll take that.
I mean, look, I'm expecting it to be really close with these 4 teams. Obviously, teams going to have their kind of slips in their surges. But if Asia could go 4-0 here and beat the world twice, that's really, I reckon that puts them comfortably to the top of the pack. Yeah. Has everyone else fighting for a second. 4 now. Still plenty of time, obviously, each team playing 12 matches.
Taylor, 28 of 12, back on strike. Be looking once again to go over that leg side.
Go time.
Goes straight down the ground, catching opportunity. And taken, really good catch. Watch that all the way, dear Danjula. You can see that he's a player that has played a good, high level of professional cricket. Sees it, gets his eyes on it, and he keeps his eyes on it. One captain to another. And Ross Taylor will depart for 28 off the unlucky 13. And it is Anjula who takes a tremendous catch. Yeah,
brilliant catch under pressure. He knew the gravity of the moment, I'm sure, Anjula. Ross Taylor tries to go downtown, but it gets stuck uptown, doesn't he? Just gets under it, doesn't get the middle of the bat on it. Was down towards the bottom, knew he was in trouble straight away, but Anjula kept his cool. He set high standards for his fielders. It's something, I suppose, if you go back a generation in the Asian cricket playing countries, the fielding wasn't really a huge focus. It was a bit of an afterthought, but I think you can see this Asian 11, they're setting really high standards and achieving them in the field. Looks like Peter Hatzoglu.
What's happened to the bowler here?
He fell over in his first step.
What happened there? Well, he was having a little play with himself there.
So anyway. I didn't see Hatzoglu get a hit. I know he hits them well. Doesn't get too many opportunities in professional cricket.
That's going to be a wide ball.
Hatzoglu's a real handful with his spin. Is a leg spinner. He actually bowls at really good pace as well. And it's going to extract and has extracted a lot of bounce out of this pitch. Yeah, that was... I don't think I've ever seen a bowler go down that early in their run-up.
Well, it obviously he's moved the antenna because it's got the radar wrong. And the wide followed, but I'm sure he's put that right now. And he comes in again. Well bowled again from Arshad. He's bowling well. I like what he's doing. It's not just his variation, Vinny, but even the length he's bowling. You see how he varies that length?
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes
it's unpredictable.
Shorter. Yeah, exactly. And that's what you got to be.
Hey, I know that Ian in the chat has put in that I did an ECL podcast preview with him. Maybe you want to put the link in the chat, Ian. That's no problem at all. And if people want to have a listen to it, it's about an hour or so. Obviously going through 35 teams. If you have a bit of time and a break today, you can listen to that podcast, TPL Cricket Show. All right, last ball of the night. Arshad bowled well, 2 for 22 plus this.
Really good delivery. And that's what we're just talking about him. And maybe he's going to be my candidate of the old, I often like to say a bowler's got all the variations. It's a bit like the old packet of Bombay mix. But he's certainly got a bit of Bombay mix about him. It's a little bit of everything. And again, very good figures. Star performance from him too for 22.
It's an awkward ball because I don't know what you're meant to do with it. And Khaled, it looks leg side, but there's a little bit of kind of away seam. Took it away from his outside edge and he couldn't make contact. And Najib still got an over. I mean, they're really well set up here, Asia. I think they're ahead for me. Although the run rate is more or less 15 and over. And Hatzoglu, again, he gets another opportunity here. First time we've seen him with the stick, I think. And he's going to have to face the Najib Express. Here we go, 10th overtime.
Yeah, just good areas in that corridor of uncertainty in the off stump, and it's a swing and a miss. And if they don't get the 150 here, they'll be bitterly disappointed, I think.
Yeah, but these two, when they played last night, obviously it was a pretty tight contest. And the score 147 to 137. But that was under lights. You expect maybe a few more runs in the daytime.
Somebody's been picking some of those Sumas or some of those trees, I think.
Delicious.
Yeah, very nice. Well, that's very nice as well. Boom! Shotgun lug here. Well, that's going to end up some part of that hill. Call it the Tesla hill at the other side there, but he's got hold of that. And this time a bit closer to the body, but good hit. Straight out the middle. 6 runs. They need a few more of those. 140 on the board now.
Yeah, well struck that time. He says, don't you worry about the Arabian Express coming in at me. I've got you covered. And he sends the train back down the other side of the tracks. 140 up now, 4 to come. Can they get the 150? Oh,
What a hit.
oh no.
Well, that's a great hit. I mean, the bowler probably hasn't even lifted his head up to see it. Almost give him a haircut. Well, short off the top is maybe what Najib requested here, and he gets it. Look at this. This is whizzed past him. And probably just don't get all of that, but that's not far from him. That's a lovely hit.
I'm so happy for Najib that he hasn't been hit by that. He had as close to no reaction time as possible. And the gods were looking after him. He gets to bowl another ball.
There it goes short, is up in the air. It's that slower short delivery. Catching opportunity will be taken. 100% record with all the catching so far. And it's another one that will be caught out there on that leg side boundary. Well held. And also, I suppose, well bowled. It's a slower. It's that off-speed short delivery. Look at the fingers rolled on that. It's beautifully picked up there by 2 circles, our production partner. And as a result of that, he gets done by the deceived by the pace, doesn't get the middle, slices it up, and the rest is history. Simple catch taken there by Suleiman Safi.
Yeah, clever bowling, slightly off speed, dug it into the pitch, and Hatsoglu, you could see the contact on the bat. Just kind of that top half of the bat ends up holding out, but still productive over so far. Hatsoglu does get a 6 and a 4 before he is no more, and the score 144 for 6.
Have we got
And
brothers?
Yeah, we do have it. Yeah, we got Max Hatsoglu. He kept really well last night, I thought, under lights. Also pretty good bat. Yeah, I know he plays Victoria Premier Cricket, which is a good standard of cricket. He does a lot of coaching as well, Max. And yeah, trying to carve out a name for himself here. All right, 2 to come.
Call through for a quick single. I think that catch is a little bit off the bat. 2 brothers, 1 bat's left. That's right.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? I know that Max says that he's faced more of Peter than anyone. So Peter had a really interesting kind of rise through the grade cricketing ranks and found himself playing Big Bash cricket, despite not having played a lot of first grade cricket. You know, he played some lower grades not too long before that, and yeah, he's forged his way into the professional game. And Max has got a lot of potential, I think, as a keeper and a bat. Last ball.
And it will go for 6 runs, and that 150 will get on the board. 151 it will be, as that one gets sent away. And Ben Kalitz, he'll finish on 24. And this match, similarly to the ones we saw yesterday, is going to be, I'm sure, another very close encounter. Needed that boundary, I think, getting past that 150 mark. I mean, that's big for the batting side. And it can also play that sort of mental mind games with the team that's going to be batting second on this occasion. Of course, it will be the Asian 11. They seem to be pretty happy with themselves. I mean, it's been a good performance in the field. I think bowlers, they're always going to be under pressure when you're out there, especially against the caliber of batters that we're going to see. So you've got to be at your best. You've got to have those variations, the slower deliveries, the shorter deliveries. And they've done well, and the fielders have taken the catches as well. So Asian 11, they'll be happy with their performance. Likewise, I think World 11 getting to that 150 was pretty key.
It's genuine par total, isn't it? So I suppose we'll see if the Asia bats can come out and handle the heat. It was Wood came out with Trump deciding to bat Ryshan Williams at 3, and he was required after Trump hit a couple of decent shots. He got castled. So yeah, it's kind of there and thereabouts. Could I suggest we might even have our first golden ball Western Shield match here? Because really, for me, it's too close to call it the halfway point.
Well, you and I both did it there in Malta. Now we're combining it together. Can we do it here at the Cardamom Oval for the first time here, the Western Shield? It's going to happen at some point. Could it be today? Could it be this match? We'll have to wait and see. I think it's what we saw from this match. What I'd like to see and say is that very quickly, a lot of these players that haven't probably played this format, how quickly they've adapted to it. With the batters, they know you've got to go out there and get game straight away. We saw that from Joshua Trump, 2 big sixes, then he gets out. But all the batters, it's not about the fear of getting out. It's about getting onto that ball, getting the boundaries, getting a good strike rate. And if you're out, you're out. Somebody else takes over. And with the bowlers, it's almost like their mindset is, we know what's going to happen. We know we're going to be attacked. But can we find, if not the one, maybe the 2 balls and over that doesn't go to a boundary? That could make a big combined difference at the end of the match. And I think you saw both sides demonstrate that very well in this earlier contest in that innings. The batters, they did what they had to do. They were super aggressive. And the bowlers, they did what they had to do. And once again, Haroon Arshad, I think he bowled particularly well. A hat-trick hero of last night. Remember, he took 4 for 39 yesterday. And here he is here again, once again, in the wickets. 2 for 22. And Usman Najib also takes 2 for 19 from Najib. He continues to bowl well. I know that Vinny was very impressed with him yesterday. Good hitting and, got to say, good bowling at times as well, which means that this match is very evenly poised. That was that short ball right towards the end there from Najib, which was well picked up. And that one also was pretty close to one of the helpers. Yeah, I think Vinny's right. Just watch him go by. Don't try and catch him. Don't try and take that catch, because you could end up in a bit of trouble maybe. Liking the slow-mos as well, but this was that very clever slower delivery from Najib there when he was under attack. Looked away, lovely, beautifully captured by the 2 circles when he just rolls his finger on that one. And then this towards the end, the 6, which takes him past that 150 mark. And I think that's what you're looking to do here. You're looking to say, right, we've got to give ourselves some runs on the board to try and protect. And I think if you go with 150, and you know that a couple of good overs maybe from yourself out there can make a big difference in the outcome of the match. We'll have a quick look at the scorecard there. And the good contributions from a number of players. Jack Wood, 24 from him. Williams played some good shots, 4 sixes and 2 fours for his 34. Ross Taylor, also the captain. He was finding his rhythm, especially picking up the ball and sending it over cow corner. 3 big sixes for him on his way to 28. And then at the end there, the left-hander, Ben Klitz, 24 for the 10 balls that he faced. And on the bowling front, I think all the bowlers did stick to it. Suman Khan, his second over was the expensive one. Went for 25, even though his first over 19, but he did take that wicket, didn't he? I think Adnan can be pretty happy with his spell. I think with all the other bowlers as well, I think Vinny's quite right. If in this format against this dangerous caliber of batsman you're going to come up against, if you can bowl your 2 overs in and you go for 31, I think you've done okay. So I think the rest of those bowlers, I think, will be happy with that. Najib and Arshad, though, once again, stealing the show. So we're going to leave you with the mid-match summary. I'm Rico Full, and alongside me this morning is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu. We'll be back in under 15 minutes' time for the reply. And it's going to be going to be a very exciting one as well, I think. Ross Taylor will be hoping that his guys can deliver, his bowlers can deliver, and they can defend that 151 they put on the board. So join us back in about 10 minutes' time for the reply of the Asian 11. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
The Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. You're having a look at the beautiful Cardamom Oval. It's the field of dreams of cricketers around the world, and it's bringing you the Western Shield. We are of course in Spain, in Andalusia, in the region of Malaga. And that is where all the action is happening at the moment, and action is the word, as once again these two teams, they don't let us down. Once again it's another score around that 150 mark. That means that this is the bonus point equation, that if the fielding team can restrict the batting side to 105 or less, they will have a chance of taking all the points. Whereas, of course, if Team Asia is able to get the runs in 7 overs, they could take all 4 points from this contest. We haven't seen a 4-pointer yet. Yesterday, it was 3-1. Most of the matches we saw, so that 4 points could be pretty vital when it comes down to, of course, the teams that finish in the top 2. That will, of course, then go on and play the big final. That's a long way away yet. A lot of cricket to play, and I think there are a lot of batters and bowlers that are still waiting for their time to rise and shine. And certainly, I hope you've all risen and are shining this morning, ready for another great action-packed entertainment here. It's time now to see how the Asian 11 can go about things here. They're looking to pace themselves, I think. Remember, they do have at the moment a 100% record for every team that have won all their matches. The other teams, apart from the British and Irish 11, have won a match and lost a match. British and Irish 11 will be hoping for a better day today. They can register their first win. Dodd with the ball. And it's going to be up, and it's going, and it will go. Goes all, just checking, I think, on the boundary here. Does it go all the way or not? I suspect it does. But we'll have a look. You see the umpires are just checking where it goes. But this guy yesterday, he started with an incredible knock, didn't he? Yunus Ahmadzai, 72 of 21 in that win against Europe. And he was instrumental in getting them there. Is that one? Yeah, 6 runs. I thought it was always going to get away from the fielders. There's the signal from the umpire. Umpire Shub puts him up. So yeah, Ahmadzai's want to try and get early. He's got Shetty there at the other end. And this one is going to be a thick edge, and we'll go for 4. Oh, 6 and 4, hungry for more, maybe Yunus Ahmadzai. Though he gets a little bit of luck, hay poquito de suerte ahí. Un montón de suerte, pero tienes 4 carreras, 4 more. And some changes being made in the field here now. Looks like the fielder who is posted behind square for the shorter ball comes up, and they do push a third back. Catching position. They're moving one across. He still wants that. Still wants a catcher in. He wants a genuine slip in. So he's going to about second slip. And this one is going to be a bit too wide. So I think he bends his back a little bit here. Does Joshua Dodd. A little bit of extra pace, but keeping that ball outside that off stump to Yunus. Field at the moment, just 3 on that leg side, all inside the circle, so it's almost like he's challenging Yunus to go on the leg side. And it's another swing miss. Yunus does, if we have a look at this again, you'll see that Yunus does make an initial early movement towards the offside. It's like he's trying to bring that shot into play. There he goes there, but good bowling. Just thinks, I don't care where you're going. I'm keeping the ball in this corridor. And it's another swing and a miss. Perfect bowling. Gets it exactly where he wants to. And again, he's joining up the dots here. Good comeback this from Dodd. I mean, sometimes bowlers can get frustrated when first 2 balls go for a boundary, especially if one of them is an edge. But Dodd is keeping himself well focused, just trying to hit that one over the mid-off. You can see he wasn't really trying to hit across the line, trying to hit through the ball. Gone. Gets his man. Exceptional comeback from Dodd. Might have got a little bit of an inside edge on this. We'll probably have a look from the replay, but Dodd gets a breakthrough. And unfortunately, Yunus Ahmadzai, he got a little bit lucky, didn't he? But his luck has run out. And that is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly 5 ball. Chug the hutte. As the first wicket goes down. 11 come together to celebrate that. Let's see this again. It's a good pace. And it goes back. And just, he does chop that onto his stumps. It's not the best of shots, really. Should have really been looking to try and guide and play this on the offside. So Yunus will go. The stumps are knocked over. And Dodd gets the breakthrough. Good time to welcome back Biddy Sandhu.
Yeah, no luck for Ahmadzai, but I've got to say I really love the tactics there and the captaincy. And these cricket brains being put together, producing some pretty clever stuff. So there were only 3 on the leg side. You might say, why is he trying to hit the leg side? But there were 3 on the leg side. They were all up in the circle. When they moved the third back, they basically took this deep square leg over.
Yeah.
And they said, we're just going to leave it a big gap. Oh, that would have been an amazing catch. Shafiq has been in form at number 3. He deliberately dabs it and he kind of picks the tiniest of gaps between the keeper, Tromp, and looks like Max Hatsoglu is in there, who went flying away. Just have a look at this. This is a close call for Shafiq first ball. Well,
I mean, you can say, is he lucky or is he just very clever and knows what he's doing? Which one do you think
You can be both. You don't have to choose one. End of the first over, 15 for 1. Said in the first half that this game had a bit of a golden ball feel about it. We talked about the golden ball tingle. And we haven't had one in a Western Shield before. 19 matches since the golden ball. We came into this tournament with 14. Yeah, so the tactics were really clever there. So there were 0 outfielders on the leg side. There were only 3 fielders of your 9 available on the leg side. That's why Yunus, who likes that, by the way, that's his strength, leg side. But the bowling had to be spot on to, and Dodd, who's played South African first-class cricket, he's a good cricketer. He was smart enough to execute the plan and end up getting the chop on. Here's Baisley in over number 2.
It's a bit of a miscue from the batter. That's going to be the first ball that out of Shetty faces. He does get off the mark. And they're keeping the pressure on, though, with the field there. You can see that once again, you've got a catcher in. So Williams is there in sort of around, you would say, sort of that second slip area. Backward point is in catching. Then they've got a sweeper out the offside. So no third on the boundary. It's Baisley again. And that's hit down the ground. That's a good clean hit. You haven't got any player back. So both mid-on, mid-off are inside that 30-yard circle, and that's been hit beautifully down the ground. 6 runs, good hit. And this is a guy who's been in sensational form. Yesterday, he was just exceptional. Scored 124 runs in the day. We saw him score a 40 in this contest, and last match of the day, 40 of 14. He's scored a fine half-century to player match performance in the win against the British and Irish 11, and he goes big again. Shaba, kinna sona, shaka lag gaya. Que va que genial, que grande. Es a golpe muy dulce, más dulce de tarta de chocolate. Is that 6 more?
Yeah, it slips out now, and Max is going to come in mid-wicket. I say Dodd, who we didn't talk about him yesterday, but he did a really, really good job with the ball in particular. But yeah, he's actually born in Port Elizabeth, which is actually where Daniel Dorkaya was born as well, from Team Europe. Of course, we'll see Daniel probably in the next game, except it's not called Port Elizabeth anymore. Wild swing and a miss this time from Shafiq. But you know what it's called now? It's called Bertha.
What?
Yeah, you heard me right. It's
called Bertha.
Okay, is there a reason for that?
Yeah, because, you know, they've decided they'd like a name that better reflects the... Whoa!
Ooh.
Trampoline time, baby! Remember Slam Ball? Slam Ball was basketball with trampolines, and I do think you could incorporate trampolines into cricket. Probably don't need to if Bay's spotting it that short.
Not only a wide, but that looks to be the
Tell
one
me
for
how
the
my
over.
pronunciation is.
I like the...
Yeah, it's Bertha.
That's very good.
With a capital. Anyway, that's going to be 4 runs from Shafiq, who survived a little bit of a teaser first ball, but he's up, he's ticking. I think if he scores runs, that they're in control of the game, because interesting, there wasn't as much tinkering with orders as I thought there might be yesterday. Yeah, they brought players in and out, but, you know, Shafiq's their 3, he's batting 3.
Yeah, I don't think you want to, you know, good teams don't do that. You know, teams can come in, but if you're coming into the team, then, you know, if you're coming in for a number 3 batter, you bat number 3, and I think at this level, that's what you'll see. Shafiq doesn't quite get that one as he would like, but he looks like and obviously didn't see too much of him yesterday apart from some of the highlight reels, but looks like a very elegant, classy player.
It's the end of the over, and this will be 34 for 1 after 2. Yeah, so what we learned, especially, you know, we do see a certain style of Asian player, which is a real tape ball style, which is very leg side dominant, which is kind of it's deep in the creasy. Let's look at the table. Even though it is early, remember, each team will end up playing 12 matches, and the top 2 will make it through to the final on Sunday night. But that's only one style, the tape ball style. I think what we saw from players like Shafiq yesterday, it wasn't just him though, just good, solid technique and an ability to open up that cover region. That'll be 4 as well. It's inside half for the bat. Shafiq's on a bit of a heater here. And I was also going to mention Arav Shetty, who we saw yesterday at the top of the order. Again, no, very stylish. And cricket technique wins out in the end at this level. If you think you can just slog good bowlers all the time and play one shot, well, they're going to work you out pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's I suppose the difference here is you can see that Shafiq, he knows that there's nobody out there on the leg side, and this time though it was an opportunity to play that shot. I mean, in that last over that Dodd bowled, he kept that ball religiously outside the off, didn't give the option to Yunus Ahmadzai to play that kind of shot. So he hasn't got the field set for it. The field now does change. They do push one back on that leg side. It doesn't matter though, there's nobody here. Oh, this is just immaculate hitting. It really is. It's quite brutal actually, as that's another monster strike that goes all the way for 6.
Yeah, well, Dodd rocks in and just kind of bowls this into the pitch, doesn't he? It's maybe a bit short of a length. Let's have a look at that. Kind of spots the length early and launches it up and over the leg side. 6 runs. It's
almost like this guy, he likes the pace on. I wonder if, well, what we haven't seen too much of actually, spin. No spin, of course, in that first match. So maybe spin could be the key, because Shafiq, he likes the pace on. That's what he's showing here at the moment. And, it gives himself a little bit of room, but that's well bowled also from Dodd. Doesn't see that early move and get tempted to go at the stumps, because I think that's exactly what Shafiq was looking for, and he would have probably whipped that away in that gap on the leg side. So Dodd gets a chance now to have a go. Shetty has just faced the 1 ball, which was a bit of a miscue on the leg side. I wonder if he tests him with that shorter delivery first up. So reaching for this, and it will be called wide by umpire Shub. Shout out to the umpires, the Grizzly men, or the men in black as we call them here at Cardamom. Shub there, and Stefan Cooch. Is that square?
Yeah, got to stay ahead of that rate. Probably want 50 power play. Looks like they're on target for that, maybe even a few more.
And catching opportunity, not going to drop this. And I wonder if that's a slightly slow delivery there from Dodd, because Arav Shetty looked like he played that limit too early, and that's an easy catch. I think it was slower. Look at the way that ball is spinning around there. I think he's rolled, he's wrapped his fingers around it. The shot's been played early, catches a shot, and you're not going to be dropping those. Straight into the safe hands of the fielder. Catch taken there by Peter. And batter will depart. Disappointment as one goes, and it's Suleiman Safi who makes his way out into the middle.
Yeah, poor Shetty. He just didn't get any to strike, did he? And when he did, he mishit one mid-off up. I don't mind that. The mid-off up in the circle. Sometimes if it's a bit of a tower that loops up in the air, maybe the mid-off can turn around and catch it. But he didn't have to move too far that time. Safi gets a hit at number 4. This game, toing and froing. It's in that what we've been calling the Goldilocks zone, which is when you're between the 40% and 60% with the odds. And so, yeah, 55%, 45% right now. Asia ahead, but not by much. Left-hander, Safi to face up.
Safi taking his time to get his guy and has a look around. Looks at where those field are. A bit of movement in that field. Sticking with the 4 on the leg side, just one outside the circle. No run, dot. That's the fielding. Keeps it to a dot.
Yeah, can't call this one yet. World 11 certainly don't want to go 0-2 to the Asia 11. Another way you can look at this is that each team has kind of a 4-game series against each opponent. So I'm curious to see who wins these bilaterals, if you think of it that way.
And he goes for it, but he could find that fielder who's out there, who's been lurking, and he holds on to it. And it's going to be a 2-ball duck for Suleiman Safi. They set the trap, and he couldn't resist. Gives the opportunity, and the catch is taken. And there's going to be the old... Or the batter is going to have to make his way. And right now, with that wicket going, World 11 will feel that they definitely hold the upper hand, but they've still got the very talented Furkan Shafiq at the other end. He just needs a partner.
Yeah, it's never timed it at all, did he, Safi? He'd be frustrated. If you can't be good, be quick, as they say in the classics. It's a 2-ball Derek, although Derek is still on holiday. Some people were suggesting he was getting a beak job yesterday. But anyway, Safi, he's probably not smiling. He has to go, and it's 46 for 3.
Dodd taking his 3rd wicket. Nice simple catch there to Romario Roach. Had plenty of. He's one of those that's up there for so long. That's, you know, you just got to keep your mind blank and say focus on taking the catch. He does. He takes it. New batter comes out. You get a chance to see Manan Ali, who fielded very well on the boundary for a large part of that first innings. Let's see what he can do here with the bat.
Here comes Manan, and I'll be hoping that he can provide some support. Shafiq can't do it on his own. Here's Peter Hatzoglu. I think you'll enjoy watching him. Fresh off winning the Big Bash not too long ago. Just a couple of weeks ago, probably. Here we go with over number 4.
And, oh, how's this missed? How's this missed? Well, the bowler was sure, Hatzoglu, that he's got his man here. I thought he had it. Look at this. I mean, he's played right around it. He's gone through the gap, and somehow the ball has not hit the bails.
Oh, yeah. It's that extra bounce he gets, though. It wasn't his friend that time, the extra bounce. But look at the work he gets on the ball. Look at the overspin he gets on the ball. Peter Hatzoglu. Very close call first up.
Oh, gets hold of this, and that one's going to keep going. It's another one that's going to have to be found out there in the overgrowth. That's somewhere near that palm tree over there. Big hit, 6 runs. Just goes a little bit fuller this time and allows the batter to get a good stride into the shot. And over it goes.
Yeah, well played. The thing about Hatzoglu, he's not a huge kind of side spinner of the ball. You'll see a lot of balls hurry on, kind of challenge the inside edge, really, of the right-hander, who might play for a bit of turn. But that was a nice shot. Ali, after a close call, he gets 6.
That is big. Oh, it's a biggie. Strays down the leg side. He goes a little bit quicker, Hatzoglu, but it goes even quicker off the bat as he strays his line. That's 6 runs. Boom! Shakalugya.
This is an interesting way to play it as well, because you say, all right, I'm not worried about turn. I'm just playing this on length, basically. And he goes horizontal bat, basically like a standing sweep over square leg. And that one was right out of the screws. That's ugly. Let's see kind of how he responds to this. Will he maybe slow one up a bit? Will he try and tempt the batter to come forward, maybe into an error? You got mid-off still up in the circle. You got kind of cover floating back. I think they're going to find a new ball, to be honest.
That was a bit of a...
Well, might have been found. That's well done.
Is it the right
But you
ball?
know that when we get to week 3, you find a ball in the jungle. But is it the ball or is it a ball?
That's right.
It's like an Easter egg hunt. All right. Here's that Soglu.
High up in the air, catchable. Who's going to get there? And taken. Testing with the short ball. And it's another one that's going to go. The two brothers combining here. Both the Hazoglus come together, and it's the end of Mananali, who gets a couple of boundaries away, and now we depart. But it's that slightly shorter. This one does pop up. You mentioned he gets good bounces. The extra bounce here. Bouncing up, doesn't get under it, doesn't control it. Up it goes. Well, Peter does the bowling, and Max does the catching.
Yeah, fantastic catch. Max Hatzoglu showing his versatility. Did brilliantly with the gloves last night. But again, they've got a couple of different options there. Trump's got that job today. In this game, at least, Mananali goes strange kind of innings, really. Mace goes 0-6-6 out. But it's that ball which, I mean, for another spinner, that'd be a filthy half tracker. But with Hatzoglu, with the pace that he bowls at and the extra bounce through the overspin that he delivers, it turns out to kind of challenge the top edge of the bat. And yeah, just a little bit of a discussion, I think, non-verbally between Raishon Williams and Max Hatzoglu about whose catch that is. But it's a brotherly dismissal, isn't it? The Hatzoglu family will be very, very thrilled down in Melbourne, I'm sure.
Bit of brotherly love as the captain, Kavishka and Jula, comes out. I think this, for me now, is a pretty key partnership. Jula batted well the last two knocks he had yesterday, getting into the 30s. And, of course, we know all about how good that Furkan Shafiq was yesterday. So, big partnership, this. To say, well, that looked like Sturge. Has he still got his tash?
Can't miss him, can you? The Sturge. The handlebar.
Ooh.
He's all right. That's Skander Sharma, who he came in. He's based in the US. And yeah, excited to see a bit more of him as the tournament rolls on. He already starts pretty low to the ground, to Skander. A good sense of the Cardamom Oval there.
Yeah, a little bit, still a little bit dewy. That sun, the hazy cloud, just keeping the most of the might of the sun away for now. That's another catching opportunity, and it's been made to look easy. Really, hasn't it? And that's James Basley who's out there, and it's a simple catch where he just takes a couple of steps to get himself in position. And that's the big wicket they needed. Furkan Shafiq will go, but he's been kept off strike for a while, hasn't he? Whether that's the frustration, but just doesn't get the elevation. He gives a sniff to Basley, and Basley takes it.
Yeah, Basley ball, we haven't quite seen it with the bat yet, but he's certainly still a bit of an action magnet, isn't he? And it'll be a double strike for Peter Hatzoglu after getting struck twice before he picked up that wicket of Mananali. Gets the dangerous Shafiq for 33. It's a good contribution from Furkan, but he knows there's still plenty of work to do. It's the end of 4 overs, and it's 60 for 5.
Yeah, so what I was saying was probably going to be a key partnership there for the Asian 11. It doesn't last very long, and now is going to be Shahan Agha, the wicket-keeper batter, who's going to have to support his captain out there in the middle.
I think they're well on top now, and yeah, 78% listed. Because the thing is, they're actually at the rate, but those 5 wickets in 4 overs, this is really going to test the batting depth of Asia in a way we haven't seen before. I'll give you an interesting stat from yesterday as well. The wickets rate, wickets per innings, what I mean is, what's the average amount of wickets that fall in 10 overs? It was off the charts. A normal amount is kind of 5 to 5.5.
Yeah.
Yesterday at one point it was up to about 7.5 and it finished the day at 6.2. But once you get under the 6s, yeah, we're seeing a lot of wickets as well as a lot of runs. I think this is Wood coming in. He loses the handle on the first one. But I think there's a couple of things here. It's the batters are really dialing up to 11 in the aggression. And they don't mind, you know, if you get out, you get out. Someone else will take your place. The real crime's wasting time. And also the fielding standards have been so good.
It's going to be another wide. He goes too far outside the off, this time down the leg
You saw
side.
how it started with Europe losing 5 wickets in 2.5 overs, but still putting, what was it, 165 on the board. You will see the teams in probably 10 minutes or so for that next game rematch against the British and Irish 11.
I mean, they lost yesterday. So in the first 15 balls, they lost five wickets.
28 for 5.
And
they still got 100,
like
and they got 165.
That's quite remarkable.
But
But you think you're right. These guys, they know that. That's what I was saying in that interval. They understand how this game works. The batters know what they've got to be
selfless.
Do. Yeah.
Got to be selfless. No one likes getting out, but you need to risk your wicket to get the biscuit. Wood's control just hasn't been here so far. A little case of the morning afters, perhaps. He's a very good bowler, though. Again, that's the wrist spin, the variation he provides. He's got a wrong end, but just hasn't had the line length where he's wanted it so far. I've got to tell you about a term that got thrown about yesterday. I'd like to get your thoughts. Because the European approach, the way they recovered from that 28 for 5 to 165, cause ball. It's the way that he instructs them to play. Cause ball. Corey Ruck is the coach.
Corey will like that. And, well, the batter will like this because he gets plenty
Car?
of this.
Cole!
Oh, well, I tell you what, it's a good job that cube is there.
Oh,
Otherwise,
boy.
Microlino was in trouble.
I like that the car has like a security guard with no fielding training or cricket training. And he's not 10 metres tall. So what's he meant to do? Oh, that went right on the roof of the cube that's protecting the Tic Tac car, the Microlino. Oh, I'm actually meant to interview Kevin O'Brien in that car later on, and I almost had to do it with a smashed windscreen. Anyway, Wood's actually quietly come back to a little bit more accurate at the same time. Yeah, it's a cause ball. And he retired out Daniel Dorkaya yesterday. Retired him out the 5 over mark. I actually picked it a couple of balls before, 17 off 12. Not afraid of wickets.
Just takes the wide there. It's clever from the batter. Doesn't want to spoil it. This is Aga, who's yet to get off the mark. I mean, he's got his line wrong, but he hasn't been punished, has he? Wood. See, once again there, he's just a single. So Aga not quite happening. So these extra runs, these 3-4 wides actually in the over, have come in pretty handy.
Not great for the clock. I mean, the clock's been really good so far. There's the car, and don't be fooled by the net in front of it. That's not between the ground. Or is it? Oh, there is a net in front of it. Well, that's a good step in the right direction. Anyway, this is in the right direction for Anjula. I called him the Michael Bevan. That's crashed onto the roof. There's so many things to hit around this ground. Collect them all. It's the end of the 5th over, and Asia, they are ahead of the rate, but they have lost 5 wickets. It's 80 for 5 after 5. Anjula just gets deep in the crease, lifts it up. Wood just kind of lost it a little bit at the beginning end of the over. Let's welcome you to the commentary box, though. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo here with Rico Full. So many people watching from all around the world. Thanks for all your hellos in the comment section as well. We love to watch it live and see what everyone's doing. I have heard that Matt is in Mandurah and he's having his 40th birthday today, but he said the only problem is we're at the pub and the sound's off. So happy birthday. I hope that you have a great day. And thanks for tuning in. And they're excited because we're only getting started here. We've got 5 weeks of cricket coming your way, and this is only day 2. There's Wood, not able to get to that one. Miss hit from Aga, but I suppose he gets out the way. This is Peter Hatzoglu who's back for a second over.
Yeah, Peter bowled well, and this is going to be a good little challenge now for Vishka. He's got going 15 of 6. That last over from Wood, there he is there doing the fielding. Went for 20, so magical over. But they need to keep that momentum going. Well, what a delivery this is. Look at the bounce on this. We can see side on this as well, because
It's almost a bouncer.
yeah, I mean, look at this.
Follow through from Peter as well.
Good bounce.
I reckon that could be the bouncer.
Oh, it's a good job he keeps 1 foot in.
Yeah.
Back to the live action here. And next one is Played in the gap. That's beautifully timed. I mean, there is fingertips onto it, but it's timed and placed to perfection. That is what we call threading the needle, as Ross Taylor, fingertips to it, can't stop it.
Yeah, just drilled on the ground. And the result, 4 runs.
Nicely played. So Jula maybe holding the key here. And just flicks this away. He won't get it in the gap, though. This is that, I like to call this the old no looky shot, as he just flicks it. But fortunately for him, Williams is sprightly enough to get there and stop the ball going to the boundary. Right, okay, he struggled a little, just a couple of balls he's had, but he needs to help his captain by getting a few away himself. And he swings and misses.
Nice pay.
It's another dot ball. Dot balls are gold dust in this format. Those of you that follow it will know all about that. So great bowling this from Peter. Yeah, I love the way he spins that ball around him before he gets into his action. And this is just going to be just a single. Well, he's coming back. He wants to go for it. That's very good running.
How did he get there?
Very good running. He backs himself. I think he's probably thinking to himself, Vinny, here, guy, that look, I'm not getting any boundaries away. So if I'm out, I'm out. I just got to go for it. And I think he also wants to make sure that he gets his captain on strike at the end of the over. So I think this is really good cricket. He knows he's running to the danger end, but he just says, look, I'm going. He doesn't even look. He doesn't even look to see where the ball is. He just says, I'm going. I've got to do it. I've got to do this for my team.
Yeah. I think there you see he does make it. Oh, does he? Oh. Oh. I mean, is that bail out of the groove? It might be out. Wow. He is out. That's unbelievable, actually. It was out by about a microsecond. They called it. It didn't really get a great bat extension, but oh, well, you can actually see, and he still hasn't reached the line there, so you could argue, is that bail still maybe in contact with the stumps? But yeah, he's out.
Wow.
So what was great running is now foolish running, especially with 5 out. It really live, because the bails didn't really fly, or they did eventually, but by the time they flew, he was well in. But you can see when the bails first disturbed, he was out by maybe 7-8 centimetres. He hadn't quite made the line. So Aga probably rethinking his life decisions, but he's the 6th to go, and Asia 87 for 6 after 6. That came out of nowhere, didn't it?
Yeah, I actually still don't think it's the worst thing. I think he knew he was struggling, and he thought, you know what, I'm going to gamble. And you know what he has done? Okay, what he has done is made sure that his captain is on strike for the start of this over, and that could be key. I mean, if this ends up being a big over, then you could go back to that sort of, you could say maybe he sacrificed his wicket.
Yeah, maybe.
For the good of his team.
I mean, with 5 out. I mean, if you World 11 go up and kiss the camera, because he'd never give that out live. It was, yeah. One thing we'll say about Aga, he didn't really get a good stretch in. You know, it wasn't a great stretch. Obviously, he didn't dive. A dive would have saved him. Even more of a stretch would have saved him, but
we're going to see a little bit of Romario Roach with the ball. And he knows he's going to be under attack on the word go here from Vishka Anjula, who knows that he's got to keep up with this rate. It's just gone up to about 16. He gets this one through. Good pace.
They're all over him like a rash here. They might even have a little sneaky of, yeah, if they can roll these last 4, you could take all 4 points from here. They still need about 20 runs, 19 or 20 runs, Asia. And you are getting guys out there. Okay, you've still got Anjula. That's obviously going to be a bit of an obstacle. But if you can get him, who knows?
It's probably going to be a wide ball, it is. Got to be a bit careful with this line that he's bowling. I mean, he's got a backward point back, but he hasn't got anybody at third. So there's no third on the boundary. So if the batter chooses to just try and guide this in there, a big gap between the keeper and you've got the short third in there. It could be 4 runs. He plays this out in the offside. Nice looking shot, but just going to be a single. So Arshad We know all about Hoon Arshad with the ball. But what can he do with the bat? I reckon there's a few. That will be after his scalp, that's for sure.
What a chance for some of the Asia lower order batters to make a name for themselves as well. I mean, the rate's 17. It's not out of sight. Yeah, Jula there. I mean, Arshad, he's in mostly for his bowling, but we get a chance to see what he can do with the bat. Weston Williams, by the way, was the one that threw the ball into Josh Tromp.
It's up in the air, and it's gonna just drop short. Comes in sliding, tries to slide in with the one hand, sliding along the ground to see if the ball would just kindly fall into it. It doesn't.
This would have been a great catch. I mean, he knew he just had to get on his skates, and he did, and he gave himself half a chance, and just kind of hurls himself at the ball, Wood, but not able to grasp it.
Again, gets scuffed at, and it turns down the single there as well, I think. So pressure starting to build as that rate starts to go. Rate starts to climb higher.
Is there a final twist in this game? I mean, World 11, 96%. Surely they're not dropping it from here.
And leans into this one. That's quite a great shot. You know, sometimes they say, when you're out there batting, it's just about balance and getting the power into the shot, getting the weight into it. Well, he gets all of this, doesn't Jula? Look at the way he leans into this one, and over it goes. That's going only one way, that's 6. So he's the key here. Maybe the key, maybe not for the win here, though it's still not impossible, but certainly for making sure that they at least go away from this with a point. To get past that 106 at this point.
It's a remarkable shot. He wrote it, didn't he? He kind of just, his weight transfer was at the precise moment to get that to fly.
Are we going to see anything special here from Anjula? He flicks this away, and he's going to get a boundary here as well as he shuffles right across his stumps. And I think that's given his leg buys at the end, so it doesn't get bat onto it. But you can see what he was trying. He was always looking to do that, though. All right, no bat, but you can see what the plan was. He knows the opportunity is there for the boundary, and he gets it. That brings the 100 up at the end of the 7th over. 100 for 6.
Hey, coming up next, don't forget, we've got a rematch of match 1. I'll be interested to see actually who's favourite for that, because we don't think there's too much between the two teams. So, okay, this is what the supercomputer's saying Europe favourite, 61%. Okay, over British and Irish 11, okay. Obviously only 3 games to go on for British and Irish 11 so far. But I don't know. I think it's a bit closer than that, if I'm completely honest. I think that B&I will certainly want to come back. I don't know if we've got the teams listed officially yet, but just looking at what I think they'll do, I think that Sumarez having a rest for B&I, as well as Sam Keeling Wright, Mackenzie Jones, and they've put 3 different paces in. Seb Allison comes back with Tommy Sturgis, Josh Wilson. So that's what I'm seeing for Europe. I think the Razman Shigawal comes in. Hamza Saleem Dar back in after he missed the second game. Fayaz Khan gets an opportunity after he played only the first game. And the outs. Sikander Zulfikar having a rest, so Noah Crows will be the captain. Daniel Dorkaye is sitting this one out. And so Sajid Afridi. So that's what I've got. Hopefully we'll give you the full lineups pretty shortly.
Good start here from James Weasley. Good heavy length. I mean, that ball is around chest high, very difficult to get away. One is called wide by the square leg umpire. He's obviously feeling that this is going over the head of the batter. So not only is that going to be a wide, it's the one for the over. He can't bowl another short one. So yeah, over the head says square leg. Wide ball call. Bowler doesn't seem too happy about it, but he's got to accept it. It's played away. He's trying to get it in the gap, and he won't. Tremendous save on the boundary there. That's Joshua Dodd. Who says that fast bowlers can't field? Well, this is a good example of it. The game has changed, folks. It has changed an awful lot. And how about this? That is marvellous from Dodd. Brilliant bit of fielding on the boundary.
Yeah, well done. Just had to judge that last bounce. Did it pretty well.
Excellent save. Vishka, boundaries is what he's after. He's kind of wide here as that strays onto the leg side. So inching closer to getting a point, but with, you can see they're needing 18 per over here now. It's still not impossible. We've seen this. As you see, well, that's the in Europe having a warm-up, and one man who is warm, but he's going to have to make his way back because he finds the hands of the fielder right on the boundary. Here's the captain, Kavishka Angula. He had to go big. He had to find the boundary ropes, but instead he finds the fielder, and it's that man Dodd, after making a magnificent save on the boundary. This time he's there to just pluck that one out of the skies quite easily. And Vishka Angula will go for 31 or 15.
It's a big wicket, isn't it? He was a set batter. He was playing that holding it together role. He will go for 31. So we are getting down towards the bottom of the lineup. But hey, you know, they've got a few big boys out there, Asian 11 with the ball. Maybe they can come and whack a few sixes because this game isn't out of sight just yet. But as Angula goes, the equation 48 of 15 still required. Captain's having a good time here, though, in Spain. As he departs, it's 104 for 7.
Yeah, he's done well. That's another score in the 30s. 3 on the spin. He'd just be disappointed that he couldn't just get a few more centimetres in the air on that one and clear the boundary. So new batter comes in, taking a long time to get ready here, Vinny, and I reckon that time could be an issue. We could find. I reckon this could be. I reckon this is 5. I reckon this is going to be 5 runs going on to the World 11 score, because let's see what they think about it. He's got to be ready to face that ball within 60 seconds.
I reckon he might have just made it. That one is up. It's just going to get over the fielder. Hatsoglu, he's a tall man, and he has to watch it up and over the top. Well fielded in the crowd, by the way. Good rocket throw back.
I want to know whether that's 6 or 1.
Yeah,
because it could be a minus 5.
He gave a little kind of what looked like a 5 signal, but I think he was just saying, right, you're good, because he might have just beaten the clock. Yeah, you're right. You've got to be ready, so you can't still be putting your gloves on and etc.
Ready to face the ball.
Yeah.
Anyway, basically,
so it's not an 11 or not a 1 yet. It would be a 1, wouldn't it? We have seen, so things bad making a duck. We've seen people make basically like -3, -4, even -5. 5-run penalty for being late, and then you don't score any runs.
Suman Khan is the batter who's swinging wild to see if he can get a few more Maximos. And it's that slower short delivery which he gets bats onto ball and take a single, and Ashad will have to walk back to the other end because it is the end of the over. They do and have at least secured a point, but it looks like they could be heading for their first loss here.
But, you know, it's a team game, and you look at the World 11 bowlers. Okay, Wood went for 20 and kind of didn't have control, but you look at the other bowlers that have used, no one's gone for more than 30 off their 2. So Dodd, 2 overs, 3 for 27. Basley, 1 for 30. Roach, 1 over, only for 13. Hatsoglu, 2 for 21. It all stacks up. Now, having said that, this could be undone in 1 over because there's 2 overs left, 41 required. You just need someone. Suman Khan, for example, I know he's listed 11 on the team sheet. He's come out a couple of slots higher, and he has already hit a 6, though. Basically, if they hit half these balls for 6, they'll win.
It's struck well, but it will just get to the fielder. Roach bowls a good heavy length, doesn't he? He's not going to allow you to be driving him down the ground, hitting the ball for 6. And that's one thing I've noticed so far in this first match. I don't know if that was the case yesterday, Vinny, but there's no half volleys out there. Batters aren't. Batters haven't been allowed to hit straight down the ground.
Bowling in general has been a bit more accurate today. You can understand first day, foreign conditions, obviously coming into the artificial cricket pitch as well. Romario actually had success with his tactic yesterday after had a bit of a tactical talk. And I know sometimes it works, a lot of the times it doesn't, but just because he's generally swinging the ball right to left, so he's accentuating that movement. Yeah, he's making an awkward angle basically. So he's almost starting the ball outside leg and getting the ball to swing away. So if you're trying to clip it, you're battling the movement. It's over the wicket though to left here.
It's good bowling. He wants to give himself some room, doesn't he? There's Salman Khan, and you can see that Romario Roach is saying, nah, you're having none of it. I'm going to follow you. That's good bowling. And, winning this little contest quite easily is Roach. Khan has shown he has got the power. Oh, he's going to get a boundary here, as that is a thick edge that flies to the boundary. 4 runs. Looking to cut this one away. It doesn't matter how they get him, as long as they get him. So can he keep them going into the last over? Can he keep them still in with a shout? That's the question.
Even you hit 2 sixes here, you still need 23. 23 is better than 33.
It's that pretty well, but it's just going to be a single. You can see that the World 11, they applaud every time the ball's not going to the boundary.
Yeah, World 11. Morning after the night before, they've come out, and I think they've done enough now for Asia. Okay, not the end of the world for them. Still a very good start, 3-1. You know, you'll have your ups, you'll have your downs during the week.
Well, that's gone up, and all the way. Seis Carreras, an acrobatic attempt once again out there in the field. He almost does like a cartwheel as he ends up coming down, but that goes all the way. That's beautifully struck, and that will be 6 runs.
Yeah, just looking ahead as well to the schedules for these two. Asia have a huge day. Actually play matches 1, 3, and 5. This is what's coming up next, though. European 11 taking on B&I. I mentioned those ins. Rasmal Shigwar comes in for his first game. I think Alison Wilson and Sturgis coming back in, but they all had a bit of a taste of it yesterday. Hamza, we didn't really see too much of him. But one other thing is that Skata Zulfiqar is taking a rest, so Noah Crows gets the chance to captain Europe. So nice for him. And also Max O'Dowd, he'll be thrilled, I think, to get another go at the top of the order. And
I think both. I mean, Noah Crows and Max O'Dowd, of course. I mean, it's got 2 ducks yesterday. Remember, the Royal Duck was how it started with Noah Crows, so he'll be very keen.
Too big to fail, to use Wall Street vernacular. Anyway, here's Wood, who didn't bowl his best over first time out, but he's going to come back and bowl the last. So, okay.
28 required then.
Trusting him to defend 28. Back him to do it.
That's going to be a wide. So that's 1 less. That's an issue that he has had. I think he bowled 4 wides in his first over, so that takes it down to 27. And that is 6. That smashed straight down the ground. That smashes into the side screen just below where the camera folks from 2 circles are positioned, but he's absolutely clobbered that swing out of the middle of that bag.
Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. As a wrist spinner, Wood didn't really in his first over. Is it a risk to bowl him here? Surely he's got enough runs to play with. 21 or 5 required.
He goes in the same direction again, and he's going to get the same result.
Oh.
Boom! Shakalagya. Well, that also is sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than the bowler. Rasmalai. This game has taken a twist.
Well, coming home, wet sail. So can Sumon be a hero? 15 off 4 required now.
And this one is gonna go for 4. It's 4 more. The fielder, well, that's a Sikandar Sharma, who was trying to stop the boundary. Well, he's rocking and rolling and diving all over the place. Cautious to Kitty, but Jokalagya, what a game. He got it now, 11 from 3.
Couldn't afford to miss. That kind of, it's like a slap sweep, wasn't it? So 11 off 3. This game will stay alive no matter what happens this ball. 6 and a 4. 6 and a 4 for a tie. 2 sixes to win. So it's basically boundary or bust. Sumon, he's breadcrumbing us here. Do we have a finish?
Wicketkeeper goes back.
We'll just have to keep it on the field. 2 to come.
And
it's good, you know.
It's called.
Oh, no!
Oh! Well, the umpire, Stephen Goose, looks long and hard at it.
Boy.
And in the end, decides that
I think it's straight over the line, if I'm honest. But look, okay, game's still alive. Here we go.
Short, hits it. Gear, and it's been dropped, but it's not a boundary. That's the key. The catch goes down, but he saves the boundary, and Ben Kalitz saves the day. Oh, this is, have a look at this. I mean, it doesn't check. It's
check it though. Check it. Foot.
He's let go of it. He lands. He's not touching the ball. What a save!
Oh, that's crazy.
Match-winning save.
I was going to say it's clever. Trump went back because he knows there's no point keeping up because it's only a boundary that hurts you. So why do I need to keep up? What if a deflection goes past me? So that's actually quite good lateral thinking from the keeper. So close yet so far. Woods just got us landed on the pitch. He doesn't, and so that's 8 off 1. Now, if he bowls one more wide, the game comes back to life. But I think we're losing the patient. You can pound on the chest as much as you like. No. Wood just needs to bowl. He can't bowl underarm, but he needs to bowl it straight. 7 to tie, last ball.
And that's it pretty well. It will go for 6. And look at the reaction there from Salman Khan the other end, because he knows that if he could have just got another inch or two on the ball that was saved on the boundary there by Ben Kalitz, then it could have been a different result. In the end, how close they get. 151 to 150. What a match, everybody. What a match.
Not exactly a confidence booster for Wood, who, by the way, is a brilliant bowler. But he just, in that game, he didn't have it. Wrist spin, I think it's the most unnatural physical movements you could do as a career. But anyway, what a great effort from Sumon. He finishes 30 off 12. But look, in the end, World 11, they had the runs on the board. They had enough. Again, we gravitate around that 150, which seems to be kind of shaping up as an average run rate. 151 to 150. The last over goes for 26, but it's not quite enough. The World 11 get some revenge for last night. They kind of square their mini-series with Asia 1-all. And Asian 11, they taste defeat for the first time at the Cardimer Oval.
Yeah, and a sensational game. We thought it was done and dusted. But, well, you saw there that Salman Khan, he had other ideas. Sensational hitting from him. But you got to say, that one, maybe it was one in the field with that super save there.
I'm just checking my messages. I think we're still on target to start that game, but the first ball's in 10 minutes, so don't go too far. Let's show you these highlights. If there is a delay, we'll let you know as soon as we can. As plenty of mutual respect between these two teams, no doubt. That a dilly-dally battle last night for Asia. The question was, could they stand up with the bat? Got to say, their top order would be a bit disappointed. I think you look at their top 5 and only Shafiq made it past 10. But credit to the world, they kind of held their nerve even as things were getting a bit hairy at the end. I suppose the hard work win in middle overs where they were able to pick up some of those key wickets paid off in the end.
Yeah, it's about not panicking, isn't it? And I think that's one thing when you're playing at this level. And a lot of these players, they've been there before, they've been in pressure situations, and you just don't panic. You know, there's going to be some good shots. You're up against good players, but you got to just execute your plans. And I think on this occasion, though they got a scare right there towards the end, World 11 were able to do so. That was a good bit of bowling, slow ball, and don't forget those magnificent bowling figures there from Dodd. I think he was superb. He bowled with pace, he bowled with firepower, and he was intelligent as well. He knew when to use the slower deliveries. 3 for 27 from him. And this one, yeah, they just managed to look. You can see that it's just kept themselves in the game, even to the last moment. And you never know if a few things went their way. Who knows? Remember, there was that brilliant save on the boundary from Dodd. You know, looked like it was going for 4. He made that save. Those little things
100%.
make the difference.
Yeah, definitely. But, you know, it's just setting us up for what's going to be a great day. And that's only the first match of 5, so don't go too far. You expect the fielding standards to be high, and they were. You can see that really hurt Shafiq, who, once again, top scored for his side, 33 at number 3. This was the one you thought maybe said, look, I'm not hitting him great, I'm just going to take my chances. Still looked like he'd made it in real time, but the replay showed he was fractionally short. And Trump with good quick hands to lift the bail before the batter had made his ground. That's the stop you were talking about, where Dodd put his body on the line. That 2 runs could have been the difference between success and failure in the game. And then Sumon, 1-800-dialer hero. He was listed at number 11. Needed to take the last one magical and bigly magical. In the end, he scored 26 of it, but it wasn't quite enough. And the consolation towards the end. This was a huge moment, wasn't it? As this last over was shaping up. And then we saw this get hit, and we saw he's got to be getting a bit nervous here, Wood. He's having a good tournament. But Kallett saved the day, didn't he?
Yeah.
Presence of mind to get rid of the ball before he stepped over the line. That pretty much took it out of reach for Asia, despite 7 effectively off the last ball, wide than a 6. They still fall 1 run short. Final score, 151 to 150.
Yeah, marvellous scenes though also from the players, not just on the field of play there, but also back in the dugouts congratulating each other. I mean, these guys, they love their cricket, and what they're making sure is that we're enjoying some sensational action from the Cardham Oval. Quick look then at the scorecard. The top order didn't really click. Once again, it was Shafiq that had to do the hard work. He was caught brilliantly on the boundary by Baisley. You can see Shafiq was disappointed when he got out because he knew that that could have been a key. But then there was the captain, Vishka and Jula. Nice 27 of 15 from him. He also getting caught on the boundary, just needed to go a little bit more elevation on it. But then right at the end, well, what about that knock? It's unexpected really from Salman Khan, 30 of 12. And only some brilliant bit of fielding from Ben Khalid that made sure that World 11 would get that victory.
I'm not saying anything about a delay, so we might have time to, I don't know, step out of the box, breathe 3 times and come back in. So we'll be back very, very shortly for the next one. It'll be Europe taking on the British and Irish 11 when we return in a jiffy to Spain for more Western Shield.
The Western Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company here out in the middle of the Cardham Oval in the beautiful Andalusia region of Spain. Coming up next, we have match number 7. We'll be lucky if one of these two teams is actually a rematch of match 1 and also a rematch, of course, of last year's Western Shield in Portugal. It's going to be the European 11 taking on the British and Irish 11 here. The two captains are with Ian Ramage, the tournament referee, and the giant coin. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Europe, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. British and Irish, you're the away team, you'll call.
Dream 11.
It's been called Dream 11. It's come down, Dream 11. You won the toss.
We'll have a bat.
Okay, toss won by British and Irish. Who will bat first?
So it is Kevin O'Brien who has won the toss, and well, like his counterpart Ross Taylor of the World 11 this morning, he has elected to bat first. So a slight change of strategy we're seeing here on day 2. And you might have noticed there was Noah Crows at the toss for Europe as well. He will be captaining the side. Sikandar Zulfikar, the regular captain, is having a rest. But for the British and Irish 11, it's a big game for them, because if they don't win this, they're 0-4 and they're kind of rooted to the bottom of the table. Not that they don't have time to turn it around, but certainly I think this is a stage of the tournament where it's a new day. They'll just hope they can go out there. I still think there's more runs in their top order than we've seen. Although we have seen some players in good form. Niels Priestley, I think, batted really well on day 1. Counterpart, kind of Seamus Lynch at the top, hasn't been able to get anything going. So maybe it'll change for them. For Europe, obviously, I think we'll see Max O'Dowd being given more of an opportunity today. I know he had a late night before yesterday and only got to face a couple of balls in the day. So he's a bit of a sleeping giant, I think, the icon for Europe. Well, one man that's a giant of ECN commentary, and that's no secret to all of our wonderful viewers. It's Rico Full who'll take you to the first ball of match number 7. And it will be the BIXI team, the British and Irish 11, who are batting first after winning their toss. Let's see if they can go big.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maxwell, Vinny Sandu. Just listening to the anthem. Wonderful. Rise and shine as the players. What a wonderful feeling is for them. I can hear the words of the anthem. They got the crowd in the fan zone applauding them as they take the field, going down the famous Cartama steps, ready to do battle. Once more, the European 11 taking on the British and Irish 11. Remember, these two teams started things off yesterday, and they know all about each other and playing in the Western Shield. Remember that last year it was played there in Portugal, and it was the British and Irish 11 that won 6-3 against the European 11. But of course, this time we've got Asia and the World 11 in the battle as well for top teams and top players. Razman Shugwell, he's a top player. We've seen him play fantastic cricket in Austria. In the side, Hamza Salim Dar from Barcelona. What a powerful player he is. He holds the record for the highest individual score on the network. Faiz Khan coming into the side as well. 61% to 39. I mean, that's big time in favour of the European 11. Based on, of course, the victory yesterday, but it wasn't that close. I mean, it was only thanks to an incredible knock from Shahid Afridi after he got to 70s that rescued the European 11. So let's see how that goes. He is in the side this time around. I'm not sure if he was playing, but he is listed. So let's see how they fare here. So batting first once again, British and Irish 11 winning the toss, elected they will have a bat. So here we go. William Smell face the first, and Jeremy Martins. Remember Jeremy Martins from the ECC, playing for Portugal. He certainly made a fantastic introduction here at the Cartama Oval. And he's a big player, good all-rounder, looking to get his team to a good start. Good start, nice and close, and take the single. Good work from the wicketkeeper there as well. That's Crows who throws this in, and it's a little bit. Oh, he thinks it was pretty close. Maybe we might have a chance to look at it, see if he was right or wrong. Chances there. Let's have a look how close this was. Not that close, but still, if it hit, it certainly would have. Asked the question, but he does get himself in. Good running, good backing up. Connell. Johnny Connell on strike. And that's up in the air, and this one probably will go to the rope. And it will go beyond the rope and bounces into the fan zone. Well, that Grizzly wants a cheeky refreshment from the bar. That's applause for the first boundary in this match. It's a good hit over the offside, powerful hitter. Johnny Connell has got the power. He clears the boundary in the offside pretty easily as the Grizzly does come back. And off it goes. Well, look at that. And wants to get in and mingle with the fans. That's hit hard and down the ground. Nobody's stopping that. Cuatro carreras más. 4 more from the bat of Connell. British and Irish 11 there. And when you look at their team, I suppose you've got to also say that I know it's a different format this time around with 4 teams, not 2, but they are the reigning champions. And just had a blip yesterday, I think. They were all close contests, but they ended up on the wrong side of them. They're looking to come back with a bang. And it's only hitting the ball well at the moment. They're banging it well, as that's going to be another boundary. So 3 boundaries on the spin. 6 and 4 and 4. As Connell slightly slower. Loving the action replay, the slow action replay of that camera there. You can really see how the bowlers are working the ball. The wrist and the fingers come into play. Martins under attack. And fires this one a little bit quicker. Sees the early movement from Connell. And then he just backs himself to put a little bit more zip into it and attack that. The offside, gets that one through. Good dot ball. Let's say good morning to people on the chat. Hello to the ECN Supporters Club in Australia. I hope you're having a good time. Hello to Dave and Paul Kempin. And Thomas Martinez, buenos dias. ¿Qué tal? Eso es 6 carreras. That will go all the way as umpire Sully puts them up in the air. And umpire Suleiman and Shub are the match officials for this one. And that's a good start. It's going to be a magical start for British and Irish 11. 21 off the first over. And it's Connell who's doing the hitting. He's on 20. 5 balls he's faced already. Doesn't quite go to plan for Martins. First over comes to an end, and well, Vinny Sander joins me, and together we'll talk about a very healthy, bumper-looking 2025.
Yeah, we're super excited. I think I worked out that there's 11 places that weren't on the calendar last year, and I think 5 brand new and 6 we have been to before but we're returning, something like that. So stay with us. You know, European Cricket Network on YouTube. We've got like a 48-week season or something like that this year. All right, well, a bit of improvisational stuff from Will Smale here. He's going to get 4. We saw him do this yesterday. He likes to get funky. Yeah, sometimes it's a bit risky and it doesn't pay off, but he changes his mind when he sees the line of the ball. He's looking to go fine leg, then he just kind of hangs the bat out there, picks up 4 runs.
Yeah, well, we are on the Costa del Sol, sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. That's what we're all about. And a bit of cricketainment there as well. And the man is going to bowling. Has he got the fake tattoos on?
Fayaz.
The fake tattoos from Fayaz. And that will go all the way as well. There's going to be 6 more. 6 carreras, and I think we see a bit of a crowd catch. Who's that doing the catching there?
Let's have a look.
Well, there's a big cheer. Catch has been taken. Look at it.
That's Richie over there.
He's saying that's the way you do it.
Richie caught that.
That's the way you do it.
Richie. That's Richie Cunningham. He's our ECN driver. This better be on the camera, otherwise Richie might drive home. Let's have a look. All right, well, okay, we'll have to go back to live, but we are going back to that.
That's going to be another boundary. And, oh, that is so close. So close to hitting the Microlino that is in there. Well, you said there's a net in the way. I don't know. We haven't been close enough to examine ourselves, but for a moment, I thought this was in there for a moment.
If it's anything like the net behind us, I don't think it'll stop the ball. Still haven't had a chance to see if Richie caught that in the crowd.
Oh, he definitely caught it. They went balmy.
Looks a bit like Uncle Fester, people think.
See, that's how cool he
he
was.
plays for the Pirates, you know, down at Europa Point.
And going to be called a wide, so not the start that European 11 wanted, and the British and Irish 11. They want to get off to a cracking start. They want to really put the pressure on. Good call there from the umpire. You can see the ball clearly missing the line.
You're right about Fires' fake sleeve that he's got, the kind of underskins.
High in the air. That will go all the way. What a great shot this is. Look how quickly he gets into position. There's going to be 6 more. There's Williams man looking to cash in this over. Look how quickly he gets into position. Plays that away, gets the ball that he wants, and that one's going to disappear. Well, let's see how productive that net is. I think it goes through. And therefore, the Microlino might have the net around him, but I don't think it will help too. And where's the bodyguard gone? Bodyguard has gone on a coffee break. Well, we might see him now. No, we won't, because this is a catching chance. And dropped. Oh, can you believe it? He never gets in. If you look at this again, folks, look where he is. He never gets the body under it. He's reaching to the side to take the catch. Never gets himself in a good position. And, well, we've seen at this level you've got to take it. You see where he's trying to take that, trying to take it all wrong.
Cully DeMarty had a bit of a shocker in the field yesterday as well. You hate to say it, but a couple of times he wasn't quite up to scratch and just misjudged that. This is hit down the ground, and that is going to go all the way. Maximal, salt in the wound, as Johnny Connell goes straight and long, strong, and 6 runs.
And it's another big over. Can you believe it? The 50 is up, and, well, that means that over, it does, Vinny, goes supersonic. 30 from it.
Oh, boy. But yeah, you just kind of end up too far back and then trying to catch your fingers pointing up. It's hard to do it if you're having to then readjust forwards, and that's why he puts it down. Early days, but these two are 3rd and 4th. Admittedly, Europe have only played 2 matches. British and Irish don't have a win yet. And I want to fix that pretty quick, smart.
Well, a few people saying happy days there for Richie Cunningham taking that catch. All right. Need a good over here to the European 11. A slow ball to start off with, very cleverly bowled. And a dot ball as Jeremy Martins. He goes for 21 in the first. He has been asked to come back and bowl in second straight away by the captain. There's no pros. And that's well bowled. Clever delivery.
Yeah, nice slow ball that Martins has got. It's very subtle. Portuguese pacer. This time slashed away. That's going to crash into the fence. Maximo. Busmail asked to open the batting. Obviously, Seamus Lynch hadn't really performed last couple of games in that position. So Lynch still is in the side. He's listed at 3. But yeah, kind of held his body weight nicely and carved it over point for 6.
Yeah, beautiful execution of that shot. Just love the way he got the shoulders into play, gets those arms wrapped underneath it, gets the elevation. Good shot.
Comeback ball from Martins. It's a slower one. Love to see how he bowls this one, because I think it's something to do with the grip that he starts with. The ball's further in his hand, but it's not that obvious. So it's not a real big roll of the wrist, like a big rolling cutter. We'll definitely keep an eye on him and see if we can just pick up that variation.
Yeah, you're right there. You don't pick it, and that's the danger.
That one's up and that's out of the ground. This time he does pick it, and Smale puts it up over deep mid-wicket for a Maximo. And so I think, yeah, just tries it again. And yeah, lift it up and out of the ground.
Yeah, this time you see he's maybe giving it just a little bit more air, and it gets picked. I think by that time, I think both batters will know that that's one of the go-to balls for Jeremy Martins, and using it within balls of each other. I think batter was waiting and ready, and dispatches that for another big 6. And looks like another ball is going to have to come out, because that one has buried itself in the pampas grass out there.
Finds himself up in the 30s. I mean, 30s is no disgrace. It'll happen. You don't really want to end up in the 40s. That's kind of magical pace you're conceding. But 30 is kind of, I suppose, the benchmark. 15 and over has been the average run rate. This time he puts the pace on, and O'Dowd's going to have to chase it. He's not going to be able to chase it, so Smale. This is the first time we looked to see him turn a start into something more, and at the moment he's looking good.
He's enjoying himself out there as well. Big smiles on his face as he gets that short delivery. You can see that they're keeping the mid-on up in the circle. He gets enough of it. A risk-free shot. And, it's got to be chased and picked up from the fence by Max O'Dowd.
Last ball of the power play coming up. Martin's trying to stay out of the naughty 40s. And this should be gone. Max O'Dowd, the icon, the man, the legend, he takes it. And so Martins gets Smale. Must have put the kibosh on him because I thought he was on for more, but in the end he'll have to fall for 40. Still a very productive power play for B&I, but it does finish on a bit of a downer. The first wicket falls. It's 67 for 1.
Yeah, and well done to Martins. He stuck to his gun. He's trying to get these variations going, and in the end, you can see the head going up in the air there from Smell. Goes a long way up, and well, no doubt, I suppose that having him up in the circle does pay off. Big smiles on his face when he comes up, clutching the Grizzly. But still, look, the wicket does go, but 67 is the score in the power play. The first wicket goes down, so despite the wicket, they're in a good place at the moment, the British and Irish 11.
Good player, isn't he, Will Smale? And yeah, his sister's actually a very, very good cricketer as well, Sophia. So hello to her. She's probably watching, I assume, supporting the bro. And he's in the Glamorgan setup there. And yeah, he's Welsh. Why isn't the English cricket team called England and Wales? Open question. Because otherwise let Wales have their own team. They should get a name. Discuss. I mean, the Ashes Australia versus England and Wales doesn't roll off the tongue quite as easily, but still. I want all my Welsh friends. Pipe up. Because we've had situations here where we have the England 11 at the Carlton Oval. There's been just as many Welshmen as Englishmen.
Yeah, you're right.
But anyway, don't want to start any wars. I mean, they do live pretty peacefully next to each other, so I don't want to start fires I can't put out. Maybe some of my UK friends can enlighten me. It's the smiling assassin, Khalid Amadi, who's coming on. And actually, he's got a great slow ball as well.
Yeah, Khalid Amadi, he's had a good time so far. He took 2 for 32 in the match against Asian 11.
He's been good. Yeah, he's had the ball in his hand.
And 3 for 25 in this match yesterday, the first match. So he was pretty key. So looking to once again be in the wickets.
To see the crowd building up as well. I love it that now it's kind of the word goes out. It's not even any official advertising, although we do have a few kind of billboards around and some advertising about the tournament for the locals. But everyone seems to know when we're coming back, and they all look forward to it. It's a great day out.
Minor adjustments in the field here to Seamus Lynch. Didn't have the best of days yesterday.
To say the least, he's on 3 in a row, Ducks-wise. But McInna will get 6. I bet he's breathing a lot easier after that. Maximo, he needed it, he got it. And Lynch is away.
Yeah, it's lofts this over that mid-wicket boundary.
He made 32, 0 and 0 yesterday. But I suppose he did make 32 against these opponents. Yeah. So he's down number 3. Would it make a difference? Probably not really. I mean, I don't think you change the way you bat that much out of the power play compared to in the power play. Getting some good outswing here, isn't he, Amadi? Haven't seen him go to that slower ball just yet. I suppose he's thinking, well, if the ball's swinging for me, I'm going to try and use that. I don't really need to go to the variation as much.
Yeah, he whips that one through pretty quickly, doesn't he? It's almost like that one is kind of a slingy sort of action.
See if he goes slow or just keeps going with what's been working. Goes with what's been working, and Lynch. That's a sign that's not. He's not quite himself, because I think when Lynch is himself, he hits that straight. But look how he's trying to hit that. He's lost his front shoulder. He's trying to go leg side.
Amadi, can he get another dot ball in here? Lynch, maybe under a bit of pressure.
Another faster one. This one turns out as full toss.
And
that will be the end of the over. So, hey, look, single-digit overs. They're a bit like hen's teeth here at the Western Shield. And that'll be the end of the over. Let's look at the load-up of Amadi here. And, we didn't really see him going to that style ball. But, again, I think he just kind of, it's one thing to have all these plans, but I think sometimes you've got to play it by ear. You see that seam position for the outswing. You can see it just sneaking out a little bit of right to left. But yeah, it's a brilliant over, really. So it's 76 for 1 after 4, and that has certainly brought the run rate down.
Yeah, it certainly has. I mean, we said a very good power play, 67 from it. But then did lose a wicket right at the end of it. So you'd expect it to be maybe a little blip when the new batter comes in.
All right, here sure is. No full toss first up. He was brilliant in this contest yesterday. He's like a, I don't know what to call him. He's like a bustling wrist spinner. He jogs in pretty quick, and he can fire some of these deliveries into the block hole. If he doesn't get it right like any bowler, it can be a bit expensive, and he found that out in the second game. But yeah, he's the MVP, let's not forget, of the Euros of Cricket last year. Another low full toss. This time he doesn't get away with it. Maximal! Hit beautifully over cover from Johnny Connell, 6 runs.
Yeah, well hit. Connell, he's been hitting well at the other end, so while Lynch will take maybe a few balls to get going.
See, the other one comes out of the front of the hand, so it actually spins backwards. But yeah, just it's the difference. It's about a 2-foot length miss. It turns into a big, juicy full toss. I like that Connell hits that straight through the line. Doesn't try and get too bottom handy. Try and drag across it. Anyway, you can see how Asher approaches this as well. If he maybe tosses one up and tempts. Same kind of pace this time. He doesn't time it. Connell will have to settle for a single.
Yeah, one hand coming off the bat, which shows you he doesn't really time this well. He was reaching for that as well.
Yes, Max O'Dowd. Happy to see Max. And if you missed the memo yesterday, Joe Burns was meant to be the icon for European 11. Wishing him well. I know he had to make a last-minute decision. Wow, that's big from the machine. And this is one way I think that I would be playing Shiraz, is just play him not as a spinner, but play him as kind of like a medium pacer.
Yeah.
Because it's quick enough. He's not really challenging you sideways. So Lynch just loads up and takes the ball out of here. 6 runs. Yeah, so yeah, wishing Joe all the best, but he had to make a difficult decision to withdraw very shortly before the tournament. This is a long, long chase, and it's not going to be a successful chase for Fires out there at deep points. That's 4 more. The runs continue to come. Hit a 6 here. That'll be 100 in the first half. But Max has stepped up. He was flown in from South Africa. He only got in midnight before opening morning, and yeah, understandably, Corey decided, all right, Max, sit the first one on the bench, kind of give you a rest. We just got the 2 games. And the second game, he came out there and unfortunately was caught second ball. So expect more from Max today. This is just worked away just wide of long off, and Lynch is going to get 6 more. He's out of the box. When it rains, it pours with the machine. He's up, he's oiled, he's ready to go, and it is the magical 100 off the first 5 overs. 100 for 1. That's a better shot. We saw him get a little bit too leg side thinky when he first came to the crease, Lynch, but he's looking good now, and well, what a start for Bixie. They're 100 for 1 after 5. That's 200 pace. You know what? We haven't seen a 200 in this Western Shield, but we did see a 234 last year in Portugal, and I got a feeling with some of these big hitters, if one of them can make a big score, it could certainly be on again.
Definitely. The rate they're going at is quite fantastic. Even though that last over, there was a couple of those dot balls in there, but what a comeback. That one goes magical. And I think they're in here. And, you know, I was saying at the start of today, you know they're going to come back hard.
Yeah.
After losing those 3 matches yesterday, they're going to come back hard, and they want to get revenge over Europe.
No shortage of talent in their squad, that's for sure. But, yeah, it's just one of those days yesterday. They couldn't buy a win. Anyway, here's a Atif who's bowling the next over, and this is up. It's looped in the air, and it's going to pitch just inside. It's going to be 4. It's not a bad start from Atif at all. Interestingly, they've gone the southern cross field, almost the super southern cross, with 5 outfielders blocking the straight boundary from deep mid-wicket to deep cover. So they've basically got 4 infielders behind the keeper, and then everyone kind of behind the bowler is on the rope. So interesting field. Unfortunately, that edge goes over the keeper and goes for 4. Now, it doesn't matter how many fielders you put straight. When they hit that well, they're going to go the journey. And Connell goes large. Maximal says mas.
Well, Connell, have a look at this. He says, I don't need 2 hands. 1 will do. 1 hand comes completely off the bat here, but he gets plenty of it. 6 more. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I know sometimes when I'm in the box with Corey, we always talk about certain bowlers that bowl and how you have to have a third back to them. And I would say that Mohamed Atif is one of them, but they don't. And as a result of that, Maybe an opportunity gets missed. That's a good comeback delivery. A little bit of extra pace from Atif. He likes it.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I kind of feel, now Corey's obviously has a big hand in the fields that get used, but I kind of feel that 4 outfielders would do the job of 5, and you could still have that first slip back on the boundary. I think it's a wicket-taking position.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, just my thoughts, but obviously they've decided to go a slightly different way. It's always a bit of guesswork, I suppose. But Atif, what an opportunity for him. First time playing in a Team Europe shirt. Goes full this time. Hits the micro gap. That's the thing when you've got 5 fielders.
Yeah.
So basically you've got, think of it this way, you've got deep mid-wicket, long on, straight hit, long off, deep cover. There you find they're all next to each other in a line, like an umbrella. So you wouldn't imagine on the ground. I mean, you'd be ropeable if there was a 4 on the ground between those fielders. They're quite close together. Just spotted a name in the chat. The Nelson's up, by the way. 111 for 1, and Atif's gone for 11. This will go to the deep mid-wicket, who's the outfielder we just spoke of. Yeah, so George Hankins is in the chat, of course, from Hornchurch. He's watching, saying, looking forward to defending our title next week. I know that they're getting very, very excited, not just in the UK. I know that Northern CC are very excited as well. Obviously, they get to come for the first time. There's Rasmus Shigwell doing the fielding at deep mid-wicket. Gets his first game for Team Europe today. Let's ball the over from Atif.
Oh.
Well, they are going to concede 4 here, and they just had a slight field change there. They decided to put the deep backward point back, and it got drilled to where the outfielder was. So like I said, there's a bit of guesswork in it. That was powerfully hit by Johnny Connell. Not a bad over, I think, all things considered, by Atif. Had a good run in the middle, but it started with 4-6, finished with a 4-16 off it. It's 116 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, bowled well, didn't he, Mohamed Atif, yesterday against the XI 11, 2 for 23. Didn't quite get his full quota in because the match got done by then. So it was a surprise that they held him back to bowl his second. So I wonder if they used him a bit earlier here. But still, at the moment here, cracking start from the British and Irish 11.
On for 180. That's what the computer thinks right now. Only 1 wicket Europe's been able to take. And this is hit straight, and it's hit hard. And Lynch, the machine, is watching it land about now, because that is massive. Kind of a slot length from Amadi, and it disappears.
Well, have a look at this. This is going a long way. Boom, shakalaka. That is a biz away super 6. That just keeps going, going, and going. And one thing I notice here is Lynch just seems to have relaxed. There he goes again. And that's what I mean. If you have a look at him playing this shot, he's not rushing into it. He's relaxed. He almost looks like he's so late playing it. Yeah, he's in the zone. Right now, he's in the zone, and he's hitting 6s for fun.
You know, batting's a lot easier when you're on 31 than when you're on 0. Yeah, sometimes just not your day, not your game. But to be fair, it was a bit of a half volley. Amadi surely goes slower ball now. Oh. There it is, but he picks it and he hits it. And so Lynch, he might lap Johnny Connell soon. He's had the strike, he knows what to do with it. The search is on. There's Richard Cox, who I'm sure is noting everything down in his notebook, but that's 3 out of 3. The machine is in action. Here's the slow ball and how Amadi bowls it. Just have a look. It's quite an interesting delivery that he bowls. So he kind of holds it kind of back in his fingers and rolls it. It's kind of almost between his thumb and his index finger. But the thing is, the machine, seeing him so well, he sees the variation, he pops it anyway.
This could be a dangerous over.
4 in a row. Quattro maximals. And really, we haven't seen it. You feel like maybe we will see it at some point this week. I'll put the jinx on, but the 6 6s could be on, and Lynch has joined Connell on 49. He might even win the race to 50.
Jungi good beria, bola no shitter beria. As well, no hay uno, no hay dos, no hay tres, hay cuatro. 6 carreras al junto. Oh.
Thing is, he's used his slow ball, and that got hit too, but I still think slow ball, you've only shown it once. I think the biggest problem here is length. You're giving Lynch a length that he can pick up.
Yeah.
So when Amadi gets the slow ball right, it drops into the block hole. and you kind of haven't been forced to jam. Your forces the batter to jam down on it.
He's got to try and fire in that sort of Yorker length delivery wide of that off stump.
It's kind of lost the swing that he had earlier as well, but mainly it's length. It's kind of step, hit length. Lynch is just almost like a golf swing. He's able to just kind of pick the ball as it's on the rise and sail it over the rope. 140 and still a third of the innings remaining. 210 pace now. Try something different. It's a short ball, and it's actually catchable. Shigawal's going to catch it. Well, that's the ultimate comeback, isn't it? Lynch, I suppose you'd take it on balance. But this is the quicker one, so he decides he's going to go, yeah, I'd say it's a bouncer or bouncer adjacent, and takes it on. I suppose he makes him do something different, so it's 6, 6, 6, 6 and out. And Lynch will fall on 49. It won't be a half century for Seamus, but still, just a sign of what he's able to do. It's 140 for 2.
Yeah, I think when you've hit 4 sixes on the spin, whatever the next ball is, you're going to take it on. I think in a different format, the game, he's not playing that shot. But yeah, he has to go for it. Of course he does. I think it's a dream of every batter to hit 6 sixes in and over, and to see it broadcasted live around the world for the globe to see. So he was going to go for it, and I think that's why that was a decent delivery from Amadi. He's probably thinking to himself, right, what's the hardest one to get away? Right, I'm going to bowl it quick and fast at his body, not giving them room, and see if it pays off. And Rasmal Shigwal takes a comfortable catch to get the breakthrough. 140 for 2. Have a look at the win predictor saying they're 85% in favour of Bixie at the moment. New batter comes in and he goes down the ground as well. Oh, it's a biggie. It's a monster strike. It's 6 runs.
Oh.
And, well, Niels Priestley comes out and bangs the first one right back over the bowler's head.
What an over. 5 sixes and a wicket in the middle. And, yeah, he decides to go slow ball first up. Not too bothered. Priestley has been just so good at coming out and hitting the ball cleanly straight away. I'd say he's hitting it as good as anyone in this tournament. Unfortunately, he hasn't had a lot of support so far. Got Connell at the other end wondering, where's his run? He's been on 49 forever. Anyway, it's 146 for 2.
Oh,
4 days to the ECL. I know that George Hankins is in the chat right now. And yeah, looking forward to seeing him. And yeah, they're part of Group B, a pretty interesting group, by the way.
What a group that's going to be.
Austrian Cricket Tigers are in their group, as well as Al Fateh and Byron. And then 2 English teams in there. Of course, yeah, the ruling is now, if you are a champion or a runner-up, you do get to come back automatically. Let's come back for new over, and it's going to be Hamza Salim Dar comes up. He bangs the first ball in, and Connell smashes it, and that's 50 for Johnny Connell. Brings it up off 16 balls. He was made to wait. It was JC, but yeah, he looks very composed here. Just starting to click a bit more, aren't they? Some with these Bixie bats, and that was a biggie.
Look at the positioning there, mainly of the head. Head stayed dead still, eyes on the ball, and then whacks it away for 6 runs, gets his 50, 55 of 16.
Well, that is up, and that's probably 6 more. It's sailing over the fence. Maximal. Yeah, Hamza, we haven't seen too much of him yet for Team Europe here, but I know he's very keen to do well. I know he was actually unfortunately unavailable for the Western Shield last year. Just had a few issues going into that, so couldn't get on the park. So first time we've seen him playing for Europe. He's keen to do well. It's early in his tournament. Obviously, Europe only playing the 2 matches yesterday, but he's being tested here. Connell on 61. This time's this, but he'll still get 4. And that's a cruel game sometimes. But you can't have the fielders everywhere. It still flies away. Even the computer predicting a 200 now, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that Hamza Salim Dar started the over without any protection at all on that exile boundary. I mean, for that ball, we saw that Fires comes inside to the circle, comes in from that wide sort of backward point position. So they've got 1 bat there now, but the way the ball's being hit, I think he's just playing and toying around with the field.
Lifted up and caught. Excellent catch. Rasmal Shigawal. Not only do you get a ready-made number 3 bat when he comes into the side, but he's also a very good fielder.
Yeah.
And actually, since he's been captaining less, I've seen him out in that position, so he's a bit of a specialist. Saw him playing there for Austria You see that one, bat turns in their hands. It hits low down and kind of inside half of the bat. So that's a big wicket at this stage because Connell was up, and to be honest, he was looking like he might even threaten the 3 figures, but he'll have to go for 65. Hamza Saleem Dar picks up the big wicket, and B&I are now 162 for 3.
Terrific catch there from Razmal Shiguel, and holds on to it. I think even the batter was going to get good warm applause for that knock. He was a little bit surprised that got taken. You can see Johnny Connell was having a look at Razmal, probably more than appreciating and saying, yeah, okay, well done, good catch. But they needed that fielder out there. I was surprised they didn't start with him. And in the end, it is Razmal who comes up with the catch. He gets more protection now on the leg side. I think that's better. I think you're sensing that that's where a lot of these areas are going to go. No, it's going to be a left-hander.
Yeah, it's Hindley that's come out. But I was going to say, how's this? The last 11 balls have been either boundaries or wickets. Nothing else. Hindley is a good striker. Doesn't strike this. Hindley obviously also isn't just a batter, but he's also a very talented left-arm unorthodox bowler. And he wasn't used in the first game, in this contest yesterday, actually. I think he will be. They went kind of 10 overs apace, didn't really work. Okay, it worked initially, but through the middle overs, Shahid Afridi was going big. They weren't really able to break a key partnership. Low full toss and drops. Just came in there, Zemus, when he could have stayed put. Got himself in an awkward position. Look, at least he does save the boundary. So it's not the end of the world, but that was a chance to get Hindley before he hatched. End of 8. 17 off that one. It's 163 for 3.
Yeah, I think there you just saw Seamus saying that ball, it swung a lot in the air. You can see as soon as he gets up and recovers, it says it went a bit like this. But yeah, it's one that you expect him to take. Hindley gets lucky. Could have gone for a 2-ball duck. End of the over, 163 for 3.
Yeah, interesting. You wouldn't put any total past Europe either. I know one thing that's on my list that I think will happen one day is maybe a 200 chase. If there's a tournament, it might happen. It might be this one. Shariz is back though. Doesn't want to see that 200 at all. Again, they've got kind of a bit more of a forward square leg now, but still a very kind of long on-y kind of field with supporters each side. So a lot of outfielders behind the bowler.
Well, you've got 2 relatively new batters that are out there, so hoping for better luck this time. It doesn't go. Oh well.
No, I hope he's all right.
Well, he could have injured himself here, you know, because he slips here. That's Jeremy Martins. You're going to see a good shot of this. He's coming in and he just loses his footing. He goes down, can't get up, and the ball gets past.
But I'm just so glad he got up. I mean, he looked like he was on the pommel horse here. Have a look at this. He goes down and almost does the splits. I don't know if you got a shot of this, but Martins, look at how he goes.
Ooh.
Oh, that looks. I thought he might have ripped his.
You can see
ripped himself apart, but at least he walks it off. So you don't mind the 4 runs because he's been a key player. Meanwhile, this won't be 4, it'll be 6. It's going to end up just scooting past the Royal box. Oh, that I heard it from here. It sounded like when you rip a piece of paper in half. But I'm glad that Jeremy seems okay.
Yeah, when he was getting up, he was holding that groin, but he seems fine. He's gone back to his point, and it doesn't seem to be giving him any discomfort. The discomfort at the moment is coming from Niels Priestley, who's come out, and he's just hitting boundaries, isn't he? He's hit 3 boundaries.
Yeah, Priestley, he's in form. Niels Priestley, 90210, as we've called him on occasion. It's one of Rhino's favourites. But anyway, Shariz finds himself in the 30s, trying to stay out of the 40s. I don't think he will with balls like that. It's a full toss again. I don't know whether Shariz needs to bowl from a bit further back or whatever, but, you know, he's just consistently offered a few knee-high full bungers, and it hasn't really worked so well for him. Now he finds himself in the naughty 40s.
Yeah, I think it's almost like he's bowling it thinking maybe the batters will go and cross the line. He gets a chance, but no, these batters are too good. They just wait for it and hit it straight back over his head.
180 up, make that 186 again. Another full toss. His pitch not getting much use at the moment. That's the thing with Shariz, when he gets it right and get it really right, but his consistency is his big problem at the moment because he's consistently too full And now he's knocked on the door of an unwanted half century.
That's correct. Yeah, he's gone for 47. And well, Priestley has raced at 28.05.
Last ball of the ninth. And it's hit cleanly. How's that for an over? Count them up. There were 29 of that one. It's none for 53 for sure is. And surely the double tons on now for the British and Irish 11. They don't look like a team on the bottom of the ladder right now. Thought this might happen as well, Rico. I called it before the game, but they've gone big. It's 192 for 3 with 1 over remaining.
Yeah, incredible hitting. So unfortunately, Shariz Ahmed, he goes for 53 off his 2 overs. As, well, the British and Irish 11, they're coming back strong as we'd expected them to.
Yowzers. I mean, it's the highest score now of the tournament by some distance as well. Even though we had kind of 15 and over average run rate yesterday, the highest score was actually 165. So it shows you that the groupings were pretty tight. 135 to 165 range yesterday. But this has blown it out of the water. Still with an over to go. He's Shahid Afridi to bowl the 10th. Hasn't bowled yet. First one miles high. Maxio out has called it. And he's taken it. Brilliant catch. Hindley will have to go. Afridi, a little bit surprised that we didn't see him bowl already because he'll only get the one over here. But his first ball elicits the miss hit there. Goes very, very high. But Max O'Dowd, just have a look at that perfect technique. Tracked it, cupped the hands, and grasped it. So that'll be the end of Hindley for 2. And with 5 balls remaining, it's 192 for 4.
Yeah, well done to Max O'Dowd. I mean, every time something like that is happening out there, and Max O'Dowd or any of the icon players under it, you know everybody's watching, and he knows it as well. And the last thing, of course, he wants to do is put that down. So pressure, it's always extra pressure, I think, on the icon players, and that was not an easy catch. He's done ever so well to, first of all, get there, and then secondly, to hold on to it. So they get the breakthrough. And I suppose here, the British and Irish 11, they just want to get, they should just be pushing the single and get Priestley back on strike.
Yeah, I don't think they're thinking pushing single, though. Here's Murray. But this is where, you know, this is high level of this game. You got to, if you're situational there, Murray holds his crease, runs himself out and gets Priestley back on strike. You know, that's next level thinking. We've seen it creeping into the game. But you've got heaps of wickets to play with. So the sacrifice has got to be on. I call it the hit or run. Yeah. You hit it or you run. But you're doing one of them. But the difference is, you know, you're not just running your partner out. You're forcing the keeper to throw to the bowler's end, and then you run. And then Priestley gets a chance to bat. He will anyway. But quick hello to Sarab Zalpuri saying, "G'day, Vinny. This is fun." It sure is. He's watching from the Netherlands. I'm sure he's tracking the Dutch players especially, but hello to Scotty from the ECN Supporters Club Australia as well. I bet you're enjoying the action. All right, 3 to come still. Here's Boom Boom. Oh, he gets hit. All hands there from Priestley, and it's got the legs. It's out of here. It's a maximal 199, and then seems inevitable now that we'll see the 200 brought up.
The hitting from Priestley in this innings has been exceptional. It really has. We've seen, you can tell, because there's been 2 super set overs. They've gone for 30 over number 2 and number 7. We saw that last one go for 29.
199. It's funny, the 200 used to be such an event, but now we've had it, I think, something like 50 or 60 times. In the beginning, it was like, what do you mean 200? How is that possible? But, you know, just, it's kind of partly mindset and partly upskilling, I think, in European cricket that we've seen it happen more often.
Afridi. Well, whatever happens, it's going to be a 200 chase, that's for sure, but 200 and what?
204, because that will only be 4, and it does bring up the 200. Different kind of nights today. British and Irish 11. Probably happy it's only 4, really. Still, I think you've got to take your hat off to Shahid Afridi. Only goes for 11 in that last over. It could have been worse. So, yeah, I don't know. I've seen a 203 scored in Switzerland by Zurich Nomads, who, by the way, are also part of the ECL. And then Geneva, in response, with 3 overs to go, they needed 51, and they were pretty much ahead of the game. But then okay, it all fell off. But
Is it
will we
gonna
see
happen?
our first ever 200 chase here? I'm not prepared to say no, but I know that I'd rather be the team with 203 on the board, and that team is the British and Irish 11.
Yeah, I mean, there a few people asking, questions. I would also be why we don't see Shahid Afridi bowl 2 overs. I mean, it's surprising they went back to Shiraz Ahmed, even though he had gone for 24 in his first. But, that's just the thinking of the captain. Captain maybe just thinking that maybe that there's a bit more variations on offer from Ahmed, but it doesn't go to plan. So 200 on the board as the players make their way back, and we get ready to look at some of the highlights. Big thanks to Rado, our official timekeeper, for keeping everything running nice and smoothly. As, well, I'll tell you who was running nice and smoothly. It was the British and Irish 11. They made a perfect start. I think of both the openers got going, and that was the key. We've said so many times, if you get going, if you get a good power play, then you're set for the rest of the 7 overs, and that's exactly what they did. I mean, William Smell, 40 off 12, and Johnny Connell, 65 off 19. Set them up. 67 came off that power play, and there was no looking back, really.
And there were 25 sixes in the innings. Now, that's huge. I'm just trying to, I think that's the most we've seen so far. Yeah, 25 sixes. So that's 150 runs in sixes alone. And yeah, when it goes wrong, it can go really wrong. What they did is they got that run of boundaries, and with the smaller field, because it's normally 1 or 4 or 6, and so what it is that you see these players scoring less singles that keeps them on strike, and so one player gets on a heater, and it seemed to happen a few times in a row in this innings. Max O'Dowd, I thought, caught well, but look at these runs of boundaries in the innings. They had 3 in a row, 3 in a row, 3 in a row, 3 in a row, 4 in a row, 3 in a row, 5 in a row.
Yeah.
So when that starts to happen, then you start to see the score getting up and out of control. Amadi actually went for 4 on the spin, but he was able to get the wicket, and then for gratitude, he got hit for 6 last ball anyway, so that was a 1 for 30 over. Lynch went for 49. McConnell did end up scoring his half century and a few more. European 11, though, they will not think this game is done. But one thing I do have to bring it up, they need at least 140 something to even keep their point in this game, and we know this is going to be a very tight series with these 4 teams, so there's plenty to think about. I think Jeremy Martin's a little bit worried about the transition there, wasn't he, coming in off the boundary? But luckily, he didn't seem to be too hurt by that. But the hurt did come on the scoreboard. Tournament high 203 brought up by the British and Irish 11. Shahid Afridi came on. I think he did pretty well, like I said, in the last over. Only went for 11. But the damage was done. And I think Pixie, if they don't lose this, then they'll probably never feel like they'll win another game, but surely that's enough runs to defend. I guess we'll see in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, and if you're thinking that you've heard that score before, a 200 score in the Western Shield, well, you would be right. It happened in match number 5, didn't it? When the British and Irish 11 put 234 on the board, and Dan Lincoln scored that superb century, 111 of 28. They've done it again here. Good hitting, that's all you can say there. I mean, from all the batters, really. The only one never really got going was Tom Hindley, who got done there by Afridi, but all the others, look, the strike rate, incredible, 25 maximos. And with the bowlers, I suppose 53 is what Shiraz Ahmed goes for. Like I said, it was a bit surprised after he already had gone for 24 after his first over. They went back to him and didn't call on Shahid Afridi. That's a question mark. And also, you could have also gone back to maybe someone like Hamza Salim Dar, but the runs are on the board, and the British and Irish 11 are looking to bring up their first victory in this year's Western Shield after losing 3 matches yesterday. I'm going to leave you, of course, now with the mid-match summary. 204 required. Are we going to see, for the first time ever on the European Cricket Network, a 200 chase? Stay tuned to find out. I'm Rico Full, and alongside me is Vinny Sandhu, and I know that Tina Goff will be here later. We are your good time crew, keeping you entertained on the commentary box. See you back in about 10 minutes' time.
The Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Welcome back, viewers, as we get ready for what could be an epic chase here on day 2 of the Western Shield. Is match number 7. The British and Irish 11 have put 203 on the board, and as we wait for the players to come back onto the field of play, I'll take you back to this day in 2016 when Brendan McCullum said goodbye to international cricket by breaking the record for the fastest Test 100 by 2 balls, 54 to the 56 taken by the joint holders at the time, which of course was Vivian Richards and Mishbah al-Haq. The feat came in Christchurch against Australia, where coming into bat at 32 for 3 on a lively pitch, McCullum hit his second ball for 4, and then with 50 minutes left to lunch, he took Mitchell Marsh for 21 runs in and over. He was caught of a no ball on 39 and responded with a 6 and 2 fours. His next 5 balls. McCullum took New Zealand to 370, but centuries from Joe Burns and Steve Smith gave Australia a series-winning lead on this day back in 2016. Let's have a look at this, as Vinny Sandhu was quite rightly saying, just to get a point here, the European 11 are going to have to score over the 140, 143, but restrict them to 142 or less. Then for the first time in the Western Shield here this time round, it could be 4 points going to the British and Irish 11. And after not getting a single win yesterday, if they're able to achieve that, that will be an incredible comeback for them. So get ready to go. Bars are ready. Sahid is at the bowler's end. Navjot Singh at square leg. Start very important here. Trying to get the upper hand straight away. That will be the plan. Max O'Dowd opening up. Opening to get in the runs. Gets beaten by a good pacey delivery there. That's well bowled. There's Allison, remember he started. Had a dream start yesterday. Players' dreams come true on the European cricket, and they did for him yesterday at the Western Shield. First 2 balls for 2 wickets. Don't get any better than that. Allenson once again to Max O'Dowd. Guides that away. That will get a single as the ball comes off. The man was there in that catching position that slipped. Goes back to the keeper. William Smale. Now it's time to see a man that's been in great form, of course. Before the start of the Western Shield, we saw some excellent batting from Seamus Deploy. Scored a fine century there. Zemus. Powerful left-hander. Looking to get his team to a good start. They've got to be going at 20 and over here. And he'll get hold of this. That will go all the way. Volley. Says Guerreras. That one goes through the arch. Yeah, stronger together. European cricket arch. This is his go-to shot, though. This is where they just didn't know where to bowl to him. In that the international series that we saw there in Malta, T20 and T10. He's very powerful in that area. So gets that away. Allenson. He does need to try and get a little bit wider outside the off, and he does go for that area. It's guided down there. Very good running. So Dowd is there pretty quickly. Welcome back to everyone, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Namaste. Assalamualaikum. Sassriakal. Assalamualaikum. Buenos días. Bienvenido a la España, ahí en Andalucía. Eso es de Cártama Oval, Field of Dreams, the Campo de Sueños. And it's over pitch, and that's going to go all the way. Dowd doesn't really try to hit this too hard. It's all about timing and elevation. And, well, that's a smile on his face. He's happy to get his first boundary away. It's a kind of a hit-me ball, though, from Sebastian Allison. Gets punished 6 months. Looking pretty relaxed at the moment. European 11. And short ball. Gets some bat onto it, not as much as we'd like, but just be a single. It's a good short ball as well. It was, doesn't really give him any width. It's right at the body. And so now just guides that down. So first over comes to an end. So even though it's a good over, 15 off it, they do fall some 5 runs short of where they really are looking to go. And it's worthwhile mentioning that we've had 20 matches now since the Golden Ball. Will we get one here in the Western Shield? And remember, before we started our European Cricket Series there in Malta, the Carnival Oval was the #1 location for Golden Balls. It is now Malta, as Vinny Sandu joins me back.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing that happened last weekend. Max O'Dowd, pretty happy to have his first runs in the tournament. Must have been a tough one. First he had, I think, the 17-hour trip from South Africa, and then he sat the first on the bench, which you can understand why, just letting him acclimatise. Then he made a second ball duck, and then he's had to sit and wait, have 3 other games take place, have a long night overnight, although I do think he's enjoying his time here on the Costa del Sol. How could you not? But Zima's deploy. Max made his name already. Sturgis, good player. This one is squeezed into the gap. Again, I don't know if you can get 2s very often. And so probably not worth risking it for 1 run when you can get 4 or 6 with the kind of players we've got here. The Sturge, by the way, he'll be playing with his British and Irish teammate Julius Summerer for Farmers in the ECL. Julius is having a rest this game, but he's the wild card they've got.
Yeah.
So
that strengthens.
surely the moustache stays, though.
Yeah, it has to.
Rolling cutter and hammered out of the ground. Bottom of the trees, top of the hill. That's Max O'Dowd, the original Maximo.
Takes you back to 2019, doesn't it? That shot. What a beauty. And well, yeah, he's had a long, hard journey here. But well, so have I. A bit like me, he's waking up.
Now, we haven't had a chance to talk about your trip here yesterday. We'll try and get to that if we get time. But do you know that Max did break a record just by taking the field yesterday? Do you know what record it was?
What's that?
See if you can think of
Just by taking the field.
It's to do with the 4th dimension. Time.
Ah, you mean the time change?
No.
No?
But I'll put you out of your misery.
Okay, come on.
The longest gap between ECN appearances. A record that was previously held by Fiaz Ahmed of Jandra Brescia, a.k.a. the refrigerator from the first ECL. He had 1,366 days, which is about 3 years and 9 months between appearances. He played in the ECL 19 and he played in the ECS in April 2023. Lifted over the top, power play batting, and it's working at the moment. They don't think this is impossible. Europe, I went over there, and there was a sense of optimism that, okay, if they can do it to us, we can do it to them. And so Max played yesterday, 2,030 days since his last ECN appearance, which was the ECL final in 2019. And that's 5 years, 6.5 months ago. So that's not a record, I think, that will go down that easily. You'd have to have somebody from the ECL 19 come back now. And who is? Maybe Scotty Edwards. Scotty Edwards is one guy that could break it. Corey's one guy that could break it. Corey's around.
He's retired. He ain't coming back.
Corey's,
he might come back just to break a record.
Corey's retired more times than I've had hot dinners. You could definitely get Corey out there if it means breaking a record.
Yeah.
Sturgis. Well bowled. Oh, he's overcommitted here. Zemus deploy. That's to scramble back. 143 just to get a point out of the game. As we haven't seen a 4-pointer yet. This has to be a candidate because, yeah, 130s. If you're Europe here, you're walking away with the donut, 0 points.
Doubt though, looking solid. Early movement, look at his early movement as the bowler comes in. He likes to really open himself up.
He gets beaten here. Well bowled by Sturgis. And that over in the end, not a total disaster, despite a couple of nice shots being played. That will be 14 offered, including a leg bites. 29 without loss after 2. Man, how about this? Some of the skills here from Tommy Sturgis is showing he's got more skills than just growing a filthy moustache. He's giving us the old juggler.
Yeah, he messes it up there towards the end, though.
That's always the thing when you're juggling. You need to know when to catch it. Because if you finish like that, you kind of
you
lose all the points you scored so far.
He was doing well until he found out the camera was on him. Right, let's a quick look at the standings there. But of course, we've seen already that that 100% record from the Asian 11 that went down earlier today with Hurley Devon getting that win. And, talking of winning, that's one thing that the British and Irish 11 want to do here: get their first win.
Zemus scored a huge ton for Hungary in the ECI final a couple of weeks ago in Malta. That's after he hit 34 off a last over to win. You can just tell that Josh Wilson didn't get that right. It almost looked like he was running in slow motion because he had the big steps. When you lose your run, you generally put in a couple of steps or you try and make your steps bigger.
Yeah.
He kind of, he went the latter. Hopefully he can get it right here. It's back in the side. An Irish bowler. Certainly upset the timing of Zemus maybe because no one can work out how they're going to get this over started. But here we go. Take 3. Nope. He's... Well, Wilson, I don't know whether he was using a non-standard measuring tape for the runner, but he's just kind of forgotten how to run in here. And it's kind of almost comical. You can tell it's running through his head going, I can't pull out again, can I? The clock's running.
He trundles in and he just never looks
You watch,
right.
he'll bowl the over of his life here now after this. All right, here we go. 4th time lucky. And for his thanks, he'll get this whacked over his head for 6. But even that time, you could see he wasn't quite set. He was slow, and then he kind of went from slow to really rapid there. Last couple of steps. And meanwhile, Zemus, you've seen it all, puts it for 6.
It's a beautiful straight hit from Zemus. I mean, we know, we touched on the fact that he does like to go most of the time on that onside, but it shows there that if you give him one to drive down the ground and take it on. So, yeah, Josh Wilson not just having trouble with his running. Let's see if he gets it right this time. Let's see. Still doesn't look right.
That's okay, though. It's on the line. It's the first thing that's gone right for Wilson in the over. In fact, if you could bottle that ball, you would. And you'd fetch a good price for it because that's bounced right on pretty much the intersection between the line just before the popping crease. But as long as the ball gets some of that line, when it passes the popping crease, the tram line, then the ball's legal. So, good comeback. This is launched, and Zemus is hungry for a big score. This is something I noticed that second half of the week in Malta, he was even exaggerating, keeping his head down after he hits the ball, so not lifting his head. And this, you can see after he hits it, he doesn't immediately kind of look up where it's gone. He keeps his head down, and then, okay, once the ball's flown, then he can have a peek at it. But that was a brilliant cricket shot.
Wonderful strike, yeah. I think he's just going a little bit too full here, Josh Wilson. He's going to have to change that up a bit. I suppose the angle he's trying to create is get that ball to dart back in to deploy. See if he's able to do that. Got to go a bit shorter, maybe.
That's well played as well. Gets down on one knee and escorts it over the leg side. Maximal, 6 more. And Zemus, this is one thing I think that he's also worked on. Not going across unless the ball's really deserving it. And he thinks with this angle, even though, yes, it's probably on the stumps, but it is one to go after across the line. And actually, you can see his head is still kind of inside the line of the ball.
Yeah.
So it's easy to do that. He probably got out a couple of times trying to fetch balls from outside the off stump or outside his eye line and putting it over the leg side. Looking well put together so far. He's 26 off 7. And now he's going to have a bit of luck. And poco de suerte, because that's your classic leading edge 6. So when it rains, it pours. And Europe, suddenly they're more or less on the pace here. The 50 comes up in just 17 balls.
Yeah, well, the old Maximo gets an edge, flies over for 6. And remember that the British and Irish 11 had notched up 67 at the halfway point. And, to stay in this European 11 needed to get the same rate, and they are at the moment 53 with the ball to go in it.
You know, we were talking about runs earlier. Oh, just kind of things in a row. That's 10 balls. We've had 6s and dots. Oh, sorry, 9 balls. We had 6 6s and 3 dots. So 6 or nothing. Yeah. That's what they're dealing in at the moment. Last ball of the power play coming up. Wilson's gone magical. Yeah. Actually finishes well. Actually looked like he got it right last ball. So is that enough to give him a second over? I don't know. He won't be happy with how it went on the balance, but a good finish. Europe, though, they're 53 without loss.
Yeah, that's a better length, isn't it? Look, he banks this one in, puts his back into it, and that ball is rising. And again, over the swing of the bat there from Simmons deploy. Gets a dot ball to finish, but there were sorts of 4 big boundaries in that. 24 come from it, goes magical. 53 then of the power play.
100 in the first half, 103 in the second half. Anytime you get 100 in both halves, you know you're going pretty well, but it was a pretty consistent innings. And some of those pretty high towers, as you could tell. We have 2 30s and 29 in the first innings. And then also 24 and a 21. So you had 5 20-plus overs in there. Ollie Davidson, though, is coming on. And one thing I've noticed that Pixie, they're definitely using more spin. It didn't work yesterday when they played in match 1 and they went kind of 10 overs apace. So Davidson's got a role to play. I think probably Hindley as well have a pretty important role to play. That's a good dart, isn't it? Jams up O'Dowd.
2 top balls. I mean, that makes a huge difference. They're still looking to go above 20 and over. You get 2 dot balls in, well, you've almost won the over.
This time he's going to get it past the fine leg, so we'll get 4. Thing is, at this stage, that 4 is pretty much the rate required. We're creeping up to 4 a ball already. And Max thought he hit straight to the field, but he got it around him for 4.
Yeah, it just strays a little bit down that legs up. We've seen already that Max O'Dowd, he's very quick moving around in his crease. Gets himself in a good position to just sort of tuck that around the corner.
That's biggie. That one was in Max's zone. The Maximo zone says Carreras. Hey, European fans like it. Well, maybe they'll get a go, actually. They need a couple of subs. They might have to just change the beverage in their hand. But it's nice to see the fans out at the Cardinal Oval as well.
Balls, please. That one has vanished. I think that's a 3 topper. Gone a long way. Beautifully timed. Lovely shot. Max O'Dowd. Oh, getting over the jet lag now, I think.
That'll make him feel better. He's 30 off 13. Goes after this again, but he hasn't quite got it. I think it's still going to go, though, and it does. Maximo! 6 more for Maximo O'Dowd. Your ECL 19 MVP. He's coming home. Is he bringing back the biggest chase we've ever seen on ECN?
I think that little shot there was that. I didn't get it right. I didn't think it was going to go for 6. It does, though.
Now he's going to slice away, and it's just over the top. Another teaser. It's going to end up in the fan zone. 3 on the spin. And the equation, you can see they're behind, but only behind by 1 hit now, really. 75 without loss after 4.
Well, they needed 22, and they get the 22 off that over. So they're staying up with it. And that was with 2 dot balls in there as well. So that's what I mean. 2 dot balls. Even though the others all went for boundaries, and that was 1 4 and 3 6s. So the old shaka to finish the over. Those dot balls make a huge difference. It means that he doesn't lose the over.
Have a look at that. The yellow line is up at 20 and over. The golden ball line So we haven't had a single since the second ball of the second over, and that's the end of the fourth. So that's basically 16 balls since we've had a single. It's been dots or boundaries. We haven't had an extra either. But you've got to keep going. Interesting debate about who might come in next. I got to say, well, I've got some conflicting thoughts. It's well bowled by Murray, who's come on to bowl the fifth. Situationally, I think maybe Shahid Afridi. He made the runs against them yesterday morning. But the thing is, you have brought Shigawal in as your number 3. So I think you've got to give him that opportunity, and who knows how well he might bat.
Yeah, I'm thinking a little bit of Rasmus Das. Yeah, Rasmus Shigawal. He's and
it's
the thing
tough
about
as your
Shigawal,
first knock, though, to need 22 and over, but that's the situation.
in the gap, it's going to be 4 runs. They've only got just the 2 there on the leg side, so got behind square mid-wicket. That was gone right in between them, so 4 runs. A bit of conversation you see there by some of the British 11, just having a chat maybe about the field positioning or maybe about who's bowling the next. Some changes being made into the field here now. He's actually bringing up one of those 2 fielders on the leg side and pushing backward point back.
It's going to go wide, outside off, one way or another. There, and it won't work. Even with the field back there, gets put over the top of the field. That's the other thing, though. If you make a field change like that, I think as a batter, I'm thinking, I know exactly where this is going to be. Zima sets up for it, and puts it into the jungle.
Yeah, knows it was coming, waits for it, and then gets a little stride into it. And good hit, clean hit, sweet hit. 6 more. And just look at that. It's like a perfect golfer swing, isn't it? And holds the pose as well. Smile, please. Click, click, click. That'll be one for the gallery later. Daniel Murray. There's Daniel Weston. Talking about Daniel Murray and CEO. What you find in there? So I think that's okay. I think he gets another dot in. So another dot.
Yeah, it's close. I'm going to say my initial instinct was it might have been a wide, but yeah, 50-50 call. He's the highest chasers ever. Corey's pretty happy it's not Netherlands 11 anymore with their win against Spain, but 186 highest chase of all time. This would obviously blow that out of the water. It's about 10% higher than the previous high if they were able to do it. It'll be a famous one if they can do it. Corey's probably just noticed that and having a little bit of a laugh about it. All right, though, this should be out. It's keeper's catch. Smale doesn't drop anything, and he's not going to drop this. So Zemus, I guess the plan worked in the end to draw him wide. That kind of tram line. And Smale, he called it straight away. Took 4 catches in the first 15 balls of the tournament, Smale. But there's the reason he's got the gloves. He's got a very good pair of hands. And so it will be Dan Murray with the wicket, the end of Zemus' deploy for a pretty well-made 42. And the score is 85 for 1.
Yeah, look, he's not going to be too disappointed. He's stayed up more or less with the rate. He goes back, and as he goes back, there's required per over still in the 20s, so it hasn't gone up. They more or less kept it at that. So he's played his part well. And, of course, the main thing is that the captain, Max O'Dowd, is there, and he's set well. So let's see who they actually surprises both. They're going with Hamza here. Right,
okay. I'll just remind you there, although Maxi is the icon, he's not the captain of this team, with Noah Crows doing the job in this match because Sikandar is having a rest. All right, let's see if Hamza can do it. I mean, we know what he can do. Hamza, he's got the highest score ever on the network, 193 not out. That was amazing. Last ball of the 5th. Hamza doesn't get too much of it. They won't even get a run. So Murray in the end, that's a brilliant over given the circumstances. There are 2 boundaries in it. I think that if it's only 2 boundaries at this level, the bowler wins the over. It's 85 for 1. We're going to welcome you into the comedy box. Many sound Mr. Max. I've got Rico Full with me. Tina has the morning off, but she will be with us a little bit later in the day, going into the night session. But, I mean, it's your first day here in this new iteration of the Western Shield with more matches, more teams, more players, more quality as well. When you think about the players that have been flown in from around the world, what are your impressions so far?
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I just think it's a real exhibition of cricket. You know, we've often talked about exhibition of European cricket. I'm loving the fact that we've got World 11 in here and also Asia 11, and I think we're going to see some great cricket. The talent, I think a lot of people have said this to me as I came in this morning. The talent on display, you know, what you're seeing just in the warm-ups, just in the way that the practice is evident that we've gone up a notch here. And I also think it could be a 200 chase here.
You think? You're feeling it?
I'm feeling
it.
I'm feeling somebody's going to go big and we might see a 200 chase.
Well, there's 5 overs to go. Let's wait and see. Here we go with Josh Wilson coming back, and he is getting a second over. That's not going to start well. It's going to be 6 runs, full toss. Max O'Dowd goes to 48. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is there's such a big range of facilities available when you compare the most professional player with the most professional setup in this tournament to the European cricketer. I mean, like William Signaliso, who plays his cricket in Vanuatu, for example, but even now he's playing club cricket in Melbourne. But even some of the European players, I mean, Razmal Shigarwal, who was listed about 3, he is basically playing in a country where I think there's probably 2 cricket nets, you know, for him to practice. Yeah. So Hungary's through the same. All right, this one's out of here. Maximo, once again, it's 50, and a one-handed catch. Oh, wow. Let's check this out on the replay. Talk about stealing the thunder. Well, firstly, let's concentrate in the half-century. Max O'Dowd, 54 off 17 balls, acknowledges. We knew it was a matter of time until Maxie got up and ticking. But have a look at this catch. Bang, one hand. Might be Aussie Dave out there. That's grabbed it. Well done, and I don't know if they're applauding the 50 or the catch. Maybe both.
Maybe both. It's a good... while he's out there, Max O'Dowd, 50 now up, 54 of 17. Then this game is very much alive. He's hit 8 sixes and 1 4.
There's always been a hit behind, though, in the rate. They're hanging in there. That's going to be another 6. A bit of a teaser for the fielder out there, but Maximo O'Dowd keeps on keeping on. He swings his way to 60.
What a shot. Really is. I mean, he takes a gamble here. Again, this is another one. He doesn't get it as good as he wants. He knows he's probably not in the 100% the right position, but 52 meters will do nicely.
Ooh. At what point do you start to panic? Sometimes I go the panic meter. I did it back in the Netherlands chase of 183. The panic meter's at 1. No one panicking yet. And that's going to be 4 more. So I certainly won't bring it down, as this over has been boundary after boundary. In fact, it's gone magical, 22 off it, and there's still 2 to come. Wilson in danger of being another half centurion here.
Yeah, now this could be the over that changes everything. Remember in the other overs, there have been boundaries, 4 of them, whatever, but there's been those dot balls. No dot balls so far. If this is a big over, then all of a sudden that rate can come down. And once it gets down to below the 20, I think all of a sudden, just then, European 11 feel, okay, this is on.
Never had that big kind of 29 plus over. Like there were 3 of them in the first innings. This is 22. Still a couple to come. And does he get this? It's in the air, and it's just over the top again. Well, the gods weren't smiling on Maxi yesterday, but today it seems like they are. He gets this one up and over the top, moves to 70 in no time. Yeah, the overs so far, 15, 14, 24, 22, 10. That was Dan Murray last over, but this has gone 28, and there's still a ball to go. This could go supersonic.
Well, we had 2 of those supersonic overs when the British and Irish had ever put the 200 on the board.
Thing is, he's not thinking 1 here either. He's thinking cash in. Wilson, run for 52, last ball for him. And it's full toss, it's cracked, and that will be 4, so it does go supersonic. 32 off that over. Wilson just never had any rhythm today, really. Tried to run in 3 times for his first ball. That's what it's like, fast bowling sometimes. You just don't have it. And he had 1 or 2 small wins, but every single ball in that over went to the boundary or over, and this game is very much alive. 117 for 1 after 6.
Game back on, and I'm feeling it all the way. I mean, 17% is what the win predictor, what chance they're giving to the European 11 here. I think it's more than that. I really do. I always thought before the start of the match that this was going to be a closer match than it was, but Max O'Dowd, 74 of 21. And Simmons Deploy played his part beautifully, 42 of 14. But Hamza has to play his part as well. And he will, as he crunches this one for 6 as well. Watch out. Whoa. Well, that's a few Victorias that are down and out. But it's 6 runs. Boom! Shakalagya Kinnasona. And Hamza Salim Dar, he knows what he's got to do here. He's got to hit ball, see ball, hit ball. and he hits this beautifully. Here we go. Adios, Bolota. Seis carreras más.
Slight change-ups, that one that kind of comes out of the front of the fingers from Sturgis. Panic meters up to a solid 2.5 now. That's another boundary to start an over. Hamza gets going, it'll be big trouble. Now it's going to be 7. No way. That's your worst possible result. Sturgis loosens it upstairs, 7 up with a free hit to come, and I think that panic meter is rising again, Rico.
Oh, it's rising. Arriba. Well, this pelota was arriba, and he gets sent to the boundary 2-2. And that means, well, you just have a look at the last 8 balls. Look what's going on here. It's a 7-up free hit to come. And Hamza has got the license to go the full Monty here. And I reckon panic stations have started.
Yeah, I'm still grading it a 4, maybe a 4.5 on the panic meter. Sturgis, he's too cool to panic, though. Let's be honest. He's been in these situations before. Not too many free hits been cashed in. Let's see if this one is. Not really. They probably get caught, but it won't matter. It's a funny one, though. Yeah, I reckon free hit strike rate, if you looked at them, it's less than the actual strike rate for any other ball. I don't know whether it's people are trying to overhit the ball, overthinking it, but hey, still, that was a 13-run ball to start the over. But the next one's only a single.
Yeah, but the single gets Max down on strike. You don't want to keep him off strike too long. The way
29%
hitting the ball at the moment.
29%. Yeah, I think I've seen a lot of these chases that they tease you. Really, you think it's on it. There's only one over that costs in the 8th or 9th. This will clunk up a little bit, and Wilson will do the fielding. It's only a single. But I've seen plenty of these chases that look on course, a bit like this one. Like right now, they're right on the rate, but then something happens at the end and they just fall back. Don't forget Hamza Salim Dar, 193, the highest individual score all time on ECN. So you've got the first ever ECN MVP, and you've got the all-time high score batter out there batting together for Europe.
Oh, wide ball.
Well done by
a
Smale.
brilliant take from the keeper.
And Smale might need altitude sickness pills after that. He had to jump and save it for going to the boundary. Maybe he's just hoping that Hamza tries to play this and gets in a bit of a mess, but that's far too short.
I think that's maybe a little bit of mind games as well, a bit of intimidation, just to try and soften him up.
All right, Hamza goes to the skies. Well, 2 fielders come around. It's a long run, but it's a successful run. That's a very, very good catch. I think that's Sebastian Allison, who ran all the way around from mid-on in the circle, put his name on it and said, no, I want this, I'm going to get it. And Hamza, I suppose it was a productive innings in a way, but he'll have to go for 13. And Europe are 133 for 2.
What a good catch. And I've said this before, with the talent on display, we're going to see some amazing bit of fielding as well. He's come from such a long way. I mean, you can see where he started and where he ends up. He holds a good catch. Hamza is going to be the unlucky 13 for him. He'll go for 13 off the 5 balls. But again, he got a couple of big boundaries in there. He's played his part. And they're going to go with Faizan Khan. So we're not seeing Razman Shigwell at all. That does surprise me, because Razman he's a quick starter.
He is, but I mean, I think it's when you're coming off cold. I think they know that you don't even have 2-3 balls to miss hit here. And Fires is a guy for Germany. We saw him bang a huge 100 here in the ECC.
Yep.
But he's got no time to waste. Sturgis has brought this back nicely, hasn't he, after the first couple of balls of the over went off the rails. On to Fires. He swings and misses.
Yeah, that's the one thing here right now that they can't afford. They did bring that rate down to under the 20, went to about 19, but of course the wicket goes. A couple of dot balls, and look at the difference it makes.
They will make the 143 here at least, so you know they get the point. I actually wouldn't run this ball. I don't think I'm taking a single. No. I think you need Max to be on strike and to go big. I don't think the 1 run makes a huge difference at this stage. And he's bowled, so what a good comeback from Sturgis. Fires, tries to go large, plays down the wrong line, has his off stump tickled back, and it's a perfect comeback after that. The first half of the over went for 15, and the second half of the over, he took 2 for 1. 2 wickets for only 1 run, and even that was a wide, big wide over the top. But yeah, Europe, again, it's one of those chases that promised it, and unless we see something crazy in the 8th from Max, I think this game's done. It's 133 for 3.
Yeah, I think you're right, Vinny. This over now coming up is the big one. It needs to go. It needs to be another one similar to that over 6 that Josh Wilson went for 32. Get another supersonic over, then you give yourself belief again. So Max Haddad is going to have to go big. They're going to have to really take this on. And it's Sharice Ahmed who has now come out at number 5. So, yeah, interesting. The batter's being used, so we're not seeing Razmal coming out. I thought we might see him. And to be able to go, something that we know can go big. But they're hoping that Sharice Ahmed can be the provider.
Right, Murray bowled a good first over. And he's going to get a big wicket here. And surely that's going to be it now with Maxo down. Just swinging across that. Here's a little feather through to Will Smale. And Murray, he deserves it really. Look at his first over, took 1 for 10. And if it wasn't for that, I mean, if he got off the rails his first over, this game could still be a lot closer. But you could see the deflection there. Max knew it straight away, didn't really wait for the umpire's decision. So Europe, a brave attempt here. But now I think it's a matter of how close they might get. Don't see them getting all the way to 204 in the 8th over. They're 133 for 4.
Yeah, a wonderful knock from Max O'Dowd. I think this is what people wanted to see. They wanted to see Max O'Dowd at his best. The international player for Netherlands. And what a great knock it was, 75-23. Kept his team in it, didn't he? Kept his team in it until probably that last over from Tommy Sturgis.
And they've gone for Shahid Afridi. So this is a sign that, okay, maybe we think we can still do this. We're going to go with the batter that did the damage yesterday, and he's going to start by cracking a ball. I think it's bounced just inside. Check. That's it'll be 4 runs. So I think they haven't given up yet. The fact that they sent Afridi out there and not Shigawal. Afridi, he was brilliant yesterday. I think he scored 75. And he came in and basically looked what looked like a hopeless situation. He came in at 28 for 5, and you could argue this is the same.
Yeah, he smashed it all over the place. You're right, he scored 74 of just 21 deliveries. So, yeah, you can understand him coming out at this point. Well, we know all about him as well, the old mini boom boom.
And then if he gets out, then I think you send Shigawal in, give him a hit. Who knows? Maybe he can pull it off. But I just think it's really tough for your first hit to have to basically go and try and hit every ball for 6. You know, it's not necessarily putting you in a great frame of mind for the rest of the week. Boom boom. Tries to hit a wide, and probably lucky for him he doesn't.
Got plenty of bodies though, even with this situation. That's the other thing here, looking at the field set here from British and Irish 11, even though they know what the situation is, they've still got those catches in place. They've still got, I mean, they just had 2 inside there catching, one's just been moved back now to a wide third. So they're not just pushing everybody back on the boundary.
Afridi, if he hits the way he can, won't matter where the fielders are. That one looks pretty as you could get. We might need the old thumbs up. I don't know who's up there. It's a long way from us.
Show us the ball.
Oh,
there it is.
Well fielded.
That is, I thought that was going to take his ankles. That was close. That is misdirecting his foot by just a few inches because, of course, the cameraman was watching the ball.
Here's the bad news. That has knocked out 4 cameras. It's hit the box up there.
No.
So so we knew it would happen eventually.
Mini boom boom.
Well, I remember camera 1 got hit back in 2021. Clark Hylash. So this is what we're going with.
It's probably a good one to keep an eye on that one. And it's being signalled as 1 for the over. It's close to probably being a wide 1 for the over. Oh dear, well we have to go with what we've got at the moment. Mini boom boom. Well, he's turned the lights out on some of the cameras. Work is being done frantically. But look, it could have been worse. It could have been the camera operator, but at least it's well, they'll work on it. So bear with us, folks. These things do happen. Here we go. Murray.
All right, well, so Afridi is going to whack that away. Now, I will have to apologise because that Grizzly has hit the box, which has knocked out our cameras at that end. We're having to bring you some creative coverage. And this is European. Oh, he's keeping the dream alive. Afridi, what a week he's having. I know he had a bit of a tough tournament. He tried his heart out, but he was a bit broken when we saw him for Europe last year in Portugal. But he's come out, he's firing. The 150 is up as well. And at the end of the 8th over, I make that 156 for 4. And again, even the scoreboard now is behind. Just shows you these Grizzlies, they can do some serious damage.
Yeah, 156, folks. So apologies once again. It just, well, looks like Shahid Afridi has broken everything.
So it's also knocked out one of our connections. That's why the scoreboard froze. So
one hit.
You know how, like, when
See what one hit can do?
when you hit the ball over the fence, it ruins the game? Well, Shahid Afridi's just hit all our communication systems.
I can see them.
Protect the equipment. All right, I'll give you the score. It's 156. It's 156. It's 156. And you can see the catch taker there. It was a big heave attempted by Shariz, who's going to have to go for a golden duck. Oh, I love ECN. You won't see this in any other cricket format, any other channel in the world. But it's the 9th. They need 48 off the last 2 overs, and it doesn't start well. Shariz holes out. Caught by Hindley on the boundary. Seb Allison with the wicket. It's 156 for 5.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's going to be a first baller. And one batter goes, another one comes out. And looks like Jeremy Martins is going to come out. I hear what you're saying about Razman Shigwell. I get all of that. But I think Razman Shigwell, it's a team plan. He'll know if he's going to go out there and swing for the very first ball. I say you let him do it. He's a clean strike of the ball. I am very surprised that we haven't seen him. Other players are coming and going. I think Shigwell could be your man.
That's a good sign. That's one of the cameras up there. I can just imagine everyone furiously trying to plug everything back in and work out what's broken and what's not.
The steps in front of us trying to sort things out.
That's a good sign. Well, we've got a bit of that end.
Well, we can maybe even have a look at the damage, actually.
I'd love to see that. Anyway, Allison is in and Martins is in, and Martins is going to start with 6. So in Europe, we saw them come back from 5 down looking hopeless yesterday to win against B&I. Good they pull this out of the fire. That's 6 runs. So the score, that is now current, 162. 42 off 10 required. What a game.
What a game.
If they pull this out, it'll be an all-time classic.
Yeah, Jeremy Martins, he's a good player. The first time we saw him at the ECC was 1-4. I reckon, yeah, let's have a look at the damage. The damage a ball can do is not just the damage, but
Well,
that's
wow, that's a goal. All right, well, this one is a long chase. It's going to get through for 4. Now, 4's pretty much par at the moment. They need 4 a ball, more or less. So it doesn't really move the equation.
Desperate effort from the fielder.
All I know is electricity is dangerous, and I've never seen that happen to a power board. And that you wouldn't want it plugged in and to touch that.
Nah.
So that is why all the cameras went down. Sikandar, well, he's probably the man for this kind of situation. He was the one that pulled it off.
There it is, Philly. There it is.
Shahid, it cost €4 that thing. And he's knocked out 4 cameras with the internet. Anyway, Martins has made a good start. That's also well bowled though by Allison. Doesn't allow it. That's going to make things very, very tough. But Afridi is on strike. How many could they get at the last over? Maybe under 30, you'd say. Saw 32 the other day. Siemens deployed at that. Okie dokie. Allison, though, again, he's one of the guys. I'd want the ball in his hand. You know, I think you look at his good comeback there.
Two big deliveries this coming up here now.
Yeah, this sets up the last over. Boom, boom, launches it. Yeah, you know this guy, when he hits them well, they're not coming back. And luckily that one just short of the electronics, but Maximal 6 carreras makes it 31 off 7.
Arriba, qué guay, qué genial, qué grande que está. Ayuda, Ana. Suad आगे के नहीं. That's another beauty from Afridi. So, 31 of 7, Vin. 31 of 7.
You know what we need now? The 5-leg buys, like in the Malta last week. That's pretty much what happened in this situation. All right, last ball of 9. Low full toss, and he gets it. Misses his spot. Mind the Microlino. It's a Maximo, and do you believe? What's the panic meter at? Just when they thought they could breathe easy. The British and Irish 11 are staring 0-4 down the barrel. Surely they can defend this many. 25 required off the last over. But let's not forget Jack Wood's last over in the first match of the day. He almost didn't defend this many. And now Davidson, do they go to the left arm spinner, one overdone for 22, or do you go with another bowler? Might be a good time to get Kevin O'Brien to warm up.
Yeah,
Maybe he'd like to bowl the last over.
Big discussion. You can see big discussion, but I think you've got to go with your listed bowlers. You wouldn't want to make a change here, and you'd want to back. You basically say to your bowler, look, you get me two decent balls in here, we win this match.
Give me 2 non-sixes.
25 required of the last. Are we going to see a 200 chase?
Are we going to see a golden ball? We had a 1-run game to start the day. Do you believe in miracles? It'll be the Martins miracle if he can do it. And it's the left arm spinner, Ollie Davidson, the Scot, to try and save the game. And the first one, does it have the legs? It's very high. It's not going to go for 6. It's not going to go for 4. It's going to go out of the hands of Allison. It's going to be a single. Well, it was a real steepler. It was about 25 stories high. But the thing is, even if you let it go, it wasn't going to go over the rope. So a real up and under job from Martins. He survives, but he hands it back to Shahid Afridi, who with 4 sixes could win this game. There's 5 balls left. I don't know. I don't think you take a single now. I don't know. You need a run of Maximos here. 4 out of 5. That's the way I'd look at it. 4 out of 5. 5 out of 5 would be better. Here's Davidson. Doesn't get it for 6. In fact, it'll only be 1. He might get run out here. He was so slow to get going. All right, so now 23 off 4. Okay, Martins is equally able to hit boundaries. You could argue as well. So 22 off 4. I'd even be looking 22 off 4 to push to a golden ball. So that would be 3 sixes and a 4. But if this ball doesn't go to the boundary or over, it's pretty much done. So the panic meter, I think it's down at about a 3.3 now. It was definitely getting up there for a while. Davidson just needs to keep the ball in the ballpark, and Bixie will have their first win, surely. Martins to keep his team alive. Fires it out there. Is it good? It's good. Oh, well done to Davidson. He executed his skill when the game was on the line. Is it straight over the line? It is. It's a good call.
It's a good delivery, isn't it? It's a good delivery.
Oh,
takes the pressure off.
Good umpiring as well by Shub. You have to say it. And now Martins is going to launch this straight. Does it go all the way? It does. Bang into the fence. Mind yourselves down there. Hindley almost wears it, but Maximo. Now you need a 7-up or something could revive this game, but all Davidson's got to do is not bowl an extra. I don't know if this is a confidence builder, though. I mean, they're going to get hit for 190 something. Back to live, and Martins hits this, test of the fielder, it goes through for 4. So how many runs is that in this game now? It is 394 runs in the game. I think it's the second most runs in a game all time. The top is 403, and they're not going to do that, I don't think, but geez, what a great chase. And so, some losses, you just got to wear them. Europe, we still put big runs on the board, some positives for them. But here's the last ball of a memorable match 7. And, well, fittingly, it's going to go for 6. So there you go. It'll be 203 to 197. That's 400 runs in the game. 20 and over run rate through that game. It's the second most runs we've ever seen in an ECN match, and that's in over 6,000 matches played. It's the most runs we've ever seen in one match here in the Khartoum Oval. But just one swing of the bat separates these two powerhouses. And anyone thinking that the top two's run and one, well, just have a look at this game. There's so much talent out there. The final score, British and Irish 11, 203. European 11, 197.
What an exhibition of cricket. If you thought that the first match, 151 to 150, was something special when we saw 300 runs in a match, well, we've just seen 400. And it's quite exceptional. Both sets of players congratulate each other. But, of course, it's the British and Irish 11 that no doubt will be by far the happier because they've registered what they needed, their first victory. Congratulations to them, but also, look, congratulations to the European 11. They never gave up. Next up, Asian 11, they're back in action, looking to go back to winning ways. And, well, they know what they're up against now because the British and Irish 11 are going to play back-to-back here. And I don't think they'll mind that. You see Julius Samarora coming into the side and Mackenzie Jones coming back as well to strengthen them some more. Adam Patel and Fahim Basharat coming in for the Asian 11.
Just checking my notes, actually. It's, believe it or not, we had that 403 matched here at the Cardinal Oval when Hungary 2-16 beat Germany 187. And I think the Firescard and Siemens Deploy were playing in that. But definitely in Western Shield, it's the most runs you've seen in a game. Not quite the individual innings record. Well, Sturgis had a few tricks up his sleeve. But the real trick that Pixie wanted was to stop the ball sailing out of the ground. Just checking the amount of sixes in that innings. There were 26. So they actually hit more sixes, believe it or not.
Yeah.
And
So that's over 50 in that match.
51 sixes in the game. And I got a feeling that's a record as well. So, these teams, they're really bringing it. It's a shame they had to be a loser, really.
Loving the supporters out there in the fan zone. They're loving the action. And, you can come on down as well. If you're in the area, just get in the car and come down to the Cardinal Oval and enjoy the action. Mingle with the fans and, of course, with the players as well. Max O'Dowd, wasn't he good? He had to turn up. And then what about that one-handed catch from Dave? Everybody was applauding. Well, we don't know who was applauding Max O'Dowd for his 50 or the one-handed jalebi catch there from Dave. Now, this over, let's talk about this over for a moment. We thought this over was going to change the match because it went completely wrong. 16 came off like the first half of it, but then 2 wickets would fall. So that over from Tommy Sturgis started badly, but Naughty became nice. And those wickets, the way he finishes that over, could have been, once again, the difference between winning and losing. And that was a big moment as well, wasn't it? When they go back to Murray, and Murray comes back and gets the breakthrough. And that's what they needed. This is in here. Of course, Daniel Murray comes back, gets the edge. That's the big wicket that they wanted. And with Dowd back, then you knew that they were in. But there was then Afridi to deal with. Afridi comes out and says, well, you know what I'm all about? It was just a bit of a roller coaster right at the end. And that, of course, is the one that put out the cameras.
That was trouble.
Smashed. Well, the good thing is that at least the bodies were okay.
And they're picking the bits of the plastic out of the ball, which is never a great sign. But I say 203, we've never seen it chased down. That's about as close as we've gotten, Rico. I still think it'll happen one day, but it won't be today. It won't be in this match at least. And I suppose positives there. We gave it a good shake. 197, a very good score. I think it might be the most runs to ever lose a match as well, to score 197 and lose.
Yeah.
So there's another record that they've got.
All kinds of records as we have a look at the score sheet there. 75 from the icon player Max O'Dowd. That's what we've been waiting to see. And as he was deployed, certainly didn't disappoint, giving them a great start to the reply. And then there was a little blip there, wasn't there, with Hamza Fayez Khan and Shariz Ahmed not really getting going. And I suppose the thing with, I know we always say don't waste too many deliveries, but those few deliveries there you think could have made all the difference. And then, of course, towards the end, we saw Afridi and then also Jeremy Martins playing some good shots. Martins, 28 of 8 deliveries. Great strike rate from him, 350. But what about Afridi? Let's just talk about his strike rate. 35 of 8, striking the ball at over 440.
All right, so
great.
I got the old record. The record's just been smashed. The old record for most sixes in a match was 46. It's happened twice, once in Switzerland in 2023, in that game I was talking about earlier, and in the ECL last year in Championship Week, there was 46 between Forfaiset and Pakai Badalona. That game was 197 to 193, and 193 was the old record for the highest score to make in a game, but to lose.
Yeah.
And now, obviously, that's been beaten with Team Europe making 197 and losing. We'll have a bit of a longer break, but not a huge break. We'll be back in around about 8.5 minutes to take you into the next game, which is starting in 13. And it will be Asia taking on the British and Irish 11. Asia winning the toss and making to field. Vinny Sound here, Mr. Maximo, back with Rico Full after a short break. You're watching ECN, and this is the Western Shield.
The Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back. Beautiful sunny afternoon here on the Costa del Sol, and we're 2 matches into the 5-match program here on day 2 of the Western Shield. Haven't we seen some high quality cricket here in this fast, frenetic, furious format at the beautiful Kardama Oval. Anyway, now we are going to get into match number 8, and this one will see the Asian 11 taking on the British and Irish 11. Ian Ramage is the tournament referee. He's got the giant coin, he's got the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Asian 11, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. British Irish 11 as the away team, you'll call.
Andalusia.
It's been called Andalusia, and it's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss won by Asian 11, who will bowl first?
So the Asian 11 have won the toss, and they've bucked the trend on day 2. They've decided they want to bowl first. They feel that they can chase down what's required, so they're not kind of deviating from the tactics that were successful for them yesterday, where teams generally did want to bowl first. But I don't think that bothers the British and Irish 11 at all. The Knights put on a big 203 batting first in that last game, and I just think they'll like the chance to go out there and do the same again. But they will have to deal with some pretty spicy bowling from the Asian 11. So I think these are 2 teams that really kind of need to win for slightly different reasons. Of course, we saw the Asian 11 going down for the first time this morning. So they have a 3-1 record, and I suppose the Knights, I mean, they need as many wins as possible here on day 2, given the start that they had. Rico Ford's in the commentary box. I'll be there in a second, Rico, but match 8 is on the way, and the Asian 11 decided they want to send in the British and Irish 11. Maybe we'll see big Kevin O'Brien out there this time. I kind of missed him last time, but they certainly had no shortage of runs. It's over to you as we get ready for the start of match 8.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu, doing a super job as always with those coin tosses. Thanks very much to Ian Roberts as well, the tournament referee. So you hear the news there that Asian 11 elected to take the field first. That means putting in the British and Irish 11. I must admit, having seen them just score 200 plus runs, I wouldn't be too confident doing that. I mean, this could backfire big time. And, especially when you've still got Johnny Connell in the side and Lewis Priestley. He was absolutely sensational as well. And you've got Julius Somerora coming into the side. What if he bats slightly higher up the order? I know yesterday that he was came in a little bit lower for where I would expect to see him. Came in pretty low at number 7 in that when they went down to Asian 11. They only scored 135 batting first, and I think that's why the Asian 11 have put them back in again. But it was Julius Somerora who scored 46 not out, coming in at number 7, so we might see slightly higher up the order. We're going to see a bit of Adam Patel and Fahim Bashar. Also behind the stumps, it's Manan Ali, who's going to be behind the stumps this time around. Mackenzie Jones also coming to the side. So we'll see how this one goes. See umpire Joe Foster. He's out there in the middle with Sulman Saeed, the Italian stallion. It's great to see that we've got these world-class umpires from all over Europe coming together. Got a big match coming up here. Just sort of the win percentages there, so 59% to 41% in favour of Team Asia. So once again, it's in what we always call that Goldilocks zone. Will be a close one. Asian 11 after winning all 3 of their matches yesterday. They lost the first one here today. They put a good fight getting to that 152, finished on 150, so going down there by a run. Almost got the 28 they needed off the last over. It was a close call, wasn't it? Okay, ready to go. Arado, the official timekeeper, gives the umpires the nod up, and here's the first ball. It's going to be Samun Khan to bowl it. And I think he catches him on the pads here, actually. Let's have a look at this. He wants to get pretty funky early on. That's William Smell. Tries to give himself a little room. Let's see where this one catches him. So there's that early movement. There's the delivery. So wraps him, I think, on the pads as he's trying to play the ramp shot. Might have got a bit of an inside edge on that, actually. See how it'd be interesting how the umpire saw it. Good delivery in the block hole. I heard Vinny saying that this is probably one thing that that the bowlers weren't quite able to execute yesterday, getting that ball in the right area. You know, that delivery, that batters just can't get underneath to get that boundary away. So keep that ball in that area, and it'll work a treat. Well, Vinny Sander will join me later. You know what he's doing? I bet you he's tucking into some cherry pie. It is a National Cherry Pie Day today, with all its fruity and buttery goodness. Now that's worth an appeal, and he's gone. No hesitation there at all from the umpire, Joe Foster, and it did look like he went right across his line. Well, maybe the batter here, William Smell, he might be eating some cherry pie now as well, because that, I think, is absolutely plum. Well, maybe he's going to have some plum pie. You don't get any plummer than that. He's moving around a little bit too much in his crease. And when you see a batter doing that, that's the way to go. Go full, go straight. That's exactly what Salman Khan does. No doubt about that at all. So, dangerous William Smell has to depart, and it's going to be a 2-day 2-ball duck for William Smell as he walks back. And LBW, leg before wicket, well bowled by Khan, full and straight. New batter comes in, and Simmons Lynch, who seems to have found his rhythm. He looked very relaxed, and in that last match we called him the Machina, El Machina, the machine. Because once he gets in, he just, well, you don't think you're ever going to get rid of him. But Salman Khan has got his radar switched on. Khan to Lynch. And gone! First ball, golden duck. What a delivery! Oh, you beauty! Absolute beauty in the block hole. Lynch gets done by an absolute beaut. This is a peach of a delivery from Khan. Middle stump. And look at that, both stumps almost coming clean out of the ground. It's a boogie, oogie, oogie, grizzly 5-ball. What a start. Salman Khan gets it right in. Well, he's saying this is what I did. I think it was more of a straight ball. That Lynch totally misses, but he's gone. It's going to be your first baller. Oh, a 2-ball duck. We saw there from Smale. And now, same as Lynch, he goes for a first baller. That's a golden quacker. Makes his way back. At Asian level, what a start. And Niels Priestley now comes out. Now, he was outstanding, but when he went out there was different circumstances in the last match. Can you believe it? A team that hit 203 and now 2 for 2. And only Johnny Connell has got a run off the bat. It's a full delivery that just gets guided out. So you would imagine that this has to be a pretty decent partnership. These two will have to stick around for a while. What a start. Fantastic bowling. Welcome to you, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. You're watching the Western Shield. 5 days of action, 5 matches a day. Well, your doctor says you need 5 a day. We give you 5 a day. And it's going to be the best from around the world coming together. Now that one's been crunched away. He gets the movement on this, but it's a full toss. And that is going to be a tree topper. I reckon you might as well ask for a new ball here, because that has disappeared. Johnny Connell gets a beamer onto his pads, and he just helps us along the way. Adios, pelota. Esa pelota no va. Esa pelota va por la playa. That's gone to the beach. And, well, splash a little bit of sunscreen on. it ain't coming back. You can have a look at our 2025 calendar. And if you are new to us here in European cricket, well, we are with you all year long. You can get onto our YouTube channel and you can follow us when we go on tour around Europe. And we got some exciting cricket coming up for you. And of course, don't forget that straight after the Western Shield, we have the Euros, or what we call the Champions League of cricket, the European Cricket League. And then after that, we'll make our travels to various locations around Europe. 9 for 2 then. Score after the first, and it's going to be Fahim Basharat to bowl over number 2. And he's going to be helped away for 6 runs as he just strays onto the pads there of Neil Priestley. I mean, it's a shorter delivery, but it's going down the leg side. And he just helps this along the way. Gets good bounce, but not the best of areas there from Basharat. Didn't play in that last game, so he'll be keen to impress with Fahim. He's got to get the line right. You want to keep the pressure on. You don't want to release the pressure. Since those 2 wickets, a couple of boundaries have followed both batters. And that is a biggie. Oh, that's 6 more. It's not a good delivery. Well, that is smashed into something. And well, a few people are going after this. There's Andy House and Shub. I'm looking to see where that one's gone. It certainly made a thud, but once again, look at where that ball is. It's going down the leg side. And I think he might be even better off just forgetting about that angle that he's trying to bowl here. Change the angle, perhaps. Maybe he wants to come around the wicket. Maybe reluctant to do so at the moment, but he's not getting it right. And it's right into the firing zone at the moment for Priestley. Now it's down the ground, and not the cleanest, but with the 2 men straight inside the circle. Any good hit is going to be 4 runs. Good hitting in the power play. Good Cox there with pen and paper, making a few notes. Scribbling a few things down, and deep in concentration. There he is, deep in thought. Basharat, not a good start from him. 6 and a 4. And make that another boundary. This will probably be 6 as well. Manos. Arriba, Vidro. Porque eso es 6 carreras más. And after just 9 off that first over and 2 wickets going down, British and Irish 11 come back fighting with some beautiful stroke play there from Niels Priestley. He was good in that last match as well, remember. Scored 44 of just 9 balls. Of course, it was different circumstances. Look at it. They have made a change in the field. Long on now goes back on the boundary. So just got long on and behind square back. And this one is stopped inside the circle. Good stop. That was hit pretty well. He's definitely getting swing. There's plenty of swing from Basharat, but he's having trouble controlling it. At least that one doesn't go to the boundary. It ends up being a good stop by the fielder. It was motoring along pretty nicely. And that is going to be swiveled on a little bit. The MJ. Oh, was that? Also makes his way to the boundary. It's a bit of a disastrous start here from Basharat. And I was saying the one thing that you don't want to do is give the pressure away, take your foot off the pedal, and they've done that, haven't they? 27 coming off that over. It's not the most expensive, but it does mean that the British and Irish 11 move to 36 for 2 after the 2 overs. Let's have a quick look at those standings. So Asian 11, they'll be keen to get back to winning ways here, but look how quickly the British and Irish 11 are moving up. After that win, they've overtaken the European 11 now. They're looking to add another scalp another win under their belt. I think you've got to stay with Simran Khan to see if you can maybe skittle 1 or 2 more here. But he's up against Priestley, who's raced to 24 with just 6 deliveries. And he gets a full toss here now. This might be worth looking at side on. In fact, the umpire at square, Suleiman Saheed, has called it straight away. So that's a 7 up. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, Khan was the bowler who caused all the problems in the first. And his last ball would go for 6, but he still only went for 9. But now this one goes for 7. If you want to know how you get 7, there you go. Free hit, too high, full toss. And now he'll be under pressure with this delivery. The license to go big. And he's going to be a long chase. On the Iba. But not going to get there. There's going to be 4 runs. This outfield is quick and fast. And with the long off, pretty wide there. Inside the circle, actually, so mid-off position. He's not going to be able to get to this. It's not quite where Priestley wanted that to go, but it still goes to the boundary. That's how you get 11 on 1 ball, folks. That's a great shot. Oh, what a shot this is. Cracking. Well, this could be our HCL software shot off the day as he just rocks back and uppercuts this for 6. Oh, what a shot. Have a look at this. Priestley is on a different zone to everybody else at the moment. Oh, that is amazing. And he almost falls over in his own follow-through while he's admiring his own work. 6 of the best from Niels Priestley. Simran Khan, who had a wonderful first over, and he was showing everybody how he's getting the ball to move around now. Oh, he's under a spot of bother. And that's it. Oh, well, I wonder if it went so quick. I think this might have been a catching chance. I mean, it was going. It was rapido. It was like a tracer bullet straight at that fielder. And that's Suleiman Safi. Definitely, yeah, definitely catchable. Not easy, but it's a chance. And it's a chance to remove Priestley. He moves to 41 after being dropped on 40. How expensive could that be? Slices this, taking on the fielder, and well, whether it hits or not, could have been close. They will scramble through for a single. So once again, we're seeing a very healthy power play. Even though these 2 wickets have gone down, the British and Irish 11 have got to that 50 mark. Still a couple of balls to go in the over, of course. Started off with that 7 up. It's a full toss again. The difference in that first over, he executed that Yorker well on a couple of occasions. And he picked up 2 wickets. Here, he's getting it wrong. Over pitching, you can see again. That ball, he's definitely getting the ball to swing. I think he and Basharat have done that. The ball is moving around, but not getting the length right. Hit straight through it, Priestley, who's moved to 45 of just 11. Miscue gets a single. Khan finishes his spell. He'd be disappointed the way that over goes. As it'll go for 24 off that one. Only the 9 came off the first. And the British and Irish 11 are on a healthy 60 for 2. There's the graphic that shows you that. And I just have to say they were pretty upbeat. Asian 11 after that first over, 9 for 2. But what's happened afterwards, they just seem to have lost their voice just a little bit. There's Vinny Sandhu that comes back and joins me in our, well, beautiful commentary box here. We've got a room with a view.
Yeah, we sure do. And we're really enjoying the action here as well, aren't we? With 2 cracking games so far. This could easily be another one. We've already seen 2s and throws. So there's 2 quick wickets for still a 60-run power play. Yeah. So Vixie are actually favourites at this stage. Priestley's in some kind of form though, isn't he? I'm not sure if he's been playing that much cricket, but he's just been class, and he's on 46 right now, facing up to Anjula.
He's played that away. It won't carry to the fielder, who will just make sure it doesn't get past him and go to the boundary. So just a single. As the captain, Anjula, comes on to see if he can make a difference and break this threatening partnership.
You know what they say, what goes up must come down. In Asia, 3 wins yesterday. They've already had a loss. They're behind in this game. I just think we'll always see these 4 teams gravitating towards the mean. I just think they're so even. There's so many good players in each of them.
It's a little bit over pitch. He's on the pads, just whips it away. There's going to be 4 more. Yeah, it's going to be a good test for them, actually, Vinny. You're right. I mean, they played 3 yesterday, and they play 3 again here today. So the stamina will be tested. The British and Irish 11, they'll play this match, and they can then have a rest. The next match we'll see, match 9, will be the World 11 taking on European 11, and then European 11 will finish today taking on the Asian 11, as this one has been launched, and that is big as it flies over the giant European cricket ball. 6 more runs, and after first over of joy for the Asian 11, it's turning into a bit of a nightmare now.
Yeah, and how quickly things can turn around. Anjula, he's a clever bowler. Let's see what he comes back with.
Slightly slower delivery, holds it back, but the key is he also gets it in a pretty good area. He doesn't bowl short.
Yeah, it's very clever how he bowls. That's pretty much a fast leg break. But to get that in the right area is not easy. Just bowling normal leg breaks is tough. It's just, it was a little leg spinner, which obviously came out a lot slower.
It's hit straight down the ground. There's going to be 6 runs. Smashes into the side screen. 6 carreras más y exceptional. Outstanding from Niels Priestley, who brings up a 14-ball 50, Vinny.
I think he went to 3 in 14. Just 14 balls. That's right up there. But it's the way he's done it. He just looks so in control of his game. He's making sound decisions. He's got number 53 on his back as well. Priestley 90210, putting on a show.
That away would just be a single as the 2 fielders fight each other to get to that ball. So it's going to be the end of the Kavishka Anjula's over. Not the worst, but it goes for 19. And the score moves to a healthy 79 for 2 after just the 4 overs. So once again, the British and Irish 11 are looking to get to a big score here. And these 2, remember, I mean, Priestley's got going, but Connell, he's only faced just the 7 balls, but he's on 23 himself. So if they get going and stay in, you can see another big score coming up here.
I know a few people were wondering about the amount of 6s yesterday, and well, I can tell you, I estimate to be over 100.
The onside, just be a single this time. So it must have been what, at least about.
Have a guess?
I'm saying averaging about 30 a match.
Roughly, yeah, 29 actually. So
Okay.
145 6s in the day. And I don't know what we're up to already.
Hang on a minute, we
I'll
just
probably
had
tell you.
51 in that last match.
145, that was in the first day. That was yesterday.
So, yeah. Is this going to carry? No.
That was 145. Today we've already had 81. And that's before this game.
Blimey.
And we've had 8. So we've had 89 already. And we're not actually, there's a non-zero chance we could actually hit 100 by the halfway point of the day. Who knows? Najib, who's been a real standout, I think, with the ball. The Arabian Express coming into bowl.
It's a bit of tiki-taka at the moment here. So 3, we've been so used to seeing a ball after ball go to the boundary. We've on a number of occasions seen 3, if not 4, if not 5 balls on the trot goes to the boundary. I think that's probably the first time that we're seeing a run a boundary. 3 singles on the spin.
I was going to say, maybe we should start counting non-boundary balls. Got a cracked bat here, by the way. But it is actually, it's the first time we've seen more than 2 non-boundaries, except for the start. Since that start, remember that start, it went leg by, single, wicket, wicket, 1. So they had 5 in a row there. So we talk about batting teams getting on runs. Maybe we should be talking about bowling teams getting on runs as well. And what's a run? Or a kind of a streak, if you want to not confuse the naming. It's just keeping the ball in the ballpark. Yeah. The old Miller Champ and Hall, they're good bats.
Yeah, that one needs replacing.
So are the Grizzly bats, I should say. But I've got to say, I've got an affinity for the Miller Champ and Hall. I got one for Christmas one year when I turned 13, and it was a real belter. The oval handle. I wonder if they still have oval handles. Someone that's been playing in the last 12 years, tell me.
Okay, quick change. New one comes out. The Najib. Good so far from him. And even better. Well, he might have changed some woodwork, but now there's some other woodwork that's going to need changing. It's the stumps. Well, new bat doesn't really help the batter as Connell tries to take on Usman Najib. And well, Najib gets it right. It's full. It's straight. It's another boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly. 5 ball. Jagde Hutte. Dekh Dande Chake Punje Rakh Dite. The stumps are out of the ground. Bit of an inside edge on it. But look at the stump go. It's flown out of the ground. Timber! And they desperately needed that wicket.
He's just been so good starting his spells, whether it's wicket straight away or keeping it quiet. This time he's pretty much done both. Connell, 24, but is no more. It's 82 for 3. The middle stump uprooted. Najib, fastest to T20, 50 T20I wickets. You can see why. I mean, I don't think anyone enjoys facing this guy.
He's bowled well as the next batter gets maybe a little bit of a prep talk there from Niels Priestley. And it is Kevin O'Brien, the captain, comes out.
This will be a good battle. This will definitely be a good battle. I was speaking to Kevin this morning, and hopefully we can get him up here. The players had a lot of commitments around the ground, but it'd be great to have him for some commentary. But he said, yeah, you know, my back's giving me a few problems, obviously. He's trying to do the best he can. He's really excited about the mentoring role and the fact he is the icon for B&I. But right now he's got the Arabian Express steaming in.
Oh, well, this is close. And first of all, it's a good little clip off the pads, but it was uppish. And it was a fielder there on the 45 who, well, we might see a good look at this. Wasn't that far away from it. It's a diving effort. Bahut achhi effort the kitti field ne, but chokka lag gaya. Wasn't that far away from it.
Yeah, that flew away, didn't it? But it would have been an amazing catch. All right, great time for Kevin O'Brien to come to the crease as well as we approach the halfway point.
And, oh, that's out. That's out. Yep, he's gone. That's a great delivery. He goes right across him, gets the edge, and O'Brien, after clipping one way off his pads, gets one that's outside the off, and he's done it again, you know. Usman Najib, well, what a moment this is for him. Gets the wicket off the icon player, and also the captain of the British and Irish 11. Good catch taken there, no mistakes from Manan Ali, and a wicket goes. So after, well, they started badly with 2 wickets going down in the first, the British and Irish 11. Then they came back well, but 2 wickets fallen there in that over. Just a 7 would come off it, 2 wickets down. That's 86 for 4 at the halfway point. It's a new batter comes out to join the set. Niels Priestley. It's going to be Tom Henley as we invite you to say hello to us in our commentary box.
Talked about the icons. You know, in a way, it's a tough task going out to bat. You know, everyone wants your wicket. Najib has been a real good performer. We're going to go back to the action as we start the 6th over. But yeah, wickets, runs, he's had it all. But Priestley's still there. He is probably one of the most informed players in the tournament. If you look at the consistency and what he's delivered so far. But Najib, 2 for 7 off his over. Quite incredible.
Yeah, really, really good bowling. And Kevin O'Brien, yeah, just chases that wide ball, which leaves him really, gets him fishing. Gets the wicket of O'Brien.
And Priestley just has to put that all out of his mind. He'll know Tom Henley pretty well at the other end. They're England 11 teammates. Arshad, hat-trick with the last 3 balls last night. Now the sun's out. Let's see if he can be effective.
It's off the back foot, but he's not going to clear the boundary. That's going to be another wicket will go. Oh, well, now Niels Priestley is going to depart, and that's a bit of a soft dismissal for him. I'm a bit surprised he's played this shot, Vinny. when you're losing quick wickets like that, they've just lost 2 wickets in the last over. I thought maybe they'd want to just buckle down a little bit with Tom Henley. Still got plenty of time to bat, and he goes, and I know he played his shot once and it was magnificent, but this time goes a bit square. I wonder if it's the variation of pace that does him, but he offers a chance and it gets taken.
Well, I know he missed times at one way or another. Just have a look. He's got 34 of his 56 runs on the offside there. But to be honest, if you're going to love him at his best, you've got to love him at his worst.
Yeah.
Not saying it was a terrible shot, but if he times that right, it probably goes for 6 again, but it just didn't come on quite as quickly and disappeared into the hands of Safi. So well, this game's got it all again, 86 for 5 in the 6th.
Yeah, the thing is here about with the Asian 11, they find a way, don't they, to come back into the game. I mean, all right, you got 2 bowlers here, Arshad and also Najib, that have been absolutely brilliant. So what a moment. So this could really change the way things are here. So Arshad gets a wicket. Remember the hat-trick hero, the only man who's taken a hat-trick on the Western Shield. And he comes once again. And that's hit well, but it's straight to the hands, is it? And it's been taken. He's gobbled it up. Well, could he do it again? The hat-trick hero of last night. Well, Vinny Sandy was saying we saw him under the floodlights. And what can he do under the sun? Well, maybe just the same as Julius Aurora is going to go for a golden duck. He's going to walk back to the sounds of Derek the Duck in his head. Nobody likes to be going back up the famous Cardamom steps without any runs to his name. And that's another one that's going to go. Vinny, surely, is he not going to do it again or what?
It could be the double hat-trick hero. He did it last night, Arshad. This one, to be honest, it's worth a bit more to me. Tried to work out a name for what you call a hat-trick of the last 3 balls, when it doesn't really matter. Maybe a cap trick, bandana trick. He did it last night, didn't he, Arshad?
It was a good catch as well, wasn't it? It was a good catch, low down, running
Very
forward.
good catch. I thought he'd spilled it for a second, but he held on to it as he rolled forward. Hat-trick ball, all right. And it's Mackenzie Jones at the other end.
He knows he's on a hat-trick. He's just happy to
It's good batting.
just push it out and take the single.
If the game's turning against you, just ruin someone else's moment. And it was a fairly defensive prod there from Jones. So Henley will get his opportunity. 135 expected. That looks unders, doesn't it? Kind of. I suppose the 150 par was fine at the start of the day, but we just saw a 203 versus 197 game. Arshad, what an over. Following on from the good work of Najib as well, don't forget.
2 new batters out there now. Oh, that's terrible.
Whoa.
Well, I think he's gone for the slower ball. Has come out completely wrong. No ball has been signalled.
He's just smashed his bat as well. His bat's in the middle of the pitch. Some of it. All right.
Yeah. How many? Well, we saw an amazing. Wasn't it Afridi who busted his yesterday? Well, no ball. No doubt about that. And let's see the bat
Marginal.
go.
How did the bat go that way? You know, like momentum's a bit like trust in a long-term relationship. Takes a while to build up. It can be broken in an instant. When you go the old 7 up, the ball doesn't even count. Actually almost hurt the ball in more ways than one.
Here's a question for you. What if that fell onto the stumps?
That's out. Yeah, part of your equipment. Part of your helmet falls off now, you're fine, but yeah.
But get the glue out. Come on, get the glue out.
Hits the other stumps, it's fine. I still want to know how that happened. Any physicists watching? Love you to come in. Hey, speaking of coming in, we just had a knock at the door.
Yeah, we did.
I love a knock at the door in the Dream Box. When we had a knock at the door yesterday, it was Ross Taylor. And so there's a rule. You're not allowed to knock on the door of the comedy box unless you're an international superstar. So let's just hope that this knocker is.
Well, it could either be that or it could be somebody bringing us up some cherry pie because it is National Cherry Pie Day. But either one will do for me. Right, free hit coming up.
Enthusiastic bib wearing there. Oh, might need another bat.
That didn't sound right, did it? That did not sound very healthy.
You know, the 7 up, you got away with a free hit. I'm going to call it. There's a free hit jinx on the Cardamom Oval at the moment because the strike rate for batters facing free hits is about half what it is in the normal balls. That one doesn't get punished either.
Rashad comes back well to his credit after getting that one wrong.
He's got 2 for 9. 7 were in a ball that didn't even exist.
That's good. Look at the change up on page. I wonder if we can show you this. Very clever bowling. We might be able to get the slow-mo on this. But just wraps his fingers right around this. And a couple of things there. One, it's no pace on it. It doesn't come up as much. That's nicely bowled. End of the over. So we are 95 for 6 at the end of that 6 over. So, I mean, it's an interesting one, but the last 2 overs have gone well. Just a 9 off that one. Remember, Usman Najib, 7 came with these. I'm sure they'll go straight back to Usman here as well.
Now, Rico, I know you've put in a big shift. I know it's first morning here at the Cardamore Oval, and we haven't had too many breaks. So this knock on the door's come in, and I've vetted this person, and they're legit. And I think I'm going to call him in. So Rico is going to have a quick break. But meanwhile, we'll see Hindley getting one here. And it's nice to be able to bring Najib back here. And so, of course, once again, here we go. Usman's got good strong action, doesn't he? Generates a lot of pace. All right, so we're all set up there. It's good to have this man with us, and it is none other than European icon, Netherlands star as well, Max O'Dowd. And it's great to have Max here. That one gets past. Maxie, welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you. What a pleasure to be here. A beautiful day.
It is beautiful, and you're no stranger to the commentary box. I've heard you before. And we might have even had a stint together in the Netherlands before.
Probably. If it wasn't you, it was Corey.
Man of many talents as well. I'm looking forward to some of your DJing this week. Firstly, I want to say congratulations, but commiseration at last game. You scored 75, batted really well, we thought. But in the end, that 204 was just a bit too tall of a mountain to climb, hey?
It was in the end, unfortunately. It's an interesting one when you're standing there, and I was 20 off 12. I thought, I'm on fire here. And then I remembered it's actually a T10, and I'm going pretty slow. I was waiting for Corey to pull me off.
Lucky to get the hook.
Yeah, no, it was, I mean, the British and Irish. British and Irish? Yeah, British and Irish Lions played very well. So, I mean, yeah, one of those games where it felt like every single ball went to the boundary. And, I mean, we put up a great fight, so fair play to the boys.
Goes walkabout this time, Hindley. Makes no contact. It's funny you said that. It was actually a record for the most sixes in a match ever.
What, that last game?
Since you were involved in the first ever ECN match back in 2019. Since then, we've had over 6,000 others.
Yeah.
And it smashed the record. The old record was 46. It happened twice. There was 51 sixes in that game.
What,
when you consider there's only
this last one just now?
Yeah, there's only 120 balls in a game. It was 51 sixes, and there were 17 fours, so it was 68 boundaries.
Okay.
All right, this time he's going to try and flat bat it, but it goes very high. That's get caught off by the outfielder, and it's taken.
My word.
Well, this has had everything, hasn't it? And Adam Patel's into the lineup, and he took responsibility there. Hey, got to say, good coordination between the fielders as well. Outfielder said, look, it's not easy, but it's easier for me.
I mean, that was on track for a collision video. I'm not going to lie to you, but who caught that?
That was Adam Patel out there.
Adam Patel, what a catch, swirling high. I feel like, I don't know about you, but Cardamore, I just feel like it goes way further. Maybe it's those grizzly balls.
Oh,
Those
yeah,
grizzly
I'm
balls
kind
are
of in
rocks.
the mountains, so to speak, but the grizzly effect is something. I know that when we played, and this is a funny story actually, but when we had the first tournament in 2019, we were using balls that were, let's just say, a fair bit more expensive than the balls that we're using these days. That's only because we've now since cut such a great deal from Grizzly that give us the cricket balls at a big discount. But back then we were paying kind of RRP, and
Things
let's
have changed
just say
now.
we probably wouldn't be in operation. And we
No,
were getting
I
these
don't think you
brand
would.
new, I think they use them in ODIs. And
Yeah,
they were up.
those kookaburras go pretty nice, don't they?
are lasting approximately 7 seconds each. Anyway, new batter out there is Davidson. He swings and misses first up. First chance of a rock and roll here. We haven't seen any team fail to get at least, I think, 135. So you can go bang, bang, bang here. Anyway, enough about this. Let's talk about you.
Okay.
A lot's changed since we last saw you, I suppose. We saw you in 2019. That's the end of the over, by the way. 4 days until the ECL. Perfect segue, because you were an ECL winner back in 2019 with your old club, VOC Rotterdam. This time, it'll be VCC Voorburg who are representing the Netherlands. And how do you think they'll go?
I mean, Voorburg are a quality side. You know, there's a lot of players in there who have represented the Dutch, and not just the first side, but also the A side. I'm not sure if Gavin Kaplan will be coming over. He's one of the overseas players. A really, solid player for them. But VCC, I mean, I've played against them loads, and they're just a strong side. Guys who can bat, who can bowl, who can field. I'm just trying to see if I can recognise any other teams in there.
Some teams, I'm just trying to think from when you played back there.
I feel like Drew in Group A.
Drew? I think they may even be the only side from 2019 that will have played in every single one. If I have a quick think, now that VOC aren't there, of course. Big swing and a miss, Mackenzie Jones unable to do it. Meanwhile, by the way, Najib 3 for 9. I'm calling him the Arabian Express. He's the fastest at T20 wickets with Saudi Arabia.
He is on fire.
He's got a bit about him.
Never played him, but I mean, just watching him yesterday, thankfully I was out already. He's really getting it down. And at 3 for 9. No, that's not 3 for 9, is it? 3 for 9?
3 for 9.
3 for 9. I mean, look, it's confused me. No one takes 3 for 9 in the T10. He's on fire, and he's bowling quick.
Meanwhile, we see Harun Ashad, who took a hat-trick last night, almost took a hat-trick today as well, but this won't be going his way. It'll be the 100 up for the British and Irish 11. Yeah, I mean, we've got so much we can chat about. Hopefully we can get you up here a couple of times, Maxie, but obviously congratulations with all your success with the Netherlands side since we last saw you on ECN. And actually, you gave us a snippet of what's possible, you and Scotty, with the 222. We thought, well, that might never happen again. Since then, believe it or not, you've dropped out of the top 10.
Yeah, I know. Corey likes to remind me about that, the time we first dropped out.
But last thing first, obviously you've answered late caller. Tell us about how you ended up here in Spain, because even as late as Sunday, you had no idea that you were coming. So what, you got a phone call, and when was that? How did it all transpire?
Yeah, so I was in Cape Town with the Dutch side. We're currently based over there for a training camp for our Cricket World League 2 series against Namibia and Canada. And, we're training hard over there. And then my old friend Corey Rutgers decided to get on the WhatsApp and give me a quick call. And well, that's a great shot.
Yeah, really good shot. In fact, we wouldn't have realised this, but Shahid Afridi actually knocked out 4 of our cameras in the last game when he put one up into the tower. He shattered one of the power boxes.
I'm not surprised. He hit some hard.
But luckily that one, I think, doesn't do any physical damage. 6 runs.
Yeah, so back to the story. It was Corey gave me a call and said, what are you doing? Where are you? And as one of my closer friends, I thought he'd know, but he didn't know. And he said, Joe Burns has pulled out, and there's an opportunity for you here to play as an icon in the Western Shield. And I thought, what better way to really get an opportunity to play against some of the new guys who have come all the way from Australia and Saudi Arabia, and guys from all over the place, and kind of see what's happened over the last 6 years, because it's been a long time, and see how it's progressed. And to be honest with you, mate, it's been amazing, really, seeing the amount of people that are here, seeing the standard of cricket. It's really impressed me, and it's so cool to see from where it was when we first started.
It was kind of I call it the Wild West back then. That was even Wild West. I think is 2020. We're talking pre-Wild West.
Yeah, exactly.
We're talking kind of medieval ECN when we met last. So that one's gone through the keeper. That could go for 5. Is it going to pull up in time?
Oh, great effort.
And he does make the stop. It's it looked for a second like they might be the dreaded Minimo. Yeah, so, back then, let's just say there's a lot of enthusiasm, but something like this had never been done before, really. And a lot of these things that are now so ECN, that they are just kind of part and parcel. The 50-metre boundaries, they're not changing ends, which has come in since. But I don't know if they want to have another look at this, but it's pretty clear that he's made the stop. And I'll get 3 runs for free there. But yeah, thinking back then, even things like having the score up and doing all these things, and it was only an 8-team competition back then.
Yeah.
Now it's 35, and it sparked this crazy transformation into everyday cricket. 114 for 7 after 8 right here, right now. But just because of the interest it garnered, it allowed us to now travel with it. So. Most of the year, we're in over 20 countries now. I know we've caught up when we've had the ECS in the Netherlands before. But yeah, thanks for being a real early part of the story. And it's always great when we see players going on and then playing at the highest level, seeing you play at the World Cup, seeing you representing the Netherlands so well. And obviously that's the hope this week as well, that we're finding unearthing more of those players that can go next level in this Western Shield.
I appreciate it. It's been, I mean, you've got to give credit to Dan and the team. I mean, what's happened, like you said, it's like, you know, ECN BC almost what it was when we were playing.
ECN BC, I like that.
ECN BC, it was, it was, call it rogue. Ooh, this is
just
great
over.
shot.
Well, you were pretty good at these earlier. Just the 52-metre bombs, you might call it. Just getting over the fielder. You can hit sixes anywhere.
It's lovely playing out here. I'm not going to lie to you, Vinny. I mean, I feel like you just have to get a little piece of it.
There's one you looked really surprised with, over near the giant ball.
The giant white ball. Yeah, no, it's awesome playing here. But back to ECN, I guess it's, you know, like I said before, it's amazing what's happened and where we came from to where it is now. I mean, you got Big Bash players coming out here all the way from Australia playing in ECN. I mean, you got arguably one of New Zealand's best ever ODI players and players overall playing for the World 11. Kevin O'Brien, you know, all these legends out here.
Add yourself to that list, I think. But you know what's interesting is that we've unearthed the format that I think is, in a lot of ways, what T20 was when it burst onto the scene 20 years ago. That it's a really digestible, short, ultra short format where, you know, you're not going to have to wait minutes to see something. You can probably see something in seconds.
Yep.
But also it's a very skillful game. It tests your strategy. I think tests your mental skills and your temperament. Tests your decision making. So we talked about, you know, choosing the right shot for the right ball and choosing your moments to premeditate, for example. Hey, Max, are you happy to answer a few questions?
I can answer some questions.
Because we've got a few in here. Now, a lot of these questions seem to be about your DJing. I know we've got Saurabh Zalpuri who's tuning in.
Of course he is.
He said, are you going to put a DJ shift in the Netherlands this year?
Am I going to put a DJ shift in? Look, I mean, I feel like... Ooh, that's a good shot.
That one, left hand, is going to be endangering the crowd, but that one falls just short of the crowd. Over the fence, though, Maximal. 6 runs.
DJ-wise, you know what? It's a hobby of mine, but I feel like every ICC event I go to, or every time I'm doing some media stuff, they're like, oh, Max it out, so you're a full-time DJ. I said, no, like, I'm not a full-time DJ. It's one of my hobbies, and I'm a full-time cricketer. But, you know, I guess I just roll with it. But Zalpi, yeah, I'll do a little set here and there at Kampong when I can.
You do it well. I remember a couple of years ago at the ECS that we had at Capella, that it was a lot of fun. I like some of your retro mixes as well, some of the old cricket tunes.
Well, hopefully they can get me on the decks at the end of the
We'd love to be back. The one thing is, I know it's tough with the Netherlands to get over there for ECS cricket because it is a really compressed calendar. But yeah, we're hoping that that we can get back there. Also, some good questions here. One in particular caught my eye. And Jula, last ball of his spell. Smashed down the ground, but I'll only get one there. We'll go to the last over. Bixie, 130 for 7 after 9. Looks like they will get past the 135, which is the lowest score we've seen so far. Random question from Max O'Dowd coming from John Gray, who's in France, saying, what's it like working under Corey? I thought he said again, but I don't think Corey would have coached you before. You know, you've been his housemate before. What's he like?
I've lived with Corey for over 5, probably 6 years now, I reckon.
You and I have so much to talk about.
Yeah, no, Corey, I mean, Corey's a great guy, isn't he? He's got a lot of energy, a lot to give. Actually very tactically astute, has a lot of plans and ideas that I think a lot of different coaches or other coaches that I've worked with have never really thought of. Maybe that's because he does a lot of T10 work. But no, very passionate and I think a very good coach and someone that's doing extremely well with the Spanish side at the moment. So
we do give him a bit of stick because he is
because
he's a ragamuffin. But I will say this, and I've watched more cricket than maybe anyone on the planet live, but he is a very good strategist, and I think you don't coach to do the same as everyone else. I think he's got that kind of X factor about him that he questions almost everything.
No, he does.
Corey.
He does.
And I love that about him.
It's almost like he's a bit of a. Oh yeah, that's a nice shot.
Yeah, well, a little slash factor from Jones. He actually come up with a bit of a cameo here. He's into the 20s.
He's going well, Jones. Here. Back to Corey. I feel like he's almost like a football manager in a way, you know, in the cricket aspect. He'd like to refer to himself as Mikel Arteta. That's what he started calling himself.
Is that right?
He walks around with his little handbook and a Spanish flag and
He should start wearing a suit to games, though,
I
if
feel
he's
like-
serious about it.
yeah,
Needs to go full NBA
Or
coach.
maybe a full black, suit with a little turtleneck out the top and his white loafers and a nice shiny Rolex as well, because he gets paid so much.
I've got a lot of questions about the players in this tournament as well. I won't quite carry down a long off. That's the kind of danger zone there. We saw Jeremy Martins do something that would have been out of place at the Olympics in the gymnastics on the pommel horse earlier.
I think so.
Cost you 4.
Thankfully, Alistair, our physio and manager and S&C, everything, got us nicely, loosely warmed up, so he didn't pull anything.
Hey, I've got to tell you that yesterday you set a record. This has been brought up in the chat as well. I'll tell you why.
This will be good.
Don't worry, it's not a bad record.
Okay.
4 to come. All right, that's straight up in the air. Should be an easy catch. Mananali will take it at the hips a little bit with the high catches to the keeper yesterday, Asia, but that one is taken. Davidson, handy little 14 from him, 135 for 8, 3 balls remaining. So this record was previously held by a gentleman called Fiaz Ali, who played for Jadra Brescia, aka the refrigerator from the first ECL, and it's the record for the longest period between ECN appearances. Fiaz Ahmed did play in 2023 again, but we hadn't seen him since the ECL in 2019. It was 1,366 days, 3 years and 9 months.
Wow.
And yesterday you smashed it. 2,030 days since your last ECN appearance.
You know what, Vinny? I'm proud of that, and what made me even more proud was when I got caught at deep square leg as I was walking off, and I could hear you go, "That's 2,030 days he hasn't played, but he's just started walking off again." Well, I'll take it. It's all right. It's good to be back.
I've got so many questions. I know we'll probably have to have you back. But yeah, how do you find? Here's my question: how's cricket at the top level going to World Cup? How's it different from your I don't know, regular club cricket that thousands and thousands of people would play all over the world? I mean, there's the obvious thing in the standard, but like, what are the little things that make it different?
Well, I'm not going to be like Sam Constas and say it's like a grade game. What he said when he played in there at the MCG. It's how do I explain it? It's amazing, obviously representing your country, and I don't know. It's like personally, I see it as an awesome opportunity to kind of show what Dutch cricket's about and what we are about as a team and players. And in terms of it being different, obviously the standard is much higher. But the thing that I always say about cricket is that you can have, a club cricketer can walk out there and he can hit a cover drive off Mitchell Starc, or he can hit Pat Cummins for a 6. That everyone can do that who kind of plays a relatively decent level of club cricket. It's just those best guys in the world just do it consistently over and over again. And, you might get one away, but then you probably miss the next 10. So
yeah, 100%. There's a consistency thing.
Yeah,
and
consistency.
That's kind of the magic of it as well. I mean, we saw the Ni Vanuatu bowler and Elisa getting out Kevin O'Brien last night, and cricket, it's a bit different to other sports in that way that it's a moment in time and you're dealing with such fine margins. Anything's possible. Do you want to talk through the highlights with me, Maxie?
Oh, let's
I feel
go
like you
through
just
the
sat
highlights.
down, but I can tell you the final score is British and Irish 11, 137 for 8 off the 10 overs. So the Asian 11, 138 to win. Definitely didn't really go to plan for B&I, considering they're coming off that 203 in the last game. But this time, it's never really happened for them. Priestley, 56, was the main instigator. You had 24 for Connell up front. You had Jones with a handy 24, batting all the way down at number 8. But they just tended to lose wickets at consistent intervals. And Asia, I think that they're pretty happy where they're at. Having said that, I think they've been a little bit hot and cold with the bat, despite the fact they've got a 3-1 record. If they lose some of their informers, maybe Shafiq at 3 and Ahmed Zai opening up, well, that was plum pudding, really. Took one step towards the pavilion to save him a bit of time. That was LBW Smale. He's had a good series so far. Had to go. And then the very next ball, Lynch. All right, it's 3 ducks in 4 games for him. He got his stumps absolutely rearranged. So the hat-trick wasn't taken, but Priestley came out at 4. And when you're coming out after your number 1 and your number 3 have got ducks, it takes a lot of courage to go for your shots, but he did. And to be honest, Priestley of Britain and Ireland has been in excellent form this week.
I mean, just watching him play, I love the way he sets up. I love the directions he hits the balls in. He sets up so nice and straight, and he flicks anything that's on his legs for 6, it feels like. Anything that's over pitch just gets pumped down the ground.
Yeah, well, Connell unfortunately had to go. It was the Arabian Express that was leaving the station. He came out and then he was able to remove the middle stump via the inside edge of Connell, and then Kevin O'Brien, despite flicking a 4, down to find a first ball, just open face club sandwich there, and it flew through. Well taken low down by Manan Ali. And Kevin still hasn't quite had his moment with the bat. I'm sure it'll come. Suleiman Safi is caught really well. So this is where they were just losing wickets, and at one stage they were actually 97 for 7 with 3 overs to go, and we thought, well, will it be kind of bang, 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 and will we have a kind of 110, 120 score despite that 7 up getting out of the way? That was a crazy one though. The bat actually went towards the bowler, but the ball went towards the jungle. And this is ECN cricket. You must love hearing the music and all those memories flooding back, Maxi, of the ECL.
Absolutely. What a time to be back. The sun's shining. Cardham Oval's on fire. Guys are having a great time. But fair play to the Asian 11. I think they've definitely held them under par there. But you never know. B&I, they're a great side. They bowled pretty well. They got some smart bowlers, some guys who can swing it up at top. There's going to be plenty of cricket to be played still.
Yeah, I think so. I still think there's going to be one game where we might have a bit of a low-scoring thriller. A low-scoring thriller at this level might be kind of 110 or something like that, but just kind of a run of wickets. Obviously, the fielding standards are really high. We've actually had more wickets falling per innings than almost any tournament I can remember. So it's kind of it's had it all. It's had a lot of action. Looking at the batting scorecard, 56 for Niels Priestley, continued his good form. 19 balls he faced, 6 maximos and 3 fours in there. 24 for Connell up front and 24 for Jones down the order. Actually did pretty well, came in a really tough spot. And Davidson, even a couple of handy shots for him, just 6 extras, 137 for 10. Bowling-wise, I think that Asian 11 just got a bit of teeth about them, don't they? They've got a few of these tearaway pace bowlers, and yeah, they were pretty consistent in kind of keeping things quiet as far as the scoring went, and also were able to pick up wickets at times. Vinny Sound here, Mr. Maximo, Max no doubt. Hey, I'm going to say big thanks for coming into the commentary box. That was a bit of a cameo.
Of course.
Bad luck about that last game. Only one swing of the bat in it, but 400 runs. Good to see you amongst the runs as well. And best of luck with you and your teammates the rest of the tournament.
Appreciate it. I'll be back.
You'll be back. Rico will be back after the break as well. So it'll be 138, I think, the target for the I suppose the win, and the win would be the 4th for the Asian 11. Vinny Sandy with Max O'Dowd and Rico back soon. You're watching ECN. This is the Western Shield.
Gracias.
Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the Cartapa Oval in the beautiful Andalusia region, not far outside Malaga in Spain. And you're watching the European Cricket Western Shield. European cricket gone global as we have the whole planet covered with 4 high-quality teams drawn from dozens of countries. We have the British and Irish 11 coming out, secure their first win earlier on, a 6-run win, a very high-scoring contest against Europe. And now they have managed 137, so a little bit below par, we think. Asian 11, I think they are favourites going to this second half. That's the bonus point equation. We still haven't seen the 4-pointer, which is for a team to win big. By big, we mean restricting their opposition to 70% of the total they set, or chasing in just 70% of the time available, 7 overs or less.
Nosy! Nifty!
Asian 11, they probably played above expectations when you consider that they haven't had the services of their icon player, Saeed Ajmal. So unfortunately, they're the only team without an icon, but it didn't stop winning all 3 of their matches they played on opening day. Hopefully Saeed Ajmal will be able to make it before the end of the week. He's caught up in some paperwork. I think anyone that's maybe travelled in some of the these regions, trying to coordinate that can be a bit of a complication. Sometimes they don't come through as quickly as you'd hope. This is Tommy Sturgis to get us going. There's Ahmedzai facing up, and he gets hit first ball, and he knocks his helmet off his head. Well, hopefully there's no damage there to Yunus Ahmedzai, but I can't say I've seen this before in ECN, because it hits him pretty much right on the badge, and it basically blows the back strap right open. Check it out. Bang. Actually hits him. It's actually a nasty one. It hits him under the lid, under the peak of the helmet. And I think this is one of those occasions where you're going to have to do the concussion test. It's a full-on blow, because look at the ball. The ball comes out in front of him. And then, yeah, here comes the magic spray. But I think you need to do the full concussion test here. And I would seriously consider changing that helmet. Yeah, we got Magic Spray Sophia today, who's out there. But I think when a helmet you're getting the replacement helmet, I think that makes perfect sense. It's funny, some of these players might have multiple helmets, but Yunus, you'd be pretty comfortable with his own. But yeah, it was a really good replay you saw of what happened. It almost kind of hunched down, and I don't think it was head high, that actual delivery. It was probably about chest high. Let's have a look. See, he's down, maybe not even chest high, and knocks it right off his head. I remember that happened to Andrew McDonald once when he was playing for Australia. Fun fact, no, it's not that fun when someone gets hit in the head. If that helmet goes onto the stumps now, in a lot of places and under the laws of cricket, it's not out. They're trying to encourage people wearing helmets. Even though I said this the other day when it came up, I don't think being worried about getting hit wicket is top on the list of people that aren't wearing helmets. I think it's a comfort thing. But anyway, this first ball was certainly got things off to an interesting start. It was Joe Foster. I mean, he's pretty well versed as well in the protocols, and we do have head protocols now. That's the thing, you might not realise this if you don't watch a lot of ECN, and a lot of different countries, a lot of different channels in this tournament. But we run, at the minimum, the ICC protocols in most things. So that includes the player and match area and what can and can't be done. It includes integrity measures. It includes things like concussion protocols and just these kind of safety regulations. It looked like a bit of a rolling cutter from Sturgis. And the thing is, this concussion test, you got to make sure that the player's all right. Sometimes they can pass it straight away, and then they start to feel they have what's called delayed concussion. But yeah, question in the comment section. Thomas in Madrid asking, was that properly buckled up? I have to say probably not. But it is also something. When I said sometimes we go over and above the ICC regulations, on ECN you need to wear a helmet all the time when you're batting. It doesn't matter if it's faster bowlers, slower bowlers, whatever. It's just a safety thing, and we don't want any of these judgment calls coming in, and I think it's actually already saved so many serious injuries. But yeah, the clock will stop as well. I know that you might not realise that the players are on strict clock watch all the time, because you get 36 minutes to bowl 9 overs. But it's a managed clock, so the clock will stop now. And now some more helmets coming out. So I think they've basically said to him, look, we consider that a significant blow to your helmet, which means that you need to change it. So now Eunice is going to get a couple more. Eunice really got off to an amazing start to his series with a blistering half century. And now he's going to face up again. Quick hello to everyone in the comment section as well. Nice to see you. It's great to have Max on. Of course, he's gone back to work. He's warming up for the next game, which I think will be a very good one as well, because it will be Europe taking on the world. And match number 19, a golf will be coming in to call that game with me. All right, we're back in business. And the next one, similar kind of length, but this time he gets bat on it. It's going, and well stopped. Get back for 2. Sturgis digging it in once again, and Smale asks the question. See, it's a nice piece of work from Ollie Davidson. And what I was going to say, that next game, Europe versus the world, they haven't played yet. So first time with the fixtures the way they are. Of course, in the end, all teams will play each other 4 times. So each team's kind of got a 4-match mini-series against each other. That one, I think, will be the genuine bouncer. So, and these two teams met last night. British and Irish scored 135, and Asia chased it, chasing the target of 136 with 7 balls to spare. Well, this target's pretty much the same, isn't it? A couple of runs more, 138 required. A false shot, and that's going to be gone. Ahmed Zai's going to have to go, not an innings that he will want to remember. Hope he does remember it. It was the inside half of the bat, more of a thick inside edge. Just checked the shot, was never going to go over the fielder, and a fairly simple catch is taken at mid-on. So that's one piece of the puzzle for Bixie. It's Tom Hinley that takes the catch, and the first wicket falls. It's 2 for 1. Now, I know Rico, he's been taking a bit of time. We had Maxi O'Dowd in just before the break, and Rico's had a lunch. But you know, I've said to Rico now, because I had another knock on the door, and we love the knocks on the door here in the commentary box. And you've got to be a certain pedigree of player to be allowed in. Now, I've ordered Rico to have the long lunch now. I think Rico can probably afford to go back for seconds. Shafiq, number 3, in form for Asia. Start with a single. And I was actually looking for this gentleman earlier, but I heard they might be a bit of an excursion that the World 11 have been on. I'm not sure if he was involved, but I've got to say it's a warm welcome back to the commentary box to Ross Taylor, the World 11 icon. And yeah, Ross, firstly, well done on a win this morning.
Oh, thank you. It's good to be back in the comp box. And yes, we went to a little town called Coin.
Yeah, Coin, just not too far away. We're actually halfway. This is Cartama Oval, but we're about halfway between Cartama and Coin. And yeah, I've been there. So what did you think of it? It's not a very touristy place either.
No, I think that's what I liked about it.
Yeah.
They were all staring at us. They thought we were Barcelona. Football.
Oh, yeah.
I said, no.
You got the kit.
I wish.
I remember you wearing 21 for one of the IPL teams. Maybe it was RCB.
RCB, my
True.
favourite. Yep, that was my. We were just talking about numbers because obviously played with 3 my whole career for New Zealand.
Yeah.
Baisley's got 3. I've got 7. And when I was at RCB, there was a famous cricketer called Jack Cullis. He had 3. There's
So
only
you
one
get
winner when it came to that.
7 times 3, 21.
Very much so. And it was my sister's birthday, so I had to go with that.
Yeah, it makes sense. Sometimes you've got to do what you have to do. Anyway, that's a crack, isn't it? I like this guy a lot, Arav Shetty. Plays straight. He's got a good technique. We already had, I think maybe while you were on your excursion, we actually had a ball which exploded a power box and knocked 4 cameras out and the connection.
Oh, wow.
Shahid Afridi did that. And luckily, after a short delay, we got everything back up and running. But that's danger money up there. Shot by Shetty. Seb Allison bowling over number 2. Well, thinks funky thoughts, but now we've got a bit of a mix-up. Luckily, there's a fumble from Seamus Lynch. Unluckily, if you're a British and Irish supporter. I've already asked the chat. Tell us what you want Ross Taylor to answer.
So how do you pronounce the...
Who's that?
How do you pronounce the town register?
So the accent's on the I. So if you want to say it the way the Spanish say it, they say coin. Coin. But you won't be the first person to call it coin. In fact, I think a lot of people have lived there a while and they still call it coin. Oh, now he goes through with it, Shetty. I don't know if he has to do this at this stage. You've just seen him drill a 6 and straight down the ground.
He's been a fantastic batter in this tournament so far. Just playing proper cricket shots.
Yeah, exactly. There's a time to improvise, and I don't know if there's a scientific formula, but I feel it's less than you think in this game, where you've got value all over the field.
And how small the boundaries are as well. I mean, there's a lot of players who are only getting 50, 60%, and they're still flying over the boundary.
That's good heat from Allison. Bit of a way bite there. But yeah, I've thrown it open because Ross has come in, and Rico doesn't often get double lunch. It's actually something that on the tour I've been known for, even though I'm trying to get a bit more healthy. Yeah, he's cherry pie as well. He's going, well, we might not get Rico back, actually. Rico actually would have been here yesterday, but as you know, Ross, we were saying to all our viewers as well that might not watch us often, we are on the tour. So we go around over 20 different countries a year to broadcast cricket. Now this time he's going to get away with it. It was about plan C, I think, for Shetty, who went to ramp and then just kind of saw the ball out there. I think Allison, this is probably one time, if he had just kind of aimed at the base and middle stump, he probably would have had more success. But I won't find that one in the coaching manual.
Yeah,
before us.
That is in the coaching manual. The coach giving knickers to the slip.
Oh, yeah.
But no, I think he doesn't like this field with no 45. He feels like he has to get inside and...
That one almost misses the pitch. I think this is on the pitch. Just bounced on the return crease. Yeah, Allison, that's the thing. Trying to go full and wide and follow a batter. I think it's just on the pitch. But yeah, questions coming in right now. I like this question straight away from John Gray, who's watching from France. He's saying, got a question for Ross. When was the first time you watched a game of this format or a game of ECN cricket? And what was your immediate reaction?
I think,
and was it yesterday?
And it was
That's okay.
I've seen some T10 in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
Briefly, maybe the odd over. I've never watched a whole game, so I'd say yesterday was my first immediate game to watch, and it was, it's been a lot of fun.
Last ball, the second here, and it's put down. Clunked the full toss down off the toe. Shetty survives. Seems golden at the moment. And a pretty interesting opening here. 15 for 1 after 2. I mean, I have now called over 4,000 matches. We've had over 6,000 on the network. So you sometimes just get a feel for what might happen in a tournament. I feel there's a low-scoring thriller around the corner at some point.
Well, we were talking about it before. There is going to be a score of 200 at one stage, and obviously the last game there was.
Tick that box.
But to answer the question, to finish it off, sorry.
Yeah.
I think it was that watching, obviously, a few bloopers.
Yeah.
And the famous leg spinner. Can you tell me where he was from?
Pavel Florin of Romania.
Romania.
Yeah.
Now,
and
he became world famous in the cricketing community.
It's a funny story, actually. I mean, Pavel, obviously, we went a bit viral and no one... It's the first real sign. It was only the second day we'd ever been on the air. It's back in 2019, and there was a bit of a media storm about it, and it was mostly negative, saying, well, who's this guy? Why is he playing on TV? And then you hear the guy talk. He's got a real genuine story. He says, well, I'm from Romania. I like the sport. It's an interesting story how he actually got picked to play. And he was in the park. He was an American football player, and he's played futsal at a high level. He's quite a good sportsman, Pavel. Boxing, you know, he's a bodyguard. He's a security guard. So, yeah.
You always need one of them in your team.
That's a bomb from Shafiq, kind of in the slot, and Mackenzie is put into the jungle. Maximo! Yeah, but just going back to what I was saying, it was a group of Indian guys who were playing in the park in his city, in Cluj, in Romania, and he says, I've seen it. I've heard of cricket. You know, give me a go. Give me a go. And, of course, they must have been pretty generous. Gave him a couple to whack. And they said, wow, you're really good. You know, and they said, hey, we want you to play for us. And he said that it was only 2 years later he realised they only had 10 players in their team and they needed an 11th. And so they pretty much set him up.
How good. Did I make it up, or did he actually go into the IPL auction? Did he put his name for it?
He puts his name in the Big Bash auction. He does. And did you know, actually, that not the summer just gone in Australia, but the summer before that, he was actually part of the Melbourne Stars organisation.
Yeah.
They had him over there, and he was doing a lot of great PR. People love him, you know, because when you hear him talk about his passion for cricket, you realise, hold on, cricket's not meant to be an elitist sport. And that's going to be 6. Forget that one. That's going to go over the 10th, I think, as well. Oh, is that caught? Well, was that Richard Cox that's caught that? Oh, big Cox in the crowd. It is.
The manager?
Yeah, that's Richard Cox. Now, he's a level 5 coach, which I believe doesn't even exist. It's only...
it's level 5? I've heard of 3 in there.
It's like in Scientology when you get to the levels that they don't tell everyone.
Tom Cruise.
He's writing notes that I don't understand. But, yeah, he's... Richard Cox obviously passed his fielding test there. That was a very good piece of work.
5.
That's level 5 catching. Maybe it's level 6. Anyway, it doesn't really time this. Should still get there, though, you'd think. And it does roll for 4. So, yeah, just finishing the Pavel story. He went over. He would, be there with the team. Just kind of, people have all sorts of questions for him. I actually, when I was on holiday back in Perth, I got him to come over and I played 3 games in Perth, kind of suburban cricket with him, some 35 over games. I've never seen, and I played a lot of first grade cricket in Australia, but I've never seen people so scared to get out as when they were facing Pavel.
Yeah.
He calls it...
It's like playing your friends.
He calls it the grenade. You know,
very much so.
Throws it up into the sky. Chases this, and he will get it over Sumarare. That's going to be 4, so Asia just ticking now. So, yeah, questions for Ross, put them in the chat. And, so tell me about Cohen, because it interested me yesterday when you said that you wanted to be a bit of a food and wine buff. Maybe that would be a cool job for you in your retirement.
I couldn't tell you the dish we had, but it was fried aubergine with a sweet, almost molasses type sauce over the top.
Yeah.
It was
Well,
our liaison, Richard, got us onto it.
Richie is an absolute legend as well.
So we
plays for the Pirates, Richie.
Oh,
yeah, that's going to be hit as well. Flat bat smack, going and gone.
Maximo!
Yeah,
all the boys are saying it in the change room. They're loving it. Even when they're getting hit for 6.
I think I've had
Maximo.
I've had almost as many Maximos called as breaths in my adult life now. I've now commentated way more games than I've ever played or will play, but you know it when you see it, and that is the end of the over as well. So end of the power play, 41 for 1. So more or less at that rate. That was a magical over. So I have to start to teach you some of the vocab that we have. So a magical over is a 20+ over.
Okay.
So if we say you need to go magical or a magical rate, that's 20 and over.
Well, they needed a magical last over to win the game against us that they nearly got.
Yeah, they went pretty close. I've got some Jack Wood related questions as well, because it's been brought to my attention. As that, I think, is another one that's going to rattle into the side screen.
Maximo.
Maximo. Yeah, you can do it on yourself. Go on, you give us one.
Maximo.
Yeah, Maximo.
It's like a Kiwi hybrid.
I think you've definitely got commentary potential, Ross. That's definitely, I think, in the tea leaves for you.
But yeah, obviously we've got a game after this, so I wasn't able to sample the nice Rioja.
Oh, yeah.
That I would have loved to have had, so that will just have to be another time.
Oh, that would have been
I
out.
think he's gone.
Yeah, it would have been. And it's a big moment in the game because Shafiq, if any of the batters are in form, it's Shafiq for Asia. If he falls, you might have the old domino effect.
Very much so. I think this Asian 11, they're top three heavy and have scored the bulk of their runs. So
Yeah.
I think, Shafiq in our game as well, that was the danger man, and we were lucky to get him.
This is young Scottish spinner, Ollie Davidson. Remember, I called the Scotland, Ireland, Netherlands series last year, which was quite a high-quality series. That was 3 teams going into the World Cup. It was their last games they played. And Ollie featured in that. Sort of come on to do a great bit of work as a subfield, actually, in that series.
Well, I mean, that ball he bowled, the first ball, it was actually a nice delivery, but he was just able to get through the line, as with that delivery.
Yeah.
Got a good change of pace.
You find that, especially if you've got big boundaries, that kind of can mask things a little bit. A lot of people can bowl spin okay, but you need to be a really skillful spinner to be able to be effective on a field like this.
Very much so, and and having the wanting to toss it up.
Oh, he's bowled him, and he's gone the Yorker. The leg stump's out of the ground. That is Shafiq Ghani. He had a close call earlier in the over, but well done to Ollie Davidson, who gets the big wicket of the Asia number 3. It's 50 for 2.
The danger man. Shafiq is gone. Got under the swing. Well bowled. Tossed 2 balls up and comes in with the arm ball.
Kind of pitches on the crease. It's genuine Yorker length, really. Normally Yorker kind of lands right under the belly button. Maybe it was even a low full toss, but he just didn't account for that angle in, did he? And so this will be a really good test. I mean, there's still Anjula, the captain for Asia, who he's a guy who's played a lot of first-class cricket. He's a good all-rounder, and he's held things together in that middle order. He's playing the Michael Bevan kind of role that I kind of compared him.
Obviously the lefty as well. He played some nice shots over the covers.
Hey, I've got a good question coming in from Lachlan Geeson, who's watching from Tasmania in Australia. Corey, actually, who is coaching Europe and often is part of our commentary team, he calls that the third island of New Zealand, actually. I don't know if you want to make a claim there.
Well, I mean, half of New Zealand live in the Queensland as well. So
probably true.
No, I must admit, I've been to Tassie. Not a bad spot.
Not bad, is it? No full toss. This is Anjula getting off the mark. End of the 4th over, 51 for 2. Lachlan's question from Tasmania is, what's your funniest teammate story? You must have a few.
Well,
is there anyone in particular that's funny, like the New Zealand setup or on the circuit?
Obviously, Jimmy Neesham's getting a bit of praise. And then Kane Williamson came out and said he's not even in the top 11 funniest in the team.
Oh.
So...
Is that Kane making a late run?
Yeah, I mean, that's about as animated as Kane gets. I think he's pretty straight up and down. I mean, to play 16, 17 years of international cricket, there's been a lot of stories.
Some you can't share, probably?
And then probably some you can't share and give it the full justice. But no, I've been fortunate enough to have been, in some very good teams and some good sledges from other parts of the world.
That's good sledges, actually, is probably one I might press you a little bit on, because normally people have their favourite sledge or top couple. It's Summerare. Oh, it's gone. He's just kind of run that off. Maybe it might have even flicked the glove on the way through. But Anjula, another piece of the puzzle, and I think this could be a fairly modest total defender the way things are going at the moment, because I think Bixie, they're definitely ahead. Just watch Julius, the Jersey boy. It's kind of gets a bit too close, wants to guide it down, but the extra bounce doesn't deal with it, and a simple catch for Ismail behind the stumps.
Just comes in on the angle, doesn't it?
Just got a bit big on him, didn't it?
We talked about a danger man, the skipper. Game on.
So, yeah, 51 for 3, and Julie will be disappointed. So yes, it's going to have to be some other hero, I think, for Asia. They just need a partnership here, don't they? Even though it's an compressed form of the game, you can argue wickets don't matter as much, but it's amazing how partnerships still matter even in this abbreviated format.
Oh, very much so. And if you can put pressure on the new batsman,
come on, you angry dog!
Even if they're getting a run of ball, that's almost a win, isn't it?
Well, I like that. I don't know who it was, but I heard in the stump mic,
That was,
come on, you.
that was a skipper. That was a skipper. He's getting competitive.
Could be. Well, that's not a bad way to start, but it's gone, and that's your luck. It's screamed off the bat of Mananali, and he's been caught brilliantly at deep cover point.
He can't believe it.
Simarez on a hat-trick, 51 for 4.
That is it's got out of the screws. Fantastic catch out there at cover.
And even did well to kind of know how much room he had to play with. So you get a good look at it here. Rolls, but he just had that sense that sideways was okay. And so he didn't have to do anything too funky. Just had to hold the catch and stop his momentum.
Lucky there's no toe bones like some of the grounds around the world.
That
would have been on there.
I'm a big bring back the fence kind of guy. Back when I was a kid.
Back here. We could probably do it here.
Yeah, there's a fence. And how badly do you want to save this boundary? They had the metal grate in front at the Wacker where I grew up. Harun Ashar took a hat-trick last night. We've had 3 hat-tricks this season, and we've got a hat-trick opportunity here for Julius Sumaret. Do you know, this is crazy. So I'm going to lead you down the wrong path here, but we keep track of who scores a century. We have our electronic version of, like, you know, the honour board that you have at Lords or MCG or something like that, and we do it season by season. So 2022 we had 13 centuries. First, here's a hat-trick ball for Julius Sumaret. Well, is it? Oh, he's got to see it first. Hat-trick, he's dropped it. Oh, well, you can tell he's looking straight into the giant ball of hydrogen. The hat-trick's dropped. It goes for 4. It's a worst-case scenario. And you've got to feel for the fielder. That's Seb Allison down there. So you can't catch what you can't see, I suppose, except if it's some kind of virus. But that ends up going for 4 runs.
Oh, he deserved it. Yeah. By his reaction there, he has not picked that up, unfortunately.
Yeah, and despite, I mean, the English players have solid sunglasses game. This is the one time he's left him in the kit bag. And then this takes off. Still, what a great over, even with the 4. It's only that 4 that have come off the over. 2 for 4 and 4 balls.
I mean, that's the thing about 10 over cricket. You know, a big over with the bat or a good over with the ball, the game changes quickly. I think Ireland is slightly ahead here at this stage.
Yeah. 69% favourites. And that'll help, though. The Asian cause, they'll get 4. It's a genuine edge that time, really, for Safi. Gets 4, and it's got heaps of comments. I'm going to try and burn through a few here, but I was going to say, guess how many centuries we had last year on ECN in the season?
So how many in 2000?
There were 13 in 2022.
Oh.
More. I'll give you
32.
More. We had 150.
Oh, wow. No.
And my co-commentator, Tina, that you met yesterday and she'll be here later on, she scored century number 150 in the Euros for women's cricket.
Brilliant.
And she's actually a very interesting story. She's played a bit for Warwickshire. She's half English, half German. But she sounds, I'm like, okay, but how's he German? She's like, well, I am German. So in Germany, she sounds German. So like, she sounds like she has the English accent to me.
Yeah, when I met her yesterday.
Yeah. All right, well, that's a slash. And this possibly could be out as well. It won't be, but that will be the end of the over. And yeah, that will take us to the end of the over. So halfway through, it's 61 for 4. And a nice view of the Cardamar Oval. I've got a few more questions for you, Ross, and one of them is, just about what's it like facing really fast bowling. Shoaib Akhtar's name came up here. How is that? Is it something that you think about, or is it just another bowler at the other end?
No, I mean, anyone who bowls over 145 kilometres an hour is scary. Even 140. Obviously, it's your job, and you get used to it. Some bowlers you can pick up their actions a lot easier than others, and some who
like
slingy, like Malinga.
Like
Malinga was one of the hardest bowlers
to train
to
for
face.
that, really, can you?
And you got to look at the umpire's chest.
I remember when the umpires had to stop wearing white hats in limited overs cricket because he was releasing the white ball from right in front of the umpire's hat.
Crazy, but no, fortunate or unfortunate. I faced the fastest ball in Test history, Mitchell Stark, 160.4. And it's a question you get asked a lot. So,
but is that noticeably, like, at that speed, though? Are you noticing that's faster than the other balls in the over?
150s, 160s.
It's
just quick.
You're talking microseconds then, aren't you? Oh, in the end, God, another one. It was still on the way up. And Ollie Davidson's really coming of age here. That's Shetty, who's actually batted through the innings so far, but now he's the 5th to fall. Sturgis has a wicket. That's a different British and Irish 11 today. They suffered 3 losses yesterday, but they're looking good now for 2 in a row. 62 for 5.
Well, I think that's the thing about cricket. When a dangerous team is a team that's got nothing to lose, and I think they've come out with this frame of mind. And there's a fantastic catch. Made it look easy. Davidson.
Good catch. I mean, that's easy to burst through the hands, isn't it?
He's hit that well. But as I said, I think British and Irish are slightly ahead here.
Yeah, I think they're well ahead now. They need a big rally, because it's not just the 5 wickets, but also the behind on the rate. The rate required now is 16.3 and over. Disappointment for Shetty. Bet he thought he got that over, but Davidson had other ideas. So I've got a question for you as well. Who would you like to see playing this format? Now that you've seen it, you've experienced, you've seen just a few moments before, which is fine, you know, but you can see that a game is, it's like its own little, it's like a short story in a book, isn't it? These 2-hour games. So who would you like, teammate or opponent? Who do you think would suit this format of
Suit this format? That's a great question. What about having 2 icons?
Okay.
2 icons per team.
Sponsors. You heard it from Ross.
Daniel.
You heard it from Ross.
Roger.
Yeah, okay. So, let's say that we have you back. We'd love to have you back, Ross. Hopefully, you know, if we can make this happen again, we'd like to make it a regular thing. So obviously, we'd love to have you back. Sturgis. Pretty good bowling up in the block hole.
I'd like to see
who's your co-icon?
I'd like to see a bowler.
Yeah.
Come. Obviously, Kevin, myself.
Yeah. Saeed Ajmal,
Burnsy.
we're still hoping to get Saeed Ajmal here. I know he's running some paperwork issues. He's a bowler, I guess.
But imagine just getting an icon bowler to come
Give us your dream icon. I've said.
Let's see from Malinga. We've talked about him.
I've gone.
Imagine Malinga here.
Malinga. That's a good one. Rolling cutter this time from Sturgis, but he picks it and he pops it over the fence. Maximal. Don't give up on Asia either, because we saw them get very, very close when the tail wagged earlier. I was going to say, I feel like Kerry Packer now, like doing World Series cricket, going, get me so-and-so, get me so-and-so.
Yeah, I mean, like a Malinga.
Malinga would be a great icon. But I think he's probably have to play for Asia 11. So who's your co-icon?
Co-icon.
You need it for World 11. So you
Sean Tate's still going around, is he?
He'd be good, wouldn't he?
Tatey would still get it through.
Can he still? I worry about Tatey with his
elbow.
Can he still, you know? Can he still open a door? What do you like?
That one got
called actually for a wide. It was borderline. I said it was over the head. I just think it's interesting when you have to move out the way. You probably think it may not certainly be going over your head. Yeah, that's a good call though. You've gone pace.
Yeah,
Malinga, Sean Tate. Obviously, Sean Tate has that X factor about him, didn't he? AB de Villiers, give him a call, maybe. He could be your co. He could do it. He can actually probably bowl as well.
He could still play for South Africa now.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
And he's a good musician. He's a wicket keeper. He's a fielder. He's a batter. He's everything. This will be the end of the over. So we're 6 overs down, and the score is 71 for 5. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Great to have you with us. And look who I've got in the commentary box. It's Ross Taylor. We'll probably try and keep you here. Rico's just having a chill day. He's having his lunch. He deserves it. He actually was working in Malta on Tuesday and spent the whole day getting here yesterday because, we're in so many different places. So if you've got questions for Ross,
Very much
is here.
so.
He's reviewed the food, hasn't reviewed the wine yet because he's still got to play, but maybe later.
Very much so. Rioka, any people got any tips, please, on what to try while I'm here?
It's interesting here, the wine in... I'm very lucky that I've learned a bit about wine since I've been here for a while. But in Spain, they tend to classify the wine not by the type of grape, but by the region which it's grown. So Rioja is actually a region.
Yeah.
And they will have various different types. But there's beautiful types of wine. Tempranillo is probably my favourite. Nicked and gone. It's a big edge, and it flies. Good catch by Mananali. Pardon me, that's William Smale behind the stumps, of course. Mananali was out first ball. But Arshad, he's a guy that can hit the ball. He'll have to go. And it's 72 for 6. It's hard to see a road back now for Asia.
Well, as I said, it's a thick edge.
Yeah. Will Smale's in the Glamorgan setup, actually. He's Welsh.
But he was in a good position there. He hasn't committed. Let it come. And it's going to take something special, I think.
I think so.
The Asian 11.
It's the kind of format you can see how it is chaos, and the games can turn around so quickly. It just takes one over takes one player getting hot to change things completely. Oh, a few people. Brendan McCullum. His name's come up. Get Baz in ECN.
Baz ball.
Yeah. Well, we've got Baisley ball, which we're trying to get going in your team.
Get in there. Oh, I mean, Baz would love Spain. Good golf courses.
Yeah.
Wine.
It's
just unfortunate that he's so busy now. He's coaching all three
formats. What's he doing these days?
All three
Is he doing
formats
anything
now.
that important? I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, he could almost play in the British and Irish team.
Yeah, I suppose
as a coach,
so.
he could.
Yeah. He's turned. Next swing and a miss. Najib, the Saudi Arabian, coming out to bat at number 8. Some of the things I get to say, I just love. I never would have thought before taking this job that I'd be saying these things next to a cricket field.
Well, that's the thing. I met Najib at the airport. Asked him where he was from.
Whoa. Oh, well, when he hits them, they're okay. He's just put how fast?
Maximal.
That's 2/3 up the hill. If you get a full hilltop hood, then you're talking. But that's pretty close.
It's only second ball too. Come out there, long levers, weight on the back foot. Who's the biggest six so far, you reckon? Who's?
So far this tournament. Problem is some of them we don't see where they end up. I normally use the hill as a guide. We've had them up the hill before. Najib is swinging hard, and that's his strategy, and he's sticking to it. Simmer he's got 3 wickets so far. I like this from Jay asking Ross, what was your most memorable innings? You must get asked that sometimes.
Yeah, fastest bowler, best innings, best spinner.
Yeah.
Favourite teammate. Best innings, I think, was 290 at the Wacker against Australia.
Yeah, my hometown. Remember it well.
It was the first time I ever batted a whole day in Test cricket. So, small wins.
290, it's incredible. That's 79 for 6 here after 7. 59 required off the last 18 balls. This is what's coming up, and we have a matchup we haven't seen yet. World 11 versus European 11. This is coming up in around about 55 minutes. The toss will happen straight after this game. 4 p.m. GMT is the first ball. That's 5 o'clock in Central Europe, 9:30 in India. You get to take on the Europeans for the first time, Ross. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, obviously in this tournament we've got a lot of youngsters from all around the world, and we want to give them an opportunity. So hopefully we can give a few players a bit of a go in a different position, and playing 12 games in 5 days is pretty tough. So hopefully.
All right, that's in the air, but I think it's going to go all the way right back to the line, but it's over the fence. Maximal for Safi. Can you need 20 and over here, basically?
It's game on.
Yeah, win the battle with 20. Need a magical over. Probably go back to back to back. Yeah, I know that Europe, they'll really relish the opportunity to play against someone of your calibre, and obviously some of the professionals you have in that side. But Europe, after winning their first game, they've lost their last 2, so they won't want to go 1 and 3. Obviously, you'd like to make sure that you get the W as well.
Oh, very much so. I mean, that's the thing. We lose the next game. We're still only at 50%. So that's a big game for both teams, and hopefully the players that we pick can show off their skills. And I've got to do the toss soon.
Yeah, do the toss. This is the one with the extended break. So, like I said, it'll be a little bit longer. We haven't had too many breaks. I think we're about 5 minutes between the first game and second game, and about 10 between the second and the third. Here's Allison. Digs it in. He's slightly off speed there. Safi misses out. Yeah, but you can see why. That's why we have the clock and everything, because we can't run late. The consequences are not good because we're starting a new game every 2 hours. So we can't mess around with just having bring another fielder up in the circle, and we can't say, oh, have all these allowances. We'll stop the clock if it needs to be stopped. For example, we had a head knock first ball. We stop it. But yeah, the pace of the game's something I think we've gotten right here. It's the upper slash here, and this has to be caught. Has to find it, and he does very well and adjusts. Once again, I think the sun's a factor. Safi will fall for 18. And this could actually be the lowest score in the tournament, the way things are panning out. Nation 11, one day you're hot, the next day you're not. They're 85 for 7.
That's a fantastic catch. Is it just big blue, just dipping sun? He's not even looking at the ball. It's
actually amazing if you look scientifically. You only track the ball to a certain point, and then you've made your
Yes.
decision and
Go
you're
with it.
going to catch it or you're not. It's well taken. I think that's Julius out there. I think they took the catch. Now he gets given the sunglasses. I like that. It's great that he's got him now. But anyway, Safi goes for 18. It's 85 for 7. So, yeah, there's a few people think they'd love to see an ECN over 40s comp, maybe an over 40s World Cup. I've actually thought the ECN World Cup would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
We actually have an England 11. They've won the Euros last 3 or 4 years. But typically it's for high-level amateurs or, you know, it's not a hard rule, but it's the best of the national counties, used to be called the minor counties in England. And that's where we've seen Allison before, for example, who's playing here. But I'd love to see the same happening. I'd love to see the best kind of grade players from Australia, New Zealand that aren't known or they're not in the system to play this kind of format, maybe get that kind of exposure.
Oh, I mean,
Come on here, Goose. Come on here, Goose.
I'd say most Australians and Kiwis would relish the opportunity to come over and experience this, the weather, the hospitality, the culture. They'd all be lining up, I can assure you of that.
Yeah, I can understand why. Allison to close out a very good spell. Nice step across it. Get that into his own head. Anyway, that'll be the end of the 8th over. It's 85 for 7. Oscar Duff. Hey, Oscar. I think he might be watching from Bulgaria. He plays for Bulgaria. And he's tuning in. He's saying, hey, Ross, who's the best bowler you've faced so far here? I mean, we haven't seen too much of the bat, but what we have seen, we liked.
Yeah,
today.
I think Najib.
Yeah.
I think he's had a bit of pace. Obviously, all the teams that we're seeing here with the British and Irish, they're going with pace heavy, trying to bang away, and with such a short boundary, and obviously the power to the leg side of most teams, are just trying to take it off the batsman.
Yeah, I think Najib's a good shout.
And he's just got that extra bit of pace. He backs himself. And that's the good thing about these tournaments. There's patterns and the way they go about it, and I think that's the pattern and the tactics that the teams are trying to use. And then today, I think, was no different. So I think, you know, as the next couple of days evolve, I'm sure batters are going to come up with their plans to try and combat that, but at the same time, the bowler's going to have to evolve as well.
Yeah, but I think what a great opportunity for someone like Najib, who plays the cricket in Saudi Arabia, to maybe get noticed and maybe take his cricket to the next level when it's tough to do that.
Well, he's got an opportunity here with the bat.
I know he's going to swing hard, and this one is pretty effective. Well, 53 off 12 required. Najib hasn't given up yet. He goes maximal. We also have another expression. Every time you come, I'll tell you a new expression or two. But we have an expression. This came from Rico originally, but it all happens in the ninth. Just an expression, but it all happens in the ninth, and it could all happen in the ninth here.
Very much
for
so
Asia.
there. And Najib got none of that. He's towed that 30 metres over the boundary.
Good old-fashioned lower order hitter, isn't he?
Yeah,
Najib.
holding up the top of the
Likes to
top
hit
of the
pretty
handle.
straight. I mean, you look at the way his bat's coming through.
Weight on the back foot, just
Yeah.
the power.
Well, Jones has got to get it right. Goes shorter, but he's ready for it, and he's going to swat it away into the jungle. Maximal, 6 more, and Najib will. Normally, we used to pace with the ball. Well, now we're seeing some pace with the bat.
Game on. Short of a length, trying to hit the deck. Still don't think he got all of that. Najib showing what he can do with the ball earlier, and now what he can do with the bat.
41 off 10. Often kind of maxes out when you need 4 a ball, because even 4s don't bring the rate down. Only 6s count at this point. But yeah, a few conversations happening out there.
He feels under the pump. It's always a tough one, because you want to support the bowler and make sure he's clear, but sometimes just having those extra voices.
All right, 10 balls to go. 41 required. Jones has to get it right. Digs it in, slightly pace off. Clever comeback. Got a question here from Salman. I know we've got a lot of viewers that love to tune in from Bangladesh, and they're big supporters of European cricket. He says, say something about Bangladesh cricket. So
Bangladesh, yeah. I mean, was fortunate enough to go over there many times and see the country evolve as a place and as a cricket team. I think it was the last nation I played against in Test cricket. And yeah, I mean, some of the hardest cricket I've ever played, I think, is in Bangladesh. They beat us probably 7 or 8 times in a row.
Oh, that
Is
one
it?
is going to go as well, though. This game,
Maximo
yeah, it is a
from
match.
Najib.
You need to see plenty more of those, though.
35 off 8. It's game on.
Sometimes when we get these kind of topsy-turvy games, they look like they're going one way. What I call the panic meter. The panic meter was up for Britain and Ireland, up defending 203 in the last game. They ended up going for 197. And there's a lot of panic here, but still potentially could be done. Najib is going to be gone. He chops on, so Mackenzie gets him in the end. Goes for a bunch, but surely now that closes the door. That was maybe slightly ajar while Najib was there. And this will be a beautiful slow-mo. And batters don't really like to see this, but bowlers do. The stump's cartwheeling out of the ground.
Oh, the inside edge. It was in that zone that Najib had been hitting. I think he's got to be disappointed with that. Just close the face a little bit.
Lost his front side a little bit. You look at where he had hit his sixes. The balls were pitched up. They were dead straight, or maybe slightly to long on. But anyway, hey, good to see that he can bat a bit as well. Usman Najib, 24 off 9. And all of his runs came in sixes. He's the 8th to fall. It's 103 for 8. So you'd be amazed with, I mean, don't have long enough to talk about it, but some of the records we've seen on ECN, because last year we had 1,700 matches. So when you have that many matches,
These numbers are mind-boggling.
you're going to see, we've seen a team bowled out for 6. We've seen 2 teams now hit 257, which is the record. We've seen the best bowling figures at 6 for 2.
Any maidens? How many maidens?
You get maidens. Our best bowling figures, most economical, 0 for 2 overs. That's been done a handful of times. Yeah. Last ball of the over coming up. It's Adam Patel getting a chance. And his first ball is going to be his last ball. Just tries to pull. He was pretty late on it once again. That's Smale, who had to go upstairs to take the catch. And Aisha could be bowled out here. It's 109 for 3 after 9. So what a good comeback. One thing I've learned is you just got to stay compartmentalised and stay in the moment. You can't affect the past. You can't really affect the future. And Mackenzie, who had gone for 44 before that, and was probably
Comes in and gets 2 wickets to finish the spell.
2 wickets, and it's all good.
And almost killed the game there.
It probably applies in between games, but also within games. And so, unfortunate for Patel, who I suppose was between a rock and a hard place. Mackenzie's on a hat trick. He'll never be able to complete because he's finished his 2 overs, and the score 103 for 9.
How many boundaries have been? Have we got a boundary count?
Yeah, of course we do.
Sixes count in this whole tournament?
Yeah. Well, going into this game, I think we were about 225. We had 145 sixes yesterday. And actually, the first game, second game of the day, which was the one where I think you were in Cohen, it had 51 sixes. It's a record. Even in over 6,000 games. The old record was 46. Had 51 sixes in the game.
How good's that? How good's
and
that?
400 runs, the 3rd most runs in a game. The record's 403. So, yeah, that's a magical game.
And it, just shows you.
All right, Davidson is going to come on. A wicket will finish it, but, Suman Khan, he was a bit of an almost hero before with his late order hitting.
There's still game on here.
Yeah.
You got another 5 left in them?
Yeah, he needs basically 6 sixes. I suppose maybe you could get away with 4 sixes and a 4 to tie the game, take us to a golden ball.
I thought of another rule for that.
Okay, tell me. I'll have to wait for this ball from Davidson. Clever bowling.
Well, there goes your 4.
Slowed it down a bit, but yeah, the game stays alive.
It was the discussion we're having in Cohen.
Sure.
If our game went to to a golden ball,
yep.
Who we would have bowled it. But then talking about if someone bowls a wide, you lose the game.
No, it just becomes 1 off 1.
So what about just saying if you bowl a wide, you lose the game?
Well, to be honest, you've pretty much given your team a big... Yeah, there's a couple of things with that, but I like the way you're thinking.
And just say, sorry, mate.
Bad luck. But then you risk, I suppose, a marginal call that might be a wrong call deciding the game from the umpire. That's cricket.
We're talking. We're going back to the 2019 World Cup.
Yeah, that's true. I think pretty much we can say the game's over. Come on. Is it crashed
Stumped?
into the top of the stumps, or is it stumped? We'll have to check this one out. think that no one really knows what's happened. The keeper looks pretty confident. Smale. What are we? Well, that bail hasn't come off there. I don't know if that's the right ball. Oh, he's hit his own wickets over. He's hit wicket. Well, that's not the way I expected it to end, but at least no wonder the keeper was so confident. I'm just happy that the bat hit the stumps and not him. But anyway, a hit wicket is going to finish this game. That's very ECN. What you just seen.
Very much so. Oh, it's been a fantastic day so far for the British and Irish team. 2 wins and a convincing one. I think the way the tournament's panning out, net run rate could be a factor in deciding the top 2. Yeah,
thanks for your feedback on Golden Ball. We could definitely workshop that. I was going to say, in the past, we've only seen a wide. This is what you've had a gun to your head. Wides don't get bowled. It's only had 1 wide in 70 golden balls. But
then you're just adding a little bit more pressure to the bowler. If you bowl a wide, that's game over.
Yeah.
Or
so
a no ball.
Yeah, it happened once, and then the next ball was a no ball anyway, and that was all over. But hey, Ross, I want to say big thanks to you. I know you got to go because you've got the toss coming up, and for all of you out there that are following along all around the world, we do have a game coming in 40 minutes, and that will be the World 11 against the European 11. And we've got the group photo as well. That's what everyone's setting up. That'll be very nice and colourful. So, Ross, I'm going to let you go. Thanks so much for joining us again, and hopefully we have you again. Best of luck. Hope you bang him in the next game.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I know that the European team will relish the opportunity to get on the park with Ross Taylor and his World Wanderers. Axe coming up. First ball is in 40 minutes' time, 4 p.m. GMT, 5 o'clock in Central Europe, 9:30 in India. So stay tuned. And we won't get Rico Fullback in here after his nice long lunch. He's actually on a bit of a junket, isn't he? Don't worry, Rico will make it up because there's a long 5 weeks ahead. But yeah, what we saw was the Asia 11. First team, I think, to get bowled out in the series. End up getting bowled out with 2 balls to spare for 113. But yeah, I don't know if this is quite a low-scoring thriller at Rico, but still, I suppose, lower scoring than what we've seen. And Asia, well, after winning their first 3 games yesterday, they've lost the 2 that they've played today, and they still have to play the last game of the night. It wasn't a good start for Ahmedzai, though, having his helmet knocked off. Lucky it wasn't his head, but it just wasn't to be for Asia.
It wasn't to be. I mean, watching the way it panned out there from the boundary, one thing I noticed is that anything that was short of a length or banged in short, they just couldn't deal with the heavy ball. There was a lot of swinging and missing, and it was clever. It was a clever defence from the British and Irish 11. They didn't give too many balls pitched up. When it was pitched up, any batter was coming in and hitting the ball straight down the ground. We saw plenty of that, but you see, that's that delivery. That's a classic ball. It's short, it's fast, it's straight at him, and they just didn't have an answer to it. And that's something that they're going to have to work on pretty quickly, because you're absolutely right. After winning all matches yesterday, I mean, they could go down in all of their matches here today.
Yeah, imagine that. I mean, they've got a real tricky game coming up. Last game of the day, the Asian 11 will play the European 11 under lights. And I think just the Europeans would have a bit more experience under lights here at the Cardamore Oval, although I suppose Asia did play last night. But I've got to say, there was some entertainment in there. I mean, the fact that Shafiq went for 28, I just thought when he got out, it was a tall order for the middle to lower order. We saw Najib swinging real hard. He actually hit 4 big bombs. And interesting, Ross was saying, yeah, one of the questions was, who's the toughest bowler you faced so far? He said Najib. He said he's got an extra bit of pace about him. Does hit the ball pretty cleanly as well, as we saw a couple of times. Put one about 3/4 of the way up the hill. But yeah, the rate got out of hand. Look, Asia, they do still keep their point here. So they do take a point out of the game. It's not the end of the world, but yeah, it's the British and Irish side that have hit form. They have 2 wins after losing all their games yesterday, and Asian 11 have 2 losses after winning all the games yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we don't notice, Vinny, when we're up here, when we've got the headsets on, I mean, one of the things we don't pick up on is just how the teams are communicating and the vibe of the team out there. And I have to say, the vibe for the British and Irish 11, I mean, they're buzzing. It's almost like we're watching a team that are played together for a long period of time. They know each other. They've got the little nicknames for everybody, you know, with Jules. And Julius Samarora was getting good support when he was bowling, took 3 for 18. And even though Mackenzie Jones got hit for a few, he's getting a lot of support. They've got a good vibe, a good team feel about them. And you just get the feeling that, once again, Tommy Sturgis is the one that they go to when they need something to happen. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from the British and Irish 11. And considering that they did go down in all their matches yesterday, the way that they've come back here today is exactly what you'd expect from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, gives us a chance to welcome you into the box. We do have the extended break now. Good to see they're having the group photo. That'll be fun, fantastic. I'm sure it'll be on social media as well. The toss is about to happen for the next game as well. But I've got to say, Rico, it's been great to have you here.
It's been good.
You need to rest up because you've got a big couple of days
ahead.
A
long
big 3 days. Obviously, we're going to do the whole of the final day on Sunday together. Tina will be here pretty shortly. It takes through the rest tonight. But now you've observed it, you can go back and you can really think about how special this is, and of course, so much more still to come.
So much more still to come, and you know, so much more magical moments. Now, look, we've had some amazing moments here in the first 3 matches. I think the next 2, I think you and Tina are going to get some good shouts in there. But yeah, this is the Western Shield. This is what I think a lot of people have been waiting for a long time. I know that a lot of times that we've been commentating, how many times have people asked this question and said, we'd like to see a European 11 play up against maybe an Asian 11? Or, well, you're getting it now, folks. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this.
I actually remember when it was just first, I think it was just an idea that we had, and to see it come to life, and now to see the kind of players we're getting is quite amazing. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in about 35 minutes' time, and it'll be match number 9 of the tournament. Still 2 matches to go here on day 2. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Max, on behalf of Rico Full. Tina Goff will be in the box when we return to Spain for more Western Shield.
The Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back. Still 2 matches to go tonight on ECN, and the next one is match 9, and it's 2 teams that haven't met yet in this series. The World 11 to take on the European 11. Well, this will be a clash, I'm sure, worth waiting for. Let's see what happened at the coin toss, though. A little bit earlier, Ian Ramage had the 2 captains.
World 11, you are the home team, you'll toss the coin. European 11 is the away team, you'll call. There you go.
Rado.
It's been called Rado. It's come down. European crickets, you won the toss.
I will have a bet.
Okay, toss one more 11. Who will bat first?
Well, you heard it there first, and there's the Microlino car as well. Got to admit, I had a great time. I just did a piece with Kevin O'Brien in it, and it was heaps of fun. The good news is the car is off the ground. If we get back to live pictures, we will in a moment. But yeah, I've got to say, check them out. They're our mobility partner. I think I need to get my own personal one for around the ground, but I might have to speak to the bosses about that. But coming to this game, let's talk about it, because these two haven't played yet. It's match number 9. World 11 winning the toss and electing to bat against the European 11. We saw Ross Taylor be the first captain to elect to bat, and that was good enough to get them the win, albeit by 1 single run in match 6 earlier today against the Asian 11, 151 to 150. The European side started with a win against B&I, but since then they've been on a bit of a losing run. I suppose 2 is a mini run. Looking at the side, well, Daniel Dordkaya comes back in. Actually, he's been given the gloves, so no Noah Crows in there. DDC is probably a part-time keeper at best, but obviously they need someone to give Crows a break. Skander Zulfa comes back in and captains the side. Sajid Afridi comes back in as well. The Greek international for the World 11, Henry McIntyre, the birthday boy from yesterday, comes back in. And William St. Nalisa, the Ni Vanuatu cricketer, who got the big wicket of Kevin O'Brien the other day. Well, yesterday, I suppose. 61% favourites, probably fair with European 11. I suppose you call it a mini slump, but I suppose time will tell. I know that all the players on show here will be keen to be successful individually, and obviously hoping that results in a win for their team. Vinny Sander, here is to Maximo. I want to say big thanks to Max O'Dowd, who stepped in earlier today. Also, we saw Ross Taylor in the commentary box again earlier on, and here come the umpires. It's Joe and Steph that are leading us into this game, followed by the European 11. DDC with a wry smile. He can keep, but I wouldn't say it's something that comes very naturally to him. He's a good fielder. That's the smile of someone that doesn't want to screw up with the gloves, and I know that look. Anyway, here's Jack Wood. And I alluded to this before, but Jack Wood, not only is he a brilliant cricketer, he's also a very talented musician, and he made it reasonably far on Australian Idol not too long ago. I think I might just be airing at the moment. So here's a little bit of something that I wasn't aware of regarding Jack Wood. And I think that's magnificent that we've got something like that here at the Cardamore Oval as well. But Wood, he's not thinking about strumming any chords now except for big hits. With the Western Shield anthem. It's a big production here now. It was interesting speaking to Maxie earlier, Maxie O'Dowd, just from his point of view, how far things have come now from the 2019 ECL, which is our first ever tournament. It has been something really special, and so many of our viewers have been along for the ride as well. We're so happy, whether you're a new viewer or whether you've been watching for a while. This is different. It's not normal cricket. It's something else, and it's a format which has provided so many highlights to us, and over 6,000 matches now. But yeah, Max was involved in the very first one, 29th of July 2019. Believe it or not, that's 5.5 years ago now. Almost ready to make a start. Looks like Jeremy Martins is going to get us going. He recovered from what looked like a nasty slip. Looked like he might have done some damage to himself, but he walked it off, and he's going to open the bowling for the European 11. Clock ticks over. 5 p.m. local here. No matter what the time is where you are, get set for some action. Sharma given an opportunity at the top of the order for the world. Sharma's a guy based in the US and was brought into the side yesterday. Never had a decent chance with the bat yet. I know he came in very late last night. So yeah, been given it a chance at the top of the order. Looking at how they've listed the order, they actually listed Ryshawn Williams at 2, but he batted 3 last game. Sharma was listed at 7, so obviously they feel, okay, this is a great time to try and mix things up and give a few more players a chance. Sharma runs at the air set, he gets it through the cover gap, and that's going to go for 4. Well, that'll be a confidence builder. I know that Sharma was selected for USA A late last year. That looked like it might be a little knuckler from Martins. Sharma meets it. The thing about Sharma, there's not too much of him, but I think we know from cricket history that it's not the size of the package, it's what it delivers. Now pulls away and will get a single. Jack Wood will get his opportunity. Hello to everyone in the chat as well, and it's been a bit of a crazy day. I must say, I had my first ride in the Tic Tac car, the Microlino, and it was awesome. Quick look at the numbers here. Wins batting first to second, not too much of a difference. Average score batting first, 153. It's pretty much on the button. I think that's round about what the run rate is. High successful chase, 157. Lowest score defended, 147. As that's up in the air, and that's out of the ground. Maximo sees Carreras. Wood comes, and Wood smacks it out of the ground. Also, that needs to be updated now because B&I just defended 137 in the last game. Martins with a comeback ball. Slow one, chopped into the ground. It's Rasmal Shigawal, who was brought in earlier, but he wasn't given a bat. It was a bit of an interesting situation because they needed to go at kind of 20 and over. Looking at this, past 100 wickets now, 250 Maximos, and almost 2,500 runs. Look at the Maximo rate, 16 in innings, so 16 per 10 overs. Run rate 153 per 10 overs. So, yeah, wicket rate's also pretty high, still in the 6s. Hit straight at the fielder. So that will be the end of the first over. Martins, pretty good in the end. Goes for a 6 and a 4. I want to know more. It's 11 without loss after 1. Vinny Sander, who missed Maximo. Day 2 of 5 of this Western Shield and week 1 of 5 of our Katama escapades. And you can actually see that's where we are. We're only just getting started. And we've got cricket in so many locations. Still a couple of gaps to fill, and I'm sure they will be filled, but we will have, I don't remember how many weeks it would be in total, but something like 46 weeks of consecutive cricket this year. And somebody that will be joining us for quite a few of those tours and quite a few of those matches, hopefully, is Tina Goff, and she's with me now for the first time on day 2. Morning, Tina, or morning for you, afternoon for everyone else.
Yeah, morning for me. You gave me a bit of a lie-in, thank you very much. But yeah, what a calendar we have, and looking forward to joining a few places around Europe.
It's fun. It's fun. It's hard work as well, we'll say. A lot of people work really hard to make ECN happen, but we're very thankful to be able to do the work we do. Here's Hamza Saleem Dar in over 2. Straight over the stump, so that won't be a wide. Sharma tries to get a bit funkalicious.
Well, I had a few.
Tell us about your day then.
Yeah.
You've come in, it's a 5 p.m. start. Most people are finishing work at 5 o'clock and you're starting, so tell us about it.
I'm a lady of leisure, Vinny. Yeah.
You've earned it.
Went into Malaga, had a little look around and enjoyed the sun there, and went up the castle.
Oh, beautiful.
But sounds like...
Oh, that's dropped, I think, but it was absolute bullet. And you can see there, that's Sajid Afridi, who pretty sure he gets him on the full, screamed at him. Great effort.
It was a good stop in the end because that would have been destined for the boundary. He's just shaking out his fingers, making sure all 5 are still there.
Before we get back today, I was talking about Razmal Shigawal and the fact he's come into the side, but they needed 20 and over, 20 and over. And even though he's listed at 3, they never batted him. That's going to be 6. Waits for this one nicely to Sharma and puts it up and almost takes out the DJ. Well, that's Quinny over there. Quinton Norris. Well, he's gone full Kevin Costner in bodyguard here. I think this is more about trying to protect the equipment, which is rule 1. So even though the catch goes down, Quinny, I think you've done the right thing.
He went for he got a whole hand to it. He almost got the Ross Taylor Statue of Liberty catch.
Oh dear.
Ended up almost in the vinyls.
The thing is, he actually probably had more danger on the equipment by diving at the DJ booth. Here, Quinny. No full toss, doesn't really time it. It could still go, it does. So Sharma starting to tick. And there's Quinny. He's a very popular guy, Quinny. He's been on the Blue Crew Tour before. He does a lot of great things and has done a lot of great things for cricket in Austria. And he's always a friendly face around the circuit. I was going to say with Shigawal, so they never batted him. So surely this is the game where probably they do look to use him. He's listed at 4.
Well, I saw him earlier in the year in Malta and saw how destructive he could be there.
It's a funny one because I think the thinking was it's his first hit. So we can't risk that he's just going to eat up 2 or 3 dot balls. And so you throw in like a Freedy or something who made runs yesterday, 74, not out in game 1. Arms asleep, Dar. We haven't seen the best of him yet either. I think he's a guy, I know he's got ambitions to maybe play some cricket in England as well. He's been so successful in Spain, Barcelona region. Pretty well bowled. Just worked for a single. Wood will retain the strike in the World 11, 23 without loss after 2. So we'll have a little peek at the standings, but then I do want to hear about your day so far because although you've been here a bit, you were here for the Euros of Women's Cricket, you haven't had too much free time here, right?
No.
So I'm curious. But let's have a look at the standings first. We've got Asia on top. They have played 5 games. These 2 have only played 3 going into this game. So World 11 with a big win here could even potentially go to the top of the table. But Europe, they're probably in the danger zone now with British and Irish finding form today. They find themselves in 4th place.
Yeah, it's all very tight. We were saying yesterday about how B&I were staring down the barrel after 3 defeats and they've come back firing today.
Yeah, and now they've turned the barrel around, haven't they? Okay, so you went into Malaga. Sounds awesome.
I thought I'd try out some of the local specialities. So I had a nice coffee and then I had a bocadillo.
Ah, bocadillo.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I thought that the British had perfected, well, that's been perfected through the Point region. Lovely cut there. I thought the British had perfected the ham and cheese sandwich, but I think the Spanish, they've got claim.
Bocadillo is a bit of a staple here. They love their bread and tomato here. I remember searching for an English breakfast when I first came here, and it wasn't in a touristy style area. And first, they looked confused why I wanted food at that time in the morning, and they were kind of opening up. Eventually, I was brought a piece of bread, some chopped tomato, and an espresso, and that was it. Quite the bacon and eggs.
No, I think maybe breakfast is where the British just edge ahead because I have tried those tin tomatoes on bread and it's not quite the same vibe.
Don't know if doctors would agree, but I think from a folklore point of view, I think the English breakfast is pretty famous. Martin's, by the way, coming back for this 3rd over.
But it sounds like I missed a few thrillers. It's 400 runs in one game.
Most 6s ever in a match. Smashed the record by 5. 51 6s in a game. Steps across Sharma, and he wants the leg side. He's going to get it. Maximo goes big. That was the rolling slow ball, I think, from Martins, and Skander able to pick it up and put it out of the ground.
Yeah, nice smile on his face there. It looks like he didn't quite come out the middle of the bat. He wasn't deceived enough, and it was a bit of a slow motion 6, but went far enough.
That's the thing. It's a bit of an equaliser, actually, the boundaries for some of the players that maybe aren't power players, but still can hit extended shots. Sharma probably falls into that category. It's 22 off 9 now. There's that slower ball. Big grunt comes out, almost the double bluff. Martins is an interesting character as well. Has played in Ireland. I think that might be the knuckleball, just the way it's rotating. It's got very little rotations. I think that might be a ball he's perfected.
What are your thoughts on the grunting there? Because it's almost like in the fake fielding category that your grunt, the extra grunt suggests it's going to be quicker. Hello.
Oh.
Fans in the house.
Fun crowd.
It's almost like deceiving the batter.
I actually take it the other way. I think they're giving you information. As soon as they hear that big grunt, I know it's a slower ball. Like, it's like the classic tactics your uncle will try in the backyard on Christmas. Just coming from Australia. I know you probably didn't play a lot of Christmas cricket.
No, not so much.
In this part of the world. So, yeah, I think I get what you're saying, but then it becomes almost impossible to police, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, it's going to loop over the keeper and it's going to run away for 4. So, Sharma getting a bit of luck and cash in with a boundary. Even the fake fielding, some laws get changed and I think you didn't need to make a specific law for that. There's already unfair play, so anything the umpire. So this fake fielding, everyone thinks everything's is fake fielding now. People are having a bit of a laugh or whatever. And, you get an over-officious umpire and he starts throwing the book at you. It can be silly. Or sometimes people go to pick it up in one motion and throw and they didn't really gather the ball and they're like, well, he went to throw. Anyone that's dumb enough to get out to quote-unquote fake fielding, maybe with the exception of a keeper up to the stumps or something blatant, anyone dumb enough to not know where the ball is.
Well, didn't we have a discussion about that recently with Tim Payne did the one where thought it went to the boundary and he just didn't say anything and then the ball was thrown in.
Yeah. So there's a few different situations, but I think it's a bit of a beat up. That whole kind of slide in and pretend you field it.
Yeah.
No, who are you fooling? I've never seen it work, but everyone's like, we better make a rule against that. End of the third over, and it's 40 without loss after 3. This game is in the Goldilocks zone, the 40-60 zone. 40 runs in the power play, including 17 off that third over. But hey, Martins still wins the battle with 30, which we're starting to talk about now. Ends up with none for 28, so not a bad job at all. Looks like Khalid Ahmadi's going to bowl now. And, look, he's had some good moments in the series. Did get whacked. He had an over that went 6-6-6-6, wicket 6 that he bowled earlier. I think maybe he underused his slower ball in his first over, but part of the reason was the first over went well. He was getting the ball to shape out, so he didn't really turn to it because the stop ball was working well. Here we go with over 4. Oh, a bit of a miss hit here. This should be out. Oh, he's misjudged it.
Oh, it was almost a rebound catch.
Oh, that's chaos. And it's gone for 6. Sikandar came in. And has he tipped it over the bar, I think?
I think he tipped it almost into the grateful hands of his teammates, but I'm not sure if he was already over the boundary at that point. Let's have a look.
It's the ref 48-metre-6 because this, I don't think it was going to go. But look, fingers, but he was so far inside the boundary, Sikandar. That's a let-off for Sharma, really. He'll get 6 runs. And now he's going to get lucky again. Well, to be honest, Sharma didn't have a lot of luck last night with the situation he came out and just kind of had to go for it. I think got out first ball. But he's had a bit of luck today and he's making the most of it.
It's been a good start for the World 11. What do we say in the power play? Around 3 or 4 overs. If you're around 50, you're going to be happy with that. Slightly ahead on the win predictor.
All right, is Wood going to be so lucky? He will not. He's caught. Sharice has got him on the long off boundary. It's going to be a dozen for Jack Wood. Disappointment, as he would have been hoping to go big once again, but the first wicket to fall in the opening partnership is broken. It's 47 for 1. It's Khalid Ahmadi, the smiling assassin, with the breakthrough.
Yeah, all smiles there for the European 11 and a nice catch on the boundary. He knew exactly where the rope was as we see it here. Wood knew he hadn't got all of that. And he's got his left foot planted so he knows that he's not going anywhere near that rope. And it's a nice catch by a man with the 18 on his back, and that's the first wicket to go. Wood, I'm sure we'll see him back with the ball. He goes for 12 off 7 deliveries.
Taken by Shariz. Kind of knew exactly where his feet were and knew if he didn't move him that he was going to be fine. Took it almost behind him, didn't he, Shariz Ahmed? New batter coming to the crease, and it's Romario Roach. So again, he's given an opportunity in a key position, the number 3 position. Just quickly, somebody's told me, it's actually Michael Dust has sent me a message from Malta, and he's reminded me, say it's Mehboob Ali's birthday, a.k.a. Lala in Malta. So happy birthday, Lala. Lala actually scored 2 tons in the recent series there. That you were at.
I was there I was definitely commentating on one of them, and he was having a great time. And early birthday celebrations for him, and happy birthday to Mehboob.
Roach keeps this out. And so I suppose you've got two players out there with an American flavour. You got Sharma from the USA, you got Roach from Barbados. Have you ever been to the Caribbean?
I haven't, and it's on the list.
I haven't, and it's on my list. And
EC
I know
ECS
we
Caribbean?
have talked ECS Barbados before. It's
Yeah.
come up. It was even like a fact-finding mission a couple of years ago.
I'm happy to go on a fact-finding mission to the West
Seems
Indies.
like a bit of a rort. Ask James about it. All right, everyone, I'm off to Barbados on a fact-finding mission.
Did he find any
I
facts?
think he found out the fact it's a great place to go. World 11 actually slipped behind in the game now, 48%. So, yeah, it's a real toss-up at the moment. Europe, strong showing early. There's that slower ball slashed away. It doesn't carry. Great effort from Martins down there. Searching for a catch. It lands about a metre in front of him. But he's had a couple of hard falls today.
Yeah.
He fell on the knee there, was it?
He fell on his knee and then he kind of bashed his head on the way down as well. It was a great effort. He kind of realised he wasn't going to get to the pitch of the ball, so he just threw his body at it. But the way he landed, I think he might have jarred his knee. He still was committed enough to make sure the ball was safe. But then, yeah, hurt himself on the way down.
Still down.
Yeah.
And here comes the magic spray. You'd expect him to spring up once he gets sprayed.
I thought it would have been worse on his head.
Outside of the
but
knee, it's Dr. Boom Boom, Shahid Afridi Jr. And you got Alistair Priddle, also known as Mr. Baywatch on the
I was
network.
going to say, he knows a thing or two about bodies.
See a wide shot of the ground there, and it's a beautiful facility here at the Cardamore Oval. Just if you haven't watched a lot of this format, you might be watching and for the first time. This is the ECN T10 format. We're 50-metre boundary, so it's a very small field compared to other forms of the game. 10 overs per innings, no changing of ends, only the batters change ends at the end of every over. 3-over power play. In fact, it's consistent every game. 3 overs, only 2 outfielders allowed, and then after that, 5 outfielders. Fielding teams on the clock, so they need to be ready to start the last over before that clock runs out. Or actually, they need to finish that 9th over before that clock runs out. New batters also on the clock. They've got 60 seconds to be ready. We saw a close call earlier today. And, of course, there is some video umpire. You see some third umpire, mainly for line decisions, occasionally for things like heights in key situations. But it's at the discretion of the officials. So the players don't review. The officials take control of all that. And the other thing we've gone pretty close to, we've had 2 games decided by less than a swing of the bat today, is the tight matches are golden balls. And I feel like we'll probably get one this week. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I've got my eyes on a Western Shield golden ball. But, I was having a chat actually with my partner earlier about how we talk about the T10 format, and we often get comments, it's not proper cricket, the boundaries are too small, but it's a whole format in itself. You have football, you have indoor football, you have futsal, and I think T10 is kind of in the same ballpark. It's just a different game altogether, and it shouldn't be compared to any other forms of cricket because it's just so different. And, I mean, when you compare things to Test cricket's always going to be different, but T10 is its own game almost, and I think that's how you kind of, to new viewers, that's how you sell it as well.
Yeah, well, I think you need to realise, you have to get your head around it first.
Yeah.
I think unless you actually spend a few minutes thinking about it, it might not make sense. But the highlights keep on coming. And Alistair Priddle, he's
that's not even slow motion. That's just him doing his
not.
Baywatch run.
Yeah, that's a classic Mr. Baywatch. Remember one of my favourite moments when Alistair was asked to sweep the pitch in the ECL last year, and he came out and he snapped the broom in the first 2 strokes and then chucked it away, and that made the highlights then. Anyway, this is cracked out to deep cover. It'll only be a 1 run. Just checking if Martins has stayed on because, yeah, he's obviously looked in a bit of a discomfort there. Got no official information yet. Just looking. I think he's off the field because Fayez Khan's on and has taken up that position. So, yeah, Martins has gone off. Hopefully it's not too serious. But, yeah, it's a different format. And, they've said, they used to say about 60 over cricket. It's not cricket. It'll ruin cricket. This. Then it was, I've got 50, then 20. I think you just need to understand that cricket is unique in that changing the length of the game alters it drastically. But it also forges new skill sets and things like that. So if you had a 20-minute football game, or a soccer game, as they call it some parts, still would essentially be the same game.
Yeah, and if you're a 20-minute soccer player, you're probably good at 90-minute soccer as well, but the skills aren't always transferable. It's different kind of skills.
Maybe not as fit. But, oh, well, this could have been gone. Oh, no. Oh, he's blocked it, and I don't know why, and he's worn it. Well, Sajid Afridi, where's this hit him? Was it close to the stumps? I mean, this would have been out if it was a direct hit. But, well, Europe, I know that they've discussed at length, all these teams, the importance of trying to stay in good shape because it's a long tournament, saying, hey, give it to me.
That's not, it's not what you meant, though.
I don't think there was time for him to catch it, turn around and throw. And Sajid is... Now we're going to have Alistair come out again. No, he's waving him off.
I don't think it's his cardio day, so he's staying firmly sat down.
All right. So...
An eventful few overs, and the paramedics who do such a great job here, they've got their steps in for the day.
That's right. All right, Sajid back in the side. And pitches up and gets sent. Maximal Sharma really growing into his innings here. Brings up the 50 for the World 11, approaching the end of the 5th over.
And the fielder there at long on was interested for a while, but it was hit so well, straight off the middle of the bat. Over his head. There's Joshua Dodd out there, who hopefully has all 4 letters back on his shirt.
Yeah, I've noticed that he does today. He was up all night with the Tipex, white out, whatever you call it, liquid paper, some places. There's that slower ball. And that's going to go for 4, but still, it's a well-executed ball. Comes over the top of the wrist from Sajid Afridi, but I think it is one of the easy ones to pick. Still got to play it. Decides to sweep it, plays it pretty much on length and gets the boundary. And just like that, Skander Sharma moves to 44.
Roach hasn't had too much of the ball, but he's been watching at the other end. Sharma's putting in a good shift here.
Full toss, but he's a bit late on it. And so we'll have to settle for a single. Skander's off. We go back in the side. Got lots of different deliveries to Afridi. This is kind of his kind of standard delivery. Looked like a cross seamer that time. He's got a couple of different slower balls. He's got one that's almost like the Smiling Assassin slower ball, kind of back in the fingers and flicks his hand left to right. He's also got that kind of left, the leg spinner that goes right to left. But he's also got different arm angles he'll use. So he's a really clever bowler to watch. That's the end of the 5th over, and the World 11 61 for 1, maybe a little bit behind the game right now. It's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo in the commentary box, and joining me for the first time today is none other than Tina Goff. Tina, welcome back.
Thank you.
Probably still recovering from yesterday. I think we both were after a crazy opening day of the Western Shield.
What a day that was. 5 back-to-back games, and we had everything, and we thought maybe B&I, they would be down and out, and they've come roaring back today. So you never know. You told me yesterday it's not over, and boy, did they show us.
You're going to have surges and slips, I think, in this tournament. And when you have 4 teams with so many match winners, you can't expect a team to win or lose 5, 6, 7 in a row. I just don't think it's like that. I think it makes really entertaining viewing. I think that all of these matches start pretty close to that kind of toss-up of the Goldilocks zone, the kind of 40-60. We might have slight favourites. I think World 11 was slight favourites coming into this, but it just shows you how quickly it can change, because right now it's Team Europe that are ahead. This is Shariz Ahmed who is bowling. And oh no, you hate to see that at this level. I think that's Harmser out there. I think he was worried about diving because there was Zima's deploy coming the other way. But again, this is just one of those things. At this level of cricket, you can't be foot fielding. And Corey will probably say something about it, because it wasn't that far from him either.
Yeah, right off the shin.
Needed to organise to get his body front on and get down to his left. Shariz comes back. One thing about Shariz earlier, I think he went for over 50, but he just didn't get the length right. He was consistently too full. Yeah, they were kind of shin-high, knee-high full tosses, and he got banged. There's the Microlino.
Who's that in there?
Oh, good question.
That must be someone from the Asian 11 by that red top.
All right.
They've just gone to get coffee, I think.
Yeah, why not?
How was your little joyride in the
Loved
Microlino? Yeah,
loved it.
You and Kevin O'Brien, that must have been quite a snug fit. Although two adults and 3 crates.
Yeah.
are fit in the
Didn't see
car.
any of the 3 crates of beer anywhere, unfortunately. Otherwise, it
Not
could have
yet.
been a really long trip. What I will say is we tested a bit of the off-road credentials.
Okay.
And I'll say to the Microlino people, the car passed the test.
Excellent. So your chiropractor can stand down.
Might be of that on The Simpsons where Bart's at the top of the gorge on his skateboard actually at one point. Anyway, live to tell the tale.
Wow.
Little bit of the old sideways fielding here from Maxie O'Dowd. He was in the commentary box earlier.
Bit of icon fielding there from Maxie. Big smile on his face. I think he wanted to field it all by himself, realised the rope was maybe closer than he thought and just gave it the old 1-2.
Here's the old one hand, one bounce, and just watch the foot here. He's all right, and then...
He's going to let go of it. Yeah, well done.
He's not a couple of shoe sizes bigger, Maxie, but a nice bit of work.
He gets a round of applause from DDC behind the stumps as well.
Hey, DDC keeping, this is going to be a handful for him, keeping up to Shreez Ahmed as well, but I've seen him do it a few times, Daniel. That's full toss again. This has been his problem. Shreez. It's going to be 50 for Sharma. What a good innings. Sent to the top of the order. We heard Ross Taylor saying he wanted to give more players a chance to shine. That's what the Western Shield's all about. And Skander Sharma, all the way from North America, brings up his 50 off 20 balls.
Well done, Skander. I think he's one of the younger players in the World 11, just 21. I know he scored a lot of runs domestically in the US, but he's really shining at this international level.
It's all around the ground. Look, 26 on the offside, and 24 on the leg side. One way or another, this is going to be 4 more. So we're going to just keep on keeping on at the moment. Shreez just can't take a trick today. And that will also take us to the end of the over. So 54 for Sharma. Pretty good shot, actually, because that wasn't a full toss. But the placement was there. He just opened the face. 76 for 1 after 6.
You can see Sharma, he's right at the top of the order and he's proving his worth at the moment. Look at that lineup. You've still got just, a couple of big bash stars to come. Test star, just a few runs here and there. So the World 11 looking in good shape.
Okay, here's Mini Boom Boom. It's a bit of an ironic nickname that he's got, Shahid Afridi. There's nothing too small about him. He's having a good week. He's going to come in now. He's going to bowl over number 7. Just bowled the 1 over earlier. It's a pretty good one. He bowled the 10th. I think he'll get back to basics. He'll try and bowl a lot of balls that are up in that block hole and mix it up occasionally. He's not known for a big change of pace, but he just kind of really tries to muscle it into kind of the batter's feet or the bottom of the stumps.
Yeah, and he's a mountain of a man as well, so he's going to bowl that proverbial heavy ball. He's got quite a long run up as well, and I wouldn't want to be facing him full flight. He always has like a delayed action as well. It's both his feet get planted and then he catapults the ball.
He's got an interesting action because actually a lot of it's wrist. So you do see there's a few moving parts when he's bowling, but typically what it is, there's a tiny bit of elbow flex, but it's mostly his wrist. He's really snapping that wrist to try and get every single bit of pace out of his action. Roach 10 off 9. I think he's on notice here.
Yeah.
Hit pretty well, but luck's out straight to the fielder. Seamus deploy.
We've only seen the one retirement so far this week, haven't we?
DDC got retired. Yeah, I wonder if the other teams will think that way. I mean, I think the British and Irish Knights probably will, because I think they've just got a bit more experience, the coaching staff, in the format. Whether the world do, whether Asia do. Not so sure. Like I said, it's all about communication. Speak to your players first. Say, we might get in a situation where this happens. Don't take it as a negative. I think everyone that's played enough cricket knows that sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't.
Yep.
And sometimes you try to get it back while you're out there and it's just not happening. And if you do have other batters in the shed that obviously maybe aren't carrying those, I suppose, little confidence dips that might come from mistiming a few balls, and maybe they're a better choice. Slow ball. He said he doesn't bowl it too often, but he's got a pretty good one there, Shahid Afridi.
This is quietly a really good over so far. No boundaries coming off it, just a handful of singles, and it's been a good fight back from the European 11.
Catch coming, huh? Catch coming.
It's just the one ball left of the 7th, and so far just 3 singles coming from it, and now 2 dots. And we've spoken before about how gold dust the dots are.
Now that one's going to go over the top, and I think it's got all the way. Maximo. It's Maximo, really. What about Sharma? It's 61 off the mat for him, and it's 85 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, and that was a bit of an unlucky over ruiner there for Shai Defridi. Such a good over, just going for the 3 runs before that final delivery. That one ended up going to the rope, but still a very good over for him in the end. Now just 3 overs left, and that one did end up going all the way. But still, that over went for 9. Single digits you can always be happy with as a bowler. As it is World 11, 85 for 1 off 7. Just look at that on screen. 4 days to go. So we've still got 3.5 days of Western Shield action. And then we're going straight into ECL.
So I had this talk with Max earlier, and I thought, I haven't actually had a good look at this yet, and that's the ECL teams, and the reason I've got it up is because I wondered, is there only one team now that's played at every ECL? I think it's true. Uh-oh, hanging full toss and smashed. And they've got to Sakana Zulfiqar here. Romario Roach, he needed a bit of a kick, and he's going to give a kick here. And hopefully no one got hurt there, but that's gone Maximo into the fan zone.
It looked like one of the Asian 11 players was slightly interested in going for the catch. You see here, no, and then he puts both his hands up as if to say, well,
there it is.
I'm not on the pitch, but there's the ball if someone else wants to field it. It's not my job.
Sakana's not a bad bowler, but he's a batter that bowls a little bit. But it's funny, there's such good pace from him there. Get that one through. Well, there we go. We're back. Now you got Rico. He's doing the interview. He's doing the Microlino interview. Yeah, it's good. He probably needs to do some work because he only had to do 5 overs in the middle of the game. We had the old knock on the door a couple of times.
Okay.
Well, yeah, if an icon knocks on the door, we let him in.
Yeah.
That's our rule.
There's always room in our inn.
That's the slower ball. So yeah, Sakanda. I think maybe calling him a part-time is a bit unfair. You know, I think he's a skillful bowler, but just often he plays in teams where they've got their bowlers sorted. But if you need to use him, obviously he can be very effective. Yeah, I can tell you about this Sakanda Zulfiqar family, that he's actually a triplet. And we've seen all triplets playing together at one point for the Netherlands here.
It's a commentator's nightmare, surely.
Not just that.
Are they identical? Do you only have identical
He's
triplets?
an identical twin. Got him.
Oh.
So Sharma's going to go for 61. He shows a bit too much of the furniture. And I like this. If a guy's going to jump across, still got the stumps. I think that there's value in trying to remove the batter and put the pressure on him to hit it. Skander couldn't, I should say, but he does put together a really nice 61. 5 sixes, 6 fours for him. Takes his opportunity with both hands as he departs. It's 92 for 2.
Great innings for Skander, doing exactly what he needs to do at the top of the order for World 11. 61 runs, and when you see a batter step across like that, you're always just expecting it to end up in the jungle, and it does in fact brush his pad on the way to dislodging leg stump, and a good job for the umpire as well. Just the one bail clipped off, but Skander will be more than happy with that, especially knowing that a lot of players still to come who can swing the bat.
Yeah, I love the energy in the World 11 as well. They've come from all parts, and they come together and they're enjoying their time here. Max Hatzoglu comes in at number 4. So again, he gets an opportunity. He's got the gloves in this game. I thought he kept really well last night. Got a couple of good keepers. Tromp's also excellent behind the stumps. So Zulfiqar. Captain says, right, I'll do it myself. I'll show you how it's done. He's doing a pretty good job. There's 2 to come in the over. But Max has got other ideas, and that is a Maximo in more ways than one. 6 runs to the World 11. What a strike from Hatzoglu.
That's a big, big hit. And again, we're seeing that famous wicket 6 combination. And it's 2 lefties at the crease now, so those in the fan zone better take cover.
Not a bad shot first up. He's 3 years younger than his brother Peter, who's already broken into professional cricket. Max, I think, has ambitions of doing the same. Got a lot of confidence from Peter, though. Looks like he's already ready to walk down the stairs. Maybe he knows something that we don't.
That's what brothers are for.
Yeah. Saying, hurry up. It's my turn. That's a good change of pace once again from Sakana Zulfikar. End of the over. It's 98 for 2. 2 overs remaining. 133 listed as expected right now, but they'll have to work hard to get there. Yeah, so the Zulfikar triplets all play for Punjab Rotterdam. Well, last I checked they did, in the Netherlands. And they've all played for the Netherlands 11. So Saqib Zulfikar, who actually played for Europe last year with Sakanda, very, very good leg spin bowler. He's even gone to the World Cup. He's played for the top Netherlands team as well. Assad is a very good keeper bat as well, and we've seen him at the Cardamom Oval. We saw them all playing together once. But in their club team, they've also got their older brother, Remat. So that's 4 Zulfikars in the team, and their dad is the coach. So
that's so ideal for backyard cricket.
How big's the wagon that they're going to the game in? I mean, they were going kind of 4 kit bags plus the coach's bag or something like that.
I think they're going in a fleet of 4 Microlinos.
Boom Boom's back. And first one will be a single straight to a fielder on the ring. Hope Martins is okay because that's Fayez Khan, the 12th, who's still on as a substitute fielder.
That must have been the first instance then in professional cricket of triplets. Can you think in professional cricket, maybe at club level, I'm sure at club level, but...
Yeah, 1 in 5,000 pregnancies are triplets. So it's not very often.
No.
Flicked away. Good use of the hands by Hatsoglu. Waited for it. Just rolled the wrist at the right moment. The 100 comes up for the World 11. You have to fight hard for the win. We did see a fairly modest score defended in the last game. 137 was enough for B&I. I don't know if World 11 are even going to make that at this stage.
All my head is thinking about now is triplets, because you have to have the same gender as well so that they can play on the same team usually.
The odds,
So that decreases the odds. We need genetics chat on YouTube. If there's geneticists in the chat, let yourselves be known.
You're right. So you need to it's only 2, so let's work this out. There's 8 different combinations of boy, girl, boy. Only 2 of them are girl, 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 or boy, boy, boy. So you're ready.
So
it's
1
a
in
quarter.
4.
So you're ready up to 1 in 20,000 pregnancies.
Yeah. And they have to be good at cricket.
That helps.
Yeah.
Max on strike. Boom, boom coming in. He's going to go reverse. This is a funny one. He wants a wide, but I don't think it is. The actual fact that he changes his handedness doesn't change the wide line here.
That's safely within that line.
Okay, yeah. Thing is, when you play that shot, you actually now are working between both tram lines. So if it had been the other tram line, are we talking about the batters appeal? Maybe that should come into the game. If bowlers have to appeal, why shouldn't batters appeal?
Instead of fake fielding, it's fake umpiring.
True. Oh, he's got that one though. Afridi rolls the dice with the length delivery, and second time that Max has put one into the stands. Maximal, 6 runs.
That's a big hit, and not happy with the previous one not being called a wide. I'm sure on replay he'll see that it was the right decision. And a little nod from umpire Joe there in the background. Maybe he's struggling in the sun, but he approved of that hit. That went all the way over the fan zone. Let's hope no one was lurking about behind the tents.
The triplets would have to be born in a country where they play cricket.
Yeah, these odds
so that's again
are diminishing. I'll tell you what though, it'd be ideal for backyard cricket.
Oh yeah.
You've already got a bowler, keeper, batter.
I've got younger brothers that are twins, and that was handy.
Yeah.
Because normally if it's 1-on-1, one brother gets sick of it, but I could just rotate them. It's me against one of them.
Dispensable brothers, that's what you want.
Check shot this time from Hatsoglu. He'll retain the strike, and he's almost caught Roach already. It's the end of 9 overs in World 11. 110 for 2.
They've kind of screeched to a halt a bit here, the World 11. They've had a few boundaries here and there, but there's been a few too many dots. It's been actually a whole over of dots in the last 3 overs, so 6 of them, and that's just meant that a score that probably should have been around 140, 150 is probably going to end up more towards 120. I'd say that's below par, but look at that, just 1 extra, a single wide in the innings so far, and that really sets apart the best of the best as well.
I asked AI, what are the odds of triplets, all 3 triplets reaching elite level cricket? This doesn't mean in the same team. It said it's a 1 in 10,000 people make it to professional cricket, so the odds of it would be 1 in a trillion.
Well done to Zulfikar triplets then.
That one will be a wide because it's outside the tram line, even with the change in hand. Yeah, then it's real world examples. It just says there's been plenty of twins but triplets at a high level remain almost unheard of.
Well, nowadays you have a few brother-sister. You've got William Smale playing for B&I, his sister Seren, she plays professional cricket. So I guess now with women's cricket developing, becoming more professional, that increases the odds of at least having siblings. But I need to get my brother.
Tell us your biggest
cricket.
multiple births that you actually know of. I'm not talking Guinness record, I'm talking in real life. Slower ball this time for the Smiling Assassin.
I'm not sure I've even ever met triplets. I don't think they're real.
Known a few triplets.
Yeah?
Known, not a lot. I know these two. And so I always think I'm good at picking Sikander and Sakib apart.
Okay.
They're the two identical ones. Asad's easy because they just look like brothers. But I always change my mind at the last moment and always go with my first instinct.
Let's go with mate if you.
Puts the pace on. Now, kind of a sacrifice here. Well, Bat almost ran himself out. Roach. It came off his hand. But to be honest, he doesn't change his line. A little bit surprised. I mean, Daniel Dorkaya probably could have gotten at his own stumps. In the end, he pretty much concedes the bye. Ever seen a batter run himself out, literally? How many balls we got left here? We've got 3. That's why Max wanted the strike. He wanted his moment, and he pumps it over the sight screen. Maximo! 120 is on the cards now. It's 119. There's 2 balls to go, and maybe with a couple more of those, even the 130 might still be on the table.
And a really big hit from Max. And he's definitely not known just as Peter's brother, even if he puts that himself on his social media, and he's broken away from that now. And that was one of the biggest hits we've actually seen, because that went over the camera operators there. Our friends from Two Circles, they were.
Do you know what happened earlier?
What happened?
We had 4 cameras knocked out. It hit the box. It was Boom Boom, Afridi, that hit the box, exploded it. And there were sparks. 4 cameras went down. The connection went down. The scoreboard went down.
Oh no!
All because he hit one up into the tower. I even saw the electricity box. He wants 2 here. I don't think he'll be able to get it though. So Roach. It's funny, he's been given an opportunity, but I don't know. Maybe it would have been better getting out first ball than sticking around. He's got 1-4 and 1-6 in his 19 or 15. And I suppose if he batted at, let's say, a par rate, they probably are up kind of 140, 145, you'd imagine. Last ball coming up, and he misses. That kind of sums it up. They won't be able to get anything off it, so it's an even 120 for the World 11. Again, we see a slightly different looking top 4. Over half the runs in the whole innings were actually made by Skander Sharma, 61, but Wood failed at the top. He made 12. Hatsoglu, probably lucky for his 25 in quick time. And Roach, 19 off 16. I mean, he'll be disappointed. It's not that he was trying to go slow. It just never really happened for him in that innings, and that's cricket, I suppose. But it's a golden opportunity for the European 11. And who knows? Maybe they're even looking at the 7 overs. If they go at 17 and over, maybe they could even pull off a 4-pointer here. As Fayez Khan, who was on as a subfielder, you got to hope that Jeremy Martins is okay. And luckily, one of the good things is that, touch wood, we haven't seen really any serious injuries or anyone getting ruled out yet. Hope that continues to be the case. But yeah, Team Europe, job done so far. Team that conceded 203 earlier on today. This time, they'll only require 121 for victory, but it's not a done deal yet. There's Stefan Gooch and Joe Foster leading the world on. We have a world of wonderful supporters as well. They're behind Spanish cricket. They're behind European cricket. You love to see it. Another thing you love to see is other players stepping up, rising and shining. Well, that was Quinny going the other way, almost wiping out the DJ booth. But Skander Sharma, his 61, I suppose he had a bit of luck early, but you make your own luck, don't you? And he hit 5 6s in his 61.
5 6s and 6 4s as well. That was an impressive knock by him, but just really wasn't joined by anyone who stuck around or really went big. And when you only lose 2 wickets in the whole innings, then you really hope to get a bit more than 120. So I'd say World 11 a bit below par. There was a few really clean strikes in there. Another clean car as well, doing the laps.
Best drive we've seen all day. Maxi just stayed the right side of the border here to make the stop. I mean, for Europe, it's also a bit of a banana peel game here because World 11 have a very good attack. They've got a couple of mystery spinners in there. That was the end of Sharma for 61. But, World 11 is a great test for their bowlers. to perform under pressure and see if they can pull off a low-scoring thriller. I like the work of Sikandar. I mean, like I say, I don't necessarily think of him bowling that much, but he does a good job. He's got some variations. In another life, maybe he could be a frontline bowler. I think Europe happy with the work so far, but it's only half done. This would really shake up the table if they could pull off this victory.
Yeah, and it shows just the unpredictability of the Western Shield. That probably World 11 went into this slight favourites, but they're behind the rate now. I think 120, just below par. And European 11, they'll be looking to come back after their loss to B&I earlier. You see there, Skandar Sharma was really the star of the show with the bat. 61 off just 26 deliveries, 11 boundaries in that, including 5 sixes. Jack Wood, he never really got going, and Romario Roach, he made tough work of it. Maybe he thought he might be retired out at some point, but he stuck around, and Max came in at the end and a few big hits over the fan zone and straight as well. But they only lost 2 wickets, and look at those people left in the shed. Ross Taylor didn't get out there, Basie didn't get out there, so maybe they'll be ruining those opportunities. As for the bowlers, Jeremy Martins, he went off the field with an injury, but not before bowling his 2 overs, economical as always. I think the pick of the bowlers there, Khalid Ahmadi, 17 runs off his 2 overs and picking up that 1 wicket of Jack Wood. And Sikandar Zulfikar, the tripler, he came in and we thought maybe just a part-time bowler. He showed us what he could do as well. So at the halfway stage, the World 11 have put on 120 for 2, probably just below par. But we know what kind of talent they have, some big bash talent in their bowling lineup. So they'll be looking to defend this total. As for the European 11, they'll want to get a win on the board today after losing to B&I earlier in the day. So just a couple of minutes break. Get the kettle on, put your feet up, and join me, Tina Goff and Vinny Sandhu in just a few minutes for the run chase here on the Western Shield.
Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Very warm welcome back to match 9 of the Western Shield 2025, where the lights are just about coming on here in the Cartama Oval. We're halfway through with the World 11 scoring 120 with the loss of just 2 wickets in their innings, probably just below par, especially with still eight wickets left in the shed. Probably would have hoped to contribute 20-30 more runs to get up to a defendable total, but you never know. They've got so many options in their bowling lineup as the European 11 look to get their first win of the day after they fell to the British and Irish 11 in match 7 earlier today, a game where 400 runs were scored, just the 20 overs. British and Irish 11 putting on 203 for 4, European 11 falling just short, but they have the chance to pick up the points here if they want to go all 4, which is possibly an option here with the low total on the board. 120 needed. If they chase that down in 7 overs, the European 11 will take home all 4 points. Of course, the World 11, they'll look to defend that, restrict Europe to 84, and they take home all 4 points. That looks like a tough ask at the halfway stage. European 11, they've got some batting firepower in their ranks, and it looks like the left-handed Hungarian Seamus deploy. He's going to be deployed at the top of the order. He'll take the first ball. He's already got a century to his name just this year, a couple of weeks ago in Malta. Also chased down 32 runs in the final over to win a game against Austria for his country. So he's no stranger to a run chase. It'll be the icon Max O'Dowd at the other end. So Europe are going all guns blazing at the top of the order to try and chase this victory. It's Joshua Dodd with ball in hand for the World 11. Big swing by Seamus early on. Look at the win predictor has Europe firmly in the driving seat at the halfway stage, over 80%. That target of 121, which is probably short of where definitely the World 11 would have hoped to be. But it wasn't for the want of trying. Skander Sharma at the top of the order. He scored 61 for the World, just 26 deliveries. It's well dug out, that Yorker, well bowled by Dodd. Deployed it well to jam his bat down on that. But Sharma wasn't really joined by anyone who really got going. Jack Wood, his opening partner, he went for 12 off just 7 deliveries. Mario Roach, he kind of got a bit stuck out there. He finished not out, but he took 16 deliveries to score 19 runs. There's a little cameo at the end for Max Hatzoglu. He scored 25 off just the 11 deliveries, including 3 big sixes. Still only managed to pull the score up to 120, and Europe have got off to a good start here because there's 6 of the runs they need off the bat of deploy. A big Maximo to get the European innings up and running. Just a bit of width on offer there from Joshua Dodd. Not much footwork required from Seamus, just a big plant forward. Really lovely shot there. The camera crew have been in a bit of danger so far. We had 4 cameras go out earlier in the day as that one's called wide. Dodd thought he got away with that one, gave a little suspicious look to the umpire, and that is one for the over as well, as we see on replay. Probably just maybe given on width, and could have possibly been given on height as well. Yeah, pick your poison there. It was a wide ball either way. It was signalled by umpire Joe at square leg. that's a slightly fuller delivery, and it's gone straight through the gate of Zima's deploy. I think it was a bit taken off guard there by the fuller one. It was a full toss, it was there to be hit, but Zima's just played all round it, and that's the first wicket gone for the European 11. Zima's just done by the angle there, just tailed in and actually hit his pad before splatting onto the stumps. Josh Dodd with the finger up celebration, and that's a great start for the World 11 when they're only defending this small total. They need all the wickets they can get, and that's number 1 already. The European 11, 7 for 1, and the very dangerous Zima's deploy. He has to go, so it's 6 and out for him. He was just deceived there by the delivery. It just looked like the angle did it for him. Dodd went around the wicket. He just mistimed it, and actually look, it came off his back leg before going straight on the stumps. It might have even been an appeal for LBW had it not gone on the stumps. Probably would have missed, to be honest, going past leg stump. As it was, that deflection took it straight on the stumps. European 11 still in the driving seat according to the win predictor, as it's DDC, Daniel Doyle-Kai, who had the gloves. A surprise move in the first innings, but he's now tasked with bat in hand. Goes for a big swing early up as Todd comes back over the wicket. A warm welcome to everyone joining us in the chat. Maybe you've just finished work for the day if you're in the Western Hemisphere, or welcome if you're joining us from the East. You know, we'll have a lot of fans in India and Bangladesh, and let us know where you're joining from today. It's lovely to have you with us on this glorious Thursday evening here in Spain. This is going to be a quick run, scampers through. Slight misfield there by the World 11 icon Ross Taylor. They do manage to sneak through a 1 to end an eventful first over. 7 off it, and that 1 wicket of Zima's deploy. 6 were wide, a wicket. Almost play cricket bingo with all that happened in the first over there. You can see on screen 22 matches since the last golden ball. I was lucky enough to commentate on one in Malta, and we had another one just a few days later. Malta has become quite a golden ball hotspot. I think it's now pulled away one from Khartoum as the hotspot of the golden balls. How we'd dearly love to see another one here, as Henry McIntyre, the birthday boy from yesterday, turned 21 yesterday. He's been given the ball for the second over, starts up with a wide. Very much so. Near that wide line, that's much better delivery. For those new to the network, you can see the wide lines painted on there, the red line, and it's very much a fixed line. No ICC regulations, that line maybe moves as the batter moves, especially if they switch handedness or they shuffle across the stumps, the line or an imaginary line that moves with them. But on the network here, we like to keep things nice and simple for the viewers and for the umpires. A wide is a wide, and that, a 6 is a 6, because that's off the bat of Max O'Dowd. That's the first ball he's faced, and he's just smashed that straight over the rope for 6. Birthday time is over for Henry McIntyre as he comes across the European icon, just sits back in his crease, almost gets the centre of that European cricket bubble. He certainly finds the centre of the bat. Slower ball from McIntyre. We always see the slower ball. It's a bit of a mind game between bat and ball. How many times do we see it? The bowler gets hit for a big boundary. Next ball is the slower ball. I think Max was maybe waiting for it, but as it was, slightly misdirected for McIntyre, so we'll have to bowl that one again. You can see that the run rate for the European 11 is around 12, so they'll be happy if it stays around that level. Can't afford to lose too many wickets, but it looks like Max O'Dowd is not thinking about wickets. In fact, he's thinking maybe he can smash a Michelino car windscreen, because that didn't go too far off, and he's gone 1 straight over long on. That one's gone flying over long off. 6 wide 6 for Henry McIntyre. And Max O'Dowd didn't have the best of starts yesterday. He had the red eye coming in from South Africa. He sat out the first game, got a duck in the second game, but he did get runs this morning. 75 of them off just 23 deliveries, and he's picked up again where he left off. With back-to-back sixes, with just the wide squeezed in between. Wonder whether McIntyre's going to go back to the slower ball again. Doesn't he? Goes for the short one, but the treatment is the same. That one's not going to go for a 6, but it's just hooked away for 4. And that's the trouble with a low total of a few big overs. This one's already gone for 19. 2 balls left in it. And that total looks very small very, very quickly. Henry McIntyre, his first over. He's threatening to go magical as that one is up in the air, and it's going to be a chase for the keeper, Max Hatzoglu. Doesn't get to it. Max O'Dowd, a bit lucky on that occasion. They scamper through for 1. It was a good ball from McIntyre. Had some heat on it. Well-directed bouncer. Max O'Dowd just ducked out of the way of it. Got some of a bat on it. Enough bat to get it past the sprawling Hatzoglu. This over has gone magical. 1 ball left. And that's been squeezed his way as well. Been slightly mishit there by DDC, but he won't mind. That's going to go for another 4 runs. So that's the end of the second over, and the European 11, despite losing that early wicket of Zima's deploy, they've raced to 32. 24 runs coming off that over, and that run rate is already dropping down to almost 11. Someone who's dropped back in to the commentary box, Vinny, how are you doing?
I've dropped in, got a bit caught up chatting to some of the locals working on my Spanish. You know, something I've been working on over the last year or so. Look at the table. So World 11-7. Hard to say, hard to believe this, but potentially the Europe side could actually leapfrog them with a win here. Maybe, maybe not, depending on the margin. But the World 11 could be in 4th.
Yep.
At the end of this game.
And they were touted as favourites yesterday, so we were saying how quickly things can change.
And I'm not saying that they're playing terribly or anything like that. I'm just saying, just kind of trying to explain that you can throw a blanket over these teams. Okay. Max O'Dowd faces up. Hatzoglu into the attack. Hurries on to Max. Can't get it away. This will be a high-quality matchup. You've got 2 guys that have been in the professional cricket setup. You've got the icon Max for Europe. Just have a look at the way he delivers the ball. It's beautiful. I love that after he delivers it, he actually kind of jumps off his bowling front foot.
Yeah, he almost accelerates.
It looks like he's chasing the ball, like he's jumping after it. But yeah, I love it because leg spinners, they have all kinds of different actions. Obviously, they normally have that release in common, but he always jumps after the ball, doesn't he? That's hit, but once again won't escape the outfield. Tailored as well to his left to cut it off, but only a single. This will be a good test for Daniel Dorkaya, because I know that Daniel, I know we haven't seen the best of him probably in the Western Shield, but we've seen him play a lot of good cricket for Spain. Also, he plays in the ECL, typically as a wild card for Pakaicair Badalona. But if you want to play professional cricket, this is what you're going to come up against. Hits that one into the ground. Sharma, who made a pretty nice 61 in the first innings, does the fielding. The only innings he's had so far, DDC, he was retired out, 17 off 12. He's 6 off 5 now. Really needs to try and make something happen soon.
Yeah, he might be saved by the fact that it is a low total, but if Europe want to go for that bonus point, then they can't stick around.
Uh-oh, that's going to be trouble. And to be honest, Max Hatzoglu's been really good down the leg side, but this one just hurries on. He's not able to get there in time. And I suppose you can lay the blame and put the runs against Peter Hatzoglu. But see here, it looks so easy in slow motion. But as soon as you think this is going to be in the batter's body, you've got to try and get the other side of the batter's body. You can see he's trying to get there. You can see so close that he can't get the hands over far enough. 5 free runs. Takes a bit of pressure off DDC. Once again, he finds Sharma. I suppose that ball goes for a non-standard 6, 5 wides, then a single.
Yeah, a bit of brotherly love there, but couldn't do much, Max, to help out Peter. We're talking a lot about siblings today. Maybe we can get an ECN kind of sibling game going, because we've had a few on the network, haven't we?
Good idea. Really good idea.
We had mother-daughter in the ECCW.
11 in a team, so you need to at least get one set of triplets in there. Otherwise, you're going to skip. If you just play twins, you've got to play with 10.
Well, maybe we need Sikandar to reach out to his. They must have a triplet network somewhere to reach out, see if anyone else fancies the game.
So brothers or sisters network, or just multiple births team? Anyway, leave that for you to ponder. Yeah, we could have a father-son game, a mother-daughter game, or something like that.
Yeah.
We had one incident where we had a pet here at the Carlton Roval, but we won't talk about it. It's the one time I ask anyone about the dog story that I told in Barcelona. I laughed for 5 minutes trying to tell it. Reverses on, doesn't get it, but gets lucky here. DDC thinks, well, if you can't go through the field or try and go over, it doesn't really work out. It will be the end of the over. Hatsoglu, again, look at that little jump after the delivery. DDC tries to get the reverse away, clunks him on the glove and pops over the keeper for a single. It's the end of the third over. European 11, no need to panic just yet. They're still ahead of where they need to be. 42 for 1 after 3.
That magical over from McIntyre certainly helped to propel them. And despite going for 8 and 10 in 2 of the power play overs, you'd say they'd be relatively happy with that. Going at a run rate of 14, just less than 11.5 needed. But you'd think if they want to go for that bonus point, this is a good a chance as they'll ever get, chasing a low total.
Here's Nalisa, good to see him back. But it's not the ball he wanted first up. It's short, and DDC capitalises. Maximal! 6 runs.
That'll settle some nerves for DDC and maybe for Corey as well, who was facing a second retirement. But that's always a nice one to get as a batter early on and just maybe drag down a bit from Nalisa.
Yeah, doesn't want an early retirement, even though a lot of people around the world dream of it. Nalisa from Vanuatu. Driven, but it'll only be a single. Yeah, this is a good one from Tim Lucas, and he's dead right. Tom Curran and Sam Curran currently playing for England, but then Ben Curran is now playing for Zimbabwe. So that's kind of brothers against each other.
Yeah. Well, the population of Vanuatu is only about 320,000, so
yeah.
I think we'll struggle to get triplets from Vanuatu. That's a bit of a golden goose situation.
Yeah, maybe you could have kind of enemy sibling games, and that's a little edge, and it's going to be 4. That's a bit of luck for O'Dowd. Just snuck away from Max Hatsoglu for a boundary. Yeah, and I was just thinking, I know that James Pattinson played Test cricket for Australia and his brother Darren played for England. That's a pretty modern example. I've been doing a bit of reading about the 1800s, and then it was quite common. You play for England one series and then you might play for Australia. Obviously, we're talking 19th century. See that? That deflection looks easy in slow motion, but the keeper's got next to no reaction time there. O'Dowd, he's almost holding out. You know, Lisa's a bit of an icon slayer, isn't he? Because he got Kevin O'Brien out yesterday.
Yep.
You'd love to get Max O'Dowd out here. Then I suppose he's probably not going to get Ross Taylor out, maybe if they had a practice game.
Or a run out.
Well, that's up over the top, and I think it's going to be 4. Bounces just inside. Daniel Dorkaye has gotten going when he needed to.
It's good to see that he's finding the rope a bit more consistently now, and it's a wide-ish delivery. So just check that. Umpire Steph did call it a 4 on the field, and then just no movement there from the rope.
End of the over then. It's 58 for 1 after 4. So after a little bit of a flat spot, they didn't get a single boundary off the bat in that third over that Hatsoglu bowled. They did get the 5 wides. 3 boundaries in the over. At least going for 16. Yeah, I think, now just talking strictly in boundaries, if you're a bowler and you only go for 2 boundaries in an over, I think you've won the over. I think once you get 3 boundaries in the over, probably it's going the batter's way. Now, there's Roger, European Cricket CEO, who's discovered a taste for cricket, and I think he likes it. And I also think Max O'Dowd likes today rather than yesterday, which felt like a bit of a Monday morning for him, I'm sure, even though it was a Wednesday. But this is great use of the feet. Again, high-level battle here, Peter Hatsoglu versus Max O'Dowd. O'Dowd wins the first ball of the over.
That takes O'Dowd to over 100 runs for the day, following up on his 75 earlier in the day, which wasn't enough. It's not often you score a 75 and you're on the wrong side of the result. I mean, we had a century in the ECS in Hungary, and that was on the wrong side of the result.
Can happen. It's happened more often since we've seen more centuries.
Yeah.
Good examples here about family members playing with or against each other. And this time, Max lifts it up over the leg side. Maximal into the jungle. And Europe is in pretty good shape here. Just eyeing off this bonus point. Any chance unlikely. They need, what's that? They need 59 off, now 53 off 16 balls. So they wouldn't put it past them, but say it's pretty unlikely. Soglu wins this one, but Max O'Dowd probably is the man that you'd want taking on Peter Hatzoglu. I think Daniel Dorokaya struggled a little bit when he was on strike to him last over.
Of course, Kevin O'Brien, icon player, he's got a brother who played with.
Yeah, we're talking about Niall in the Microlino in our little interview. We had a lot of fun, and a bit dangerous as well at times, the way he was driving. Anyway, O'Dowd will get a single here. See if TDC can get hold of Hatzoglu. Jacob Gould talking about father and son, like Mohammed Nabi and Hassan, and Morkel brothers, But you could do a generation game. You tell all the dads against all the sons, or all the mothers against all the daughters. Well, probably you could do all the dads against all the daughters. If the daughters were in better nick, they might win. I suppose it depends. I remember when I was under 15s, they had a league that was you had to be over 40 or under 15.
Okay, I like that.
For one season. Too many fights, they had to stop it. Mostly between family members. So, in the end, at least that's Ryshawn Williams there. He does the fielding. I played with my dad on the same hockey field, which was a pretty cool concept.
Did you get on? Was there any fights?
No, we get on. As long as he kept passing the ball to me. Last ball of the fifth. And it goes straight through Dorokaya. I asked the question, but I don't think he ever left home, did he? Had some. I think he asked the question, but I think the foot was down when he broke the bails.
Yeah, boy.
See, that's when the bail comes off and his foot's still down. So that's 5 overs down. Let's welcome you into the comedy box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Great to have Tina Goff with us here. We'll close out the night. We've all had a ride in the Microlino now. I've got to say, they've been sensational. And thanks to all of our partners here. Without them, we know that European cricket wouldn't be possible to be at the level it is. And in particular, Ria Money Transfer has been sensational. They've come on board, especially a company like ours that we're going so many different countries. It's a really affordable way to move money around. And they've been a wonderful partner. But of course, thanks to all of our partners here. Grizzly, of course, they have supplied a record amount of balls for us here. When you start throwing names like Kevin O'Brien, Ross Taylor around,
send more balls.
We need some more because we're going to lose a few. But thanks to you, most of all the viewers out there for making European cricket so great, so different. Thanks for being a part of the story. All right, now we're going to see Williams with the ball. Ryshawn bowling over number 6.
Loving the headband as well. He's, I think, got a shout for one of the coolest members of the Western Shield.
100%. Oh, this is in the air and it's going to be gone. And O'Dowd is out. So big moment in the game because O'Dowd was hitting the ball well. 35 off 14, but then the 15th ball is his undoing. It was right down towards the bottom of the bat, wasn't it? And Europe lose their icon, and it's Williams of all people. It's like a little nude nut. That's what Corey would call it. It's like a one-fingerer where it's not really going to turn. It just comes out kind of slow. But look at the contact on the bat of Max O'Dowd. It's down right towards the bottom. And a fairly simple catch for Peter Hatzoglu down at long off.
It's another instance as well of a batter trying to give himself room to just open up that offside, but ends up actually not doing themselves any favours and comes right off the toe of the bat, right into the hands of Hatzoglu. Max O'Dowd has to go. Not quite hitting the heights he did this morning, but still a fairly handy 35 off just 15. And
110 runs in the day is not bad at all.
I'll take that.
There's too many comments to mention them all, but thanks to everyone who's putting in their favourite sets of siblings or kind of parent and child in there. One of the more interesting was Tim Harmer, who's mentioning Darren Lehman and Craig White playing against each other. That's a bit of a half-tracker. Shigawal, he's waited pretty much 2 days to get a hit, and he gets a big, friendly, juicy half-tracker first up and puts it into the jungle. Good start for the Austrian.
And that's exactly what he wants early up. Wants to prove himself a bit to Corey and his team to say, you know what, I do the business for Austria, and I can do it here as well. And Corey especially seems very happy with that one. Smiles all round. It's a fist pump as well.
Yeah,
from DDC.
So Craig White is Darren Lehman's brother-in-law.
Okay.
So that's an interesting family barbecue when you're in Ashes series against each other. I always think of the moment where you break the news to your opponent that you're in a relationship with their sister. I've seen that situation come up a few times in my career.
Okay.
Doesn't always go well.
No, can imagine.
Down the ground. Just a single this time for Dorkaya. Yeah, Razman Shigawal, good to see him getting a chance with the bat. He's a class player, has been picked because of his performances on the European Cricket Network. He captained Austria for quite a long time.
Q end there.
Yeah, it was really slowed down by Williams. Shigawal was through the shot. Swing and a miss, so yeah, this game might have a twist or two left. In the end, Williams, brilliant over, 1 for 9 and removes the icon. It's 79 for 2 after 6.
Lovely.
Good over from Williams. We were talking about these single-digit overs yesterday, and that one just sneaked in 9 runs off it. We saw the famous wicket 6 combination as well with Max O'Dowd losing his wicket. Shigawal coming in, hitting his first 1 for 6, but then the rest of the over went to Williams. Just 2 singles, 2 dots coming off it. After 6 overs, European 11, 79 for 2. So probably that bonus point is out of reach for the European 11. We thought maybe this would be a chance for them to get 4-0.
Wins a win.
Yep.
Wins a win here. If you said Europe, yep, you can beat the world 11.
Yep, take that. Beat the world. On top of the world.
Especially when the squads were released and the world 11, they said, whoa. All right, well, this is a full toss, and Lisa gets it wrong, and he pays the price. Maximo! Dorkaya, he's battled through it, a tough early period, but he's still there. He's put his team in a good position, and with that, he'll go to, what's that, 26 off 14. So, yeah, I mean, he's approaching 200 strike rate, which I think is kind of minimum that you want your bats going at. And he will be above it after that, I think, because again, a little bit short from Nalisa. You can see the difference between where Nalisa's at as a bowler and Peter Hatzoglu's at. Just with the superior control that Hatzoglu's got, he gets a bit more on the ball. I know, had a chat with William Singh Nalisa yesterday. It's really great to meet him. And I know that he's just trying to suck it all up, trying to absorb all of this. But right now he's in a tough spot. Back-to-back sixes.
It'll be interesting to see how he responds. Still 4 balls left in the over, so plenty of time. A couple of wickets might swing this back.
All right, well, that's straight up in the air. Max Hatzoglu wants it, he calls it, and he takes it. So well done to Nalisa. He gets the comeback ball. He gets the skyer out of Daniel Dorkaya, who has to walk back for 32 off 16, so he finishes dead on to a ball. Nalisa, you see there, he's probably rethinking some of those balls earlier in the over, but all he could do is come back, and he comes back well. European 11 are 92 for 3.
Yeah, you see that Williams Singh, he almost runs out of shot because he doesn't want to disrupt the catch at all from Max.
Makes it very clear.
Absolutely not my catch, but yeah, it was Max Hatzoglu who did the business. We saw a few wicket-keeping catches, some steeplers go down yesterday, but they were difficult ones running back the other way. That one a bit more straightforward, but that's what he said. Williams Singh maybe a bit annoyed with himself with his choices of deliveries first up, but comes back with a wicket.
First recorded instance, I think, of a bowler from Vanuatu getting out a batter from Spain.
Probably.
Worlds apart.
Yeah.
But anyway, Sisriz Ahmed coming out left-hander, so I actually think this is partly situational. He might have batted 5 anyway, but I think Corey would like this matchup of the leg spinner to the lefty, Shariz. Because he can go with the spin and he just pops this over the top. Doesn't quite have the power though. Hatzoglu cleans up. It's Sikander Zulfikar, who looks like might come in next. Still, they shouldn't lose it from here, really. Europe, 28 off 20 required. That's launched by Razmal Shigawal. Well, better late than never, and Raz bringing the razzmatazz. Maximo 6 carreras.
Yeah, this is a big over for the European 11, and that wicket doesn't seem to have slowed them down much. beauty of kind of just going for it. That's maybe what the World 11 lacked a bit in the first innings, that they just didn't throw everything at it, especially towards the back end of the innings, leaving them a few runs short, and just over a run a ball needed for the European 11.
That's almost hit the stumps. Watch this. I don't even know how this was possible.
Did that hit the keeper, or would it have been bowled?
No, it would have been bowled. You have a look. I think it hit his back leg. See if you can roll this through as far as we've got it. It hits his back leg and then stops. And it goes so close to the stumps. Watch this. It goes so close. Would it have knocked the bails off? I don't know, but it's still rolling. It's rolling. It's rolling. And it just misses. I honestly don't know whether that would have knocked the bail off. It was going so slowly.
It was a caress of the stumps, if anything, but it was like a slow motion horror film for the batter as well, because he was trying to not kick the stumps over himself and was just watching the ball roll.
Air displacement, just getting the bail vibrating dangerously, but it's the end of the 7th over, 99 for 3. Yeah, so now Tripp's actually brought up a couple of examples of brother-sister combinations on ECN. We'll come to that in a second as Williams gets a second over. And he might have another wicket. I think he will. Sure is. Is going to hole out. It's well caught by Baisley down there at long off. So, yeah, not a done deal yet. 22 required off the last 3 overs. We'll say World 11 have secured their point now. And can they storm to an unlikely defence here? That sure is out for just a single, 99 for 4.
Vanuatu goes wild to see their man getting his second wicket. A long, tough over for him. He still went magical off it, but managed to get... No, this is Ryshawn Williams, sorry, the start of his over, and it was a good catch by Baisley after Williamson got his wicket, and then Ryshawn Williams comes in and gets a wicket with his first delivery of his second over. But you'd still say European 11, just 22 needed.
Yeah, surely, especially with someone like Skander Zulfiqar still to bat. I don't think there'll be too many nerves out there. Nice catch by Baisley. Yeah, so brother-sister combinations on ECN. Couple come to mind. Alec and Andrea Davidson-Soler, who play for Spain. Mark Simpson-Parker and Hannah Simpson-Parker, MSP, HSP, for Austria. And even from the Netherlands, Maze Van Vliet and Jolene Van Vliet come to mind. There's probably others. I'll give you a married couple that have both played international cricket from Malta.
Okay.
And still some of my favourite names. Bristow Baby and Babina Baby. And yes, their last name is Baby. And I asked, I'm not so sure Bristow's played for Malta, but he definitely plays in ECS. Babina has played for the Maltese national women's team. But I asked Bristow, I said, so your name's Baby? He says, yes, sir. My father's name is Mr. Baby. True story.
Do they have a child? Baby?
That would be so good. Oh, very Justin Bieber. It should be stopped. It will be stopped. That's the zone for some reason. 78% of slip-ups have been in that position today. I don't know why. Williams has done a good job here.
It's the tyre marks from the Microlino. I saw you doing donuts earlier. Don't deny it. Interesting, they've turned the Microlino around as well, as that one might sneak through. It's actually great fielding out there by Joshua Dodd.
It's actually how Kevin parked it when we went back. Or was it? No, Rico was in it last. Can I tell you that you've actually now, because of you had a ride with, was it Ross Taylor?
Yep.
Did you know that thanks to you, no one's allowed to ride it on the field anymore? That one's hit down the ground, and that will beat the fielder as well. Zulfiqar with his first boundary.
I will say I wasn't behind the wheel. I was firmly a...
Well, thanks to Ross then.
Passenger princess.
No one's allowed to ride it on the field. Orders of the groundsman at Carter Oval. End of the 8th over. It's 107 for 4.
I think when you're icon of the world, you can get away with these kind of things. But yeah, it's parked sideways at the moment. I'm worried about the surface area on display to the cricket ball at the moment. Because when it's front on, maybe you could hide, but now there's nowhere to hide if that ball comes flying.
It was so fun though. Yeah. I'm interested. I think it probably doesn't suit all living situations or cities, but there's certainly so many places where the Microlino would be useful.
It goes up to 90 kilometers an hour, so...
Luckily, it felt like Kevin was driving that fast, but I don't think he was. All right, here's Henry McIntyre. 14 required off 12. This is where you try and do it here for Europe, and you give yourself an insurance over. But looking at the field here, Shigawal. Brought deep square up. They've got deep backward point, deep point. I think they might go kind of wide, outside off, and hope for a slice catch, something like that. Nope, Shigawal's just going to pump him straight, and really, oh dear, there's another one. Hopefully this time there's no equipment that is damaged, but that's a big blast. Shigawal looks right at home here. I still would love to see him get that shot at number 3, where he normally bats. This time he batted 4. It's almost as good, I guess. Maybe even for him to open. But yeah, Raz looks in pretty good touch here. 8 to win now for Europe. And make that 2 because he just goes on the back foot now. Bounces onto the back foot. Slams it into the trees. Could be time for an appetizer before dinner, Tina, because this one is almost done. Just 2 more required.
Yeah, the lights are on, but it's almost lights out here for the World 11. It looks like they will face a loss, and it'll be their first loss of the day. They did get that early win this morning, so they'll go back 1-1 for the day. Good comeback for them, though. It's been a long day for them, having played earlier.
Yeah, and the thing is, for Europe, their day's not done. They play again against Asia, so hoping to go 2-1 as well. Anyway, game, set, Maximo Shigawal. He certainly pressed his case for inclusion, hasn't he? And an opportunity, I think, in that top 3. He'll finish 33 off 11, showing no signs of nerves at all. Again, it's that European cricket experience as well, I think, in that situation. And they didn't get too conservative. They just kept playing their shots. And Europe, they square the ledger on day 2 after going down by a single hit to Bixie. They get the win, a pretty good one against the world, winning with 9 balls to spare.
Yeah, and we thought that maybe the World 11 were 20 to 30 runs short, and that's what it ended up being. European 11, they were sailing home, still had 9 balls to spare, with quite a few wickets in hand as well. There's a lovely little cameo there from Shigawal, only outscored by the icon Max O'Dowd. He scored 35, but Shigawal coming in, scoring at a strike rate of 300. He's certainly put his name into the mix. Corey will know all about that innings, and he'll be happy to see that Shigawal has stepped up. He does it for his country, and he's done it for his continent now. He's beaten the world, but the world will come back tomorrow as well. They've got another 3 games tomorrow, including early on against the European 11 again. So this won't be the last time we see these two facing off, but it's Europe who conquer the world in this one and take home the win.
Yeah, and look, the only concern, I suppose, for Europe out of that, Jeremy Martins, you hope that his knee injury or whatever injury it was, he's got the pads on there, so that's a good sign. It looks like he was ready to bat if required. But, yeah, the world, obviously, we saw a slightly different looking batting order. Sharma, I suppose, made the most of his opportunities. He didn't have a lot of help. He scored 61 off 26 in the first half. But, yeah, you hate to pinpoint, and it's not a blame game or anything, but Romario Roach's 19 off 16. Did they leave him out there a bit too long? I know they were trying to give him the opportunity to get going, but it just shows you that innings like that, you know, it can really hurt your team's chances. So sometimes coaches have to make the hard calls. When the going gets tough, they probably will. Well, the watchful eye of Roger Finer. We continued with the second half of match number 9, but Zemesley got this one away. Unfortunately for the Europe fans, his stay would be brief. It looked like a full toss, really. Flicked the pad and cleaned up the stumps. Dodd again continues his good work. 2 South African-based players there going toe-to-toe.
Another brother as well.
Yeah, Dodd winning out. Yeah, another brother. Very, very good pickup. But then, obviously, we saw Daniel Dorkaya coming out. Kaya had some tough stuff thrown at him. I think he came out the other side, even though he tried a few inventive things off Hatzoglu. But I think even the 35 or 15 from Max O'Dowd, the icon, even though he didn't go on to a 50 or more, still put his team in the kind of position where they should have, and they did, win fairly comfortably.
Absolutely. And Max O'Dowd, he holed out in the end. Peter Hatzoglu taking the comfortable catch. And DDC, he was out there a long time. We thought maybe is a second retirement on the cards after he was retired out earlier in the week. But he came back firing. He ended up strike rate of 200, 32 off 16 deliveries for him, including 5 boundaries. And then it was all about Shigawal. He hasn't really had a chance so far, as DDC went in the end, steepling catch from the keeper. But Shigawal, he finally got his chance, and boy did he make the most of it. 5 Maximos on his way to 33 off just 11 deliveries. Shariz Ahmed came in, didn't really contribute. That was a great catch from James Paisley, but it was a bit too little too late and too few runs on the board for the World 11.
Looking at the table, World 11, they're dead last at the moment on net run rate, just doing some numbers. Okay, they do have a game in hand, along with Europe, who have a game in hand over the other two teams. But and the points table right now is 11, 9, 8, 8, and the two teams on 8, they have one game in hand.
Yep.
So it couldn't be closer, and that's what we thought. Have a look, listen to these win-loss records: 3-2, 2-3, 2-2, 2-2. So it's just the beginning. There's plenty more to come. 330s in there setting up the win. So Max O'Dowd with 35 ended up being the top scorer. 32 from Daniel Dorkaya. Nice to see him getting at least a few more confidence-boosting runs. Shigawal, though, I think he was the big story of the innings. He came in at 4 and handled himself very, very well. 33 off 11. Shariz failed, but didn't matter too much. Sulfika hit one boundary in his 6. 12 extras, probably a bit on the higher side. There was the minimo in there, the 5 wides, which hopefully hurts you a bit in the extras column. Bowling-wise, it was always going to be tough, but Dodd did a good job, I thought, early. 1 for 8 off his over, didn't get a second. Rashon Williams, actually, was a bit of a revelation with his left arm spin, 2 for 17. And Nalisa, despite getting a bit of tap, he did come up with 1 wicket, that of Daniel Dorkaya. So we'll take a break. A little bit of an early finish there, but it won't be too long before we'll be back. We'll be back in about 25 minutes or so to take you into the last match of the night. Europe, confidence-boosting win, but they'll want to go back-to-back, taking on Asia under lights. That will be an absolute banger of a match. Don't go too far. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff. As the sun sets in the Costa del Sol, the creatures are coming out, and the action will be plentiful. We'll see you after the break for the final game of day 2, right here in the Western Shield.
The Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Welcome back to the Kartama Oval. Well, believe it or not, this light is going to fade. We've got the lights on and we're almost ready for the final match of the day. Match number 10, and this should be a good one as well. It's the European 11 versus the Asian 11 to cap things off on day 2. A little bit earlier in Ramage, the tournament referee had the giant coin and the 2 captains. Let's see what transpired at the coin toss.
Europe, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Asia, as the away team, you'll call. There you go. It's been called European cricket. It's come down Ria, so you've won the toss.
We'll be bowling first.
Okay, toss won by Europe. Who will bowl first?
Sikandar Zulfikar, captaining Europe, won the toss and has elected to bowl, so they'll be on the chase once again. I suppose they will have the advantage of knowing exactly what they need to do. But as the World 11 found out in the night game last night, not necessarily easy taking on this Asian 11 attack. It's very pace heavy. We know it underlights. It does kind of get a little bit slippery and the ball can skid on. It's not easy batting conditions. Still, they've made that choice for the Asian 11. It hasn't been the day that they've wanted. They won all their games yesterday, and today they haven't had a win yet, so they don't want to spend all day here and not take a W away. But Europe, I mean, they're a team, they can certainly use the win given the table situation. So this should be a cracking contest. Well, they share a land mass, but Europe and Asia, there'll only be one winner in match 10. Tina Goff is standing by. This should be a cracking game. Tina, over to you. The news from the toss is that Europe have won the toss. They're bowling first.
Thank you very much, Vinny, and it was still light then. It's got a bit darker minute by minute now, so the lights are on here in the beautiful Kartama Oval. As you see that lovely drone shot, look at that sunset. You wouldn't think we're in the middle of February in Europe, but here we are, the Western Shield 2025. Look at that panorama all evening, but let's take a look at the teams instead. Noah Cruz, he comes back in. DDC took the gloves in the previous game. He's still listed as having the gloves. Well, I imagine Noah might have a thing or two to say about that. We'll see when the European 11 come out to bowl. And they did win the toss and chose to bowl. As for the Asian 11, Hassan Khan comes in. 2 umpires, big smiles on their faces, and why not? We're into match 10 of this ECN Western Shields. The fans are still in the building. You see the chatters are in the building as well, so welcome to everyone who is watching. High fives all round. We see Daniel Weston there for ECN. He's loving what he's seeing. It's the Western Shield named after him, and what a sight it's been so far. We're at the end of day 2, final game. And it's been a mixed day for Asia and for Europe. Asia, they went 3-0 yesterday, got off to an absolute flying start on the European Cricket Network. But the party was pooped a bit for them today as they've lost their first 2 games of the second day. Meanwhile, for the European 11, they've gone win, loss, loss, win. So they'll be looking to go back to back. We just saw them beat the world in a close contest. European 11 coming up winners by just 6 wickets. So it's all on as even so far. Both of these teams will of course want to finish day 2 with a big win under these lights here at the Kartama Oval. Look at that, we're in that Goldilocks zone. Asia just ahead on 58%. Europe down at 42%. And Asia, of course, they won the game under the lights last night. Some of their bowling in the dark was quite fearsome, but they'll have to start with the bat. They've got some big hitters as well, none more so than Yunus Ahmadzai. Showed all of his skills yesterday, racking up 100 runs on the network, just day 1 on his debut day. And it looks like Jeremy Martins, who had a slight injury scare, helpfully turned his back to the camera so we know exactly who he is, right on cue. He must have an earpiece in. He had a slight injury scare in the previous game. He did go off the field. The 12th man came on. does have the ball in hand, so it's good to see that. He's happy, smile on his face, and he'll be bowling the first ball. The man from Portugal and the man from Afghanistan to face up, Yunus Ahmadzai. First ball goes for a 6 all the way. Just a bit of width on offer there from Jeremy Martins. Yunus Ahmadzai says thank you very much. Doesn't really move his feet, doesn't have to. And we'll check that this goes for 6. By my eye it did. My eyes aren't quite failing me yet. It does go all the way. It's a nice one for Yunus there just to lean into. He's joined at the other end by Arav Shetty. What a day he had yesterday as well. He goes back to back. That one's even bigger. It's gone way up into the jungle. A bit short here from Jeremy Martins, and Ahmadzai, he showed us how dangerous he could be yesterday. He looks in the mood today, under the lights. Yes, under that ball. It's outside off stump. Ahmadzai doesn't mind. He just levers it over the onside. Pulls all around in the 10. The double teapot comes out pretty early from Martins. This is not the start that the European 11 would have hoped for. It's like the night is falling here and the bears are coming out because there's a bit of a grizzly hunt there. Mohammed Atif there doing the fielding up in the jungle. The ball has been retrieved. Slower ball there, and it's up in the air. Will probably land safe. It's Daniel Doyokaye who's no longer behind the stumps. He's in the deep. Just like Jeremy Martins actually in the previous innings, it looked like he might do himself a bit of a mischief there, running in from the rope. Goes flying in, goes for the old one-hander, does a really good job actually of blocking it in the end. He thought maybe he'd be in for a shout of catching that, but does well to stop the third boundary in a row, just the one. Gets Arav Shetty on strike for his first ball of the innings. And that goes in a similar area, but DDC is just going to watch that sail over his head as Arav Shetty takes no time at all to get his first runs on the board. A big 6 comes up, and that's already 3 Maximos in the first over. Just 4 balls gone. The Asian 11 have flown to 19 for no loss. Remember the Asian 11, they had a hat-trick of wins yesterday, but they're on a, I don't know if you can call it a streak if it's only 2, but 2 losses today. They've got a triple header and they won't want to go back to the Sunset Beach Club with a triple loss. That one goes straight into the hands of Hamza Salim Dar. Probably would have been a wide actually had it been left. It was a dot ball, a precious dot ball. See that replay? Yeah, it certainly would have been a wide. Started off wide, went even wider. Martins gets away with that one. Still in danger of this over going magical. 19 off it, still the one left. Slower ball. It's hit through the covers and it is going to go magical. It held up a bit in the puff of sand we saw coming out there, but still goes for 4 runs. So that first over from Jeremy Martins, 23 off it for the Asian 11. See it was like a grenade went off there on the edge of the strip. 1-2 bounces and there's a dive thrown in there, but to no avail. See, the lights are on here. The lights will be on ECN all year as we see the calendar for 2025. Mr. Maximo, I know he'll be joining us for a lot of these games. What are you looking forward to most, Vinny?
Yeah, plenty of things. Probably places I haven't been before. There's not too many that I haven't been to now, but Jersey I've never been to. I know we plan to go there, and also going back to places that that I have been to a while ago, but not for a while, like places in Sweden. Also Finland. We had a Finland series back in 2020, haven't been back since then, so really excited for that. But yeah, plenty more. Alicante, to be back there. Oh, it's in the air. It's a tease, actually gets through the fielder. That's Mohammed Atif there, hovering around in front of square, and it's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, it's Hamza Salim Dar who's come into the attack. Did some good fielding in the first over himself. That's probably a bit of the opposite, a bit of bad fielding there from Mohammed Atif. The ball kind of just died on him.
Awkward kind of hop.
Yeah.
Just the distance of the hop. I don't think the ball did anything special, but you know, at least if he had a go at it. You know, he put his body on the line. You'd hate to see him just not trying that hard. Hamza coming on to bowl over number 2. So once again, they're trying him in the power play. Yeah, so there's a bit of food chat that's already started. So last game of the day or last game of the night, normally we start going food chat and random questions. The food chat started early. It's all about black pudding, or as they call it here, they have the version here called morcia, which is, it's pretty similar. I am half Scottish, so I'm pretty familiar with the black pudding up there.
That's a lovely shot there from Ahmad. That's what you'd call a proper cricket shot, just a stand and deliver. Kind of nowadays, you'd say that's over cow corner, but that definitely doesn't do this Maximo justice, as he just stands and almost punts it.
Yeah, nice follow through.
Presents his bat. The bat sponsor's happy with that one as they get the full face of it. It's only 2 boundaries in this over from Hamza Salim Dar. Make that 3. Oh, is it going to go all the way, actually? Oh, it plugs and almost goes backwards, but the evidence is there.
Yeah, it's like the French Open where you can check their divot. I wonder if he kept going after this or forget if he might have had a play on it. He pulled the parachute here. Or he's like, oh, I'm never getting that. Probably not. But that's perfectly judged, isn't it? 50.2 metres.
50.2, they all count. It's 6 in the book. Another one to Yunus Ahmadzai's collection. That one's flashed. Didn't quite go where he wanted it to. Oh, and it's a great effort there by DDC on the boundary. It looked like he maybe got both hands to that. But then as he was flying horizontally through the air, and the ball burst out. I see this on replay. He gets actually both hands to it. Oh, it kind of bursts through, hits his knee. And the ball actually goes to the rope, kisses that rope. So that's 4 runs. A wild delivery there. When your luck's in, your luck's in. Ahmadzai on back-to-back boundaries.
Ahmadzai hits the ball so hard. In fact, he's going to get 4 more there. So that guy's going to go for 24. Well, Ahmadzai, let's not forget the first ball that he faced of the last game, his helmet got knocked off his head and had to be replaced. He looked a bit shaken up. He was never comfortable in that innings. But different game, even though it's only a couple of hours later, different feel. And at the end of 2 overs, Asian 11 are off to a flyer. It's 47 without loss. Let's have a look at this table. And I guess often people say I'm from Australia and that's kind of upside down world. Well, world are at the wrong part of the table as far as they're concerned now. They are bottom. Having said that, if you give 2 points to Europe and world for the game behind, then they're wedged right in the middle. So throw a blanket over these 4 teams right now.
Yeah, you have on top of the world. You don't really have bottom of the world, but that's where they find themselves at the moment. That one again is hit through the covers. It's another brilliant shot this time from Shetty at the start of the 3rd over, which has been bowled by Hamadi. Again, doesn't matter what kind of format of cricket you're playing, if you hit it hard through the covers, you usually get rewarded. And that was the case there for Arav Shetty.
Yeah, Shetty's a good player. He's got a bit of class about him. Didn't really fire earlier. I like to see him making a big score at some point. Likes to bat up the top. 50's up, 50 partnerships up as well for these two. Hamadi. What kind of Hamadi will we see here in the twilight? Well, that'll do. That's a little bit of a late dab for 6. I'm a little bit surprised they've still got Daniel Dorkay a long way around, kind of 45 at deep 3rd. I still think the slip on the boundary is a good play. Okay, maybe he wouldn't have played it, but yeah, I just think that, see Afridi on that line, I'd have him back. Still might have gone for 6. Very good shot. And Shetty's shown he's got power. He's also got good touch.
He showed that yesterday, and he's picked up where he left off. He didn't quite get the good touch on that one. Bit of a commentator's curse. He just clubs it to the leg side, but they do run through for 1, and they've flown away to 58 runs.
Had a question about what's the highest individual score so far. Still think it's the 85 run out by Jack Wood yesterday. So we haven't even seen anyone get into the 90s, but just feel like it'll happen at some point. But the batters are so unselfish, though. They're not playing for centuries. They're playing for maximum runs, and they'll take risks along the way. Crow's back behind the stumps. He's a specialist. Obviously, DDC filled in, just giving him a break the game before. That would have been pre-planned, I think, saying to Noah, all right, you keep the first and the last and have a bit of a rest in the middle. Anyway, they're 100% winning record in games when Daniel Dorkay has replaced him. There's a stat for you.
more of a niche one, but it's a stat nonetheless, and DDC will be pleased with how he performed behind the stumps. You said that you didn't really notice him, and that's always the mark of a keeper,
and I think
it?
that's the way he was happy about it. Look, DDC's a good athlete. He's got a good pair of hands. But he's a very good fielder, but I think most fielders know. Mike Hussey's a good example. Sometimes I used to get him to keep. Like, how are you doing? It's just different. It's a specialist position. It's in the air, and once again, it's too fine for the deep third. Well, I think they'll learn sooner rather than later that you got to have that guy finer. Even the catch that he put down, if you want to put it that way, he had to run a long way to his left, so Amadi goes for 4 more. Let's back to food chat, though. So are you a black pudding fan? You must have tried it.
I've tried it. If it's on my plate, I'll eat it, but it's probably the case for most foods, and that's where I'll fall down. But
we're cut from the same cloth we are.
I don't need it in my life.
You don't need it.
And it's one of these things they say you never want to know how the sausage is made, 100%. And that's kind of the case. One, we know where that's made from, and that's right off the middle of the pat from Yunus Ahmadzai. That's not in the jungle, that's over the jungle into the rainforest.
Ahmadzai is the kind of the real cowboy of this tournament, I think. He doesn't always fly, but when he does, he's hitting the ball so far. He's going after everything. He's not blocking any. This over's gone for 23 now, and a bit of the treatment that the Europe bowlers got earlier. Still a 20% chance here, but a couple more overs like this, I think that's going to take a dive. Last ball of the power play.
That's a good comeback from Amadi, but his over will still go for 24, magical over. What a great power play that is for the Asian 11. They haven't lost a wicket. More importantly, 71 runs to their name, and 48 of them have come off Yunus Ahmadzai's bat. Faced 12 balls, and he's made the most of it.
So 70s power play, I mean, that's big. I mean, when you get to 60s, it's big. 70s is huge. Have a look at that consistent scoring. 23, 24, 24. And we'll head into the middle overs now. I think they're going to go straight to Shahid Afridi. I think they feel that he's one guy that can slow things down, probably try and take the length away, won't give too many that they can get under. And so he's going to bowl the 4th over, plus the power play is over, so you can have up to 5 outfielders in place. Yeah, black pudding, I don't mind it. Again, you don't want to know what it is. People say things like, oh, it's blood. But I mean, when you put it that way, it sounds bad. But actually, if you're eating meat at all, not a lot of people do, but that's basically what I did in it as well. They have it with fish and chips, not in Scotland. I've only been to Scotland once, but they'll have it. They often have it with your fish and chips.
Yes, it's only really, full English breakfast is where you find it in England, at least. As Yunus Ahmadzai, he does get his half century. It's not quite with a Maximo, but he won't mind. That takes him to 52 off just the 13 deliveries. He's always got so used to scoring big runs on the European network. It's only his 2nd day. He's giving a little signature on his bat. I'm not sure of the private joke between him and his teammates, but either way, well-deserved half century for Ahmadzai.
Well, he probably needs to send a bouquet of flowers and a card to the helmet manufacturers, because that's the reason he's still standing. He took one right in the lid, first ball of game 9. And he's come back big. Chase this, but I think they're going to have to call this. So Ahmadzai 52 off 13. Probably that's one of those examples where Afridi was in the way. But I think it's pretty clear why. But look at the umpire, and Afridi probably is a bit naughty there. Needs to get off the pitch a bit quicker. So I'm pretty sure that'll be called wide.
Does have a bit of a banana follow through. He does get off the pitch, but maybe a bit too late. You see the umpire put the lean in, and Ahmadzai's really leaned into that one. And there's a couple of fielders out there on the boundary, but they'll just watch it sail over their heads, over the floodlights, and it's landed somewhere in the shrubbery as one of the blue crew goes on the grizzly hunt.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to say it. I'm going to let the C word slip, and that's century. The way that Ahmadzai's batting, he's odds on here, I think. He's 58. We still have 40 balls left in this innings. We're only a third of the way through. So if he was to replicate this in the other 2/3 of the innings, what would he end up on? 174?
Well, we've already seen one game with 400 runs in it today, and the way Asia are going, they'll be looking at maybe that 200 plus. The expected score, 191.
Good leave.
Have to be really bold. I mean, we saw in the previous game a couple of wides that got fished after, and if you get given a wide, the ball's at such a premium anyway. Just get the extra run and have another go at it.
I know you were planning to have a bit more tapas as well. You probably had a bit of tapas today, I imagine, when you had the most of the day off. But yeah, the morcilla, it's worth trying. Try it with the padron peppers.
Okay.
Which are very, very good here as well. Obviously the traditional paella as well.
That's a traditional shot, and the car is in real danger there.
Oh,
we need to have that on the replay because that went straight through. I lost it in the lights, but certainly someone who didn't lose it in the lights is Ahmadzai, as he hits that one firmly over the covers and possibly through the windscreen of the Microlino as we took a look at that. Oh, it just went to the side. Luckily for our mobility sponsor, you know, they've had a lot of airtime just through balls flying in the region of the car.
For insurance purposes, we'll keep the car in view. Low full toss, just missed his spot. Now he tries to go more heavy length and misses. So we're looking at the 4th consecutive magical over, I think. There's 19 and it's only halfway through.
I'd quite like this. I'd like this over to go for 23 because then we'd have the 23, 24, 24, 23. It's already upsetting that the first over missed out on that one extra run to go triple 24s, but the Asian 11 won't mind. They're up to into the 90s.
197 expected.
Yeah.
That was actually what Europe scored earlier today. The highest score ever to not win a match.
Not a record you want, and there's a big nick on that one. So the C word has been mentioned, but maybe we'll keep that one for another day because Yunus Ahmadzai does have to go. He's done the business here for the Asian 11. He gets 64 runs off just 16 deliveries.
He was getting better at not chasing those kind of balls.
Yeah.
Whether it would have been a wide or not, I'm not sure. My instinct was it probably was too wide to swing at. Let's have a look. I feel like it probably would have been a wide. Maybe it was borderline. You don't really have that leaving mindset, but it's a big nick through to Crows. And Afridi, well, he does a job in the end, doesn't he? His over went 4 wide, 6 wide, 6 wide wicket. And, well, I've put the proper jinx on poor Yunus Ahmadzai, but still 64 off 16 is good going, isn't it? Striking at 400. And, well, he hit 12 with the 16 balls to the boundary or above. He's going to get plenty of high fives and a good reception. He's saying, hey, give me that bat. That one looks pretty good to me. It's 90 for 1. And it will be Shafiq, who he's been the most consistent, I think, of the Asian 11 batters. Gets a chance at number 3 once again.
Ahmadzai may be disappointed to not go for that big total. As we said, we've not even seen a score in the 90s yet. That's a nice flick off the pads. It'll just be the one, but the muted celebrations from the European 11 suggest that they know, despite getting that wicket, they're up against it here. Asian 11, their expected scores still up in the 190s. We saw 2 big scores earlier in the day with B&I going 203 for 4. The European 11, as you said, Vinny, they scored 197, which you'd be quite happy with in a T20.
Yeah, sure.
Let alone a T10, and it still wasn't enough.
Broke a record, 193 previously was the highest score, but to lose. That'll be the end of the over, so it's 91 for 1 after 4. Let's get back to food chat, because we did our first empanada shot run last night, and that's the first time we've actually gone there. I know I've delivered them to you at Sunset Beach before in my other role to make ends meet. How did you enjoy them?
Well,
how many did you do firstly?
3 plus a dessert one, which was Nutella and brownie in an empanada. I mean, this is not really putting me in a good light as a semi-professional athlete. Nutella brownie empanada is
sometimes food.
Tina's treat of the day. And
it's good, isn't
I'll tell you what, we're going back tonight.
Are you? Yeah. Have you already decided?
Yeah, we have decided. So, Vinny, you can drop me off at the empanada shop and pick me up again in the morning.
You're keen.
Oh, you know, when in Rome, when in
I was going to take a night. I have been trying to kind of moderate things, but now I know you're going. I don't think I can let you go without me. But anyway, yeah. What you went? A couple of chorizo.
Yeah. Well, I went 4 cheese.
Oh yeah, cuatro queso.
Yep. That's the extent of my Spanish.
Is a teef.
Left-handed Atif, and this first ball would have been a wide, but instead, Shafiq says, I'll hit it for 4 instead, and that takes Asia 11 to 95 off 1. Shafiq, he's really impressed with the bat. I know he's played a lot of cricket in England.
Yeah.
He's got the Pakistani flag flying for the Asia 11, but he's a class player, isn't he?
He's well put together, isn't he? He seems to have all the answers. I think they tried to cramp him there, bowl one into the hip, but he's able to free the arms. Good contact out in front of the body.
That's a fierce bouncer, I think.
Yeah,
He'll get away with that one. It's a big duck from Shafiq, but that was more self-preservation than anything. So we won't see much on the replay in terms of height, but I think it would have been fine. Shafiq's,
Yeah,
he's not the tallest, but that's just a good old-fashioned bouncer.
Anytime you have to take evasive action as a batter, genuinely, it's probably a good sign that the ball wasn't over your head.
Well, I think your Empanada's approach is quite legendary. You might have. What's your record? You say you raise the bat when you hit 10.
If you do 10, you raise the bat.
Yeah.
No, it would raise the fork. Although I do say cutlery's cheating.
I was going to say,
the cutlery came
there were
out.
no forks involved last night.
It's the metaphorical bat.
That one's going to go high up in the air. It will be a chance for the fielder out there. He has to retreat, and it goes straight through his hands.
Well, they're going to take on the arm here.
Shade Afridi, and they do run through for 2, so not only is it a drop catch, Afridi there in the deep, it's never easy when you're running backwards, especially under these lights. But instead of a wicket, they run through for 2, and Shafiq certainly didn't get hold of that one. Stood and watched it at first, instead of getting his skates on.
Not an easy time to catch it, and you'd still like to see it caught though if you're a Europe fan. Had to go and fetch that one from outside off, just tried to wrist it over the boundary and wasn't able to manage. Teef will be disappointed, gets another go at Faisal.
And he gets another go at him, but it's going to be even bigger this one.
Whoa. Should say Furkan, pardon me, not Faisal. We have had a few Faisals that were good bats on the network, but this Furkan Shafiq puts it over the boundary for 6. Maximo! And Teef probably just a fraction full for what he was going for. I think he's trying to get that kind of riser. He's got a good wrist as well at Teef, but it was just a bit too full and a comfortable drive for 6.
That one's up in the air. I don't think it's got the distance on it, and it should be taken in the deep. And it is. Seamus out there, and he's really struggling with the lies. He's scowling, but he should have a smile on his face because he does take the catch. And that's the end of Furkan Shafiq. He goes for 13 off 6 deliveries, and a bit of a fight back here from the European 11.
Yeah, well, Furkan Shafiq won a couple of battles, but Atif wins the war, really. I think this is more what he was going for last ball. It's a fraction shorter. He gets a natural rise with his sort of action and the height that he's got. Mohamed Atif, you know, he's taken more wickets on the network than anybody. And that's out of, I think we're up to 7,000 or 8,000 cricketers that we've seen on the network. And unfortunately for Shafiq, he's not able to turn that into a bigger score, though he does bring up the 100 for Asia. He falls, it's 103 for 2.
You'd say Asian 11 are still very happy with where they are. Just one ball left before the halfway stage. And the win predictor maybe has gone down a little. The expected score as well, it had them up towards 190. It's now at 182. You'd still say that's a score they'd be very happy with. And it's Khan, the new batter, Hassan Khan, face the final ball of the 5th. It's a really well bowled delivery. There's a half-hearted appeal from Mohamed Atif. As it is, it'll just be a dot ball, a precious dot ball for the European 11 that takes the Asian 11 to 103 for 2 at the halfway stage.
Well, let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo here with Tina Goff. Got the hand warmers out.
Yeah.
You've bought some of these because it does get a bit chilly, doesn't it?
It does,
So,
this time of night.
but you'll have to hide them from your teammates because once you've got them, everyone will want to. They're not maracas though. But I was going to go through a few numbers here on ECN. This got sent through to me earlier today. Do you know that we've had over 231 tournaments now?
Wow.
And over 6,500 matches. We've had almost we had over 1.26 million runs on the network. Isn't that crazy? And yeah, we've had over 62,000 wickets, over 170,000 boundaries, and it's insane what's happened. And this is all in the last 5 years. So the fact that we've created this kind of such an entertaining product, but also the aggregate of the action we've seen is also quite staggering.
I wonder how long it would take you to count all those runs out loud. A long time. I don't think I could even go up that high.
I want to check who's given me the run scored in Maximos though, because it's an odd number.
Okay, interesting.
But I'm going to trust the numbers right now. You can see Shetty trusting himself. It's funny, he has kind of strike starvation. It's a couple of times now we've seen him bat, and he's just got to watch on from the other end a fair bit. But that's a beautiful square drive. Snaps his bat through the ball and puts it up the stairs, 4 runs.
There's Hamza Salim Dar, who's returned for his second over after he went magical. And his first over his first ball of his second over has gone for the distance as well. He got hit for 5 boundaries in over number 2, 24 in total. In that great power play for the Asian 11. He brings it back nicely in that one. There's some firepower here. The Asian 11, both with bat and ball. Arav Shetty, he's happy to just rotate the strike for now. Hassan Khan, he struggled a bit yesterday, didn't quite get going. We were maybe speculating if we would see the second retired out. As it was, it's only DDC who's had that honour or dishonour for the European 11. As this is well bowled by Hamza Salim Dar. Just the 6 runs come off his first 4 balls of this 6th over. But those are some crazy stats, Vinny.
So think about, I'd love to know how many runs have been scored like in Test cricket
Ever.
in 130 years and how close we are. It's crazy numbers. Whoa, Crows. You know what? What a highlight. Crows basically saved, I think he saved a boundary. I don't know if DDC was going to get anywhere near that, but that's a proper full extension. But you know what? It's all positioning. He was in good position to run at it, to launch. Little skip step, and that's a highlight. It's a pity there wasn't a little nick on it for Noah.
I wonder if DDC would have pulled that one off, but as it was, Noah, he went full Superman, almost took it behind him as well. He took it with his backhand. A really good job. It was a big wide though, so it will have to be re-bowled. That one's just the right side of the wide line as far as the European 11 are concerned. And again, we've spoken about this quite a few times, that the batters trying to give themselves room to leg side, and that always plays into the hands of the bowlers if they want to hide that ball outside the off stump, and that's the case there as well. As we've said before, that wide line doesn't move on the European Cricket Network. Makes life easier for the umpires, makes life easier for us, and the batters know exactly where they stand, regardless of where they're standing.
All right, that's the end of the 6th over. It's 110 for 2. There's no exact figure I can give you for the amount of runs in Test cricket.
I'm not surprised.
But the best estimate that I can find is 1.8 million runs.
We're not far behind then, are we?
In basically 140 years almost.
What did you say we were on? 1.3?
We're about 1.26 million runs. So what we're going to say is that, well, at this rate, and if we go on, I mean, let's be conservative and say, 200 runs per match. Actually, that's probably a bit low. If we say kind of 250 runs per match, that's probably pretty accurate. Then how many matches is it going to take us to get another, let's say, 550,000 runs to put us over the top? Obviously, it's still Test cricket being played. Yeah,
well, the rate we're playing games, we're catching up with Test cricket pretty rapidly. There's, I imagine, less and less Test cricket played.
2,200 games, or as we call it, a year and a bit.
That's nothing. Nothing.
So I actually think halfway through 2026, there'll be more runs scored in ECN than Test cricket.
We'll have to fire up the confetti cannons
again.
What are you playing at Test cricket? Come on.
It's got me thinking now that, how many tests have been played? I know it's around about 2,000. But that means I've done twice as many matches as Test matches there have ever been. Myself. About 2,500 have been played.
You can't see it on your face, really. You're just
I'm still a young gun, I thought. I've been
aging backwards.
Yeah, over 2,500 Test matches as of this month.
Do you have the figure of wickets over the last 5 years for us?
Yeah, I think 62,000 wickets or something like that.
SkyQuest put the question in the chat if you have the wickets.
I think 62,000 is what I saw. I haven't double checked. Big numbers.
Wickets. Oh, meanwhile,
62,234. Oh, have we got the hook?
Well, we said that Hassan Khan was threatening it yesterday, and he has got the hook. To be fair to him, he's only faced 4 balls. He's made 1 run off them, but maybe Asia 11.
That's an early hook, but they've obviously just talked about it. And they said, right, sorry, it's not happening for you. This will be an interesting dynamic. Probably good that we cut away. That's the infamous helmet tent as well. Anyway, so they selectively are going to bring in
Well,
Mananali.
I'd be a bit ticked off if I was Hassan Khan. And Mananali comes and misses his first delivery. It's just not given a wide. I think that was just about.
It was
given a wide. So Mananali then spares his blushes as
Martin's all the self-control, not saying it. He said, look, it's gone over the line. It's gone over the line.
That's what you were saying.
That's what's happening in his head.
Yeah.
Umpires do think they have been a bit harsh on the wides. I know it's a difficult call. It's a call you've got to make in real time. Bit of the old haze happening right now. The old smog and dust kick.
Yeah. So that one's gone up in the air. It is going to go all the way. Luckily that wasn't a bit straighter as it was. It would have threatened our equipment in here in the commentary tent, but it is going to go all the way. And, well, you know, maybe the coaching team feel a bit vindicated there as it's the second delivery. Mananali already gets 6 times as many runs as Hassan Khan achieved.
Back smoke. I would have loved if they'd retired Mananali out after that first ball, even if it was wide.
Just keep on hooking them until
it was
someone
wide, but to be honest,
you should have scored.
Don't like the look of you. Get out of here. A little bit of Henry VIII about this. Anyway, Martins.
Still 3 balls left in this over. It's all been going on. We've had the wide and the 6, and that one probably would have been a wide as well had he left it. As it is, Mananali, oh, he's in danger now maybe of getting hooked. He's only on 7 off 2. Well, that would have definitely been a wide. Another one that's a wide that's been reclaimed by the batter.
Yeah, exactly, actually. Martins probably at least feels he got that one back. He's in the 30s now. 2 balls to bowl. Hello, SkyQuest watching from the west coast of the USA. Good time of the day there.
That one's been cut away and cut really hardly. Hardly cut hard.
Hardly hit it, I was going to say. No, that was a great shot.
It was Hamza Salim Dar there at point who put in the dive, but I think it was a bit of an alibi dive.
He's great with this shot. Just look at when he decides to let his wrists go. Sometimes he does more of a dab. He's been brilliant at getting boundaries in that quarter, and it's a quarter that you don't see defended that well as far as outfielders go.
It's orange o'clock in the Asian 10 as well, and I mean, Spanish oranges, I saw them on trees earlier, and somehow my brain didn't compute the fact that oranges grow on trees as Martins comes in for his final ball, and it's been chopped onto the subs. Shetty, he goes unlucky there as he was a bit early on that delivery and gets bat on it, but the ball just rolls onto the stumps. Muted celebrations for the European 11, but it's a big wicket for them as Arav Shetty falls for 30 off 14 deliveries.
Yeah, he hits it onto where his back leg, the back of his back leg. It's a pretty unlucky dismissal. Yeah. Look where it goes, onto the leg. But it just happens to go at an angle that disturbs the stumps. So, yeah, Shetty, he'll be disappointed, but tries to go leg side. Just working their way back into this game, aren't they, Europe? Martins with a wicket with what will be his last ball in the game in Asia, a 122 for 4 after 7. Just have a look at where, see that? It just kind of hits the side of his leg. And there, you'll see it here. Look, bang.
Yeah, he was just a bit too early on the shot and read the wrong line. So unlucky for him, but Jeremy Martins, he gets his first and only wicket of this game. That was the final ball of his spell. 35 runs conceded, the 1 wicket. It's good to see that he hasn't sustained any long-lasting injury because he was down for quite a while on the turf.
Maybe mental scars if they keep being harsh on the wide calls with him. But yeah, 12 runs off the over, finishes with a wicket. Remember, his first over went for 23, first over of the game. Anyway, Ali, fresh off the back, Samo facing Mohammad Atif.
This one goes leg side, and it is going to go all the way. It didn't quite find the middle of the bat, but it definitely found the boundary. And Mananali, he came in after the retirement of Hassan Khan, and he's proving his worth at the moment, racing to 11 off just 3 deliveries, including 1-4 and 1-6. I feel like a retirement always, it kind of disturbs the force a bit. It feels like something that shouldn't happen, but it's a very valid tactic. But how often have we seen it as well, that a retirement then leads to another wicket?
Yeah, but I mean, see, you never know what happens if you sit on your hands.
Yeah.
And I've definitely seen situations where it probably should have been done early today, probably with Romario Roach. I'm not going to say it cost him the game, but
what could have been?
Maybe. Yeah, they were definitely caught short.
That one's up in the air. It's a catching chance. Running in, it's just going to drop short. Jeremy Martins, I think, who's out there. stays down, I think more in disappointment than another injury, hopefully not. I think he just didn't pick it early enough. It was in the air for a long time, as we see here on the replay. Just skews off the bat. So much so that Manan Ali didn't even bother running. As it was, Jeremy Martins just didn't quite get to the pitch of that ball. Could have easily run 2 there, but they only ran the 1. But that does bring Kavishka Anjula to the crease. Left-handed captain. We've seen him do it with both bat and ball. Enormous experience, the Sri Lankan.
Manan Ali, by the way, who they have sent out non-strikers at the moment, is also a Saudi Arabian player.
Yeah. Wow, that's a lovely shot. Just a bit of width. Probably would have been another one that went for a wide had he left it, but instead he decides to send it into the jungle, and it's an uppercut for 6. That was a lovely shot.
Yeah, brilliant shot. He plays it really well. He's got a way of just kind of getting his weight moving towards the ball. So you see how it kind of stays leg side, but then when he decides he's going for it, it's less kind of brute bat speed and more kind of timing, and he almost glides sideways over there, doesn't he? And he puts it well over the rope. Latif tries digging it in and pays the price.
Halfway through the 8th, and 33 for 4. That one's wide again, but just inside that wide line. Judah went for another uppercut, didn't quite make contact with that one. So he's flirting with that line, but in fact way within it. Just a swing and a miss. Christopher Ward on the chat as well saying you'll have to look back at the matches today, some big runs, and definitely if you're joining live, make sure you catch the end of this game, of course, but then scrub back on if you're watching on YouTube, or rewind on your television sets, because there were some amazing games earlier today. We had 400 runs, just the 400 in one of the games, and both of these teams have played 2 games today. So if you like the look of what you're seeing here, make sure you look back at the highlights of the 4 games we've already had today. So highlights on the ECN website, so no shortage of cricket.
Yeah, look, it's been a good comeback from Latif. You look at how his spell's gone, 24 of 11 balls bowled. Gets done pretty quickly here. 20 to 8. Local. Last ball for Mohamed Latif.
Ali just pivots on this one. It's going to be a dot ball. He feels like he's missed out there. It's not actually a bad over from Mohamed Latif. Kind of said earlier, if you concede 2 boundaries from your over, you take that.
Yeah.
As a bowler, and it was just the 2, a couple of dots in there as well.
12 and 12 last 2 overs. They're storming back into this now. Look, it'll still be a tough chase. I think Asian 11 and their bowling options under lights. But look, they were right up in magical pace, kind of 24 and over. Yep. Even, you know, when the wicket fell, they were around about 23 on 230 pace. Now they're on 167 pace. What's the computer saying? Is it saying they'll get 167 or more or less? It's saying, come on, wake up. There you go, 164.
Yeah.
That'll be a tough chase under lights. We saw the world finding out how tough Asia were under lights last night in match 5. They weren't quite able to get the job done. They were chasing 148 for victory, finished on 137. Here's Skander Zulfikar, who gets launched, leg side, it's up in the air, it's a long chase there. It's a great catch, a marvellous catch out there by Jeremy Martins. Well, we saw him do the splits earlier. Well, that time he does the risky business slide on both knees. He ran a country mile to reach that. That's the big wicket of Anjula at the start of the 9th. It all happening in the 9th. The captain, Sikandar, chipping in once again with a ball, 134 for 5.
Marvellous Martins out there, and we said he might have been injured earlier in the day, but he's definitely showing no ill effects of that now, as he did his best Usain Bolt impression there. He was very much kind of at a wide long on. By the time he caught it, he was more at mid-wicket. See this on the replay, and
brilliant
maybe
catch.
the dew helped him out there. It's a bit wet out there. The mist is falling. He made a soft landing for Martins, but he landed with the ball firmly in his hand. So the captain, Anjula, has to go for 7 off 4 deliveries. And this has been quite the fight back from the European 11. The Asian 11 were threatening to go 200 plus, as we already saw earlier in the day. They fought back really well here. 5 wickets down, 134.
Brilliant catch. Who knows? Anjula, he's the kind of guy, he's a bit of a finisher. He's become that way actually this week for Asia. So Martins grabs him had to go a long way to get it. Najib, we saw him absolutely smacking the ball earlier on. He just stands and tries to deliver. You've got the 2 Saudi Arabian internationals out there at the moment. But Sikandar, I kind of mentioned it when we saw them playing earlier on, doesn't bowl much, but he's a good bowler. Yeah, he's got a good change of pace, he's accurate, and he's decided to give himself the 9th, and thanks to Marks, he has a wicket first up.
I think there might have even been a little undercut on that one, whereas that one has come right off the middle of the bat of Manan Ali. He's proving exactly why he got boosted into the game after that retirement. And he's raced away to 18 off just 6 deliveries, and that one's ended up in the woods again. So if you see a bear out there, it's the Grizzly. That takes the Asian 11 into the 140s with still 9 balls left of this innings.
Yeah, give a guy a rap, gets whacked into the jungle for 6.
Cheers, Mark.
Let's see how high Asia can climb, because I think that 160 is a minimum they'd want. 9 balls left. They could have a real heater. They could still go kind of 170s. If Europe can fight back, maybe they can keep them to 150s. And I feel like the difference is pretty huge between those 2 kinds of scores.
Still 3 balls left of the 9th. We've had a wicket and a 6 in it so far. Sandwiched in between a single. That's going to be another 6 to the collection. Probably not quite where he wanted to hit it, but he won't mind because that's gone sailing over the rope. Somewhere near to the football pitches, I hope. Yeah, it's the Blue Crew member there. I can't tell who it is. It's got a bit dark and cold here.
That might be Mike over there. Now, Mike took the catch.
Yeah.
I thought it was Aussie Dave from the distance, but I'll just give Mike full credit. He was the one who took a one-handed catch out as the ball retriever earlier.
Well, I'll tell you what, Richie said that he took a catch
Richie
as well.
took a catch as well,
It's all been going on today.
Sure has. Was that today? It feels like forever ago.
Well, he was certainly telling me about it in the car, so that's one for his highlight reel. But apparently the replay wasn't shown, so you know he's going to be having words with our friends at 2 Circles.
I tried to get it back up. And yeah, Richie, I'm sure he's replayed it himself. That was a good call. I think he gets some of the lines, so it's not a wide. He's looking at the numbers here. They were 91 off 4 overs. At the halfway point, they were 103. So 103 in the first half, only 44 in the second. Admittedly, we have 7 balls to go, but Asia have lost away a bit here. Last ball of the 9th.
This one isn't going to find the boundary either, so this is a really good 9th over for the European 11 and for Sikandar. Just the 14 runs coming off it, those double boundaries in the middle, plus the wicket. So with 1 over left, Asian 11 148 for 5, expected score 164. Remember, that was up towards almost 200 earlier in the game, so this has been quite the fight back from the European 11. They've just got wickets at the right times, and yeah, Hamza Salim Dar, he didn't pick up a wicket, but did bowl with a good economy. Mohamed Atif, he also excellent economy and picked up that wicket.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the game. Europe, and we thought at this stage maybe they wouldn't be in the game. I'll give you another stat: 91 off the first 4 overs, and then only 43 off the next 4 overs. So the run rate cut more than in half. Amadi is going to get the last over.
Starts it with a dot as well, which is exactly what the European doctors ordered.
Funny old couple of days, Amadi. Sometimes he's been really good, sometimes he's got the treatment.
And he's treated the stumps to an absolute splattering there as Manan Ali goes, a cheeky little smile on the face of Khalid Abadi, and why not? He's got the 143 on his back, and he damaged all 3 stumps there as Manan Ali has to go.
Oh, you know what? I've been saying this forever. When someone stands like this, don't follow him. 3 sticks in the ground. Bowl this ball and see if they're good enough to hit it. And you're not in a position to really hit it. So he took a big jump outside off stump, showed the bowler, said, look, I'm standing here. And Khalid Amadi, yes, he stands here, and he just tries to sneak it past the front pad. The stumps will go flying.
It looks great when it pays off, but otherwise you think, well, the stumps are there for a reason, to protect them, and he didn't.
It's a reason, for example, leg side wides are wide, because even if you're in, it's not necessarily easy to catch up those balls that are outside your pad. So Amadi, the Smiling Assassin is his nickname, and you can see why.
He's also got one of the sharpest beards on show on the Western Shield. We're going to have to ask where his barber is. He might have one in the hotel. There's a lot of amenities in the Sunset Beach Club. Maybe Marty sneaked his barber in, but whatever he's doing, it's working.
Pretty sharp-looking dudes here. Pretty well put together.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. Anyway, here's Suman Khan coming out. There's 4 balls left. It looks like 150s. Still a tough chase. I mean, a good litmus test, I think, for Europe. Let's see what Suman can do.
Oh, he can certainly hit boundaries, and that one's gone all the way. 4 or 6. A bit of a slower ball from Amadi, and it was a perfect over so far, but he's put a blemish on his scorecard there because he just kind of stuck in the pitch. Maybe a bit of moisture out there, but it just sat up invitingly for Suman Khan, and he didn't need a second invitation.
1-800 Tyler Yorker here. He's come up with the same kind of ball that knocked the stumps out of the ground. I know he's got a good slower ball, but Suman's been pretty good at picking things up off length. Hello to Ian Latine, who's watching, and he says, yeah, Richie's known as Richie's safest houses, Cunningham.
That's well bowled, and they're going to run through for a cheeky single, and it was not the best of throws from keeper Noah Cruz, so they do manage to scamper through, but I think Usman Najib was going to go whatever happened on that one.
Najib, hashtag FOMO, has seen enough from the other end, said, look, I want a face. He said, I'm off.
They're almost both in the same crease by the time the ball had been bowled.
But Najib, he's going to load up on this, and he's going to swing so hard. Earlier, he was great to watch. But he may hit it, he may not hit it, but I can guarantee you he is swinging for the fences here. 2 to come.
It's the Belgian against the Saudi Arabian. I'm not sure how many times we've said that, but it's the Belgian that's come out on top.
And I love this because he says, nah, I decide when we run. You can see Suman, who's actually hit a 6, trying to run on a ball that took a couple of hops. And basically, there's 2 rules of running. The first is you do what Najib wants, and the second is refer to rule 1.
Well, I wouldn't want to tell Usman Najib that he's done something wrong. He's a big bloke. Final ball. Oh, and we've got a bit of everything there. In the end, it comes right off the edge of the bat, and it does go all the way. It was a low full toss. I think not enough height on it to be a no ball, as the umpires are very much not interested in staying out there for another delivery.
Jeez. That's amazing that's gone for 4. He didn't pick it. He had to adjust, and he just kind of poked at it, Najib. He will take his side to 159. Have a look, it's a brilliant slow ball.
How many times does the batter hit a ball with both feet pointing towards the bowler? But that happened on that occasion, but whatever happened, it worked for Najib, and he got a 4 off the final delivery. He got his Asian 11 to 159 for 6, so Europe set around 160 to take the win on the final day today.
160 under lights.
Yep.
I mean, we've seen it done. I mean, Sajid Afridi himself actually helped chase 170s under lights to win the ECC Challenger for Greece last year. That slow ball was a good one, that last one, but just didn't drop quite into the hole. It was a little bit too full. Otherwise, I think it's cleaning up the castle. Hey, Europe, 197 earlier on in the day. So the batting wasn't a problem on that occasion. Obviously, the bowling was the problem more so. They have beaten the world as well when they swept them aside with 9 balls to spare, chasing 121 in the previous game. But can they go back to back? Can they finish with a win? Well, Martins, I know who he is, even if the officials had to check to make sure he wasn't an imposter. But I tell you who's not. It's Yunus Ahmadzai, 64 off 16, going at 4 runs a rock. Is so exciting. And he got his team off to a flyer of a start. It's just a pace. They couldn't really keep up when it got to the middle overs.
Yeah, and that win predictor, or the expected score, was up towards 190, 200, and we thought we might see another 200 in the books today in the Western Shield, but the European 11 kept chipping back with wickets. There's a few Grizzlies that ended up in the woods. But there was some tremendous fielding out there as well. Jeremy Martins, he was a bit of a star in the field and with the ball, but Yunus Ahmadzai, he got a well-deserved half-century, and then there was the nick behind. And we also had a retired out, the second time we've seen that in this tournament, as Hassan Khan. He only had 4 balls, didn't have too much time to prove himself, but thumbs up from Ahmadzai. It was thumbs down for Hassan Khan as he was given the hook. Safe pair of hands in the field there. Furkan Shafiq went to Mohamed Atif. He contributed 13 off the 6 deliveries. There was a few swings and a miss, and that's what prompted Coach Atik to bring in Hassan Khan. He got the hook.
Shoulder.
Yeah.
I was still working out the best way to communicate it. Corey talked about a big red R sign, or maybe a sound effect.
Yeah.
Maybe you're on notice and you're gone.
The funeral march.
Jenny didn't get to choose his own fate. He ended up hitting one onto his own leg and back onto the stumps. Martins was able to get that wicket and came back really well in the second over, Jeremy Martins, conceding only 12. And Jeweler will take something special to get rid of him. And once again, Martin looked like he was on the long march to nowhere, but slid in to take it low down in slightly greasy conditions. Brilliant piece of fielding, very professional stuff. And then the smiling assassin. Now, he just got back to basics, didn't he? Speared it forward at the stumps. Mananali lost the leg pole there, trying to get a little bit inventive. And then we had some interesting dynamics between Sumon and Najib towards the end. Najib was able to poke a 4 off the last ball to take the score to 159. But hey, when it was 91 or 4 overs, I think for sure Europe would be happy that they're only chasing an even 160 here. As we see the Carter Oval under lights, it's beautiful. We've been having night games here now for just over 2 years, and it's certainly a sight to be seen. 64 for Yunus Ahmedzai. He doesn't muck about, does he? Of his 16 balls, 7 went over the rope, 5 went for 4. Apart from that, 30 for Shetty. Once again, didn't get too much of the strike, but looked good when he had it. 25 for Mananali before he was out late in the piece. 8 extras, 159. Europe, I think they need a good start, but you look at the fact that Max O'Dowd's come into form today. It's got a few more of their bats clicking and a few more that are probably due to click. So I think this is going to be a really interesting second innings, but the Asian 11 bowlers, they're going to be a handful. Looking at the bowling of Europe, pretty consistent there, really. I think Atif, 1 for 24, has a case to be best of the bowlers. Zulfikar's done a job once again as a 6th bowler there. Just gave him a bit of flexibility. But, yeah, we saw him take a wicket as well as Khalid Amadi, the smiling assassin, Shane Afridi Jr. and Jeremy Martins. This is going to be a good game, Tina. I don't think our viewers should go anywhere because, again, this one I think is in the Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, definitely in the Goldilocks zone. They share a landmass, these two teams, but they can't share the points here. It's going to go one way or another. Mid-match stage, 159 for 6. We talk about 150 being about par, but you never know under these lights. With that fearsome Asian bowling lineup as well. They're never the easiest to face at the best of times. They're going to bring some heat. The European 11 are going to have to bring some firepower of their own if they're going to chase these 160 runs. So, going to come back in just a couple of minutes. These games always a quick turnaround. It's the final innings as well, so that means random questions coming our way.
And it means you've just told me we're going to empanadas, and I'm all in. Let's see if Europe can go 2-1. And can the Asians get something out of day 2? Or will it be 3 losses to the men in red? Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. Quick break, they're back soon to close out day 2 here in Spain. You're watching the European Cricket Western Shield.
Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to the Kartama Oval under lights. Well, time for a bit of moonlight cricket, and I think you'll enjoy the sonata here with the Asian team coming out, and they're defending 159. That was the score they put on the board. That's the equation for the bonus point. You can see that Asia will hope to roll the Europeans for 111 or less. If they can do that, they'll take all 4 points. We still haven't had a 4-pointer. Shows you how closely matched these teams are. Of course, if there's a real heater, if you get 160 in 7 overs, then they will take all 4 points. But it looks all set up for another 3-in-1 result, doesn't it? I'd say the crowd's been great here tonight. Still a few sticking around. But we've got the Asian 11 with some of their firepower. I think under lights, you can just feel there's a bit more moisture in the air. It's, I don't know what to call it really. It's kind of like a post-sunset fog and mist that's in the air. And I think the ball tends to come on a little bit quicker, something we've noticed over the last couple of years here in the night game. That we've seen, the German team is probably the one that comes to mind in the ECC. Just bring the heat at night, and it's not necessarily as easy to pick the ball up out of the bowler's hand. I was interested about who they might go with, and it looks like we've got Max O'Dowd out there with Zemus deploy. Zemus be hoping that he could turn it into a big score. He's facing up. So I was wondering whether they'd go for someone like Noah Crows. I thought maybe they might give Zemus a break at the top, but they probably think Zemus, look, he's our opener. He's, you know, we're going to stick with him as long as we can. And he's threatened a big score, but not really gone on with it yet. Zemus deploy, of course, brother of Lance deploy. Talking a bit about siblings and family connections in cricket earlier. This is Sumon Khan, who's going to get us going. But 160, Europe given 44% here. 36 minutes on the clock. 9 overs need to be bowled in that time. Shake, rattle, and let's roll. Last innings of the night coming up. Another game up for grabs. 4 points to be split, but how will they be split? Here we go with Sumon. And it's going to start with a ball that's hooked away. That's going to be 6. Maximo! In front of square, so probably more of a pull when you think about it. Zemus able to get his hands through the ball. I mean, a lot of Zemus, his batting is just about shot selection, I think, and where he's trying to hit the ball. That one was box high. It was put into the Royal box, and that's pretty well fielded over there. It might be the Zemus fan club over there, the Hungarian connection. Zemus does play for Hungary. Probably has aspirations of perhaps playing for a top-tier nation. Sumon tries to cramp Zemus. It's a full ball that got him earlier in the day. This one is Fuller. He goes on the hit. We'll get a single. That's Hassan Khan doing the fielding. Good start's important here. They'll be hoping for 50 in the power play. 50 in the power play puts them ahead. Just hoping to win the battle with 16 per over. 7 off the first 2 balls. Max O'Dowd, the Dutch international, the European icon, faces up for the first time in match 10. Max is probably happy to just kind of see his first ball out. Oh, dear me. They like it. Max was ambling. That's probably the word. I always just thought a direct hit might be interesting here. you wouldn't expect a player of his standard to not be in here. No, he's made it, but only just. So put that down for well judged, but he's almost a victim of the cardamom bat plug if it gets a bit damp. She saw the throw coming in, so he knew he had to wriggle on a little bit. So close call, but Maxo down in control of it. Gets credited with a run there. Just a little bit of bat on it, or maybe not. The run's been taken away. It goes back to 0. Zemus. Oh, that's good batting, actually. Just kind of wiggled inside the line there and rolled the wrist, took this off the hip for 4 more. So, yeah, Zemus. We saw him make some big runs in Hungary. Okay, this is a different level of competition. There's no doubt about that. Playing for Hungary and Malta, I should say. 12 so far. Over by over. Can Europe tame these toothy tigers? That's up, it's in the air, and it's going to be gone. So, unfortunately for Zemus, it won't be a long stay at the crease. He doesn't even see out the first over. Mistimed that, trying to go over the top. And Europe are going to lose their first wicket, 12 for 1. Easy catch there. Farsan Khan barely had to move. So disappointment for Zemus. Again, good signs there, but just can't turn it into a score of substance at this stage of the tournament. He'll still have some more chances, I'm sure. 12 for 1 early on. Does at least get a 4 and 6. So it's a productive 11, you could say, from deploy. Batter comes in, it's Shiriz Ahmed. All right, Shiriz, again, hasn't quite been able to reproduce his fireworks from the ECC. Actually saw him take the MVP trophy. But he'd love another watch. Last ball of the first. Ties him up. Won't be out. Pitched outside leg stump. They will get through for a leg bye. And at the end of 1 over, Europe are 13 for 1. So it's a good comeback from Sumon. In the end, he wins the over. Keeps it to below 16. And even picks up a wicket. 23 matches, hits a golden ball. Will this be the one? Yeah, 159 golden ball. But hey, I know a lot of people asking about the ECL. T10 golf comes back in the comedy box, and I know you're excited as well. A lot of buzz about the ECL.
Yeah, I'm really excited, and it is the final inning, so we've got random questions. We've got one from Gavin Griffiths saying, any wildcard teams, any teams to look out for in the ECL, maybe flying under the radar at the moment?
I don't know, under the radar. I mean, I'll give you a couple. Budapest Blinders, actually. Speaking of Hungary, obviously that's where Zemus deploy plays his cricket, but they have picked up a couple of really good wild cards. Jacob Mulder and Jason van der Merwe, who both have been very successful at the Kartama Oval. And that's a power-packed group. Paco Care in there, former champions. Oh, in the air and caught. And it's just off the end of the bat, so Shiriz cannot take a trick at the moment. He'll go for a duck. It's a simple catch for Anjula, the skipper. Early wickets tumble. Under lights, Europe now 13 for 2.
Said that the Asian 11 are going to be quite the fearsome lineup here, bowling under the lights, and they're proving it so far. 2 early wickets and just cloth that one. Did Ahmad, didn't get anything on it apart from to get it into the grateful hands of Captain Anjula there at long on, or mid on, and his big sigh there, disappointed with himself. His evening is over. He has to drag himself off the pitch.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't waste too much time. I've said this before, 1 or 2 ball ducks, probably an innings that doesn't feel great, but it hurts your team less than if you make a runner ball 15 or something like that. So Shiriz, again, maybe his time will come, you'd hope so. Another day at the office tomorrow, but he will go right now at 13 for 2.
Adnan Gauss, who picked up that wicket off his first delivery, and he bowls some heat, and oh, that was came with some heat, and it went straight into the hands of Haroon Rashad and straight back out the other end.
Well, Crows is already is the owner of a golden duck, actually a royal duck. And he could argue, should have been out first ball here. I mean, yes, it goes fast, just bursts through the hands of Haroon Rashad there. Yeah, the other thing is with the Budapest Blinders that Stefan Gooch, who's umpiring right now, will actually be playing for them.
Yeah.
And Steph now plays internationally for Estonia, which is a country he's citizen of, but he lived for a long time in Hungary and was quite involved in starting the Budapest Blinders organisation. It's kind of changed the face of club cricket in Hungary.
It's a really well-bowled bouncer there. Just one of those unplayable deliveries where, well, not to get anything on that. And I'll tell you what, we talk about strike rate, we talk about win rate. At the moment, with these two batters, we need to talk about hair rate.
Oh, yeah. The hair is there with both of them. Both have played for the full Dutch team as well. I remember I called them both when they were playing T20 cricket last year, and even it was 50 over cricket last year in the Netherlands.
That one's just off the leg. Just going to run through for one. Well,
just quickly though, Gavin Griffiths in the chat.
Yeah.
I called him Skipper. Do you know why? Because Hornchurch invited me to host their charity and their sponsors weekend a couple of years ago. And I was able to make it work in the schedule, which was probably the first miracle. But they had this cool Super 8s kind of tournament, 8-a-side tournament, where it was 8 overs. So it was still 11 aside, but it was 8 overs, and the eight people had to bowl. The other 3 had to bat in the top 3. It was a really, really fun day.
that's a lovely shot. Just cut viciously through point. And Noah Kruse maybe had a lucky escape as Haroon Rashad is still checking his fingers at the 45. Meanwhile, Kruse has just smoked that one to the boundary and making the most of his second life here as European 11 to 15, 19 for 2, 1 ball left of the second.
They'd love a double Dutch partnership here, wouldn't they? Europe. After those 2 early wickets, last ball of the over.
It's another swing and a miss. So as it is, an eventful over from Adnan Gauss. Really the 6 runs coming off it, and more importantly, the big wicket of Shariz Ahmad. But Max O'Dowd's still out there. He's actually yet to score. I don't think there's any danger of him being called in.
Yeah.
Retired out, but
No
you never
chance.
know. Stranger things have happened.
No chance. That'd be a good wake-up call, though. Yeah, Gavin, just saying he played with Adnan Gauss at Lancashire. And Gavin, he's played professional cricket. He's played very high level. He says proper bowler, should have played more pro cricket. Yeah, but I called Gavin Skipper because he was my captain. Right? We played for the Grizzly Black team. That was a great day. And actually, I faced a golden ball. We had a golden ball one of the games, yeah.
No.
Which I think that's a once in a lifetime for me. And it was a very good bowler, Adil Malik, bowling it to me. Let's just say I was a little nervous.
Not surprised.
Adil, you'll see him. I know you'll be following along the ECL.
Absolutely.
Adil is Shoaib Malik's brother. Although he's a good player in his own right. Very good striker of the ball. Very clever leg spin bowler. And I didn't know how I was going to play him. But luckily he bowled me kind of just a quicker ball because I didn't know I was going to hit a leggy, and I was able to work it away, and I think he's still filthy about it about 18 months later. But hello, Gavin. Hopefully you're well. Look forward to seeing you here at the Carlton Oval in Group B.
Suwon Khan has come back for his second over, and that one will have to be re-bowled. It has just rose and kept on rising through to the keeper, Manan Ali. But he's bowled well so far. His first over just went to the 11, and he picked up big wicket of Zemus Deploy in the first over. That must have, was that called a wide?
I think it was called a wide.
Oh,
It wasn't called a wide.
Maybe Steph was just stretching his arms out there, limbering up for the Budapest Blinders.
It was called a wide.
And that one's just not quite been hit firmly. Well, it's not been hit out of the middle from Max O'Dowd, but having gone 4 balls without scoring, he'll be very happy to see that one clear the boundary. And well, Hassan Khan got retired when he was on 1 off 4 deliveries. Max O'Dowd was 0 off 4 deliveries, but you know, he's an icon for a reason, and he's come back with the boundary on that delivery.
Yeah.
Ross Taylor could have been retired earlier. He got off to a slowish start, but these would be big calls, wouldn't they?
Well, I think if you retired out Ross Taylor, he wouldn't mind because he'd say, no problem.
Yeah.
I'm going to go. I'm going to play some golf. I'm going to go and
Drink
get
some
my fill
wine.
of tapas. I'm going to have the Rioja I didn't have earlier on. So
And he's going to poodle off at his Microlino.
It's actually been great in the commentary as well. We had him again earlier today, so maybe just walk straight up here. Who knows? Yeah. I wonder who would be the first icon to be retired out. That will be a
first and last.
Be a trivia question.
Halfway through the third, 3 balls left of the power play. Really good bowling, but he's going to squirt through for a bye as Manan Ali doesn't pick that one up cleanly.
I'm actually thinking, if we asked Ross actually who he would like maybe as a co-icon. Like maybe we'll get to the stage. I asked for sponsorship. Thank you, big companies out there. We do have the Tesla Center on the hill. I'll splash a bit of money around. We could go double icon. He mentioned names like Malinga. He mentioned names like Sean Tate.
Oh, he's teasing us now, isn't he?
But I'm gonna give one. I'm sure a few people would love to see.
That's high up in the air. There's 2 fielders converging under it. Neither of them really want it. They ended up running parallel to each other, and the ball bisects them, goes through the middle, lands safely, and in the meantime, the batters run through for 2.
To be honest, most of the 2s we've seen have been in the air. Because once the ball comes back to earth, there's never 2 there, but I just don't think he picks this up. And a bit of a hairy moment for O'Dowd, but he survives. And his Hassan can't prevent the 2 either. But I would say Chris Gale would be a good icon. He is the kind of guy who probably would retire himself out. He'd probably see something in the crowd and say, that looks more interesting to me, and he'd just be off.
I think we'd have to put the whole of Spain's airspace on alert if... that one needs to put the planes on alert as well, because that one's gone high, very, very far. Max O'Dowd, he's been scratching around a bit. He's finally found the middle of the bat, and then some, and that takes his European side to 34 for 2 off 3 overs, end of the power play. Max O'Dowd still out there, 13 off 8 deliveries. His compatriot Noah Cruz at the other end, 5 off 4, and European 11, their run rate's up at 18. They won't want that to go much higher. Look at the comparison there, and it was really the power play. Look at the difference in that. Asian 11, 71 no loss. Europeans 34 for 2.
But you can see that he took a diver in the first innings. He had 4 magical overs to start the game, and then out of the other 6, the best was 14.
Yep.
So it's an incredibly huge turnaround for Europe. Both teams really, but in Europe's favour. Crows, again, we still haven't seen the best of him yet. Let's see what he can deal with here. And that is more like the Crows. That likes to get things moving. He just stays back in the crease. That's gone many a mile over the trees into the night.
Well, that was a shot that Chris Gale would have been proud of. It wasn't really that straight. It was outside off stump, and Seamus Deploy likes that one as well, because that's another grizzly into the woods. Noah Cross getting in on the action, and a few more of those are needed for the European 11. Every time there's a big hit like that, that run rate just inches its way down. You want to keep it at least below 18, something manageable. As it gets a bit fancy now. It's coming towards us in the commentary box, but it's not going to go all the way. It's a 1 bounce 4, and Crows goes back to back, and that's 3 boundaries in a row for the European side.
Picking your moments is what it's all about. Crows, we saw him get out to a similar shot, very first ball of the tournament. And he says, right, now's the time. I think it's to do with the fact he just pulled a 6, so he feels like, if he's mind reading, he feels like Najeeb's going to go fuller, and it's going to be something that he can maybe kind of just get under. If it's not a genuine Yorker, and he was right. Just almost 6, but have to settle for 4.
He goes funky again, this time the other side, but the result is exactly the same. Another 1 bounce 4, almost a mirror image, but that was some handiwork there.
Modern cricket is so crazy. And this is becoming more and more mainstream all the time. It's a little reverse lap. Just kind of rides it. You know, he's just got to make contact. You don't hit this very hard because you know there's a lot of pace on the balls. Najeeb, probably the first time we've seen Najeeb have a shaky start with the ball. He's had a run of games where he's either taken early wickets or at least kept it very, very quiet. He's got such a good strike rate of taking wickets in his first over.
And talking about good strike rate, Noah Cruz goes 4 in a row. He's got 2 4s sandwiched by 2 6s, and he hasn't quite fired so far for the European 11, but he's firing on all cylinders tonight under the lights, and he just opens the bat face there and carves it away. His teammates sitting there in the tent loving that. This is really, really handsome over so far for the Europeans. It's already gone magical. 2 balls left of the 4th. And Usman Najib needs to come up with something now. Maybe a slower ball, a
beautiful shot,
a
though.
bouncer. But yeah,
I mean, they've been waiting for Crows to fire. I don't think he was even batting the top 8 earlier. 50's up, by the way. But you can hear the cheer from the crowd. They know what Noah can do. And right now he's doing very well. 25 off 8. Najib with a comeback, though.
That's not a bad comeback. He digs it into the Astro, and it's just the one for Noah Kroos. But what an over so far for him. Scores 20 in boundaries and just gets himself to the other end. He has a few words of wisdom for his fellow Dutchman, Max O'Dowd, at the other end. But it's Noah really who's playing the senior partner here. Got 26 off just his 9 deliveries. Max, meanwhile, 13 off 8. But you know, if you've got your icon player out there, you're still within a chance. Final ball of the 4th. That one's dug in. It's going to be a wide. Bit of a suspicious look there from Usman Najib. He thought he maybe got out of that over with a dot ball, but umpire Steph had other ideas, and
that's the thing. And you know what? I was just thinking this a few minutes ago, but the simple black and white wide rules, I know we still debate the close ones, but at least everyone knows what the rule is. You know, I think it's one thing that I think in mainstream cricket, if you want to call it that, I think there's too much grey area in these calls that become so important potentially. That's wide as well. Even though he moves, he's going to miss the line.
So that's a perfect example of one that might not have been wide in any kind of ICC tournament, because he does take a big step across.
We used to do it that way, but we just found there's a lot of these ones where, you know, now you move, there's wides that probably should have been called even with the line moving in the umpire's head. It's hard enough to call it when the line's painted there. If you're then trying to judge it on a line that's in your head, it just leads to a lot of inconsistency and frustration, I suppose, for umpires and players alike.
Final ball of the 4th, and it should just be a single. They do scamper through. It's 58 for 2 after 4. And the umpire's job is hard enough. There's so many variables they've got to consider every single ball. So if you can just take away one of those variables in the form of that wide line, it makes life easier for them. It makes it very easy for everyone involved. They know exactly where that line is. There's no room for error. It's just black and white.
Hey, I like this question from my skipper, Gavin Griffiths, saying, it's interesting when the standard of cricket on ECN goes up, so do the scores. Can the bowlers do more, or is there just no hiding place? I think maybe you just have to adjust your expectations. I mean, I think what we're talking about in this series is a bowler's done a really good job if they can go for less than 30. And so, as usual, and Gavin, you know this because you're a very good bowler yourself, is that the good bowlers find a way to stand out. Well, you can't get away with being a mediocre bowler in this type of cricket. You can't hope for, you know, 70, 80 metre boundaries and waiting for a miss hit. It's that Jula, who is a good bowler. So, it's a good shot though, right off the bands, down. He timed the cover off that, didn't he? Max, he'll take 4 runs, 4 carreras.
It was a slower ball that from Captain Anjula, but Max just waited on it and just whipped it away. In fact, exposed all 3 stumps. It didn't matter, that ball was outside off. Just stroked it.
Just kind of paused his shot for a fraction of a second there, because then he recognised it was an off-speed delivery. But still, to generate the pace, to get it racing to the boundary, that was top-class batting from Max O'Dowd.
And that one's over-pitched. Half-hearted appeal. It did hit him full on the pads, but that's the interesting thing. We talk about the quality of the plays going up. The quality of the appealing also goes up.
He must have hit this, because there's no real appeal. Yeah, you can actually see a slight deflection, but if he didn't hit it.
But how many players do you think would have gone up if we had a normal ECS? Probably 12.
I never saw multi-appealing until I came to Europe. 7 or 8 by the one player and the one ball. It's kind of, and it's also it's like they're running out of oxygen.
Had to get the paramedics on with a bit of oxygen to keep them going. But yeah, we haven't had too many violent appeals so far. But to the question as well, the extras generally go down, which means the runs off the bat go up. There's not as many through byes or misfields, and there's nothing misfiring about that one. It's Noah Kroos now on strike as Max O'Dowd got the single to take him to the other end. And that was just a lovely shot. Noah not quite got the full main like Max O'Dowd does, but he hit the full face of that. kind of sweeping it off middle stump, but if
Shot.
you're seeing it like he is,
Really nice
doesn't
shot.
matter where the ball is.
And Jula's not as quick as the other bowlers,
No.
but he's clever. He's this guy with he's over 100 first class wickets, right? So he's his way around.
And we get a bit funky. Doesn't quite get a hold of it. It might even plug. No, it's going to actually do the opposite. It takes a bounce and skips away to the boundary. And that's another 4 to the collection. Noah Kroos races to 36 off just 12 deliveries.
Yeah, it was a batter's bounce, wasn't it? Must have had a little bit of top spin on it. I thought it might plug, and I don't think the fielder gave up on it. But yeah, nice shot by Kroos. They need to go at 17, so they're slightly behind here, Europe, but they've got 2 players at the crease that can certainly turn it on. Last ball of the Anjula over.
That one goes straight. There is long off there, but he did well to stay out the way of that one as that clonks into the metal hoardings there. Another 6 to Noah Kroos' collection. He soars into the 40s. The European 11, 79 for 2 at the halfway stage.
Yeah, 5 over mark. So we'll pause and we'll give you a bit of a look up here in the Dream Box. And we welcome you wherever you're watching from around the world. And I know we're on a lot of our international broadcast partners as well. So no matter how you're watching, where you're watching, we encourage you to keep watching as well. And we're also on YouTube throughout the year if you're interested in watching more European cricket in this fast-paced format and getting to know a little bit more about what we do here. But I just feel like it's a big game for both these teams, probably for the same reason that, you know, it helps their chances. Europe, if they lose this, I just feel the wind's taken out of their sails, and a lot of the good work is undone after that win against Europe, against World 11 earlier. For Asia, obviously, they've had a tough day. They're staring down 3 losses after 3 wins yesterday, so this would kind of get them in a good frame of mind going into tomorrow. But yeah, huge 5 overs coming up for both sides. It's going to be a wide first up, I think, for height. But just keep an eye on that required rate, 16 and over right now. So as of right now, they are bang on 160 pace, which is where they need to be. They're bang on pretty much that gold line that we see on the run rate graph.
Well, you're mentioning the G word. There might be some early tingles happening here, but as you said, neither team wants to take the drive back to Sunset Beach with a loss in their pocket. Asia in particular, they don't want to go 0-3. That one's going to go high and towards the Microlina and over the boundary. Max O'Dowd, he moves to 25. Big Maximo there. It's a good start for the 6th over here for the European 11. Just the 1 ball. So far, it's gone for 7.
Beautiful swing of the bat there. It's all technique. Back in the cross, and then just kind of transfers the weight forward, puts it over the fence for 6. Everyone last night was, oh yeah, it's definitely going to be an Asia versus World final. Well, World are on the bottom right now. Asia are staring down the barrel of 3 losses in a row. Europe actually favourites now for the first time in a long time.
And that's just a tennis shot as it's just slapped towards the camera operators who've been in for a bit of a peppering today. And luckily that one just went to the west of them, but still went all the way to the boundary. And Max O'Dowd, he knew as soon as he hit it, it was just a forehand smash, wasn't it?
You know what that is? That's a Happy Gilmore kind of ride the bat. It's a cowboy shot from Max O'Dowd. And he just says, yep, I've judged the height of this. I'm just going to snap the flat bat through it. And yeah, Europe now, they've gone, actually pushed past the Goldilocks zone to 61%. And Asia, they need to break this partnership. They need to break it quickly. 79 off 25. This partnership, we said that Europe needed it. The double Dutch is coming good.
He goes again, and it's in the slippy zone, and it's turned into the juggling zone. He takes a step forward there. I can't tell. I think it's Suman Khan out there, and he got underneath that, and then he lost his footing straight away. Managed to right himself, but only enough to juggle it over the rope. It's another 6 runs.
Yeah, it doesn't pick it up. It's kind of light height, I can tell. And you can see it bounces off the hands and just loops over his Sumon. And it's going to be 6 more. It's got to go down as a chance, but it's not an easy one. And Europe, well, they even give another chance here. 98 now, 62 off 27. That rate's down below 14 and over. These two are accelerating at the right time. The hare and the tortoise about this game.
There's nothing slow about that one as that's going into the fan zone. The DJ, he's got his big coat on, he's playing the tunes, and almost the music stopped there as the ball went flying towards the vinyls.
Well, about, I don't know how many hours ago, definitely less than 72 hours ago, Maxi was in South Africa. He had no idea he was going to be here. And now he's the icon, and he's putting in a good shift, isn't he? I think he had 110 runs for the day going into this, so that's 153 runs for the day now for Max O'Dowd after 0 runs on day 1, and I knew it was a matter of time.
No wonder he's got a smile on his face, and who wouldn't want to be playing cricket here at the Cartama Oval under the lights? Let's not forget, we're in Europe in the middle of Feb, and we've already had a festival of cricket, and it's the start of 5 weeks of absolute cricket mania here at the Cartama Oval.
Absolutely loving it. So hundreds up now for Europe. They're 80-20 in such quick time. Last 10 minutes, they've turned this game completely on its head.
It's the back of the hand slower ball, but it's going to get the treatment from Max O'Dowd. He just moves to 1 away from his half century. This over has gone big. Max O'Dowd, he's gone big as well. He was a bit late to the party, but boy is he dancing on the dance floor now. That's the 4th 6 in a row. 25 runs off this over. Still 2 balls left, so it's really threatening to, it's already gone into supersonic territory. 31 off 5.
It is. This over's gone. In fact, that's 5 sixes in a row. So we had a wide 5 sixes. So we said we might see it. O'Dowd on 49 for the magical, the perfect over. Every batter's dream. We've seen it done before. Will we see it here? The Europe icon, Max O'Dowd, for 6 sixes in the over.
And I think he's got it. That's going to go all the way, despite the despairing dive of Suman Khan. And it's a 50 for Max O'Dowd. It's 37 runs from the over, because it started off with a wide. Harun Ashad could be forgiven for thinking that was the worst of his troubles for the over, but Max O'Dowd decided, I'm going to go 6-6, 6, 6-6-6.
If there's one way to go to a 50, why not do it with 36 off your stick in the over? Unbelievable. Okay, Dicker dropped over the boundary, one of them, but Ashad, well, less than 24 hours ago, he took a hat trick under lights. Right now, he's having a nightmare because it's the perfect over, 6 sixes plus the wide. It's almost hypersonic, which is 40 plus. We've seen them before, but it's surely the over that puts Europe in a commanding position here. 116 for 2 after 6, and now just 11 and over required, 44 off the last 4 overs.
Penny for Max O'Dowd's thoughts. As you said, a couple of days ago, he was just having a nice time in Cape Town with his national team, and now he's having a nice time at the Cartama Oval, scoring 36 runs, just the 1 over, and he's flown to 55, just the 17 deliveries. And poor Noah Gross, he was going 42 off 13, and now he's suddenly second fiddle, but he won't mind it, watching his icon and good friend the other end. And the carnage continues here, as that's right off the edge of Noah's bat, but it doesn't matter, it's still going to go all the way for 6, and that makes it 7 sixes in a row. If you discount the wide, that's 10 boundaries in a row.
It's actually 8 sixes in a row, because the last ball of the over before the 37 runs over, so don't worry about the wide. That's 48 in 8, yeah. I think that Eunice's look is expecting, I think you can read his thoughts there. Crows, he's saying, hey, you want to do it? I want to do it. Now he can do 6 sixes here as well. This is and Asia, the fearsome Tiger attack under lights being tamed, and tamed in a big way here. Gauss with the comeback ball.
It's not much of a comeback, because Noah Crows goes big, and he goes all the way once again.
This is a crazy run. It's a 54 run off 9 ball partnership, and it's 54 off the stick of Crows as well. A 15 ball half century for him. We knew he'd come good, Noah Crows. He's a brilliant cricketer, fantastic keeper as well. Just helps on its way. Gauss got a lot of pace on the ball, and Crows makes it look easy. I think that ties the record for most 6s in a row. 9 for a team. So this is for an all-time record for 10 6s in a row. The old backwards V getting a workout from Noah. And he also, he's got a lot of tools. He can still hit down the ground, but he just feels, with pace on the ball, this is probably a good way to do it. And I've played a lot of indoor cricket, which has a similar format as far as, lots of games in a week. What I noticed always in those tournaments, the bowlers bowled really fast on day 1. They weren't necessarily bowling as fast on day 5, day 6. Here on the second night, and it just seems like the Asia attack's lost its zip.
We're going to get 10 6s in a row. Not quite, but we'll take the 4. I'm sure Noah Kroos will as well. It's almost
Boring.
disappointing.
Look at that last, that last 10 balls there. Did you see that?
Well, this innings got off to quite a pedestrian start. They just had 3 boundaries in the first 2 overs. I say just, but since the start of the 5th over, we've just had 2 legitimate deliveries that haven't been a 6 or a 4.
This is crazy.
Most of those have been
Look at the last
6s.
10 balls. Look at that.
You wouldn't see that in Test
It's
cricket.
like someone
would you?
fell asleep on the 6 key on the keyboard, but that is genuine.
Our scorers are going to get repetitive strain injury from hitting those 6s. And a bit of a respite here. It's going to be called 1 for the over. Sweet relief for Asia. Sweet relief for us as we can catch our breath. As we have a... Oh, it's a tight call there. Maybe
like
on his tiptoes it was going to graze his eyebrows.
I guess it's also almost a wide for width.
Possibly a double wide.
That's been
It has
called
been
now.
given.
Maybe he's unsighted, so he asked for a bit of help.
So I was going to say that...
If it's in the zone, it's maybe the top corner. Felt like a wide. They'll have to bowl that one again. Gee, they could get pounded here. There's still 3.5 overs to go.
There's another 6. We were getting a bit bored of not having a 6, so there's one into the fan zone. The European fans are dancing there. Look at them go. They are loving what they are seeing. It's late night here in Khartoum, but the party is just starting for the European fans.
This is a ridiculous phase. I mean, we've seen some pretty destructive innings so far, but I don't think we've seen an extended run like this. Yeah, so I lost count now, but it's, how many is that? 3, 9, 13 boundaries in a row. 13 boundaries in a row. Crazy. And all of them except 2 have been 6s.
I think there were so many 6s our clock broke for a minute, but I think it's back. I think time has not stood still. Yeah, someone put the batteries in, but we don't need to take the batteries out of these 2 Dutchies now because they're going at quite a rate of knots. And
there you go.
Finally a dot.
Finally. That was an insane. It reminded me of in the movies in Vegas when someone's at the dice table and suddenly everyone's around cheering. Like, check out this run they're on. This is amazing. And Kroos is on 64. It's like a rap battle, but between 2 batting partners. Keep trying to outdo each other.
And that might even be one of the best shots we've seen. It's only a 4, but that was a lovely shot. Just chipped it over the man there in the covers. You see this again on replay. Let's not forget we can play proper cricket shots, and Noah Kroos just reminding us of that fact. He flies to 68. European fans are in full party mode, and why not? Because that's the end of the 7th over. Europe are on 143 for 2, 17 runs needed, and the action doesn't stop. Because we're going day 3 tomorrow, and it's another 5 big games coming up.
Yeah, so big. I mean, all these games are big. The table is so close at the moment, and it's a big day for Asia 11. You can see they don't play till the night session, so they have the day to think about things, and I'm sure they'll come back well. Europe, again, big day for them. They play 3 times. Big day for the World 11. They'll play 3 times tomorrow as well. And B&I, they'll play in matches 1 and 3. It starts same time, 9:30 a.m. GMT, 10:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India. And I'm going to take the morning off. It was good for you.
Well
so I'm going to do the same thing.
You'll be in an empanada coma. That's why.
Maybe. I'll leave you, Enrico, but I'll be in later in the day. Anyway, here's Adam Patel. Some spin.
I think this has come a bit too little too late for the Asian 11 because they do have a couple of handy spinners at their disposal. We see probably the World 11 have done the best job so far of changing up the pace. We know how fearsome the Asian 11 pace attack is, but it's been taken to pieces by the 2 players from the Netherlands. The change of pace has actually brought a bit of sanity to the proceedings here. But with Europe needing less than a run a ball, it's maybe a case of what could have been for the Asian 11. And we've seen here Noah Kroos, he's saying, come on, hit my stumps, I dare you.
Yeah, interesting. He's daring him.
He kind of calls the bluff, but there's a chance here for 2 fielders, and it will be taken out in the deep. It's Hassan Khan, the man who got retired out in the batting innings. He comes back and takes a smart catch. Not too many celebrations out there for the Asian 11 because I do think they think as well that the damage has been done by Noah Kroos, who walks off with a very, very tidy 68 off just 20 deliveries. He's been out there a while. Max O'Dowd threatened for a while to overshadow him, but Noah showed us what he could do.
We called for the double Dutch And the double Dutch delight delivers for Team Europe. How about that? And Crows 68 off 27, 6s, 6-4s. And Europe fans are out in force tonight. Don't you worry about that, Noah. He's had a bit of a tough time. He's had to bide his time with the bat. I think he's kept very well, as you'd expect. But you can see that he has delivered a real important innings, not just for this match or today, but for the whole week, I think. And Team Europe are thrilled to welcome him back. Here's a Freedy. Tries to finish things off, although this is high in the air. It's another catching opportunity, and it's been taken. So it'll be a golden duck for Afridi. And Patel's on a hat-trick. You called it too little too late. Perhaps, maybe not, who knows. I suppose with Maxo down there, you think that this game's a done deal, but Afridi, this is the way he plays, and straight away, you can see the concern on Boom Boom's face. It's a catch so delicate, we can't show it to you in full focus, but it's well taken by Suman Khan. Patel, well, who knows? He's on a hat-trick, and maybe a hat-trick could change this game irrevocably.
Yeah, we're on hat-trick watch here, and we had one yesterday that we almost missed because it did sneak in right at the end of the innings, but we're nearing the end of the innings one way or another, halfway through the 8th. It's Jeremy Martins who starred with ball and in the field with that superb catch out in the deep, who's going to be fending off this hat-trick delivery from Adam Patel. It'll be the 4th of 2025 already.
Nights when the hat-tricks come out.
Yep.
Ashard took one last night. Didn't have such a good time tonight. Here's Adam Patel for a hat-trick.
And there's an appeal by
Good appeal.
Yeah, he was going to appeal before the ball was even bowled.
That's the rules.
Those are the
appeal
rules.
on a hat-trick.
But umpire Steph, he decides to apply the laws of cricket instead, not out. And it's double jeopardy there, because instead of getting the hat-trick, the next ball goes all the way for 6. Jeremy Martins just takes the one ball to see himself in. Next one flies over the rope. The European fans are out there dancing. They're loving what they're seeing. A round of applause from the dugout as well. And Europe now needing single digits, 9 runs needed, still 13 balls left. Final ball of the 8th. That's chipped over cover, it won't go all the way. There is the sweeper out there, so Jeremy Martins keeps hold of the strike. 152 for 4, the European 11, 2 overs left and 8 runs needed. Maybe it's fitting that Max O'Dowd, the icon of Europe, gets a chance to put this game to bed.
Yeah, true. Have a look at how that run rate just smashed through both lines with the double Dutch partnership. Okay, it's come back a little bit now, but surely they can't lose from here. Just doing some numbers. So the table tonight, assuming Europe do win this, they only need 8 off 12, it'll be Asia still at the top because they do take their point out of this. 12, but off 6 games played. And then Europe, 11 off 5 games played. British and Irish 11, 9 off 5 games played. And World 11, 8. Bottom of the table, but only 4 games played. Just bear in mind that they do have a couple of games in hand. So yeah, if you adjust it, it's so close. It's Araf Shetty getting a bowl. And he is going to go for 6 first ball. This could be an early night now. Maximo! As, Martins is getting in on the action as well now.
It's been a bit of a baptism of fire for the Asian 11. Lithia makes a good point that maybe they came out all guns blazing yesterday. They thought, this ECN stuff, this is easy, but they've come crashing back down to earth today with 3 losses on the spin. But
cashed a reality check, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll go back to that in a second because this could be the last ball of the night. 2 to win.
And it is going to be the last ball of the night because Jeremy Martins, he's only been in there 5 deliveries, but that's been enough to see his team over the line. 19 not out for Jeremy Martins. Celebrations all round. And Max O'Dowd, big smile on his face. Welcome to the party, Max, after he had a slow start yesterday, but he's led his team to victory here with 56 of just 18 deliveries. And Europe have come roaring back here with a loss earlier in the day, but they've backed it now with back-to-back wins.
Yeah, just made that look like child's play, didn't they, really? And yeah, Asia, okay, sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't, but their attack just lacked the penetration that's made them so effective in the early stages of this tournament. And O'Dowd, well, definitely looked a bit more head in the game today, didn't he? And I think it wasn't a bad thing that he got to bat 3 times. And I think you can see that he obviously cares a lot. He cares a lot for his teammates as well. It's probably what makes him different maybe some of the other icons is he's actually pretty well known amongst the group. Obviously you got some Dutch representation in the group and he's worked his way through European cricket in the first place. So he will finish with pretty good score to his name. 56 not out of 18. And Crows probably for me steals the player of the match with that 68 off just 20 balls. But yeah, just look at the table. If you account for like 2 points for matches behind, I've got the table now. Expected points. Europe 25, Asia 24, World 24, B&I 23.
Can we have a group tingle for
yeah,
who's going to go close?
It's still so close. Hey, Europe, I know they went on a kind of a two-run losing streak, but now they're on a 2-match winning streak and 2 big wins over who everyone said will be the finalists last night when people may be a bit naive. They had a win over the World 11. They've just had a win over the Asia 11. And what that means, and this is probably a confidence booster as well for Europe, is they've now beaten every other team in the competition.
Yep.
So you could argue, with the World, they changed their batting lineup slightly, but they still had some success with Sharma at the top of the order. For Asia, they've got some soul searching to do. They will come back tomorrow. They'll be in the evening session playing back-to-back. But, Europe, they'll certainly go back to the Sunset Beach with a spring in their step. And let's be honest, looking at that chase, there was a moment with those 2 early wickets when Crows and O'Dowd came together after 7 balls. Things weren't looking too good.
Yep.
And it could easily have gone south. It was 13 for 2 off 7 balls when they came in, but they conquered a 132-run partnership in just 37 balls to put Europe in a commanding position, and then Martins came in and helped finish it off.
Big smiles on the European faces, and Asia, I'm sure, will come back fighting. They used 7 bowlers in the end, so it was clear that they didn't really have an answer to that Dutch partnership. But as we just said, they'll be back in matches 14, 15, under the lights again, try their luck again in the morning. As for the European 11, they'll be riding the wave of those 2 back-to-back victories, and they'll be on games 1 and 2 tomorrow as well. So can they make it 3 or even 4 in the row? They'll have to come up against B&I, followed by the World, and it's the World that will enjoy the middle 2 double headers. Yeah. So we've got everyone back in form, everyone back in action tomorrow. It's going to be a great day.
Yeah, World, first time they've had a 3-match day as well. So yeah, they've been a bit light on with the schedule. Just 2 matches on the first 2 days. And tomorrow it's B&I who will have the 2-match day and Asian 11 as well. So stay tuned. We're starting the same time, day 3 of the tournament. We'll actually hit the halfway point of the tournament halfway through tomorrow. And it will start 9:30 a.m. GMT. It's 10:30 in Central Europe. It's 3 p.m. in India. Check out the highlights. And Asia, well, under lights, they were pretty good last night. There's the Team Europe fans. Just don't mind Mr. Duploy's red jacket. But they were in good spirits. And they were looking pretty happy when Zemus was able to get a couple out of the middle early on. O'Dowd, just the Arjuna Ranatunga School of Running, was centimetre perfect. That was the wicket of Deploy, just mistimed that. Unfortunately, Zemus was out for 11. Then Shariz Ahmed came out and unfortunately couldn't get much going. But this is what I was talking about. He made 0 off 2. We also had a 0 off 1 in there, but it doesn't hurt your team.
Yep.
We saw, earlier in the World 11 game, we saw a kind of runner ball or not too much better, 16, 17, 18, 19. That's what can really slow the run rate down, because it just brought Noah Crows to the crease, and he had an absolute heater, didn't he? Made up for a bit of lost time, 68 off 20, the top score, 7 max moves for him. Let's not forget Max O'Dowd. He probably doesn't get the player of the match, despite the fact he hit 36 off 6 balls, the magic 6 sixes. They were thrilled about it. It's actually 37 off the over, including the wide. Brought up his 50 as well with a 6th 6. That Crows, he has a few tricks, but he could also play orthodox shots really well. That partnership was not only match defining, but I think kind of week defining, with those 2 clicking. Europe really feel they can go all the way this week.
It was orange against red, and it was orange that came out on top. And Max O'Dowd, he might not take the Player of the Match award, but I think he's more than happy with his team's showing today. They're on a 2-game winning streak. There's some highlights for the Asian 11 as well. Their catching under the lights was mostly good. A few tough chances. It's gone a bit slippy out there, but it was Europe, despite this boom and bust from Shahid Afridi. He didn't stick around. Jeremy Martins came in, and he was a bit of a understated star of the game as well, because he took that great catch in the deep, bowled well, and ended up 19 off just 5 deliveries, including 3 sixes. So it's a lot of star performers for Team Europe, and that's why they leave the pitch grinning like Cheshire Cats, and why not? As for Asia, they'll regroup. They've got a bit of time tomorrow to have a bit of a chat and see what they want to do differently tomorrow evening. Look at that under the lights. Beautiful sight.
Beautiful sight. Not a great sight for the Asian 11 as they get Dutched there, don't they? Yeah, it was pretty hot in the Dutch oven with Maxo down, 56 not out. Alongside Noah Crows, the keeper, blasting 68. 14 sixes between those two. Maxo down hit 7 sixes, but he had the magical 6 in a row, 6 in the over, which you've only seen maybe a handful of times on the network, maybe 7 or 8 now. I suppose it's happening more often in the Grizzly era. Martins was pretty good as well, wasn't he? 3 sixes in his 19 not out. And they end up doing it with 10 balls to spare. Take us through the bowling figures, because it wasn't a great night with the ball, despite Patel grabbing a couple of late ones.
Yeah, it's a long list as well with 7 bowlers used. And Suman Khan, he's been pretty consistent at the top of the lineup. His 2 overs went for 25, picked up the wicket as well. But otherwise, it was not pretty viewing with Usman Najib. He only had the 1 over. His went for 24. Kavishka Anjula, the captain, usually so consistent. He only had the 1 over, 21 runs. So a lot of magic flying about, but not the right kind of magic for the Asian 11. And that's why Team Europe end up on the right side of the result. They still had over 10 balls to spare, so a lot of wiggle room there. So they'll be really heartened by the fact that they've now beaten everyone. Maybe Europe kind of came in as the underdogs. Everyone was saying, yeah, Asia, the world. But let's not forget, Europe, they have experience in this format as well, and they're using all of their experience, and it was the Dutch experience that showed today.
Yeah, well, it's a chance for us to welcome you back into the Dream Box to say a final goodbye and just sum up what's been an incredible day of cricket. And ECN, how it can change. And we know it, I suppose you know it even by now, that one day it can be your day, the next day maybe it's not. In Asia 11, they taste defeat 3 times here on day 2 after they won all 3 games on day 1. So I think it has worked out that they've actually kind of won and lost against all their opponents. For Europe, I mean, that was a real crossroads game for them. I think if they lose that game, then they have a 1 and 2 day. They have a losing record. They're playing catch up now. I mean, they go in to the end of day 2 in the 2. They're in second spot, just looking at the up-to-date standings. So keep an eye on it. You can always go to our website, europeancricket.com. But yeah, double Dutch delight there with Max O'Dowd and Noah Crows. Huge partnership setting up the win for Europe. But what a day of cricket. Remember, we had some records fall as well. We had 51 sixes in a match. First time we've ever had 50 sixes in a match. In fact, it smashed the old record of 46. We had 400 runs in a match for only the 3rd time. It was only 3 runs away from the all-time record. We had 6 sixes and over right then. We had several hat-trick opportunities, but none taken actually here. Some unbelievable catches as well. And let's not forget that B&I earlier on, they kind of got their tournament on the right track as well, and they smashed the first 200 of the tournament. So it's just been crazy, and there's still more to come. We're not even halfway through this Western Shield. Well,
you mentioned the stat earlier in the day about over 1.2 million runs on the network. I think we're already creeping towards 1.3 million.
Might be after that.
Definitely this year. And Test match cricket, watch out, because this is where the runs are at, this is where the wickets are at, and I can't wait to see what tomorrow holds.
Yeah, and speaking of tomorrow, we'll give you a quick look at this with the European 11 going back-to-back in the morning. So, look, if they could win both those games, that's kind of 3 wins in 3 consecutive matches in the tournament. Not just for them, it'll take them to a winning streak of 4. A few kind of crunch matches here. I think Asian 11 versus European 11 in match 14, rematch of the match we've just seen. But also I think it's the day, I just feel like it's the day the world will want to make their move, because they will play matches 12, 13 and 15. So I think it's the day that the world starts spinning. I think that we'll see them maybe getting a bit more settled in their lineup as well. I know they tried a few things today. Some things worked, some things didn't work so well. I think we'll get to see some more R. Taylor tomorrow as well. Just got a feeling that it's a day that he might take a bit more of the centre stage. But look, sensational day. It's been great to be here with you.
Yeah, it's been a great day. The world, I think, sleeping giants. So they'll be waking up tomorrow. Make sure you wake up with us as well, because we've got 5 amazing games coming up.
Yeah, well, I know that I'm going to take a little bit of a mini break in the morning, but I will be here in the afternoon and going into the evening. And I know that you've got a good shift tomorrow as well, so I'm looking forward to that. I want to say a big thank you to our fantastic crew at 2 Circles as well. We lost a bit of equipment today, We'll give it a respectful burial as well. Shahid Afridi knocked the box out. But I want to remind everyone, go to the website, EuropeanCricket.com. Check us out on social media at European Cricket. And also, don't forget, if you are watching on YouTube, we'd love you to subscribe to the channel. Even if you're not, have a look at the channel, check out the videos, get a sense of what we're doing at the moment for cricket, European cricket. And we're creeping towards 500,000 subscribers. Big day for me. I also got a ride in the Microlino for the first time. Survived to tell the tale. That was a lot of fun with Kevin O'Brien. Stay tuned for some of those interviews in the Microlino car. But for now, it's Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of Rico 4, who did a great job as well. Big day at Rico tomorrow for you as well. Tina Goff, of course, all the Blue Crew, everyone here on the ground in Spain. Stay happy, stay safe, stay sane, because there's still 3 days to go, and then another 4 weeks of European cricket coming your way live from Spain. But for now, enjoy these highlights of day 2. We'll see you tomorrow for more Western Shield. Hasta mañana.
Move my body.